When the doctor has a plug chapter 1175 to chapter 1259. The arrival of the Guinness World Records greatly boosted the atmosphere of the venue. Everyone cheered, everyone hoped that Xianxia could break the record of 16 minutes and create history, becoming the fastest man to perform a full bowel replacement surgery. This was the core meaning of challenging the impossible, constantly surpassing oneself, completing the impossible in one's own position, the spirit of a craftsman who strives for perfection. As Xianxia walked out from backstage, applause rang out enthusiastically. Xianxia was wearing a white coat. The only difference was that Xianxia had matched it with a tie underneath the white coat. His white coat was unbuttoned. When he walked out like this, with his white coat unbuttoned, he looked very elegant and imposing. Well, at least Sun Cook could not control herself. Too handsome, just like in a TV series. The planner looked at this woman and sighed helplessly. However, the planner had to admit that he was envious and jealous. Sabella looked at Xianxia on stage and suddenly laughed. To be honest, I've always thought that I'm quite outstanding and that I'm not bad looking. The key is that I can rely on my face to make a living, but I rely on my talent instead. The audience was already used to Sabella's hosting style. Seeing her shameless joke, everyone could not help but laugh. Sabella turned to look at Xianxia and sighed helplessly. She deliberately distanced herself from Xianxia by half a meter. But when I stand next to Professor Chen, I suddenly feel ashamed. Everyone laughed loudly. Sabella could not help but say, Professor Chen is not ordinary. I have a list of Professor Chen's accolades here. Our director's son wrote me a brief introduction about Professor Chen, but I memorized it all night and still could not memorize it. It's not because of anything else, but because this introduction is too complicated. Professor Chen has too many accolades, and even, there are some secrets that I can't tell you. Of course, I don't know about these secrets either. Because what director's son wrote was a secret. Sabella was really humorous. Variety shows were made in such a relaxed and humorous atmosphere to feel different hot-blooded. Sabella went back to the topic. Professor Chen is usually very busy. When we interviewed him or called him, it was always the nurse who answered the phone. Including a few times in the morning, it was still the nurse who called him even when it was past 2 in the morning. The audience suddenly said, "Oh. Sabella quickly put on a straight face and said, "Please don't misunderstand. Every time I called, Professor Chen was in the operating theater. During the operation, the chief surgeon can't touch the phone, so the nurse answered the call. Here's a set of data. It's a summary of all the surgeries Dr. Chen has completed in the past month. Please look at the screen." In the month before the World Society of Digestive Surgery conference, Professor Chen stayed in the hospital for a month and did not return home. He spent more than 16 hours in the operating room every day. Look at his hands. After saying that, a bright red hand appeared on the big screen. The skin seemed to have been washed away, revealing a large amount of dermal tissue. Hiss. Tisk. It looks painful. Sabella sighed. These are Professor Chen's hands during that time. Washing hands in the operating room is called scrubbing hands. There is a brush. A few days ago, when we went to the hospital for an interview, we personally experienced the joy of being a surgeon. But what I want to tell you is that the seemingly simple scrubbing hands actually requires you to use a brush to scrub your arms. It hurts. It really hurts. Our assistant director was in so much pain that he cried. Later, we found out that Professor Chen had to wash his hands 20 to 30 times a day when he was performing more than 10 surgeries a day. That's why he has such a pair of hands. For a moment, Sabella herself was moved. She continued, later, Professor Chen led a team like this to Minnesota in the United States of America. Moreover, they were very successful. He successfully became the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. His speech, his surgery, his academic views, and his research philosophy are now the world's guide to digestive surgery. Let me give my applause to Professor Chen. Instantly, there was another round of enthusiastic applause. To be honest, everyone was really shocked by this pair of hands. The fingers were connected to the heart. What kind of willpower was this to endure such pain and still insist on performing surgeries? Sabella suddenly said, actually, our director's son has always emphasized that we should give Dr. Chen's hands a close-up so that everyone can take a good look at what kind of hands this pair of hands is. This? Cameraman, let's show this pair of hands to the female compatriots here today. After that, the cameraman gave a close-up of Chen Song's hands. On the big screen, a pair of slender hands appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Compared to the red and swollen hands at that time, everyone's heart ached even more. Such a good pair of hands, yet they were tortured to such a state. Sabella suddenly said, all right, the story is over. Now, let's start our challenge. I'll tell you the rules of the challenge. Staff, bring the mold. Soon, a few people brought the model and mold up. This was the model of the aortic arch. Around it were needle holders, artificial blood vessels, scissors, and other similar things. Sabella said to Chen Song and the audience, I'll now tell you the rules of the challenge. This is a simulated total arch replacement surgery. The challenger needs to remove the original aortic arch in 16 minutes and complete the replacement of the artificial blood vessels. There are 8 anastomoses and 20 treatment points. Each aorta needs to be sutured with dozens of stitches. After the challenge is successful, we will invite Professor Bilt from the China Medical Center in Mayo to check the density of the stitches. Lastly, we need to simulate the flow of water to see if there are any leaks. To check the results of the surgery, we invite the staff of the Guinness World Records organization to be our on-site notaries for this challenge. After that, Sabella could not calm down. She even said with some excitement, to be honest, I'm very excited now because this challenge was chosen by us for Professor Chen. If it succeeds, we will witness a miracle at this moment. If it fails, I also hope that we can give a round of applause to Professor Chen because he dares to fight and challenge. This challenge is not a drill, it's only a chance. This time, it's not for the show's effects or the show's needs. It's a real challenge of the impossible. I announce, 3, 2, 1, the challenge begins. Chen Song stood aside and calmly put on his gloves. He picked up the needle holder in his right hand and waited for the challenge to begin. At this moment, the hundreds of people in the room and countless people in front of the TV were staring at their computers and mobile phone screens, waiting for the challenge to begin. Was Chen Song nervous? Of course he was. This was not the operating room, there was no lady to wipe his sweat, and no directorly to scratch his itch. He would definitely feel pressured. Although he did not have to worry about the patient's surgery failing, there were many people and many pairs of eyes staring at him. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. The director's office of Merced Hospital was very spacious and luxurious. It was more like a business meeting room. But at this time, many people were sitting on the sofa and staring at the impossible challenge on the big screen. Director Wu Maoxian suddenly became nervous. Do you think Chen Song can really do it? He always felt that this was a trap that Chen Song deliberately dug for him to jump into. But he could not figure out why Chen Song would dig such a trap. 16 minutes was too deep. Was it possible, and what harm would it do him? When the people around heard Wu Maoxian's question, they could not help but laugh. How is this possible? 16 minutes. This is impossible. The fastest in the country, academician Xianxia, only took 18 minutes. Within 20 minutes, every minute of progress is a breakthrough. It's impossible. White, who had been silent, suddenly said. He was the chief surgeon who completed the surgery in 23 minutes a few days ago. Because the difficulty of the scene is actually more stressful than the real operating room environment. There are too many external factors. How many eyes are watching you? It's difficult to perform normally. It's starting. At this time, many medical staff were watching the surgery in front of the TV. It was also the first time they saw a doctor appear on a variety show. This was because the image of medical staff had always been polarized. Some of them were big shots who appeared in the Science and Education channel to do science, while some of them appeared in the News and Gossip channel to damage medical ethics and industry ethics. Occasionally, the more tragic ones would be the doctors who went into battle to save the wounded. Anyway, there were very few doctors who participated in variety shows with such an identity. As the countdown ended, Chen Song calmly picked up the scalpel and began his operation. He originally thought that Chen Song would be a little nervous, so his speed would be faster, because the time required for suturing was hard time. In order to pursue the limit of time, all the medical staff were guessing that if Chen Song wanted to break the limit, he would have to save time on the trivial matters at the beginning. Since the simulated surgery was not a human, there was no need to pay attention to the details. The only way to break through the limits was to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial points. He would focus on suturing and ignore other surgical details. Because these were the places where time was truly wasted. However, when everyone looked at Chen Song's surgery, they found that he handled it very seriously and carefully. It was as if he was facing a patient, and what he was going to do was a surgery. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Professor Chen still did not understand the meaning of today's event. Time ticked by. Soon, the aortic arch was removed and the anastomosis of the artificial blood vessel began. However, 6 minutes had already passed, and there were still many steps to be taken. There was not much time left to suture. It was too difficult for Chen Song to break through the limit. At this moment, Built from Mayo Medical Center and Yao Lekong from Peking University-affiliated hospital were staring at the surgical details on the big screen seriously. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Dr. Chen handled the details really well. Details determined success or failure. Bild could tell at a glance that Chen Song's surgical skills were very good. Even if he couldn't break the record of 16 minutes, he was already at the forefront of the world. At this moment, 9 minutes had passed. Chen Song finally started suturing. At this moment, in Medicid's office, White put down his teacup and said, "Chen Song is really good. His handling of the details of the surgery is better than mine. He's a very good doctor." The other experts were silent. They naturally saw Chen Song's standard. Sometimes, when peers looked at peers, they didn't look at anything else but the grasp of details. Chen Song was already ahead of them when the surgery started. After White finished speaking, he added, "However, he's handling it so seriously and meticulously. It'll be very difficult for him to complete the surgery in the stipulated time later. It's very difficult to shorten the suturing time. The final time might be between 18 to 20 minutes. Wu Maoxian was stunned by his words. Chen Song was actually so good. Chen Song's handling was like a sculpture. It was very pleasing to the eye. This was the audience's first time observing the details of the surgery at such a close distance. Looking at Chen Song's operation, everyone suddenly realized that the surgery was also quite beautiful. The most important thing was, of course, that pair of hands. That pair of large hands dexterously completed various operations. So, surgery could also be as beautiful as summer flowers and autumn leaves. However, just as everyone was admiring it, Chen Song's technique suddenly changed. After Chen Song took the needle holder and began to suture, his hands were suddenly not as delicate as before. The moment Chen Song began to anastomose the blood vessels, everyone was shocked. They even began to feel excited and agitated. That pair of hands was like a butterfly shuttling through flowers, flexible and beautiful. The rhythm of the suturing was like a storm. Chen Song's suturing really shocked everyone. It was too fast. It was so fast that they could only see Chen Song's hands moving non-stop. Left hand and right hand in slow motion. No, there was only the continuous fast motion replay. Chen Song seemed to be able to perform every stitch and line to the extreme. It was too fast. It was really too fast. There were even many people who couldn't see Chen Song's suturing clearly. This was a little scary. Everyone in the audience, whether they were at the scene or in front of the television, was stunned by Chen Song's suturing speed at this moment. Was he knitting a sweater? A woman couldn't help but gulp. This is even faster than me knitting a sweater. No one would have thought that suturing could reach such a speed. Who would have thought that Chen Song, who was like a spring rain just now, would become a storm in an instant? The style was completely different. A kind of violent aesthetics was presented incisively and vividly. Speed? What was speed? At this moment, Chen Song perfectly demonstrated what speed was. Do you think 16 minutes is fast enough? Chen Song's lips curled up slightly. You guys probably don't understand my speed well enough. Fast? You can't imagine my speed. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all shocked by Chen Song's rapid suturing. Limit? What is my limit? Chen Song had never tried it before. This was because in his opinion, rushing for speed wasn't the best way to handle a surgery. Speed was just a method that could reduce the patient's sequelae. However, it wasn't the same goal. No doctor could care less about records when they were operating on the operating table. The only thing they needed to consider was the patient's health and vital signs. Sometimes, stability was more important than speed. And at that moment, Xianxia knew that he wasn't facing a real person. He suddenly wanted to see how fast he was. At that moment, many viewers were watching Xianxia's blood vessel anastomosis. Many people were watching Xianxia with a timer in their hands. A few staff members from the Guinness World Records were standing beside Xianxia, constantly observing and recording. Xianxia smiled. What better time to break through his limits than now? How long did it take to anastomose a blood vessel? Someone had specially calculated that it could be completed in half a minute if it was fast. But what was the limit? The diameter of the aortic arch was thicker than ordinary blood vessels. The thickness of the blood vessel wall was also different. Therefore, the difficulty of suturing was higher. There were requirements for the distance between the needles, the density of the needle, and the number of knots. Below the stage, Su Ziming and company stared at Xianxia. They weren't looking at his hands, but his face. Teacher Chen is smiling. Is he getting serious? No. He's starting to release himself. Removing the seal? While everyone was joking, they saw Xianxia's suturing speed increase again. Faster. Can I still be faster? 16 minutes, Xianxia's surgery was getting faster and faster. Everyone could no longer see the details of his suturing. Everyone was watching the scene on the big screen. As the image was magnified, it appeared that Xianxia's suturing speed was faster. Very fast. There were exclamations coming from below the stage. Too fast. Heavens! Even Bilt widened his eyes at this scene, unable to speak for a long time. One of the judges, Dong Qing, could not help but say, "It's too fast. Oh my God, I can't even see clearly. How many times does it take to practice this kind of suturing speed? It's true that I don't know anything about medicine, but I'm a host. I know how to perform. When you stand on the stage, your body coordination, speech, and so on will be slightly different than usual. Even people with rich stage experience will be the same. I clearly remember that when I stood on the central TV stage, my whole body was trembling and I couldn't even speak properly. So, it's actually much more difficult to carry out such a challenge on the spot. And Professor Chen is still able to achieve this speed under such circumstances. To be honest, I'm really impressed." Li Changyu, who was also a judge, had a completely different level of expertise. He was the director of the Connecticut Forensic Laboratory and the chief criminologist from 1979 to 2000. He knew enough about this, therefore, he watched Xianxia's simulated surgery. Li Changyu couldn't help but sigh. This suturing speed is the fastest I've ever seen in my life. Professor Chen is really young and promising. Moreover, the most important thing is not the speed, nor is it just the speed. Everyone, when you look at the big screen, you'll realize something amazing and great. That is Professor Chen's grasp of the spacing between the needles and the density of the stitches. This is too abnormal. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. They were all shocked by the speed earlier and had neglected the spacing between the needles and the density of the anastomosis shown on the big screen. Now that they looked back, they suddenly realized that the spacing between the needles that had been completed was like that of a machine. However, it was much more personalized than a machine. With that, everyone fell silent. The people in front of their televisions were all staring at the countdown timer in the upper right corner. They were all hoping that Xianxia could break this record. They hoped that they could witness a miracle today. They also wanted to see Xianxia become the fastest man in the world. Perhaps that was what everyone was thinking. For a moment, everyone started cheering for him. One anastomosis was completed, 2 anastomoses were completed, there were still 3 anastomoses left, 2, it was almost over. At this moment, the live audience had already stood up excitedly, waiting for the moment when the record would be broken. At this moment, there were only 14 minutes left. This meant that Xianxia was definitely going to break the world record, and he was going to break the record by 2 minutes. For a moment, everyone could not help but feel excited. At this moment, in Maysid Hospital, no one could say a word. Wright was already silent. He stood up and walked to the television to watch Xianxia. He was a little excited, and a little frustrated. This man was too strong. there was no gap in the coordination between his hands. The dexterity of his left hand was not inferior to his right hand. Too strong, too fast, Wright could not help but laugh bitterly. He suddenly felt that Wu Maoxian was too unlucky. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how many tricks there were, they were just tricks. They could not decide the outcome, and Chen Song had used such a crushing method to succeed in his challenge. Originally, Wright thought that Chen Song had used too much time to deal with the details, which limited his overall time. But, he realized that Chen Song could suture so quickly, unbelievable. Wu Maoxian watched the television, his eyes wide open and did not speak. He did not react for a long time and did not speak for a long time. However, when Chen Song finished suturing, Wu Maoxian could not help but laugh bitterly. He sighed. Absolute strength brought about absolute confidence. I can let you choose. Choose as you wish. Anyway, I will succeed in the challenge. Wu Maoxian looked at Chen Song and had some new ideas in his mind. At this moment, everyone could not help but stand up and stare at the big screen. Staring at Chen Song. Waiting for the surgery to officially end, just as Chen Song finished suturing the last knot and raised his hand, time stopped, 14 minutes and 21 seconds. The host, Sabella, could not hold it in anymore. She did not say a word as she was afraid of disturbing Chen Song. But now, Sabella shouted, he's done it big. Professor Chen did it. 14 minutes and 21 seconds. He broke the record. Sabella was obviously a little excited. She shouted in a loud voice. 14 minutes and 21 seconds. Professor Chen, he has created a new history. That's amazing. This is a territory we have never set foot in. Let us give him our warmest applause. Today, you are a miracle. The atmosphere at the scene reached its climax. Everyone was ignited by Sabella's enthusiasm. Everyone started clapping and cheering excitedly, because they had personally witnessed the creation of a world record. Only Chen Song seemed to be very calm. Very calm, he looked at the time on the top right corner of the big screen. He frowned. He scratched his head. He sighed. This scene was witnessed by everyone. Sabella looked at Chen Song and was stunned. Professor Chen, you are not excited? Chen Song nodded. Excited? Instantly, everyone below could not help but laugh. Sabella was speechless too. This was the most excited performance she had ever seen. You are so calm. You don't look excited at all, Sabella sighed and said to everyone, maybe I have always misunderstood what a genius is. Everyone burst into laughter. The guest judge, Dong Qing, could not help but laugh. This might be the most awkward moment for Sabella. I suddenly remembered a scene when she interviewed Boss Ma. When Boss Ma said that I have no concept of money, Sabella also had the same expression. It had to be said that this was the professionalism of a host. With a few words, the atmosphere at the scene became lively. Sabella could not help but laugh. Actually, I have always thought that I am very outstanding. I am a genius. I was recommended to Peking University. After I graduated, I hosted, all right. But in the years that I hosted the show, I suddenly realized, it was too difficult for me. You don't know. Every day, when I see so many outstanding people, rich people, successful people, I am so envious. At this point, Sabella could not help but laugh. Next, it is time to test the results of Professor Chen's surgery. Let's invite Peter from the China Medical Research Center in Mayo and Professor Yao Lekong from the Peking University Affiliated Hospital. Let them test the results of Professor Chen's surgery. Bilt and Yao Lekong looked at each other and went on stage with a bitter smile. To be honest, the two of them had really broadened their horizons today. Yao Lekong was still alright. They had worked together before. He knew how abnormal Chen Song was. However, Bilt was different. He did not expect China's variety shows to be so serious. Moreover, this Professor Chen was too eccentric. During the examination, the camera followed closely behind and focused on Chen Song's suture. At this moment, the details of Chen Song's suture appeared before everyone's eyes. Bilt said, actually, there are a few points that need to be taken into consideration when anastomosing a large blood vessel. Firstly, the blood pressure in the large blood vessels has to be sufficient. The position of the aortic arch is also rather special. Therefore, the blood pressure is stronger. Therefore, the density of the suture is very important. As for Professor Chen, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have suspected that it was done by a machine. It's too tight, and the spacing between the needles is extremely good. Secondly, the damage to the intima of the blood vessels is very important. If the intima of the blood vessels is damaged after anastomosis, it can easily lead to a series of diseases, such as myocardial infarction, cerebral infarction, or even aneurysms. However, I need the cameraman to show everyone the interior of the simulated blood vessels. As he spoke, Bilt displayed the interior of the mold. Actually, there are many differences between these simulated blood vessels and real blood vessels. Due to the special material, if there is damage during the suture, it will be very easy to observe it. However, animal blood vessels are not easy to observe. Therefore, this is also the most crucial part of the suture observation. That is to observe the intima of the blood vessels to see if there are any scratches, or signs of damage. With that, Bilt suddenly said, "Let's wait a moment. We can't see clearly like this. I suggest that we turn on the water first. After eliminating any leaks, I suggest that we open up the mold and display every mold." Yao Lekong nodded. "That's right. That's a good idea." As he spoke, he turned on the water. Not a single drop of liquid seeped out. 1 minute. 2 minutes, increase the water pressure, nothing. Applause sounded from below. However, everyone was looking forward to seeing the situation inside the blood vessels. Therefore, Bilt and Yao Lekong used a knife to open up the mold and display it. After displaying it, Bilt couldn't help but be stunned. He sighed. "This is too magical. Dr. Chen's suture of blood vessels is the best I've ever seen. There's no other. As everyone can see, other than the needle hole, there's no other damage in the artificial blood vessels. And because the speed of inserting the needle is extremely fast, the damage is very small. This is just like chopping a tree. If you cut it quickly, but there are too many signs of damage, the surface of the knife will be clean. The same principle applies to suturing. However, how can one maintain such a high speed of suturing and at the same time maintain a good spacing and density? Everyone can imagine that when these three requirements are mixed together, it's definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. It's too difficult. Professor Chen's blood vessel anastomosis is the best I've ever seen." Bilt was full of praises for Chen Song. He looked at Chen Song with respect. After saying that, Bilt took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Song. At this moment, the staff of Guinness World Records announced loudly that Chen Song had broken the world record of total bowel replacement surgery with a time of 14 minutes and 21 seconds. Instantly, along with this loud announcement, everyone present and in front of their televisions cheered loudly. They were excited. This was because Chen Song had created a world record. He was ahead of the previous record by a full 2 minutes. Sabella looked at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, you've created history. Do you have anything to say?" Chen Song nodded. "Thank you, CCTV. Thank you." Instantly, the atmosphere that had been created with great difficulty was amused by Chen Song. Sabella could not help but say, all right. I was wrong. Next, let's let our judges announce whether Chen Song can enter the Hall of Honor of Challenge the Impossible. Instantly, everyone shouted, "Pass. Pass." There were no objections. If he did not pass, it would be really strange. Sabella announced loudly, "Congratulations, Professor Chen. You've created history in our 4th episode of Challenge the Impossible. You've succeeded in your challenge and become the first guest of the Hall of Honor." After that, Sabella looked at everyone and nodded. "Actually, I'm very curious about how Professor Chen did it. He was able to suture so quickly. So, we did some in-depth research, and we really did discover some secrets. Everyone, please look at the big screen." Chen Song was stunned. Why didn't I know of any secrets? There were a few photos on the screen. When Chen Song saw the photos, his face turned green. Wasn't this Qin Xiaolik's dress that he had tailored back then? For a moment, Chen Song covered his face and sighed. He did not dare to face Qin Xiaolik in front of him. Sabella, who was beside him, sighed and said affectionately, behind every successful man is a woman who silently gives her all. And Professor Chen is the same. When Professor Chen kept practicing suturing, he clearly understood the difference between artificial blood vessels and ordinary blood vessels. Artificial blood vessels are made of polyester material, so Professor Chen began to think of a creative way to use polyester material to familiarize himself with artificial blood vessels and increase his suturing speed. This is a dress that Professor Chen and his wife, Madame Qianyu, bought during their honeymoon. And it was such a memorable dress. When Professor Chen couldn't find polyester material, Madame Qianyu pretended not to like it and directly cut the dress and handed it to Chen Song, saying, "Take it." At that time, Professor Chen made the entire dress into artificial blood vessels and practiced for an entire day. At night, he sewed the dress back up again. Perhaps many years later, this dress will become a memento of their love. For a moment, Chen Song was stunned. Wasn't I being threatened to sew it up and not be fed if I didn't sew it up? Wasn't he not secretly using the dress? Sabella smiled and said emotionally, "Actually, this kind of thing didn't just happen to Chen Song. He also inspired many colleagues." Team leader Ma, the leader of the 6 emergency departments in the emergency center, also posted such a post on his WeChat moments. Also, Chief Su from the cardiac surgery department. Even Director Wu from the emergency center also posted similar posts on his WeChat moments. When Chen Song heard the news, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that he had cheated so many people. Chen Song raised his head and looked at the invited colleagues below the stage. For a moment, he felt ashamed. He was now worried about whether he could return to the hospital safely. Should he call 120 in advance? However, even if he called 120, he would still be sent back to the emergency center. This seemed to be a dead end. At this moment, Sabella saw Chen Song's stunned expression and laughed. "Professor Chen, are you touched by this?" Chen Song swallowed his saliva and sighed in his heart. "I really don't dare to move. I'm touched. To be honest, without Qianyu's support, I don't know if I can do it well. When I was working on the digestive tract reconstruction technique in the emergency department, I didn't go home for a month. Qianyu personally came to pick up my clothes. He tidied everything up for me and sent all my clothes and necessities over. Here, I want to say to her, wife, thank you. You've worked hard." Chen Song felt that it was not too late to say something nice now. As expected, after Qianyu heard these words, his expression softened a lot. Sabella nodded. "Professor Chen, why did you accept our invitation this time to participate in such a challenge?" Chen Song said, "Actually, I'm really grateful to challenging the impossible for giving me this opportunity. Our team is working on a clinical project. The main problem is thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery. The difficulty of the surgery is 5 to 10 times the difficulty of today's surgery. This kind of surgery is very dangerous and the mortality rate is not low. And there is indeed such a group in society called Marfan syndrome patients. This disease mainly damages the aorta, causing dissection or even rupture, which is life-threatening. There are more than 100,000 Marfan syndrome patients in the country. Tens of thousands of people need surgery. Every year, there are thousands of people who need surgery. However, there are less than 10 hospitals in the country that can complete this surgery. Therefore, I hope to lead our team to research this disease and help more people. I participated in this program to let more people see our efforts. I want to tell those Marfan syndrome patients that we have always been working hard and have never given up. So, don't give up. Please believe in us. Let's work together to conquer and solve this disease." At this point, Chen Song was a little excited for the first time. At this moment, many Marfan patients in front of the television station could not help but be moved to tears when they saw this scene. For the first time, they felt the warmth of society. It was also this time that they felt that other than their family members, there were many people who were working hard to help them. This feeling of being cared for was really good. For a moment, everyone could not help but be excited. Chen Song continued, "Our team has 12 people. This is the first batch of training. I hope that through this clinical trial, we can train more excellent doctors to help you and cure you. I know that we are not good enough, but we have never stopped. We are still some distance away from those hospitals, but we have always been working hard. That's why I'm here today to challenge the impossible. I want to tell everyone that nothing is impossible. We can also stand at the forefront of the world and make excellent results. We can even formulate a complete guide. At this point, Xianxia was a little excited and emotional. He looked at everyone and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little excited, but I really want to tell everyone that I have always been working hard." As he spoke, Xianxia could not help but raise his head and turn his head away. However, the camera had already captured the tears in Xianxia's eyes. "Please believe in us. Please." After saying that, Xianxia bowed to the camera and millions of people. Instantly, the audience stood up and gave the warmest applause to Xianxia. This honor and applause belonged to him. This was a doctor who sincerely cared about the patients in order to conquer the disease. He was worthy of respect. Outside the phone, many people were in tears. With such a doctor, what was there to be dissatisfied with? As patients, they were really excited to be treated like this. The fortune of the patients, the fortune of the people, the fortune of the country. Actually, many people might think that the surgery was free, but why would anyone refuse it? It was a very simple example. Every year, pharmaceutical companies would send out all kinds of drugs for the third phase of clinical trials. The safety was very, very high, but they still could not find anyone. They paid a lot of money, thousands or tens of thousands a day, but they still could not find anyone, because people were afraid. Moreover, the key was that at this time, many experts were indirectly guiding the patients, making them more hesitant. People were afraid of death. Of course, there were also people who said that some people were dying and sick, so why were they not willing to undergo free surgery? Were they very rich? No, because clinical trials had very strict inclusion criteria. Otherwise, it would affect the clinical results and guidelines. And for patients who met the criteria, many people felt that they had more choices. They also wanted to wait until the later stages of the experiment. After all, not many people were willing to be lab rats in the beginning. P.S. Delivered at 5 p.m. today. Looking for monthly votes. The reason why I put it together was because I was worried that everyone would say that I cut off the chapter. I realized that I didn't do it on purpose. Maybe it's a habit. When I write until I cut off. Thanks to Traceless Peak for the 20,000 tip. Thanks to Dream Rainer 3 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. Xianxia's sincere bow was something that no one expected. After all, he had successfully challenged and broken the world record today. Moreover, he was ahead of the fastest person by a full 2 minutes. These 2 minutes might not be long, but it was the distance that many people worked for their entire lives. The development of medical treatment was full of uncertainty. Who knew if a 2-minute lead would bring about any qualitative changes? However, all of this was put aside now. When everyone saw that there was such a group of medical staff working hard, the satisfaction and happiness in their hearts was incomparable. Just like Professor Chen at this moment, he had worked so hard for so long, he was so desperate to break the record. What was it for? It was to save more patients with Marfan syndrome. This feeling made everyone feel very uncomfortable. The scene of Xianxia's bow and tears when he turned around was forever frozen in the camera. However, it was also sealed in the hearts of countless viewers. At this moment, countless medical staff in front of the TV were also surging with emotions. They saw a sense of responsibility and confidence in Xianxia. What Xianxia said and thought, wasn't it the direction they had been working towards, since they had chosen to be a doctor, who didn't have the feeling of saving lives. For a time, Xianxia's words touched who knew how many people. Yuan had been discharged from the hospital. She was recovering at home. After watching the TV, she suddenly felt that the softest part of her heart was touched. Tears instantly streamed down her face. Life was not just about the current situation. She suddenly returned to the time when she was hospitalized in the emergency center. It was the same face looking at her, holding her hands, and telling her firmly and seriously, "I can save you." At that time, this sentence became the last belief of Yuan in despair. This feeling of being protected, being needed, and being cared for was probably the greatest hope in the hearts of Marfan syndrome patients. At this moment, Yuan saw the QQ message in her hand keep jumping. She opened it and saw that it was a chat group for Marfan patients in the capital. "I've decided. I'll report to the emergency center tomorrow and join the clinical trial." Are you crazy? Or are you stupid? There are only 20 people now. Wait until there are 70 or 80. Their skills have improved in all aspects. By then, it will be safe. I'm not crazy, and I'm not stupid. Yes, it was more dangerous to go now than when there were 70 or 80 of them. However, there were so many medical personnel working hard. What were they working hard for? I think I'm just a patient, not a cripple. If you want to go, you can go. I'm definitely not going. Recently, many people had joined Ma Fan's group. They kept spreading rumors about the dangers of clinical trials. It was still the same now. I'm going too. Yes, Dr. Chen's ability has already surpassed many doctors. Why shouldn't we trust him? Moreover, it's a free surgery. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty stupid. What do I have now? If someone like me dies, then so be it. There's no point in living like this. It was true that there were risks in clinical trials, but was there no risk in surgery? Now, I want to participate in the experiment even more. At least if I die, my death will be worth it. Are you guys crazy? You believe in variety shows? This is a lie, okay? At this time, everyone suddenly froze. Looking at these instigating people, they suddenly said, "You're not Ma Fan's people. You don't understand this kind of heartache and helplessness, and you don't know how to be grateful." With one sentence, those people were stunned. Who said we're not? Hee hee. You are? Ridiculous, you don't understand at all. Hee hee. Soon, the few troublemakers stopped talking. At this time, everyone made the decision to report to the hospital tomorrow. When Yuan saw this scene, she could not help but send a message. I believe in Professor Chen, and I believe in all of you. All of you are good. For the sake of our lives, many people are actually working hard. Medical staff are working hard to improve medical technology, saving lives and helping the injured. The police and military protect one side. Scientific talents promote the progress of science. Entertainment and literature enrich life. How can we not cherish such a life? At this point, Chen Song had said all that he needed to say and do. He did not take up too much time. After he finished, he nodded to everyone and thanked them. He was ready to get up and leave the stage, leaving the rest of the time to the next challengers. At this moment, Sabella smiled and said, "Professor Chen, please wait for a moment." Chen Song was stunned. He turned around. At this time, Sabella looked at the camera and the audience and said slowly, "Actually, today is definitely not the first challenge. Impossible. Our program team has already communicated with Director Wu and the others in the emergency center. We also understand that Professor Cheng's team is facing a lot of pressure at this time. And we have also invited a special guest today. Let's welcome the chairman of Donglin Medical Group, Mr. Bai Donglin, to the stage." Suddenly, there was a warm applause from below. Sabella introduced, "This is the chairman of Donglin Medical Group, Mr. Bai Donglin. Today's surgical instruments, models, and artificial blood vessels were all provided by him. After Mr. Bai knows about Professor Chen, he hopes to meet Mr. Chen. I believe everyone knows that Mr. Bai is a famous philanthropist. Today, Mr. Bai is also here with a gift." Bai Donglin was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He looked kind and smiled as he greeted everyone. After shaking hands with Chen Song, he said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Professor Chen." Chen Song was also a little confused. He did not know about these things at all. "Hello, Mr. Bai." Bai Donglin said with a smile, "To be honest, I was moved by Professor Chen's words. It's really like this. There is a group of medical and health workers who are working hard for our health. Thank you to them for making our lives and health more secure. Here, on behalf of Donglin Medical Group, I'm donating artificial blood vessels worth 30 million yuan to the research team led by Professor Chen in the emergency center. I hope it can help patients with Marfan syndrome. The right to use these artificial blood vessels will be completely handed over to Professor Chen. I believe that Professor Chen will make the best use of it. Thank you." As soon as these words came out, Chen Song was stunned. He was a little moved. After all, these were artificial blood vessels worth 30 million yuan. How many people could it help? Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly thanked him. "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bai." The audience below the stage and those in front of the TV also applauded. This was a scene that everyone was delighted to see. It was also a scene that made everyone feel excited and warm after they saw it. P.S. Mr. Bai's friendly guest appearance. Sigh, the name is really lame. On the same day, news came from the technical department of Challenge the Impossible that the viewership ratings for the first episode of the show had reached a new high. Halfway through the broadcast, it had already surpassed the viewership ratings of the previous season's finals. This was something that no one had expected. After the program team's director received the news, he could not help but sigh. He joked, "Are we riding on Professor Chen's popularity this time?" Everyone could not help but laugh, although it seemed like a joke. It was not an exaggeration at all. Chen Song's influence was not small at all. Young, promising, handsome, such a person had his own popularity. A staff member from the editorial department walked over and said, "Director, we've received a lot of calls and emails, all hoping to record a show similar to the first episode." When the director heard this, he was speechless and rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Where can I find another Professor Chen?" Sigh, I'm a little regretful now. If I had known, I would have put Chen Song in the last episode. This way, I could have pulled in the anticipation for the next episode. Everyone could not help but laugh. The popularity of the show was of course not only because it brought great benefits to the program team. When more and more people in front of the TV watched the show, that inner sense of pride and gratitude was very rare. Therefore, for the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital, it was also an important promotion. The next day after the show ended, Sun Cook carefully selected a few photos and posted them on the internet. These photos were all of Chen Song. One was a comparison of two hands, another was a tearful face, and the last was a bow of gratitude. As soon as these three photos were posted, it instantly attracted countless reposts and saves. Especially the photo of the tearful face, it made everyone's heart ache after seeing it. It let everyone see the heart of a doctor, and the comparison of two hands let everyone see the silent and hard work of a first-line doctor. When the photos were posted on the internet, it affected and touched many people. Sun Could deliberately posted a few photos in the office and hung them up. After work the next day, the research team was surprised to find that a lot of people had signed up, hoping to participate in the surgery. For a moment, Chen Song and his friends were stunned. No one expected the effect to come so quickly. There were so many people signing up for yesterday's show today. This result made everyone overjoyed. However, due to the limited space, they still had to choose to do it in batches. After all, in the first batch, Chen Song had a team of 12 people. But no matter how the 12 people were distributed, Chen Song was still the chief surgeon. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to work around the clock like he did in the past. Surgeries that involved both work and leisure required constant communication and discussion. Every surgery would become an opportunity to learn and improve. Besides the surgery, Chen Song had another important thing to do. Chen Song felt a little helpless about this. Recently, for some reason, Xianxia became more and more obsessed with having a baby. As a result, Chen Song had to finish his homework on time every day before he could fall asleep. The next day at work, Chen Song had just arrived at the office when the nurse, Xianxia, ran over with a smile. "Morning, Dr. Chen. This is the diagnosis report from last night. Please sign it." Chen Song nodded and took the pen. He glanced at Xianxia and could not help but say with a smile, "What's the good news today? You're smiling from ear to ear." Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. Chen Song signed a few words fluently. Xianxia took a look. "Oh, no, I wrote it wrong here. I wrote yesterday's date." Sigh. "Dr. Chen, why don't you sign a few more words?" Chen Song was helpless. He rolled his eyes. "All right." After saying that, he started to write. There was no legal responsibility for these things. It was mainly told to the attending doctor when the nurse reported her work. It was just some daily matters. Just like that, Chen Song signed 7 or 8 pieces of paper. He smiled and said, "Is that enough?" Xianxia's eyes sparkled. "Enough, enough." After saying that, she ran away with a thick stack of papers. This was, not long after, Xianxia walked over again. "Dr. Chen, your report, sign it." Xianxia brought over the patient's CT results from yesterday and asked Chen Song to sign it. Chen Song nodded. Usually, he would sign a few reports. However, Xianxia suddenly said, Dr. Chen, sign every page. Yes, on this book. Chen Song was stunned and looked at Xianxia curiously. Sister Yang, are you hiding some secrets from me? Xianxia blushed. No. Oh, right, Dr. Chen, I really have to thank you for something. Chen Song was suddenly curious. What is it? Xianxia said with a smile, my baby is starting to drink breast milk now. It really saves me a lot of trouble. Chen Song was stunned. This is a good thing. But, what does it have to do with me? Why are you thanking me? Chen Song was a little ungrateful. What did this have to do with him? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. After my baby watched your show, he was so happy that he decided to be an excellent surgeon when he grows up. Chen Song nodded, but, she still didn't explain why. Xianxia continued, I told him that you are so excellent because you drank my breast milk. After listening to my words, my baby became very obedient. Chen Song almost spat out a mouthful of water. F***ck, when did I become a breast milk spokesperson? This is too. Chen Song was a little overwhelmed. He only hoped that his brother-in-law wouldn't come to the hospital to beat him up. Xianxia smiled and walked away with the papers in satisfaction. She didn't forget to say, I won't give you any more in the future. At this time, old Ma happened to pass by. When he heard Xianxia's words, he was suddenly stunned. He was silent for a long time and looked at Chen Song. Song in the future, we will have an extra bottle of milk for breakfast. Look at you, sigh. Xianxia had 2 children. The second one was breastfeeding and the eldest one was slightly older. However, he didn't eat properly and his stomach wasn't very good. He often had diarrhea. After the doctor learned that Xianxia was breastfeeding, he suddenly suggested that the eldest one drink some breast milk. This helped the development of the intestinal flora. After drinking it, the effect was quite good. However, Dabao was a little picky and didn't like to drink it, therefore, Xianxia was angry. She pointed at the TV screen and said, Did you see that? It was because he drank my milk that he became so powerful. If you don't drink it, I will give it all to your Uncle Chen Song. Needless to say, this sentence was really effective. The 3 men were all shocked at once. One was Dabao, and the other was her husband. There was also Bao, who was worried about not having any milk and was crying loudly. Although he didn't understand, it didn't affect him from crying. P.S. Thank you to Freedom Pig and Dongzi drinking my dong for the 20,000 tip. Thank you, boss. Chen Song looked at Xianxia's back and fell into deep thought. Looking at team leader Ma, who was worried about the extra cost of breakfast, Chen Song felt that he was out of place in this world. Forget it. Thinking of this, Chen Song got up and returned to the office. However, just as he entered, another nurse ran in. This time, it was an intern nurse. Professor Chen, This is the patient's thermometer. Please sign it. Chen Song was stunned. I have to sign the thermometer? Isn't this the job of a nurse supervisor? However, when he looked at the few pages of temperature records, he was stunned for a moment when he saw that they were empty. Do I have to sign it? The nurse nodded seriously. Yes. Chen Song was suddenly curious. Why do I have to sign it? Chen Song was a little puzzled. However, he still looked at the thermometer and signed it. The nurse said happily, Professor Chen, why don't you sign a few more? Chen Song was stunned. A few more? Where do I sign? The nurse happily puffed out her chest. Here. Chen Song couldn't help but take a step back. Team leader Ma couldn't help but take a step forward. The nurse blushed. No, here. It's on the white coat. Professor Chen, please sign on my white coat for me. Chen Song was a little confused. He looked at old Ma carefully. Seeing that old Ma seemed to know what it meant, he couldn't help but whisper, this. What does signing mean? Old Ma blushed and said embarrassedly, I remember that in comics, it means to declare territorial sovereignty. If you sign it, it will belong to you. You have to be responsible. When Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but take a step back. This little Licky Chin would definitely turn into a wolf cub and tear him apart. Chen Song quickly said with a smile, "Are you kidding?" The nurse quickly shook her head. "No, Professor Chen, I'm your fan. I specially wore a new white coat today. I want you to sign it as an encouragement." When Chen Song heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes at Ma Nahan. He smiled and said, "Oh. That's easy. Where do I sign it?" The nurse looked in front of her. It was definitely not easy to write on, so she simply said, "On the back." After saying this, the nurse happily turned around. Chen Song took out a marker from Ma Yuehui's pocket and wrote, "Eugene sincere in medical treatment." It was not a complete sentence, but it was the first sentence of Nightingale's oath. Chen Song added "for medical treatment" at the end. Then, he wrote his name. The nurse could clearly feel that there were many words written on her back, and she was instantly overjoyed. He turned around and said, "Professor Chen, thank you." After that, he got up and ran to the duty room to change his clothes. It was not time for work yet, so everyone was not there yet. When old Ma saw this, he was dumbfounded. "Why did they ask you to sign it?" Chen Song thought for a while and frowned slightly. He was also puzzled. However, at this time, Zhang Yuan and Yang Hui walked in together. "It's because Professor Chen is amazing. Professor Chen broke the record and challenged the impossible. He's now a popular idol. Professor Chen, come, can you sign it for me? It's also on the shirt." Yang Hui said with a smile. Chen Song's eyes lit up. "You mean, I'm a star now?" That's right, the facts proved that Chen Song had indeed become a famous doctor. It was a famous doctor, not a national famous doctor. However, this did not affect Chen Song's pleasure of becoming a famous doctor at all. In the morning, Chen Song was very happy. He was addicted to being a star. He signed for countless interns, advanced students, postgraduate students, and doctoral students. Old Ma followed behind Chen Song and handed a pen to Chen Song. He felt that his only right to sign had been taken away. He was just a soulless tool. Damn fate. Why do I have to rely on my talent? Why do I have to be a doctor? I really just want to be more handsome, just a little better than Dog Chen. I'm willing to exchange my family's 2 courtyards next to the Forbidden City. Forget it, forget it. Damn fate. It's so unfair to me. Looking at Chen Song's marker scribbling on the young nurses, old Ma's heart ached. He wished he could be Chen Song's signature pen in his next life. However, everything had its pros and cons. Chen Song also realized that being a star was not good. Chen Song, who was on duty today, had a lot of patients in the emergency department. Chen Song could only receive them one by one. Among them, there was no lack of female and male patients who coveted his beauty and disdained his talent. "Dr. Chen, feel my pulse. I've been having headaches recently." Chen Song sighed, "I'm sorry, I don't know how to feel your pulse." When the female patient heard this, she immediately smiled, "You don't know, but I do. Give me your hand, I'll teach you. First, hold the Cun Guan ruler in your hand. Secondly, feel the Shen Qi floating number gently." Before leaving, the female patient smiled charmingly, "Dr. Chen, I'm a doctor from Dongfang Hospital. I think we can combine Chinese and Western medicine. It's helpful for future development." When Chen Song heard this, his face suddenly changed. "This patient, what you want to do is not a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. What you want is a combination of Chinese and Western medicine." Of course, most of the patients who came to Chen Song for treatment were pretending. "Doctor, my chest is tight. Do you want to do a cardiogram?" Chen Song said in a deep voice, "It's an electrocardiogram." "Oh. Dr. Chen, you're so knowledgeable. Do you want a stethoscope?" Chen Song nodded, "Lie down." "Dr. Chen, the stethoscope can't hear clearly outside. It's easy to hear noise. Why don't you put it in?" Chen Song sneered, "Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? No, it's easy to have an irregular heartbeat if you put it in. You're fine. Maybe you didn't rest well. Don't be angry recently." The woman sighed, "I know. I've been in too much trouble recently. My parents always arrange for me to like those I don't like. By the way, Dr. Chen, do you think I have nodules?" Chen Song held his breath, "Go." Hurry up and go. Well, you'd better go for an ultrasound. Of course, to be honest, Chen Song was not unmoved. When the strong-willed Chen Song met this woman, he hesitated for 3 seconds. Professor Chen, I'm here for a simple reason. Come with me. Although I only have 50 buildings, I really like you. Although my father left me a company worth billions, I really like you. I know I'm not good enough for you. I only have 12 villas and a few courtyard houses in the capital, but I really like you. But don't worry, my parents only have one daughter. When they leave, everything is mine. No. It's yours. Today's shift was the most tiring Chen Song had ever been. Chen Song realized that fighting the disease was nothing. If you have the ability, you can fight a battle of wits and courage with women. He suddenly remembered Chang Lina's words, men. Heh. Be more mature. Do you think women are stupid? Don't be naive. When we set up a trap, you won't have a chance to play at all. We'll just beat you at your own game. Indeed, Chen Song realized that the deepest trick of women was that they didn't have a fixed routine. They would follow your routine and beat you at your own game. This was the deepest trick. Sometimes they didn't forget to take the key, nor did they forget the time to lock the door of the dormitory, and they didn't sneak into your arms after watching a horror movie. Did you think that she just happened to take her ID card because she was going to do business? Or were you still naive enough to think that they really got drunk and fell asleep after lying down, or were you still naive enough to think that she believed your nonsense? Let's talk on the bed. Is the bed comfortable? I'll just hug you and not move around? Can I just rub against you? He was stunned. Child, she was just pretending not to understand. Okay, sigh. When Chen Song got off work, he was physically and mentally prepared. He took out his phone and wrote a memo. Boys have to protect themselves when they're outside. Chen Song felt that it was really tough for men. Especially for men like him. For example, today was a tough day at work. He was teased by female colleagues and taken advantage of by female patients. After work, he had to pretend to be strong and act as if nothing had happened. Men had to learn to grow up. They had to swallow all these grievances into their stomachs and not let others find out about their pain. They also had to complete the homework that their wife left for them in time. At the same time, they had to get full marks. Once they found that their exam results were not up to standard, they might have to face a makeup exam. Life was not easy. Men really had to take care of themselves. During this time, life was also on the right track. Yu Yonggang considered that Chen Song's work was too difficult, so he specially sent more people and made a job change. He let Comrade Ma help deal with it. When old Ma heard this, he suddenly patted his chest and sighed that the good days had finally arrived. However, he realized that the patients he encountered were different from the patients Chen Song encountered. When the same woman met him, her logic was clear, her thoughts were open, and even her words were methodical. The lawyer at the side followed closely behind. Old Ma sighed. Within this week, Chen Song and his team completed more than 10 surgeries. The entire team's standard and skills were slowly improving. During their free time, everyone practiced suturing. Vascular anastomosis was the key to completing aortic replacement. The anastomosis of the large blood vessels had to be completed in the shortest time possible. Every day, as long as they were free, they would start practicing in the office. All in all, everyone was improving. Of course, clinical trials weren't always smooth sailing. Even patients who underwent normal surgery would die, let alone clinical trials. Even though Chen Song and his team tried their best to exclude those patients with low survival rates, there were still some patients with serious sequelae such as kidney failure. However, these after effects were all within an acceptable range. However, the good news was that all 35 surgeries were successful, and no patient died. In fact, every surgery was a test. For Chen Song and his team members, at this moment, everyone was already moving forward at full speed. Li Baoshan was now directly radiating a second spring in his life. He had a solid foundation and a long period of emergency treatment experience. At this moment, he had accumulated enough experience to become the second person in the team who could complete the surgery independently. At this time, the outside world was paying more and more attention to this place. After the surgery ended, Chen Song returned to the emergency department. The nurse told Chen Song that a man had been waiting for Chen Song in the hospital for a long time. This made Chen Song a little curious. He didn't seem to know anyone in the capital. When Chen Song arrived at the emergency hall, he saw a thin man. He was not tall and was in his 50s. However, his clothes were very formal. It was obvious that his clothes were not cheap. After seeing Chen Song come out, the man quickly stood up. "Hello, Professor Chen." When the man saw Chen Song, he quickly shook Chen Song's hand with both of his hands. Although Chen Song was curious, he still shook hands and said, "Hello." The man smiled and looked around. "Professor Chen, is it convenient for you to go out and say a few words?" Chen Song was stunned. "Just say what you want to say." The man chuckled. "Okay, Professor Chen is a straightforward person. Then I'll just say it. Merced Hospital is run by me. My name is Wu Maoxian. I came here today for two things. First, I want to apologize to you. I guess I don't need to say it. You should know what it is. To be honest, I really underestimated Dr. Chen's level. After I read Dr. Chen's words, I thought for a long time. The main reason I came today is to apologize to you personally." Chen Song looked at Wu Maoxian and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't believe Wu Maoxian's nonsense. Apologize? It's probably fake. Chen Song didn't think that Wu Maoxian was here to apologize. Moreover, with the recent incident, Wu Maoxian could only say that he didn't have the foresight to do it again. Today, he asked him to come here to cooperate, right? President Wu, you must be joking. I'm just an ordinary doctor. Chen Song smiled directly. Wu Maoxian saw this and didn't panic. It was normal for Chen Song to have feelings for him. According to Wu Maoxian's understanding of Chen Song, he was just a young man. Was he capable? Of course he was. Therefore, Wu Maoxian said directly, "Professor Chen, I want to open my heart and talk to you. Indeed, you don't like people like me. I'm just a hospital owner who makes money. But, can you say that I'm useless? We have also cured a lot of patients and helped a lot of people, right?" Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. Wu Maoxian said directly, "Actually, I'm here today to invite Dr. Chen to our hospital for surgery. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly in terms of the price. In the hospital system, it's difficult to make money. How much can you get for one surgery? 10,000 or so. But, if you come to us, you'll get at least 300,000 for one surgery. Moreover, as long as you publicly announce that you've signed a contract with Mayside Hospital, we'll provide you with a contract fee of 2 million. Actually, the biggest benefit of working with us is that we can help you contact those high-end clients and achieve a win-win goal. We can even imagine the future. We can cooperate to make Mayside an international brand." The more Wu Maoxian spoke, the more agitated he became. He could not help but look at Chen Song and say, "Why should those foreigners come to our country to earn money from us? We can also go abroad to earn dollars and pounds, don't you think so? Professor Chen, you have the skills and medical resources, and I, Wu Maoxian, have been in this business for a long time. I have very mature channels and resources, and we can quickly expand. We can totally build an international hospital, and China's top doctors will earn money from foreigners. You might not know the price of surgery in a foreign private hospital, it's too expensive. In such a market, as long as we have the skills and talents, why can't we earn this money? Professor Chen, as long as you join us, I'm willing to give you a certain amount of shares and let you be the director. We'll give you an annual salary of 10 million. Our doctors can also buy villas in the capital. We can buy yachts in Monaco, drive luxury cars in London, and build America and Germany together. What do you think?" Chen Song nodded and pretended to think for a moment. Well, what President Wu said makes sense. When Wu Maoxian heard that, he was instantly delighted. Young people liked nothing more than a few things. This was also the philosophy of Wu Maoxian's business over the years. Those with great ambitions gave him dreams, those who wanted money gave him money, those who wanted women gave him women, and those who wanted fame vigorously promoted him. He checked Chen Song and found out that he rented a house in the capital, had a wife, and was young and full of ambition. That's easy, I'll give you a future. I'll give you money, I'll give you the director. Wu Maoxian nodded with satisfaction. I won't disturb you, Professor Chen. If you have any ideas, contact me. This is my business card, and I'll wait for your call. After that, Wu Maoxian stood up confidently and left. He wanted to let Chen Song digest the information. Chen Song nodded and smiled as he sent Wu Maoxian off. He casually threw the business card into the trash can at the side. Going out to do freelance surgery for 300,000 yuan, that was a lot. It seemed that Wu Maoxian's investigation of him was not very thorough. Chen Song could not help but shake his head. Chen Song was not moved by Wu Maoxian's promise at all. This was a businessman who did not wake up early without benefits. He smelled a new fishy smell. When he realized that he couldn't deal with Chen Song, he wanted to assimilate Chen Song. Becoming the hospital director, an annual salary of tens of millions, shares, and a listing of the hospital, this was a classic ploy. Chen Song was not stupid. Wu Maoxian's arrival did not affect Chen Song's life much. Chen Song, who had been fighting with many female patients for 2 days, was now indifferent to the routine. To be honest, it would be easier for me to find a rich woman and live with her, Chen Song sighed. Sigh, it's too hard to find someone as outstanding as me. Recently, other than performing surgeries, Chen Song had a lot of work to do. Seeing that their wedding date was approaching, Qin Yu also began to look for a wedding dress and prepare for the photo shoot. The family was also nervously preparing for the wedding and other related matters. Chen Song's wedding was going to be held in his hometown, so he had to consider the wedding celebration, banquet, and other things. Chen Song could not get married himself and Chen Dehai and his wife to prepare a banquet, right? There were some differences between a rural wedding and a city wedding. There were more traditional customs. After thinking about it, Chen Dehai decided to invite someone to prepare a banquet. Chen Dehai was also familiar with wedding celebrations. After all, he often prepared banquets for others. After listening to it for a while, he understood most of it. The wedding was chosen in the Chinese style. The wedding date of the two was chosen according to the old Taoist at that time. It was August of the lunar calendar, which was the national day this year. It was almost June now. 3 to 4 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Chen Song and Qin Yu had to start preparing. Chen Song was rich now. Logically speaking, he could definitely go to the hotel to prepare a more luxurious wedding. He could even learn from those big shots and find a bishop or priest in a certain country to have a romantic Western-style wedding. However, Chen Song was not interested in these things at all. Moreover, getting married in his hometown required him to pay respects to his ancestors, so everything was done according to his parents' arrangements. Getting married was a troublesome thing. Recently, Qin Yu had joined a lot of wedding preparation group. The discussions were all about things to pay attention to when getting married. Every day, when they saw Chen Song, they would happily explain which studio looked good and which one was professional. Early on Saturday morning, Chen Song and Qin Yu went out to find a wedding photography studio. The two of them went back and forth to look at a few shops. Chen Song felt that they were all good, and Qin Yu could find problems with them. This made Chen Song wonder if there was a problem with his beauty's eyes. Later, Chen Song found out that his beauty's eyes could only be used for plastic surgery and could not be used for Photoshop photos. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh. It seems that our country's Photoshop technology is really the best in the world. From morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song drank mineral water from 4 studios and ate a lot of snacks. Overall, it did not seem like a loss. Under the hot sun outside, Chen Song sat in the air-conditioned room, eating snacks and drinking iced mineral water. He was very relaxed. Qin Yu was discussing with the staff how many sets of clothes to wear, how many photos to take, how many photos to refine, all kinds of things. At this moment, Chen Song's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, Chen Song could not help but be stunned. Why was Xianxia looking for him? President Qi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chen Song asked curiously. Xianxia was speechless. He was speechless. Was this the correct way to call a doctor? Chen Song quickly smiled. Sorry, it just slipped out of my mouth. Indeed, Chen Song's phone calls were usually from patients or colleagues. Most of them were when he was not feeling well. Therefore, after Chen Song said that he was used to it, he instinctively added where after what's wrong. Qi Xiangjing smiled awkwardly and shook his head. It's nothing special. Recently, there's a new studio in the capital. I said that you're usually busy, so I invited you to take a look. Chen Song heard this and immediately smiled. President Qi, you're too kind. Qi Xiangjing smiled and waved his hand. We're friends, there's no need to be so courteous. Professor Chen, what have you been busy with recently? Chen Song sighed and said helplessly, I'm getting married in the second half of the year. Today, I'm accompanying my wife to take wedding photos. But it's really troublesome. I went to 4 or 5 studios today, and I didn't like any of them. Sigh. When Qi Xiangjing heard this, he could not help but say, Professor Chen, you're going in the opposite direction. Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? Qi Xiangjing smiled. Don't you know what your brother Qi does? P.S. Thank you to Coffee on the Keyboard for your 50,000 tip. Become the leader of this book. Keep updating. Thank you to Fish Head Bubble Pancakes for your 10,000 tip. Thank you. Today and tomorrow are the last 2 days of double monthly votes. Please give me monthly votes. Please. Qin Yu will bow to you. Please give me monthly votes. Please give me monthly votes. Please give me monthly votes. Qi Xiangjing was the chairman of Symbol Entertainment. Recently, Symbol Entertainment had attracted a lot of attention because of the public service announcement, Me in Mother's Eyes. There were so many film and television companies in the capital that it was impossible to count all of them. And because of Chen Song, Qi Xiang had a beautiful encounter with the Health and Wellness Committee. This would only be beneficial for his future development. There would be no harm, however, Qi Xiangjing had always had a small knot in his heart. His relationship with Chen Song was a little awkward. This made him feel that this knot was a tumor. If it was handled well, it would be benign. If it was cut, so be it. However, if it was not handled well, this guy would have cancer. Therefore, Qi Xiangjing had always wanted to try to make friends with Chen Song, but he had not been able to find a breakthrough. When he heard that Chen Song was getting married and was preparing for the wedding photography, Qi Xiangjing suddenly became excited. This was because Qi Xiangjing had a background in wedding photography. Who in the entertainment industry was better than him at wedding photography? Therefore, Qi Xiangjing's entire body was filled with excitement. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Thinking of this, Qi Xiangjing rubbed his hands excitedly. He turned around and quickly bowed to the god of fortune behind him. God was really good to him. Therefore, Qi Xiangjing hurriedly said, Professor Chen, you have found the right person. As for the wedding photography, I can say without hesitation that there is no one in the entire capital who is the most suitable for me. Chen Song was stunned when he heard this. To be honest, Chen Song did not know Qi Xiangjing very well and had not seriously investigated him. The reason he had made friends with him was very simple. First, he wanted to earn a sum of money and vent his anger. Also, if there was a chance in the future, he might be able to help a group of brothers. President Qi. What do you mean? Qi Xiangjing smiled and said, Professor Chen, how about this? You don't have to visit the photography studio. Today, I will take you on a tour of our company. Our company has the most professional photography, the most professional editing, and video editing. We have everything. We have everything that wedding photography has. We have everything that they don't have. Why didn't you tell me that you're getting married? Why are you still looking for a wedding photographer? Come to our company. I'm not bragging. If sister-in-law is not satisfied, you can ask me. Qi Xiangjing really wasn't bragging. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he really didn't believe that wedding photography could be better than professional photographers like them. Not to mention, we also have professional makeup artists, costume designers, lighting engineers. Well, if the two of you need it, we also have professional movement guides, and the most important thing is that we have a venue. We can build all kinds of scenes ourselves. When Chen Song heard this, his eyes lit up. That's right, wasn't it ready-made? What's the big deal about taking a photo for a movie? Who knows, they might even add some special effects. Chen Song immediately made the decision. Okay, thank you, President Qi. Send me an address. I'll drive there now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song was satisfied. In any case, there was no need to stare at the sun and wander around like this. Meanwhile, in the shop, Qin Yu was negotiating with a staff member. "Miss, we are refining 100 photos. I also want an extra set of clothes. Can't you give me a cheaper price?" The staff member said helplessly, "Miss, I'm really sorry. Refining is very expensive. Our price is already very fair. You won't be able to find another shop in the capital. Our photography teacher is also a professional. Our refining teacher is also very good. And refining is done one by one. It's very troublesome." Xianxia nodded. "It's okay. You don't have to refine me. Just refine my husband." "Oh right, my husband is also very handsome. You don't have to spend any effort." The staff member laughed so hard that she almost cried. "It's not like that. You're beautiful, so you don't have to spend any effort. At most, we can give you a cheaper price for each photo." When Xianxia heard this, his eyes lit up, so it turned out that one didn't have to refine just because they were good-looking. How could it be cheaper? How much cheaper? The staff member took a closer look at Xianxia. "It's 10 yuan cheaper for each photo." When Xianxia heard this, his eyes widened. It was indeed possible. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. "My husband is actually quite handsome. He doesn't need any refining. Can you give me a cheaper price?" The staff member was about to cry. As they spoke, Xianxia called Xianxia. "Hubby, where are you? Come back quickly." Xianxia nodded. "I'm at the door. I'll go in now." As he spoke, he opened the door and walked in. When the female staff member saw Xianxia, her eyes lit up. How was she going to fix it? It would be too much to fix it when he looked like this. God had already fixed it. Who could have better Photoshop skills than God? Instantly, the staff member made the decision for her boss. She quickly said, "Okay. Cheap. We'll give you another 20 yuan discount for each photo. How about it? You must take photos here. If you give your photos to us as advertisements, I can contact our boss and give you a discount." Xianxia was unconvinced. "Why can he give me a 20 yuan discount? I can only give him a 10 yuan discount." The staff member was at a loss for words. Because your face is thin." When Xianxia heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought that this person didn't think she was good-looking enough. Otherwise, it would be Xianxia who looked down on him. Seeing that Xianxia was about to make a decision, Xianxia quickly smiled and said to the staff member, "Sorry, we still have something to do here. We won't disturb you." Xianxia was stunned. "Wait. I'll give you a discount of a few thousand yuan." The staff member was also stunned. She said, "That's right. We can even give you a discount. You're so handsome. If you're suitable, we can invite you to be our model. We can take photos for free. What do you think?" Seeing that Xianxia's eyes were green, Xianxia quickly dragged her out. After Xianxia came out, she pouted. "Isn't that great? I can save 10 or 20,000 yuan by taking photos for free." Looking at Xianxia and recalling the bargaining in the room just now, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, I'll take you to a good place today. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." When Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but ask, "Is it expensive?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Honey, tell me the truth. Who did you inherit your stinginess from?" Xianxia said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's my dad. My mom is in charge of my family's money. My dad couldn't resist my mom, so he exploited me when I was young. We used to have 2 yuan each." Xianxia smiled and said, "I found a good place for you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the photos." Xianxia rolled his eyes and doubted Xianxia's taste. "You found it on Taobao? Or Meituan?" Xianxia coughed and said, "I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Xianxia had already made his decision. If Xianxia was not satisfied, she would vent her anger on Mr. Qi or Mr. Qi's son. As he spoke, Xianxia drove straight to Symbol Entertainment according to the navigation system. The facade looked very grand. It was obviously a big company. As soon as they entered the front desk, they saw a magnificent hall. The walls were filled with framed movie posters and photos of celebrities. Everything else aside, the decor at the front desk looked much more luxurious. After entering, Xianxia immediately wanted to leave. "Hubby, let's go. Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong? Xianxia couldn't help but say, this is too luxurious. How expensive is it? I think the shop just now was pretty good. It's affordable. Who knows how much money we'll have to spend here? Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. No need. The money is for you to spend. It's only once in a lifetime. Be happy. Xianxia was still a little nervous. There are still many places where we need to spend money. Also, look at the celebrities above. What kind of place is this? The receptionist quickly stood up. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Chen Song didn't have time to speak. A man ran over hurriedly. Oh, Professor Chen, you're finally here. This must be your sister-in-law. What a perfect match. Xianxia turned around and looked at the middle-aged man curiously. He hesitated for a moment and looked around. Who is your sister-in-law? Do I look that old? Seeing Qi Xiang running over, the two receptionists quickly bowed. Hello, Mr. Qi. Chen Song nodded and said with a smile, President Qi, this is my wife, Xianxia. Xianxia, this is President Qi, the chairman of Symbol Entertainment. Qi Xiangjing quickly said, you're too polite to call me CEO Qi. We're all family. Just call me Big Brother Qi. Come to my office. I found a professional team for you. As he spoke, Qi Xiangjing said as he walked, this marriage is a big deal. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. It can't be done casually. Since we're going to do it, let's do it properly. As they spoke, Qi Xiang led Chen Song and Xianxia into his office. Many people had already gathered in the office. Today was the weekend, but Chen Song's business was President Qi's business, and President Qi's business was the company's business. Qi Xiangjing looked at Chen Song and said, Professor Chen, we're all on the same side. If you have any requests, just let us know. We can take any photos you want. Xianxia looked at everyone blankly and curiously. She was just taking photos. Why were there so many people? However, a professional was a professional. The stylist had designed several styles for her, including Han Chinese costumes, chivalrous costumes, and so on. The entire look could be used to film a movie. The action director at the side said straightforwardly, why don't we design a martial arts style for you? When the photographer saw such a complete set, he couldn't help but say, I think we can shoot a short film. After editing, it'll definitely look good. We can mix it up according to the costumes, script, and so on. Everyone expressed their own opinions, and Chen Song was dumbfounded. Xianxia, on the other hand, was fascinated. Wasn't this too awesome? This was considered a private customization. Probably even celebrities didn't get such treatment, right? Of course, it had to be awesome. President Qi had already arranged it. The cost could be compared to the cost of a micro-movie. How could everyone not take it seriously? After a busy day, around 6 in the evening, the group finally finalized their ideas. Moreover, they could take photos the next day. The weather in June was starting to warm up. In July, August, and September, it would be hot enough to make people cry. Moreover, the Capital Cineplex would be completed tomorrow. Although it was not open to the public, they could go in and film. There would be no one there. In the future, when there were more film crews, more people, or more tourists, it would be inconvenient. Seeing Xianxia's big eyes full of joy, Qi Xiangjing's heart was blooming with joy. He felt that he had made the right choice. However, Qi Xiangjing felt that it was not enough, he had to add more chips. Hence, Qi Xiangjing said, Professor Chen, we have all the wedding decorations ready. When you get married, you must give us a call. Yes. As for the hosts, we are grooming a few hosts now. They are very good. They are the most suitable. They are not high profile and are very professional. Chen Song was a little embarrassed when he heard that. After the decision was made and the discussion was completed, Chen Song left with Xianxia. Qi Xiangjing had originally booked a restaurant, but Chen Song hurriedly declined. After the photos were taken tomorrow, he would personally hold a banquet to thank everyone. In the car, Chen Song looked at Xianxia, who had stars in her eyes, and could not help but say, Are you happy? Xianxia nodded excitedly. Yes. I'm so happy. Xianxia looked at Chen Song and could not help but say, "Hubby, thank you so much. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I thought you had forgotten. You were so busy, and I didn't want to disturb you. I didn't expect you to still remember. Thank you." Hearing Qianyu's words, Chen Song felt guilty. Qianyu thought that he had arranged everything, but it was really just a coincidence. Chen Song was so busy in the hospital that he naturally could not think about these things. Even if he wanted to, he could not. In fact, a family was really like this. One of the two people really had to take care of the family and consider all kinds of things. Chen Song could only say sorry about this. He really did not think about the marriage. Qianyu continued. "I'm not greedy for vanity. I just want to keep some beautiful memories. I'm going to be pregnant soon. I don't know if I can maintain such a good figure in the future. What I'm thinking now is that after we get married, you are so busy, and I have to take care of the family. I definitely can't take care of myself. I just want to take a set of good photos as a souvenir. When the child sees it in the future, he can proudly say, 'Mom, you are so beautiful.' When we are old, we can also look at the photos and recall the past." In fact, most girls were full of expectations for wedding photos. They all hoped that they could record the most beautiful time. For most men, it was relatively indifferent to them. Moreover, if they really got married, they would rarely look at the photos. Chen Song could not help but laugh. "You won't become old, let alone ugly. Have you forgotten what your husband does for a living?" The film studio was not located in the city center of capital city, but a few kilometers outside of Fengshan. A huge film studio had been built there. However, there were security guards around and no one was allowed to enter. Chen Song and Qianyu followed the team inside. Qianyu looked around, eager to try. Everyone had dreams of becoming a celebrity, and Qianyu was no exception. This was her first time coming into contact with such things, and she was like a curious baby. It was not just one or two people who followed them, but a team. It could even be called a small crew. Qisan was also there. Xianxia wanted him to ease the tension between Chen Song and him. Taking pictures was too easy for them, and because President Qi patted his chest and said that quality was the most important thing. This caused the cameraman to press the shutter desperately. Moreover, 3 cameramen started at the same time. The costumes, makeup, and styling were not a problem. Seeing that there was a shooting activity, some people came over to watch. Although it was not fully open yet, if Xianxia could bring people in, others could naturally bring people in as well. They watched Chen Song and Qianyu take pictures with wires hanging there. Everyone thought that they were shooting a movie, because Chen Song and Qianyu looked too much like celebrities, and with this complete team, everyone was even more certain. However, these two were completely newbies. They were not professional at all. At this moment, a young actor of the new generation looked at the two and sighed. Little fresh meats these days are really. Sigh. At this moment, Qianyu, who was posing in the air, suddenly could not help but laugh out loud. Chen Song stared at Qianyu and also could not help but laugh. The two of them laughed in the air, not caring about their image at all. However, the cameraman below could not help but exclaim, "Good. That's it, keep it up." Yes. Yes. This made the little fresh meats sigh and shake their heads. This year's generation is really young. It's too bad. The actors are not professional, right? Even the cameraman is cheering. Was the director retarded? After the cameraman and director Qisan finished shooting, they clapped their hands and said, "Take a break, take a break." After Chen Song and Qianyu descended from the sky, they really felt like they were leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. Qianyu was overjoyed and grinned. When Chen Song saw that Qianyu was happy, he felt happy as well. To be honest, he was happy as long as Qianyu was happy. Usually, he didn't have time to accompany her. Now that he had time, he naturally should accompany her. "Haha, you acted so well just now. Just like a real hero." Chen Song, "Then why are you laughing?" "Qianyu, you were so engrossed in your acting that I wanted to laugh." Qianyu looked at Chen Song with admiration. "Teach me. How did you act?" Chen Song smiled. "Sure. Come to my room tonight, I'll teach you." After speaking, Xianxia got up and walked to the toilet. During the break, Qinyu sat at the side. At this moment, the young fresh meat suddenly walked to Qinyu's side. Girls have to protect themselves when they're outside. Qinyu was stunned. When the young fresh meat saw that Qinyu had turned to look at him, he seemed a little confused and grateful. Suddenly, the young fresh meat seemed to have been encouraged and said seriously, "His acting is actually very average. Also, it's obvious that he wants you to go to his room tonight." Qinyu was dumbfounded. "What are you trying to say?" The young fresh meat continued, "I've acted in a few dramas." "Oh right, I saw your performance and I think you're very talented. When you were filming just now, you should have been more engrossed in it. When you looked at each other, you must," the young fresh meat explained seriously and said to Qinyu, "If you like acting, I can teach you. This is my contact number." Qinyu turned to look at the young fresh meat and smiled. "Thank you, but I don't need it." The young fresh meat was not discouraged. Instead, he smiled as if he had expected it and sat at the side. Actually, acting is a lifetime of work. It requires a lot of concentration and study. I have a few books that I can give you." Qinyu suddenly said, "I'm not an actor." The young fresh meat was stunned. This was a little counterintuitive. At this moment, Xianxia walked out and said to Qin, Do you want to act?" Qinyu nodded. "Yes." The young fresh meat was stunned. He looked at Qinyu and widened his eyes. "You're such a good-looking woman, but you have such double standards. You just said that you didn't want to. Moreover, this guy was obviously a young fresh meat. His standards were very poor. Women are too shallow." The young fresh meat looked at Xianxia unhappily. Xianxia smiled and said, "Look, I found a teacher for you." As he spoke, a man in ordinary clothes walked over with a smile. "You know him, right? He's a veteran actor, your idol." Qinyu jumped happily. "Huang Bo." Xianxia nodded. "I just went to the toilet and bumped into Brother Huang, so I brought him here." "Didn't you say that you wanted to act professionally?" "He's a professional teacher." Huang Bo smiled. He was obviously familiar with Xianxia. He looked at Qinyu. "It's okay, I'll give you a reference later." The young fresh meat was stunned when he saw this scene. Is this a rich second-generation heir? He actually knows teacher Huang Bo. Qisen suddenly ran over with a camera. "Brother Chen, sister-in-law, take a look. Are you satisfied? If you're not, we can reshoot. If you're satisfied, we can change the style and go for an exotic scene." "Eh? Teacher Huang, you're here too." Huang Bo smiled. "I happened to pass by, so I came to take a look." "Are you filming?" Xianxia shook his head. "No, we're getting married. We're doing a wedding photo shoot." After President Xi found out, he insisted on doing this. "I'm so sorry." Huang Bo heard this and clapped his hands. "There's a church in front." "Oh, I saw Hu Ge and Ping Yuyan." "Oh. Sun Honglei and the rest are here too. I'll give them a call and ask them to come over to be your best men." Qisen heard this and clapped his hands. Change the venue, change the venue. Follow teacher Huang and brother Chen." As they spoke, the group hurried to work. After everyone left, the young fresh meat's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists, feeling very indignant. He looked at his manager and couldn't help but say, "So what if you're a rich second-generation heir? Life is full of ups and downs. Wait for me to endure hardships for 10 years. I'll definitely stand at the top." The manager looked at the young fresh meat and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. However, there was something in his heart that he didn't say out loud. He was afraid that it would be too much of a blow. After all, several generations had worked hard for decades. What right did you have to surpass them in 10 years? Did you think that their ancestors hadn't endured hardships before? On Monday, Chen-sung arrived at the hospital in a relaxed mood. He was now looking forward to their photos. After all, what was the experience of having a bunch of celebrities in the background? Others definitely didn't know, but Chen-sung knew. If your aura or appearance wasn't enough, it was easy to be overshadowed by this group of supporting characters. However, his aura was also sufficient. Qinyu was satisfied, so naturally, Chen Song was happy. His beautiful work began on Monday. However, when Chen Song just came in, he saw Zhang Yuan coming in with a few thick books. He looked unkempt. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. What did you do this weekend? You looked like you just came out of a black brick kiln. Zhang Yuan sighed. I'm taking the assistant lecturer exam. I'm about to take the assistant lecturer exam. I didn't even read this book. I'm so worried. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. After Chen Song heard this sentence, he felt strange. It seemed like there was an ominous premonition. On this side, Ma Yuehui walked in with a fried dough stick in his mouth. Since Xianxia stopped providing milk, old Ma discounted the bread and milk in order to save money. He replaced it with fried dough sticks and soy milk. In this way, the budget wouldn't change. Moreover, according to the nutritional balance, increasing the intake of oil and calories could maintain today's normal expenses. Thinking of this, old Ma suddenly felt that his years of studying medicine weren't in vain, at least it was indeed applied in the clinic. After old Ma heard Zhang Yuan's words, he was suddenly stunned. He looked at Chen Song curiously. Song are you going to take the intermediate exam? In one sentence, it suddenly woke Chen Song up. Yes, I seem to have to take the intermediate exam this year. Chen Song's expression changed. He almost forgot that he had signed up in January. Not to mention whether he could pass or not, he paid a lot of registration fees. At that time, the printing materials also cost a few yuan. If he missed the time, how embarrassing. Chen Song quickly picked up his phone and began to search. Seeing Chen Song like this, Ma Yuehui suddenly laughed happily. Today was going to be the happiest day since he was weaned. Zhang Yuan also looked at Chen Song curiously. Oh. That's right, almighty, you have to take the intermediate exam. This exam was different from clinical practice. The intermediate assessment was also the assessment for resident doctors to become attending physicians. It was mainly divided into 4 assessment subjects. The first was basic knowledge, followed by relevant professional knowledge. The third was professional knowledge, and the last was professional practical ability. Solving questions was different from saving people. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. After all, the answer was dead. Chen Song's heart was really uneasy. If he were to die in the intermediate assessment, he would become famous. The president of the World Society of Digestive Surgeons failed the intermediate examination. If he said it out loud, people would definitely not be questioning Chen Song, but whether the examiner had made a mistake. That was right, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh, and hurriedly searched. This search, he was so scared that he started to tremble. Number 6. 6 HCI test. And this year, there's an additional interview test. It starts on number 6. 7. Chen Song quickly asked Ma Silly next to him, what's the date today? Ma Yuehui laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Chen Song gritted his teeth. He glanced at the date, number 6. 1. Oh, thank goodness, I was scared to death. Ba, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that today was his holiday. He was scared to death. Happy Children's Day, Ma Yuehui looked at Chen Song with a smile. I'll tell you a secret. You're the last doctor in our department to take the intermediate exam. Did you see that? Little Zhang is going to be an assistant lecturer soon. Looking at the shameless Ma Silly, Chen Song sighed helplessly. This was the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. At the beginning of a master's degree, the younger generation were all doctorates. For the intermediate exam, generally speaking, one had to graduate from a bachelor's degree and work for more than 4 years. 2 years after a master's degree, 2 years after graduating from a doctorate, one could be an associate chief physician. China's examination for doctors' professional title was unified, and it was divided according to the number of years. Therefore, even if Chen Song's skills were amazing, he still had to have enough years to take the exam if he wanted to become an attending physician. However, it would be different if he became an attending physician. It meant that he had reached a higher level and could perform most surgeries independently. Most importantly, he did not need Ma Silly's signature in the future. After all, Chen Song had the right to sign for this surgery. Thinking of this, Chen Song made up his mind to pass the exam. Ma Yuehui looked at Chen Song with a smile and could not help but say, today is Children's Day. Happy Children's Day. If you don't pass the attending physician exam, you'll always be a child in the doctor's team. Good luck, brother. During the morning shift, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. He sat there thinking about who to borrow reference books from. Yu Yonggang looked at Xianxia and could not help but ask, "Xianxia, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes, I'm not feeling well," Old Ma answered quickly. "Xianxia will be taking the intermediate attending physician exam this weekend." Old Ma's smile had a sneer, and it made Yu Yonggang stunned. Intermediate exam? What's that? Suddenly, Yu Yonggang remembered that Xianxia was a resident doctor who came for in-service training. He immediately slapped his forehead. He was not the only one. All the doctors and nurses around him, including the team leaders and members of various groups, chief physicians, associate chief physicians, and senior attending physicians stared at Xianxia, a young resident doctor. They were all stunned. Then, they came to a realization and stared at him with a faint smile. All along, everyone had been blinded by Xianxia's ability. They ignored the fact that he was just a young resident doctor. After all, have you ever seen such a powerful resident doctor? However, the truth was right in front of them. Xianxia was the best resident doctor in the country, but they believed that this title would not last long. It would not take more than a few days. Xianxia would successfully advance. He would become the best attending physician in the country. Yu Yonggang coughed and tried hard not to laugh out loud. He nodded and encouraged him. "Okay, good luck." After he finished speaking, Yu Yonggang said, "Meeting adjourned." He had just taken half a step when he suddenly turned back and said to everyone, Today is Children's Day. Let's wish the last resident doctor in our department a happy Children's Day." After he finished speaking, Yu Yonggang could not help but mutter, "How long has it been since I last saw a resident doctor? If it were not for Xianxia, I would have forgotten that we still have resident doctors in our department." Xianxia's face turned red. He was not convinced. "What's wrong with being a resident doctor? I'm the best resident doctor in the country. It's not Children's Day." Yu Yonggang continued, We are all seniors here. Please work hard during this period of time and give resident Dr. Chen some time to revise. If he can't pass the exam, how embarrassing would that be?" Everyone could not hold it in anymore and suddenly laughed out loud. P.S. I went on a business trip today to attend an academic conference. I sat in the car for the whole afternoon, and I have to wake up early tomorrow to change the car. That's why I updated so late today. I went to the hospital to complete the procedures and changed the car. It was already 7 in the evening when I arrived at the hotel. I ordered takeout, ate, and quickly wrote. There were only 4 chapters left. Today was the last day to double the monthly votes. The veteran felt that he had missed out on the whole summer. He begged for monthly votes. 1 vote today was equivalent to 2 votes tomorrow. Please help me, big shots, let the veteran have an extra egg for breakfast tomorrow. The number of patients in the emergency department would definitely not decrease because of exams. The patients would also not delay their illness because of exams. Resident Dr. Chen was really busy these 2 days. He was doing questions and reading books every day. Exams were different from surgeries. Xianxia felt a little helpless at this time. Why did the wrong answer not appear in red when he saw these multiple-choice questions? Doing questions was interesting. It must be like this. He had told himself this answer more than 100 times in his heart, but why did his brain still not think that doing questions was fun? However, it was not without its disadvantages. At least, everyone in the emergency department was a teacher. From time to time, some teachers arrogantly came over to give pointers. Professor Chen, you don't know this question either. Professor Chen, this question is very simple. Professor Chen, sigh. At that time, my attending physician exam. Oh. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm a doctor. I didn't take the intermediate exam. I really envy you for having such a rich and colorful life. Life needs to be experienced. Professor Chen, I really didn't revise at that time. Really, I just looked at it for one night. The next day, my total score for 4 subjects was only 360 points. Sigh, I heard that I got full marks at that time. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Xianxia had already made up his mind about these people. After his exam, when he resumed surgeries, these people would write medical records for a month. He wanted to hand over all the special care patients to them and write 5 medical records a day. The patients recorded in the clinic were divided according to their condition: special care, first-class care, and second-class care. Second-class care patients' conditions were very stable. Basically, a medical record was written every 3 days. First-class care required regular observation and changes in medical advice and plans, so a medical record was written every day. However, it was different for special care patients. The plan could be changed at any time. The patient's condition was very unstable. Basically, every time the room was checked, the medical advice had to be changed and the medical record had to be written again. At this time, old Ma sighed and walked into the ward. He sat down beside Xianxia and sighed at Xianxia. Sigh. Xianxia was indifferent. Xianxia was already used to Ma's posturing. The most suitable way to deal with it was to ignore it. When old Ma saw this, he was unhappy. How could he do this? It didn't feel good at all. Thinking of this, old Ma continued to sigh. This time, his voice was louder and he had more lung capacity. The sorrowful atmosphere lasted longer and attracted more attention. This sigh was very similar to the disheartened feeling he had when he was dismissively dumped by his goddess. It was also mixed with the despair he felt when he had his first time after becoming a little man. However, it did not attract Xianxia's attention. However, in the end, there were still people who agreed. Team 2's director Ho walked in. Eh? Leader Ma, what's wrong with you? Why are you so unhappy? When Ma Yuehui saw that the supporting actor had arrived, he immediately perked up. Sigh, I thought I could rest this weekend, but I didn't expect to have to work again. When Director Ho heard this, he also shook his head. Sigh, that's right. It's not good to be too outstanding. I said that I would spend some time with my wife and child this weekend, but in the end, they informed me at the last minute that I have to participate in the examination for intermediate attending physicians. I said that I don't want to go, but they insisted that I go. I really have no choice but to go to Hebei province to be the chief examiner for attending physicians. When Director Ho spoke, although he was responding to Ma Yuehui, he was staring at Xianxia. This made Xianxia's breathing quicken, his blood pressure rise, his adrenaline secretion become unstable, and his dopamine levels become abnormal many times. Even the synapses of his nerve junction seemed to have caught a small cold. On his neck, the jugular vein was obviously bulging, and the venous reflux was positive. Director Ho patted Xianxia's shoulder. Sigh, Professor Chen, it's a pity that you're not in Hebei province. Otherwise, I could give them a heads up and give you a pass. After saying that, Director Ho could not help but leave regretfully. Old Ma's expression changed. Sigh, wait, I haven't said anything yet. F*ck, Old Ho, come here and listen to me. Director Ho ignored him. Old Ma was instantly dumbfounded. F*ck. Didn't you say that you were my supporting actor? How did I become your supporting actor? I haven't even acted cool. Can you let me pretend that I'm fine? You're suffocating me. However, Director Ho naturally would not fall for it. He happily walked away. Old Ma was a little disappointed that he had failed to act cool. However, he quickly rubbed his chest and comforted himself. I'm not angry. I'm not suffocating. I'm very happy. Don't be angry. When Xianxia saw Old Ma like this, he could not help but feel sorry for him. Time passed day by day. Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. He felt that the average score here was 985, and everyone's score was 211. Wasn't the intermediate exam based on passing? Was it based on how many marks were needed to get full marks? Were they beasts? In the past few days, the young nurses in the department had also learned that their Professor Chen was going to take the exam. All of them were very sensible. Professor Chen, this is the lunch I made for you. It's healthy and green. It can also help improve your memory. The young nurse, Qing Yi, delivered a set of breakfast to Xianxia after her shift in the afternoon. Professor Chen, let me do all these chores in the future. You should study hard. Oh right, I bought you some anti-fatigue coffee. This is the cat poop coffee that my husband spent a lot of money to buy for me. Hurry up and drink it. Professor Chen, you've been studying too hard. Do you want me to ask my husband to make you a high-tech cheating tool? Professor Chen, the weather is so hot. Our nurse's on-call room has air conditioning. You can rest there. The presence of the young nurses made Chen Sung realize that there was true love in this world. He finally understood why there were nurses in the department. It was definitely because God knew that doctors were working too hard. Therefore, he arranged for cute young nurses to take care of him. Chen Sung's study was boring, but the learning environment was warm. Of course, Chen Sung was determined to get a high score in the exam in order to defeat the group of Zhuang Baifan in the department. Director Yu, I'm from the thoracic surgery department. Is Professor Chen free? We have a very special patient. We would like him to give us a consultation. Yu Yonggang looked at Chen Song, who was studying hard, and nodded with satisfaction. Chen Song is very busy. I don't think he'll be free this week. The other party was stunned. What do you mean? Professor Chen is tackling a major surgery? Yu Yonggang pondered for a moment. Professor Chen is taking the intermediate exam. The other party was obviously stunned. Oh. Professor Chen is going to be an examiner? Yu Yonggang shook his head. No, Professor Chen is going to take the attending physician exam. The other party was stunned. After a while, he said, Oh. Professor Chen is also an attending physician. Yu Yonggang chuckled but did not say anything. There was no impenetrable wall in the world. The news that Professor Chen was a resident doctor soon spread throughout the emergency center. It also became a hot topic in the entire hospital. Wherever Chen Song went, people would smile and greet him. Professor Chen, you can do it. You'll definitely be an attending physician. That's right, Professor Chen can do it. Chen Song blushed and felt helpless. Am I proud of being a resident doctor? Am I arrogant? You, forget it. Saturday was just around the corner. Chen Song also rushed back to Ammonium Sun on Friday. The written exam was on Saturday. Chen Song originally decided to stay in a hotel after he came back. After all, the house he rented at that time had already been rented out. Although the monthly rent was only about 1,000 RMB, it would be a waste to stay idle. Besides, his house was about to be bought. During this period of time, he was doing detailed renovations. It would probably be completed in 1 or 2 months. The manager had been communicating with Chen Song and sent him photos from time to time. After returning to Ammonium Sun, Chen Song felt as if he had returned to his base camp. The air here was so familiar. Compared to the smog in the capital, it was less depressing and more mischievous. Breathing into the lungs would occasionally cause patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease to cough a few times. Chen Song thought about it and found a hotel to stay in. The address was Xianxia Computer Vocational Technology College. Chen Song did not drive back. It would cost 50 renminbi to take a taxi there. It was not close. The exam started at 9 o'clock. Chen Song needed to leave an hour earlier. He needed to familiarize himself with the terrain and see if there were any familiar people around. Maybe he could communicate with them. He was a little emotional now. Why did he only have a surgical system and not a top student system? The first day of the exam lasted for the whole day. For classes, the taxi driver was a local. When he saw Chen Song reading the information in the car, he could not help but ask, "Young man, where's the exam?" Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Well, yes, I'm just cramming at the last minute. The taxi driver laughed. I wasn't good at school at that time. I was just cramming at the last minute for exams. When Chen Song heard that, he felt that he might be able to get some encouragement from the same profession. He could not help but say, the effect is not bad, right? The master laughed. Effect? Not bad, I guess. Every time I was beaten by my dad, I got used to it and stopped going to school. Then, I became a taxi driver for 20 years. Young man, what are you doing? What are you testing? Chen Song nodded. I'm a doctor, and I'm an intermediate doctor, which means that I'm an attending physician. I have to memorize a lot of things, ouch. Before Chen Song could finish his sentence, the driver slammed on the brakes and almost hit his head. Chen Song was stunned. Master, you, the driver glared at him. Who's your driver? Get off the car. Chen Song compared it to the map. What if we're not there yet? The driver nodded. The car broke down. I'll go take a look. You can get out first. Oh, Chen Song nodded and left. Right after he got out of the car, the driver started the car and drove away. After driving for some distance, he stuck his head out and scolded, "You brat, you want to become an attending physician? Bah! You want to be a doctor by cramming at the last minute? You must be blind. You're doctors, you have to study hard. You have to work hard every day. Do you think you're butchers? I'm getting rid of evil for the people today. Fortunately, I met you. If you really passed the exam, a lot of people might be unlucky. I don't want the money, so don't take the exam." After he finished speaking, the driver laughed and hummed a song. The bright light shines on the earth, money, what money, is doing a good deed for money? Chen Song was left standing in the morning light with a confused look on his face. What the F***ck, is reading a book wrong? Chen Song stood there and felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Who did I offend? Why are you doing this to me? Chen Song did not expect to meet a hot-blooded driver. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, it was obvious that this driver was not good enough. If Chen Song were the driver, he would definitely take Chen Song to a remote and deserted place. Then, he would put him down, turn around, and run away. Chen Song spent 2 minutes to hail another taxi. This time, Chen Song learned to be smart. When the driver asked him what he was doing, Chen Song just chuckled and did not say anything. After the driver got out of the taxi, he asked Chen Song for 80 cents less. He said, "Young man, to be honest, you're obviously wasting money by taking the exam like this. I don't want this 80 cents. You have to take the exam next time. However, you have to study hard next time. It's useless to sharpen your spear at the last minute." After he said that, he ran away. At this moment, the driver's walkie-talkie sounded. "Brothers, pay attention. The doctors in the hospital are taking the intermediate exam today, which is to be promoted to attending doctors. When you get in the car, be careful. If you're going to Xianxia Computer Academy, think about their standards. If you have good results, send them there. They're good doctors. Not only do they have to be punctual, it's best if they can be free of charge. After all, if they're good, they'll be helping the people of Ammonium Yang in the future. They're all good doctors. If you meet someone who doesn't want to try your luck, don't send them there. If you do, it'll be a disaster for the country. Damn it, I met a young man just now. He's quite handsome, but I didn't expect him to be an idiot. He's cramming at the last minute, and he's even carrying some snacks with him. Damn it, I was so angry that I let him go on the road." After Chen Song heard that, he and the driver looked at each other for a full 4 to 5 seconds. Suddenly, the driver smiled intimately. "This young man, I sent you to the wrong place. Quickly get in the car. I'll take you there. Don't be late." Chen Song turned around and ran. What the F***ck, was the exam so difficult now? It was too dangerous. The driver got out of the car angrily and shouted, "F***ck, I did something bad today. I'm done for." He was so angry that he pointed in Chen Song's direction and shouted, "You brat, don't let me see you. Be careful. I'll give you a silk banner. F***ck, I even saved you 80 cents. While the driver was cursing, Li Yunhong heard the driver's voice. Chen Song hurriedly ran in, afraid that the driver would see his face. There were already many people in the school, but the exam hall was obviously not open yet. Everyone was gathered in groups of 3 to 5, talking and laughing. Chen Song was confused. They're all prepared, aren't they worried at all? Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed helplessly. He found a corner where there was no one, took out his note and memorized it. Chen Song couldn't be blamed for not doing well. It could only be said that the exam questions were too tricky and the scope was too wide. Chen Song really didn't understand a lot of things. How could he do it without memorizing it? While Chen Song was reciting energetically, a man suddenly walked over. "Director Chen, you're here too." Chen Song raised his head and looked at them curiously. "Acquaintances, many F***king acquaintances, not to mention the second provincial hospital. There were also people from the province, the first hospital of Eastern University, and so on. When the surrounding people saw Chen Song, they all smiled and walked over to greet him. Chief Chen, you're also here to take the professional doctor exam. What a coincidence. Yeah, but isn't it easy for you, Chief Chen? It's just a small matter. That's right. Professor Chen, you're already so amazing, yet you're still taking notes. No, you're still working so hard. It's really embarrassing for us. Looking at the politeness of the people around him, Chen Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, he could not read the book anymore. With so many people gathered together, what was there to read? Chen Song could only smile and echo, I've been studying outside during this period of time. I've been quite busy every day. I don't have time to read at all. I'm also very anxious now. The news of Chen Song taking the intermediate exam spread very quickly. The people around him cast curious gazes. That was because Chen Song was too famous. He was known as a winner in life in the entire Dongyang city. He married the second lady of the second provincial hospital's director and became the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery and a lot of other honors. How could such a good thing like fame and fortune fall into the hands of this brat? Do you think that if Chen Song takes the exam and can't pass, that would be interesting? That's right. But Chief Chen is very amazing. Those words stunned everyone. Indeed, if Chen Song could not pass, that would be interesting. At this time, Wang Yong, Luo Zhou, and a few other people walked over. These were all new recruits from the emergency department. To put it bluntly, these were Chen Song's team. After seeing Chen Song, everyone laughed and ran over. Song Wang Yong and Luo Zhou came up and hugged Chen Song. Boss, why didn't you say hello when you came? Chen Song sighed helplessly. I had no choice. I didn't have time to study outside. After I came back, I didn't want to disturb you, so I studied alone in the hotel. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. A man next to him suddenly smiled. It's fine, Director Chen will definitely be fine. If there's really no other way, let's get Dean Qin to step in. How could Dean Qin not let you off? This is impossible. When Chen Song heard this, he felt a little uncomfortable. Am I a freeloader? I do. Can you tell me? Chen Song glanced at the man. The man nodded and smiled thoughtfully. Chen Song shook his head. He didn't want to lower himself to the same level as these people. He turned around and started chatting with the people in his unit. The people from the second provincial hospital looked at the man and could not help but frown. This was a little too much. It sounded like a joke, but were they really that close? Besides, it was obvious that Chen Song was using his father-in-law as a springboard. When Wang Yong, Luo Zhou, and the others heard this, their expressions changed. How can you say that? Wang Yong stared at the man and questioned. The man smiled. I'm just joking. Why take it so seriously? This sentence made the surrounding doctors of the second provincial hospital a little angry. If they went out and beat him up, it would definitely feel good. The few of them looked at each other, then looked at Chen Song. When Chen Song saw this, his heart skipped a beat. This was so tempting, however, Chen Song did not agree. There was no need. He just smiled faintly. This brother is right. No matter, if I can't get past my father-in-law, he will definitely beat me up. However, when I mentioned the exam yesterday, Director Xiao from the Health and Wellness Committee called me and asked if I had time to take the exam. Should I be exempted? Luo Zhou was stunned. Which Director Xiao? Chen Song smiled faintly. Director Xiao Runfeng. Suddenly, the people around him sucked in a cold breath. Damn it, this sentence might not be useful to anyone else, but Xiao Runfeng was definitely useful. Who could compare to the boss of the Health and Wellness Committee? After the man heard this, his expression changed. He got up and left, muttering disdainfully, TSK, we don't need a backer. We can pass by ourselves. After the man left, Wang Yong said directly, Song is that true? Chen Song shrugged. I'm just bragging. Director Xiao has nothing to do and asked me this. She doesn't even know about the exam today, right? Everyone laughed out loud. Looking at Chen Song's serious bragging, it was all too familiar. It was as if they had returned to the past. Wang Yong couldn't help but complain, Song I don't know if you've learned anything else in the past 6 months, but your bragging skills have improved. Chen Song shrugged. The point is, will you believe me? That one sentence stunned everyone. The more he thought about it, the more frightening it was. Indeed, the point was, you had to believe it when Chen Song said it, because Chen Song himself had the ability to make Xiao Runfeng say such things. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Wang Yong sighed. Song you've changed. Bragging makes me feel the difference. After the exam today, you have to treat us. Chen Song smiled. No problem. Go and call everyone in the department. We'll have a good gathering tomorrow night. When Wang Yong heard it, he immediately said, okay. On the other side, when the man heard Chen Song's words, he immediately gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his gums were bleeding. His endocrine system was out of whack, and he was about to get endometritis. Chen Song smiled. He didn't even look at the things he had prepared to memorize. He tore them into pieces and threw them into the trash can at the side. He finally understood. Now, a lot of people were staring at him. If he put these things in, someone would definitely report him. Chen Song, president of the World Society of Digestive Surgeons, cheated in the intermediate exam. He is disqualified. When this news spread, it was definitely shocking, and the most important thing was that many people liked to hear about it. Sometimes, people were afraid of being famous just like pigs were afraid of being fat. The king of hell was easy to provoke, but there were a lot of kids. If he was really angry with them, would he slap their faces one by one? His testicles were hurting because he was bored. At this moment, the door of the classroom opened. After everyone chatted for a while, Chen Song encouraged them loudly. Good luck. If you pass the attending physician exam this time, I'll hire all of you this year. When he said this, the people who were about to enter the door were instantly stunned. The weight of this sentence was not ordinary. Even if you passed the attending physician exam, it didn't mean that you would be an attending physician. It only meant that you had the qualifications to be an attending physician. Only when the hospital hired you as an attending physician would you be a real attending physician. However, hiring a physician was completely decided by the hospital's leaders. After all, the number of chief physicians, associate chief physicians, and attending physicians in the hospital was limited. The difference between an attending physician and a resident doctor was like heaven and earth. This difference was not whether you were qualified to be an attending physician, but whether the hospital would hire you as an attending physician or not. After becoming an attending physician, there would be a huge change in the most direct aspect of salary. Even if you were still writing medical records every day, you would earn more. It was a real increase in treatment. When everyone heard Chen Song's words, they immediately laughed out loud. F***ck, Song you're too awesome. Boss Chen is mighty. Chief Chen is domineering. The people from the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital were instantly ecstatic. Everyone looked at this group of people enviously. The man wanted to say that Chen Song was bragging, but he thought for a long time and did not say anything. Because Chen Song really did not need to brag about this matter, he would be the director of the emergency building of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital next year, the director of the 8th floor. What was the big deal about hiring a few attending physicians? Why? Because his father-in-law was the director of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. For a moment, lemon fruit on the lemon tree, you and I under the lemon tree, so sour, so sour. Chen Song looked at the man in the distance and smiled slightly, revealing 16 white teeth. The manly endometrium immediately shifted. There were many invigilators in the examination hall. They were formed by the teachers of Xianxia Computer Academy and the staff of the medical system. On the other side, the staff of Ammonium Sun gathered together and started to talk. Did you hear? Chen Song is going to participate in this year's intermediate exam. Is that so? Ha 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 ha, I haven't seen him for a while. I didn't expect this kid to participate in the intermediate exam. Sure, I haven't seen him for a long time. Let's see which group Chen Song is in later. Everyone, let's go over and join in the fun. Good idea. Because these directors were all patrollers, they did not need to invigilate the exam, so their time was more casual. Once they were casual, it was easy for them to spend more time. Once they spent more time, they did not know what boring things they would do. After the inspection, Xianxia went to the classroom and found his seat. Waiting for the exam to begin, Xianxia let out a long sigh. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bragged just now. Now that he had just sat down, he had forgotten the guidelines and differences of the drugs for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And, what was that alpha receptor blocker again? Xianxia panicked, his heart was filled with panic. How could this be? I haven't even gone to the exam hall yet, and you've already forgotten everything? Was he really going to ask Xiao Runfeng to change his results? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that his face could reach all the way to his butt. It was too king embarrassing. Forget it, Zhang Sanfeng had already said that he had forgotten what mastery was. Let's go. Thus, Xianxia skillfully turned on the computer, logged in the test number and password, and waited for the test to begin. When it was time, Xianxia couldn't wait for the exam. The exam began. The first test was from 8:30 to 10 o'clock. It tested one's basic knowledge. Xianxia could still do that. After all, Xianxia's foundation in university was relatively solid. He had never let go of his basic knowledge. When he was doing the questions, it was relatively smooth. However, when the second test began, Xianxia's pressure began to increase. Relevant professional exam. Well, although it was a relevant professional exam, the examiner didn't say that irrelevant subjects couldn't be taken, right? Don't ask. Asking was beyond the scope. For a time, Xianxia's good days came to an end. At this moment, the patrolling staff began to arrive and arrived at exam hall 1012. More than a dozen directors and experts came in. After coming in, everyone walked around in a circle. But, after walking around once and arriving behind Xianxia, everyone stopped. At this moment, Xianxia was faced with a multiple-choice question and began to struggle. How should he choose? 3 long and 1 short. Choose the longest? Or ABCD? Choose the longest. It was so difficult. Right at this moment, a sudden cough interrupted Xianxia's train of thought. When he turned around, Xianxia was shocked. F***CK, why are there so many examiners behind me? Are you pressuring me? Xianxia was about to cry. And, why did he look so familiar? Wasn't the person who coughed just now, Yang Xiaoming, the director of the respiratory department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital? There were also many directors of the surgical system. Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. It's fine if you're addicted to watching my surgery, but you're also addicted to watching me do questions? Do you think it's fun to do it wrong? Xianxia looked at the multiple-choice question helplessly. He began to struggle. Should he pretend to be fearless and choose one blindly without leaving any traces, or should he study it carefully for a long time? At this moment, Yang Xiaoming suddenly coughed twice. Xianxia glanced at Yang Xiaoming, puzzled. Yang Xiaoming winked. Xianxia suddenly understood. Choose B? Xianxia chose A and decided to give it a try. As expected, the coughing continued. It was still 2 coughs. Xianxia suddenly blushed. If he still did not choose B, it would not make sense. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly chose B. As expected, there was no more coughing behind him. At this moment, Xianxia finally confirmed. I almost forgot. The support group is here. Ha 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 ha. The next one won't. Cough, there was an unknown coughing sound. Yes. After the exam, Xianxia came out to teach. He felt relaxed and happy. He felt that he was in a better mood. Today's exam was very smooth. In order to feel sorry, Xianxia even corrected a few questions wrongly. Full marks? Xianxia felt that it was not very good. Of course, there were not many questions that Xianxia did not know how to do. He could even pass the exam by himself. After the first day of the exam, Xianxia came out of the room and thanked the group of experts. They nodded at each other with a knowing look in their eyes. Then, they walked out. As the saying goes, the wind is bleak and the water is cold. A warrior who goes out will never return. After a director left, he returned to the office. Oldly, what are we eating tonight? A director with a hoarse voice could not help but ask. What are we eating? Let's drink some fatty to high. My throat is hoarse from coughing. Oldly said hoarsely. Yes. Let's go to my house for tea. A hoarse voice said. Let's go. My throat hurts. The group of directors lowered their voices and said to each other in a hoarse voice. However, everyone seemed to be very happy. It was as if they had done something great. After coming out of the examination hall, Chen Song waited for everyone to come out. Director Chen, how was the exam? Chen Song smiled. It was okay, it was okay. It's fine as long as I passed. Everyone knew each other, and those who did not know each other greeted Chen Song. After all, Director Chen was a righteous person. The medical system itself was jumping around. It was normal to change positions. If they were to be under Director Chen, wouldn't they have to inform him in advance? Yes. Director Chen will definitely have no problem. After passing the written exam, the interview will not be a problem. P.S. Thank you to the coffee on the keyboard for the 10,000 tip. Sigh, I'm using my life to write. During the meeting today, I used my life to secretly write. This is already the limit, big bosses, I'll go back and write more. Please support me. The new interview assessment was not much different from the original medical practitioner assessment. It was nothing more than a series of operations such as radiographic films, consultation, diagnosis, treatment plan, and so on. However, the difficulty was definitely much higher. Moreover, it was a trial this year, so it would not be too strict in all aspects. The location of the assessment was no longer the deserted Xianxia Computer Vocational Technology College. Of course, it was mainly because Chen Song was worried that it would not be easy to get a taxi. Chen Song wondered if his portrait would appear in the driver's WeChat group today. Just like a wanted criminal, thinking of this, he felt his scalp tingle. Chen Song's assessment location was at the People's Hospital of Dongyang Province. He's here. He's here. Professor Chen is here. I see. Oh, he's really here. The assessment was carried out by drawing lots. Chen Song sat in the waiting hall and waited patiently because there were medical affairs or other examiners there. Everyone did not dare to whisper too much and chat casually. They could only imagine some scenes that they had reviewed in their minds, hoping that it would be useful. The most difficult part of being a doctor was not the work. It was the exams, not to mention the time to go to school. There were all kinds of exams. It was not easy to graduate from university. Congratulations, you're about to take the postgraduate exam. After taking the postgraduate exam, you need to prepare for the medical practitioner qualification exam, the annual Houseman exam, and the thesis defense. You say you don't want to take the doctor exam, that's fine, because you have to take the attending physician exam next. There were also all kinds of drug exams such as anesthesia prescription exams. Well, although the hospital allowed you to plagiarize, there were also all kinds of exams in the province and country. Then, there was the Associate Chief Physician exam, Chief Physician exam, National Outstanding Talent exam. Oh, he forgot that there were regular doctor exams. If you chose to be a doctor, you might have to be an exam candidate for the rest of your life. Even if you were in your 50s or 60s and came back, as long as you wanted to work, you would have to take the regular doctor exams. It was just that awesome. Although Chen Song was not full of confidence today, he was not far from it. After all, Chen Song believed that he had a certain level of clinical practice skills assessment. While waiting, the staff slowly walked over with a cup of fragrant coffee. Professor Chen, you've worked hard. Have a cup of coffee first. Chen Song looked up and looked at the staff. Very familiar. Isn't this Associate Chief Physician Zhou, who was my assistant during my hand surgery? Director Zhou, thank you. Chen Song quickly thanked him. Hearing Chen Song being so polite, Deputy Chief Zhou's face turned red. Chen Song was so powerful now. He felt weird when Chen Song called him chief. Oh, Professor Chen, you're too polite. Just call me Little Zhou. Well, I won't disturb you any further. Please have a good rest. Well, I'm hungry. We don't have any refreshments. Can you? Chief Zhou looked around and waved at a person from the medical department. Xiaoyang, come here. This is Professor Chen. Treat him well and help him out if he needs anything. When the invigilator heard this, he quickly nodded and bowed to Chen Song. Hello, Professor Chen. You can just call me Xiaoyang. At this moment, there were still other examinees around. When they saw this scene, all sorts of emotions welled up in their hearts. Envy? No, they weren't envious at all. They just didn't know why, but their right hand was about to lose control of its clenched left hand. It was too cruel. Could he take the exam properly? It was fine if the invigilator called himself Xiaoyang. Was it appropriate for a dignified deputy chief physician of the hand surgery department to call himself Xiao Zhou? Forget it, forget it. It's just an extra cup of coffee. We're not angry, wasn't it just coffee? We don't care, maybe there was no sugar in the coffee. It was unbearably bitter, maybe there was a lot of sugar in the coffee. What if Professor Chen had diabetes? Chen Song also knew that this was not good. He quickly said, it's okay. Chief Zhou, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just here to take the exam. Please don't be like this. Chief Zhou chuckled. Professor Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xiaoyang, treat Professor Chen well. He looked at the people around him who were eyeing the coffee covetously. Chen Song thought about it for a long time, but he didn't dare to move. Although the coffee was very fragrant, he didn't dare to move. When Chen Song was about to drool, it was finally his turn. When he reached the office, there were 3 examiners and a patient sitting inside. However, what puzzled the patient was why the 3 examiners were trembling in fear and sitting there respectfully as if they were the ones taking the exam. When they saw Chen Song come in, the 3 examiners quickly stood up. Hello, Professor Chen. When the patient saw this, he was so scared that he quickly stood up and stammered, Hello, Professor Chen. Chen Song was stunned. The words that he had just prepared were a little vague. This? Good morning, examiners. I'm candidate number 49. In fact, Chen Song couldn't be blamed. One of the examiners today was the deputy director of the emergency department from the affiliated hospital of Dongyang Medical University, and the other was the deputy director of the cardiac surgery department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital. One was the deputy director of the general surgery department from the capital's Daitan Hospital. In the eyes of these 3, Chen Song was a big shot. There was no other way. The deputy director of the Daitan Hospital was called Su Aiming. He tried to smile as flatteringly as possible, without losing his dignity. Professor Chen, there are 4 main steps in today's assessment. The first is to diagnose, the second is to analyze the test results and imaging data, and the third is to diagnose the disease. It's best to formulate a treatment plan. Professor Chen, which step do you think you should start from? The 3 examiners were respectful, but one examinee was happy and content. The only patient was a little nervous. He felt that his condition had worsened. He really only had a heart attack. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with his brain? He suddenly thought of the day when the chief of the cardiac surgery department did his ward rounds and said that the heart and brain were treated at the same time. He didn't understand it before, but now he really understood. But, wasn't it a little late? The entire examination hall was so out of place that Chen Song looked at the camera uneasily. How many steps could this kind of assessment start from? Let's follow the normal procedure, step by step. When Su Aiming heard that, he immediately clapped his hands and nodded. Okay. Actually, I've advised Professor Chen to skip the exam many times. Well, Professor Chen, you can start when you're ready. Just say it directly. Chen Song nodded. Well, where's the pen and paper? I'll record it. Dr. Yang, the deputy director of the cardiac surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, said, no need. Professor Chen, just say it. I'll record it for you. Chen Song was stunned. Is that okay? The 3 of them looked at each other. If we say it's okay, then it's okay. Chen Song hesitated for a moment. He was afraid that this group of examiners would team up to trick him. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to write it himself. If there was any conspiracy, he had to be prepared. After Chen Song asked a few simple questions about the patient's condition. Then, he began a detailed physical examination of the patient. To be honest, physical examinations were addictive. Just as a senior said, there were only two possibilities for a physical examination. There was no physical examination once or countless times. Of course, a mannequin was definitely not as fun as a real person, especially when touching the lymph nodes and palpating. The mannequins could not provide feedback at all. The patient was different. The lymph nodes were big and round. Occasionally, there would be a painful groan, which would allow the doctor to have an intuitive understanding. Because of this, after Xianxia palpated for a while, his face suddenly changed and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Oh, damn, an examination actually has such a difficult question. As he spoke, Xianxia began to ask about the patient's medical history. However, the more Xianxia asked, the more interested he felt. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a challenging and confusing question? For a moment, to be on the safe side. Xianxia took the stethoscope again. First, he listened to the heart, then the abdomen. After a round of examination, Xianxia took a deep breath. He looked at the patient meaningfully. The patient smiled slightly and looked at Xianxia with the same profound gaze. It was quite a battle of wits and courage, the determination of the brave to win in a narrow path. At this time, the three examiners looked at each other and felt a little puzzled. Professor Chen. Was he putting on a show for the camera, to deceive the camera? Was there a need to be so serious? However, at this time, Xianxia heard a noise in the abdomen. Suddenly, Xianxia's face changed. He closed his eyes and began to think again. He turned back and began to ask about the patient's medical history again. However, this time, Xianxia asked more and more details. The more he asked, the more problems he found. Acute chest pain? Xianxia suddenly frowned. How many years have you had high blood pressure? The man smiled. It's hereditary. It's been 30 years. However, I haven't taken my medicine properly. This time, my heart suddenly felt uncomfortable, so I hurried over. The patient's mood was not heavy. After all, he was hospitalized and the doctor said that his condition had improved. He had also volunteered to be a model for the intermediate exam. After all, these model patients were usually volunteers and had no income. Therefore, those who could come here were generally very cheerful in terms of personality. The patient's elder brother was nearly 40 years old. He was bald and had a short stature. He was a small supervisor in a private company and lived a leisurely life. After being hospitalized this time, he even optimistically said that he didn't need to go on business trips often and could even rest for a period of time. The patient's diagnosis was angina pectoris and hypertension. He had been smoking and drinking for a long time, and now he also had plaques in his carotid artery. Therefore, the attending doctor was worried that the plaque instability would cause a series of troublesome diseases such as cerebral infarction and myocardial infarction. When Xianxia asked questions, the patient was not allowed to tell him the diagnosis, only the symptoms. To put it bluntly, the patient wanted to have a battle of wits and courage with the examiner, but at this time, Xianxia suddenly asked. Have you caught a cold recently? Do you have a fever, or do you have rashes on your body? The man was suddenly taken aback. He recalled carefully and hurriedly said, yes. There was such a thing before I was hospitalized, but because it wasn't too obvious, I didn't pay much attention to it. It was mainly because of my heart that I came to the hospital. Hearing this sentence, Xianxia suddenly frowned. At the same time, his gaze became sharper. He turned to look at the three examiners. Give me the recent imaging results and physiological and biochemical test results. The three of them were stunned for a moment. Su Aiming quickly handed them over. Xianxia took out the blood routine, liver and kidney function, troponin, infectious disease test, and other physiological and biochemical tests. Xianxia looked at the test results very quickly. After reading it, he put it down directly. He realized that the test now might not have any meaning. He put down the test results and picked up the imaging results. Because the test results were real-time data. What did it mean? It was your vital signs and various indicators at this moment. Even if you drank a bowl of books or peed, there would be a pulsation, but the pulsation would not be that big. But, eating would not change much. What if you took medicine? He felt that the patient's liver had an abnormal reaction. As he spoke, he picked up the abdominal ultrasound and cardiac ultrasound and looked at it. After looking at it, there did not seem to be much difference. It was basically normal. There was a little fatty liver, but it did not affect it. There was also no chest scan. No. Wait, Xianxia carefully stared at the chest scan. After looking at it a few times, he put it down and took out the chest CT scan. After looking at it, Xianxia took a deep breath. This hospital was too bold, and the difficulty of the assessment was too high. Xianxia felt that if he had not noticed the abnormal reaction of the patient's liver and the abdominal murmur, he would not have discovered such hidden signals. Xianxia could not help but shake his head. It seemed that the assessment of the attending physician was indeed very difficult. They actually used such a serious and complicated patient for the assessment. Thinking of this, he seriously wrote in the patient's diagnosis column: Admission Diagnosis 1. Kawasaki disease, 2. Vasculitis, possible aortitis, 3. Hypertension level 3, extremely dangerous group. 4. Aura of aortic dissection 5. Angina pectoris 6. Liver injury, possible hepatitis. Xianxia wrote a long list of 6 diagnoses, and each one was more dangerous than the previous one. Treatment methods 1. After admission, complete the relevant examination as soon as possible. Urgently check the liver function and perfect the angiography. 2. Special care routine, low salt and low fat diet. After writing, Xianxia handed it to the 3 examiners and sighed. This question was really difficult, he almost could not answer it. At this time, the 3 examiners were suddenly stunned after reading it. The 3 of them looked at each other, then at each other, then at each other. They could not help but take out the answer in their hands and were stunned. It seemed to be different from the diagnosis of the attending physician. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but ask, Professor Chen, why don't you think about it carefully? Yes. Actually, you think about it carefully? Yes. Do you think there are other possibilities for the patient? For example, normal high blood pressure or something? The treatment plan. After Xianxia heard it, he was suddenly happy. Immediately, he sighed awkwardly and politely. It seemed that he had taken the back door after all. Thinking of this, Xianxia added another line to the treatment plan: arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. After writing, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the patient with respect. This old man was an amazing person. At this point, he still insisted on providing a training opportunity for the medical staff. It was too touching. However, Xianxia looked at the meaningful eyes of the examiners and the patient's wise eyes. Xianxia tried to figure it out in his heart. Could it be, this was a trap? Should he make a special choice? Xianxia and the other 2 suddenly coughed. Professor Chen, why don't you think about it again? Xianxia was stunned. Was he wrong? At this moment, he suddenly realized something. What was the duty of a medical staff? He realized that an attending physician had to make decisions for the patient. Could it be, that was the core of the attending physician assessment? In the face of the denial of the superior doctor, he had to insist on the correct diagnosis and make the correct treatment. That was right. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath. He said to the 3 examiners, I suggest that the patient return to the ward immediately and complete the relevant examinations. Check his liver function as soon as possible and do an angiogram. Xianxia and the other 2 were stunned. They had already reminded Xianxia, but why was he still so insistent? At this moment, the doctor from the cardiac surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital lowered his voice and said to the other 2 examiners, could Dr. Chen be right? That sentence made the other 2 a little shaken. That's right, this was Professor Chen. There should be no problem with his diagnosis, right? Thinking of this, the 3 of them fell silent. At this moment, Xianxia hesitated for a moment, picked up his phone, and dialed the number of the staff of the Provincial People's Hospital. Then, he said, come to examination room 5. Is there anything special about the patient's condition? Contact the doctor in charge and the chief physician. After learning that there was a problem with the examination questions, the staff was stunned, because this was the first time the attending physician practical assessment was arranged. The local medical association organized it on its own. The patients of the Provincial People's Hospital were also selected in secret and no one was allowed to leak it. After the staff reported the wrong question to the medical department, many people were shocked. After the director, Li Hui, learned about this, he immediately came to the emergency department. The patient was admitted by the emergency department and sent to the cardiac surgery department. The director of the emergency department, Zhang Pei, the director of the cardiac surgery department, Ho Liang, and the deputy director, Wang Xixing, hurriedly checked the patient's condition from the computer again and again. Then, Zhang Pei and Ho Liang looked at each other. There's nothing wrong? Who said it was wrong? Li Hui was not a medical staff. He, who came from an administrative background, would definitely not allow something that would affect the hospital's reputation to happen. He quickly called to verify it. Once it was confirmed that there was a mistake, the impact would definitely be great. Li Hui frowned and asked, who said the questions were wrong? The staff member hurriedly replied, the chief examiner is Director Su Aiming of Daitan Hospital. He called me to ask if there is any abnormality in the patient, Wang Mao. Is the diagnosis clear? Li Hui pondered for a moment. Call him and tell him that there is nothing wrong with the patient. The diagnosis is clear. After hearing this, Zhang Pei and Ho Liang looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, they continued to stare at the case. The patients for the attending physician assessment were randomly selected from a large database. To ensure confidentiality, most people did not know about it. It was inevitable that there would be errors. After all, the standard of the hospital was limited. However, no matter what, Wang Mao's condition had been verified by many people before the diagnosis was made. The call was quickly connected. Li Hui said seriously, hello, Director Su. I'm Li Hui. Patient Wang Mao's condition has been diagnosed by many of our experts and the director. It has indeed been proven that there is no problem. Su Aiming, who received the call, suddenly sighed and said, President Li, it's not me who thinks there's a problem. It's Professor Chen who thinks there's a problem. Li Hui was taken aback. Professor Chen? Su Aiming nodded. Oh. It's Chen Song. He took the intermediate examination today and happened to be in our group. His diagnosis is different from the results you provided. After Li Hui heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. What do you mean that the examinee's answer is different from the standard answer? If it's not, you should have judged that the examinee is wrong. How can you say that the diagnosis given by the hospital is wrong? Ridiculous. Besides, Chen Song is amazing, but is Chen Song a god? Whatever you say is true, he doesn't match the standard answer. You say that our answer is wrong? What a joke. Li Hui couldn't help but sigh in relief. If the diagnosis was wrong, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, he was fine. Thinking of this, Li Hui said directly, Director Su, you are the examiners. If the examinee and the answer don't match, isn't it easy to choose? After hanging up the phone, Su Aiming couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the two directors of the Provincial People's Hospital stared at the case for a long time, but they didn't find anything unusual. Zhang Pei and Ho Liang shook their heads. Su Aiming couldn't simply deny other people's diagnosis. Zhang Pei couldn't help but ask, Director Li, what's the situation? Li Hui cursed under his breath, it's not Director Su Aiming's opinion. Director Su just wants to confirm it. Chen Song participated in the assessment this year. His answer doesn't match our standard answer. In the end, Director Su Aiming thinks that our answer is wrong. Speaking of this, Li Hui couldn't help but laugh. Look at Director Su. It's really funny. Didn't Chen Song answer the question wrongly? He actually suspects us. After saying this, Li Hui shook his head and couldn't help but want to leave. *CK, he gave me a fright. However, at this time, after hearing Li Hui's words, Zhang Pei and Ho Liang's expressions changed greatly. If Su Aiming thought that it was wrong, they definitely wouldn't believe it. But Chen Song, this was more troublesome. Could it be that there was really a problem? Thinking of this, they couldn't care less about the medical records and went straight to the examination hall. If there was really a problem, it would be easier to communicate. As he spoke, Zhang Pei got up and was about to walk out. Li Hui was stunned. Where are you going? Zhang Pei quickly said, to the scene. Don't let the patient really have a problem. When Li Hui heard this, he was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of people were these? At this time, because of Chen Song's jamming, the assessment couldn't proceed as normal and had to be moved to the examination hall at the side. Everyone was discussing at the back. I heard that Chen Song encountered some problems in the assessment. Really? What's the situation? I heard that Chen Song answered the question wrongly. He wasn't convinced and said that the question was wrong. This is too awesome. He questioned the question. Who said otherwise? But, the key is that the hospital believes it. After saying this, everyone fell silent. This was the difference, they answered wrongly and the result was a low score. Chen Song answered wrongly, but could it be that the question was wrong? The correct answer was wrong? Life was too complicated. At this time, the door of examination hall 5 was pushed open and a few people came in one after another. What's going on? He looked at Zhang Pei, Ho Liang, and the others who rushed over. Chen Song recognized them. They nodded. Director Zhang, Director Ho. Zhang Pei quickly said, Professor Chen, what's the matter? Chen Song took a deep breath. His expression was a little solemn, but he did not directly state the diagnosis. Instead, he asked, has the patient taken aspirin recently? Yes. Ho Liang nodded directly. He looked at the medical record. It was written on it. After Chen Song heard it, he nodded directly. Then it's right. What do you mean? Everyone stared at Chen Song and asked. How would they know the effects of taking aspirin? Even the patient was a little confused. What? What's wrong with me? Chen Song directly took out the patient's test report. When the patient was admitted to the hospital, the main diagnosis was that the platelet count was as high as 723, which was frighteningly high. The influenza, infectious diseases, and liver and kidney function were all normal, but these could not explain the tenderness in the patient's liver. I looked at the patient's B-mode ultrasound. Fatty liver is not enough to cause these abnormalities. There must be acute liver damage. And what's the cause? I analyzed the patient's condition. He has obvious lymph node swelling, and there was an acute fever and mild macular rash before admission. Although these are insignificant, they are the key factors. After that, Chen Song stared at the man and said, get on the bed and lie down. The patient did not understand and had to lie down on the bed. Chen Song began the physical examination. Look, the conjunctiva is a little congested, but there is no exudation. The cervical lymph nodes are large, and there are macular rashes on the body. According to the Japanese diagnostic criteria for Kawasaki disease, fever with the above symptoms can be diagnosed as Kawasaki disease. Chen Song's words sent chills down everyone's spine. Zhang Pei and Ho Liang looked at each other and saw uneasiness and fear in each other's eyes. Bean-sized beads of sweat continuously seeped out, even their expressions were a little flustered. The most important thing is that the patient's elevated platelet count is not only the cause of angina, but also the result of Kawasaki disease. However, that's not what confirmed my opinion. It's the aspirin you gave to the patient orally. This sentence made everyone a little stunned. Chen Song's clinical analysis of emergency drugs and drug poisoning was perfect. He said directly, there's a clinical and perimenal meta-analysis that aspirin can easily cause severe liver damage in the treatment of Kawasaki disease. That's why I need to check its functions urgently. After hearing Chen Song's analysis, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, Zhang Pei reacted quickly. He immediately called the head nurse and asked her to draw his blood. While waiting, they hurriedly performed a physical examination on the patient. After this investigation, they realized that things might really be getting closer to Chen Song. The patient was also stunned. The medical staff could not be blamed for all of this. Instead, it was the patient who concealed the relevant details of the illness because of some details. He avoided talking about fevers, thinking that it was not serious. In fact, the diagnosis process was often based on many insignificant details. The patient was really scared now. Professor Chen. Then why did you say that I needed surgery? The surrounding directors were also staring at Chen Song. They did not know why. Kawasaki disease did not require surgery, right? Chen Song could not help but say, take a look at this picture. As he spoke, Chen Song picked up the chest film and CT scan. Look, although the patient did not have a complete examination and did a CTA angiography, but look at these two films. Actually, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference. However, if you add in the basic disease of Kawasaki disease, look here. As he spoke, Chen-sung pointed at the patient's large blood vessels in the chest and could not help but ask, don't you think there are some subtle changes in the size? And here, as he spoke, Chen-sung began to point out every subtle change. As Chen-sung pointed it out, everyone's faces were gloomy. Because, this was a little too scary? Professor Chen. What do you mean? Su Aiming asked directly. Chen-sung nodded. It's a sign of aortic dissection. After Chen-sung pointed out the answer, everyone was silent. Aortic dissection, Chen-sung explained, well, Kawasaki disease causes the most damage to the coronary artery, followed by the aorta, abdominal aorta, carotid artery, and pulmonary artery. We can see some shadows through the lung CT scan, and we can judge that the patient may have nodular arteritis, thickening of the intima of the blood vessels. Here, and here, I judge that the patient's current situation is still very dangerous. If it's light, it will cause coronary thrombosis, leading to myocardial infarction. The intima ruptured and the aorta directly ruptured, leading to the patient's death. I now judge that the patient's intima is not in good condition. It's best to perform surgery as soon as possible. After Chen-sung finished speaking, he frowned. When the patient heard Chen-sung's words, his entire face turned green. Was it that scary? Thinking of this, the patient looked at Chen-sung. You're scaring me, right? Professor Chen? Chen-sung took a deep breath. I hope my judgment is wrong. The patient quickly nodded. Yes, I hope so, let's hope so. Limu agreed without batting an eyelid. However, before he finished speaking, a call came in from the laboratory. Patient, Wang Mao's alanine aminotransferase is now as high as 941, and aspartate aminotransferase is 819. Following the appearance of these two indicators, everyone's face suddenly changed. This evidence might prove that Chen-sung's deduction was correct. Chen-sung's face was gloomy as he said, hurry up and do a CTA. Then, he said to the patient, hurry up and contact your family. Tell them that you need to prepare for surgery as soon as possible. Hearing this, the patient forced himself to calm down. It was really not the time to panic, but it would be a lie to say that he was not panicking. Soon, the patient's CTA angiogram was out. At this moment, the patient's aorta and pulmonary arteries had internal wall damage, and it was very likely to form vascular dissection. Moreover, because of the existence of Kawasaki disease, the patient was very likely to skip the dissection and cause the blood vessels to rupture. In an instant, the entire office began to bustle and prepare for work. No one dared to relax. At this time, Ho Liang frowned and said, Professor Chen, we don't have the ability to perform aortic replacement surgery. And there are so many arteries. In one sentence, he spoke the thoughts of Zhang Pei and the others. At this time, Chen-sung nodded and said, let me do it. Everyone immediately turned around and stared at Chen-sung. They were full of excitement. Professor Chen could indeed bring hope in the midst of despair. P.S. Sorry for the late update. The meeting will end on the 12th. I will probably resume my normal update on the 13th, the kind that will have 6 chapters a day. Even Chen-sung did not think that the situation would be so complicated. Originally, it was just an assessment. Chen-sung thought that it was quite simple, but, the more he deduced, the more information he obtained. The more uneasy Chen-sung became. In the end, it was now, when the patient was sent to the intensive care unit, he was still confused. From the beginning to the end, he still did not realize what he had done today. Then, he was diagnosed with a complicated and terrifying Kawasaki disease that made those directors change their expressions. At this moment, in the examination hall, Chen-sung's exam could only be abandoned. After all, when your level exceeded the examiner's and your answer overturned the correct answer, what kind of experience was that? Chen-sung now knew. Of course, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Every year, there would always be a few wrong questions in the medical exams for postgraduate studies, doctorate, and professional titles. It seemed that no wrong questions could prove that medicine was developing. Chen-sung definitely wouldn't be able to take the exam now. The patient might need to further improve the relevant examinations today and start the surgery as soon as possible, and the person who could perform the surgery was in the examination hall. And it was fortunate that Xianxia was here. Otherwise, once the patient's condition changed, there would be no time to find a doctor for the surgery. Some surgeries could be scheduled. But there were also some surgeries that needed to be performed as soon as possible. At this moment, who was the most flustered person in his heart? Li Hui. The questions were wrong, it must be wrong. Moreover, not only was the intermediate exam questions wrong, even the diagnosis of the hospitalized patient was wrong. Not only was the patient not suffering from ordinary hypertension and angina, but he also had life-threatening Kawasaki disease and aortic dissection. Fortunately, nothing happened to the patient. Thinking of the patient suddenly having a relapse and dying in the examination hall. Once this happened, Li Hui would definitely be blamed, even if the patient concealed the process of the illness, causing the diagnosis to be incomplete. However, once something like this happened, it would definitely be a big deal. Every time he thought of this, Li Hui could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The patient was quickly monitored. Li Hui was sweating profusely. His expression was serious as he said to Zhang Pei and Ho Liang, "You must do your best to save the patient. The patient can't have any problems. Find a doctor and contact other hospitals to find a specialist to complete the surgery as soon as possible." Zhang Pei and Ho Liang looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. This was really making things difficult for him. President Li, it's not that we don't want to treat it, but we simply don't have the ability to do so. In fact, as you can see, we haven't even made a proper diagnosis. At this point, both of them looked somewhat ashamed. He felt very guilty, but also very helpless. The patient's condition is really unique. I have never seen such a patient in my 30 years of medical practice. We can explain all the symptoms clearly, and even after giving the appropriate treatment plan, it is still very effective. Check. The results are basically normal. How do we diagnose that the patient has such a reaction? Zhang Pei's words were filled with helplessness and deep self-blame. He was feeling guilty for not diagnosing it. He was blaming himself for almost causing the patient's life to be in danger because of his lack of skill. He was feeling helpless. Why was he not good enough? Medical treatment was helpless. Moreover, in many cases, medical treatment was subjective. Why did he say that? Indeed, the physiological and biochemical tests were all objective results. However, he needed clinicians to judge the physiological and biochemical tests and come to a conclusion. This would increase the subjective judgment of the situation. Ho Liang glanced at his old friend and patted him on the back. Sometimes, these things could not be changed. After Li Hui heard this, he could not help but say, "Then Xianxia, how can he? He is only 30 years old, right?" "Oh right, he just said that he can perform surgery." Li Hui still did not quite understand why Xianxia was so powerful. How could he be compared to a group of top experts in a hospital? When Kong Jiehui's hand was broken, it was Tan Zhonglin who sent him to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. This made Li Hui feel a little uncomfortable with Xianxia. After all, if Xianxia completed the surgery in the People's Hospital, this credit would be Li Hui's. Even Leader Kong would value Li Hui very much. Look at the current Xianxia. He was directly transferred to Dongyang Medical University to be the principal. The People's Hospital of the province was definitely much better than the 2nd Provincial Hospital, whether it was in administrative status or in the industry. However, Xianxia had climbed over his head. Ho Liang could not help but say, "Director Li, you really don't understand how powerful Xianxia is. Let me tell you the truth. In the whole of Ammonium Yang, no. You can't find a doctor who can perform aortic replacement surgery in the whole of Dongyang." Ho Liang did not say a word. However, Zhang Pei did not hold back and said directly, "Director Li, some people can be replaced, but some people are unique. And Xianxia is such a unique person." Ho Liang was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Pei and shook his head. These words. Forget it. He could not say it out loud, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener meant it. This sentence was very uncomfortable in Li Hui's ears. This was because in the eyes of some leaders, doctors were just soldiers under them. They were not as important as they thought. Li Hui was more or less in this situation. Sure enough, after Li Hui heard Zhang Pei's words, his face became gloomy. After a while, he sighed. Okay, you guys handle this matter. I'll contact the health committee. Just as he was about to leave, Li Hui thought for a while and said, after this is over, let's treat Chen Song to a meal. Zhang Pei nodded. On the other side, Chen Song, Su Aiming, and the others also arrived at the office. Zhang Pei still did not understand one thing. Professor Chen, may I ask, how did you get the patient's diagnosis? How long did it take? Chen Song pondered and concluded. On one hand, Zhang Pei did not understand Chen Song's deduction process. In fact, this was clinical thinking. Diagnosis, based on all the patient's information, deduction, and so on, this was very difficult. On the other hand, he wanted to know how big the gap was between himself and Chen Song. This diagnosis was enough to see the gap between the two. Su Aiming said calmly, Professor Chen only took 10 minutes. The other two nodded slightly in agreement. In fact, if they followed the deduction process, Chen Song's diagnosis speed was very fast, 10 minutes, there was no need for that. However, when he heard Su Aiming's words, Zhang Pei was stunned. It only took him 10 minutes to diagnose such a difficult and confusing case? Zhang Pei was silent for a moment. He really wanted to know how Chen Song completed the patient's diagnosis in 10 minutes. In fact, this was also the embodiment of a doctor's true clinical thinking. In other words, how to deduce the disease and deduce the diagnosis. Thinking of this, Zhang Pei looked at Ho Liang and then at Su Aiming and the others. Everyone was curious, but they were too embarrassed to ask. After all, sometimes it was not easy for everyone to form this kind of clinical thinking. Many people were unwilling to tell these secrets. To be honest, this was one of his trump cards. Everyone was an adult. Naturally, they would not ask for a rebuff. If they asked and Chen Song was unwilling to answer, it would be very awkward. Zhang Pei could not help but praise, Professor Chen's diagnosis of the disease is really amazing. He figured out the patient's situation in 10 minutes. I'm really impressed. Hearing Zhang Pei's words, Chen Song smiled. Director Zhang, you're too polite. To be honest, Chen Song was still very respectful to Zhang Pei. Zhang Pei, the director of the emergency department of the province, was also known as one of the 4 famous doctors in the emergency department of Ammonium Yang. The emergency department was also developing very well. In fact, Chen Song's diagnosis did not take 10 minutes at all. The reason why it took 10 minutes was because Chen Song spent a lot of time trying to figure out the examiner's thoughts and the examiner's guidance. Chen Song did not explain. Instead, he smiled. Actually, it's nothing. Instead, his eyes lit up and he said, this is a kind of key clue deduction diagnosis process. As soon as he said that, everyone around frowned slightly. Key clue deduction diagnosis? Everyone could not help but repeat it, and then they stopped talking. It was not because they felt that Chen Song was perfunctory. Instead, they were all carefully thinking about Chen Song's words. Time slowly passed by in silence. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was extraordinary. There was even a feeling that it made them suddenly enlightened. In fact, this sentence was like a new bridge that directly set up a new path of clinical thinking, a new experience. No, this was not enough to express the excitement in their hearts. This was a new way of thinking and a new method. It was enough to make up for their usual lack of methods in diagnosis and treatment. When he encountered special patients and conditions, he knew how to act. For a moment, all the directors and experts on the scene gradually walked out of the confusion in their eyes. Their eyes were shining with golden light. Chen Song's words immediately woke everyone up, giving them a feeling of suddenly seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. After everyone brought today's case into their minds, they kept savoring it. The more they savored it, the more magical they felt. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Chen Song. They couldn't help but smile gratefully. Thank you, Professor Chen. Yes. I benefited a lot. I'm suddenly enlightened. Everyone spoke with sincerity, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. When one was young, it was very easy to follow a teacher. Most of the old professors were also willing to teach young people and let them help. But no one was willing to teach these experts. Because of what? That was because they already had their own system. If they came to learn from you, they could easily learn your essence, get rid of the crudeness, and surpass you. Therefore, most people would be relatively conservative in most situations. But everyone realized that Professor Chen in front of them didn't seem to care about that. He even pointed out the core elements without reservation and hit the nail on the head. Chen Song smiled slightly. Let's talk about it. Chen Song was actually quite happy. He seemed to have thought of something to teach the internal medicine students of Union Medical College Hospital. Today's case was a very good lesson content, but it wasn't perfect enough. Chen Song wanted to talk about diagnostics. There were all kinds of diagnostics textbooks, such as Chinese medicine diagnostics, Western medicine diagnostics, and so on. However, no matter what the diagnosis was, if one wanted to make an accurate diagnosis of the patient, they had to grasp some key elements and discuss them. And the more special the case, the more they had to grasp the main contradiction. During the diagnosis of a disease, there would be all kinds of examination and test reports. These were all objective indicators and evidence of the human body. Then, how could one accurately obtain a diagnosis of the patient and carry out treatment with these evidence? That was a test of one's ability. Of course, Diagnostics was an entry-level classic book to help cultivate clinical diagnostic thinking. But, if one wanted to advance, they needed more thinking. This thinking needed to be discovered through case study. This was also the reason why many great experts could always pinpoint the cause of the disease. Medical treatment wasn't easy. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly realized that the road ahead was too long. There were still many things that he needed to learn and improve. The assessment in the morning ended quickly. Because of Chen Song, the whole thing caused an uproar. More and more people learned about today's matter. Under the reasonable efforts of Li Hui and Dongyang Province's Health Committee, this matter could be considered a perfect solution. The director of Dongyang Province's Health Committee, Wei Zhuhua, personally came to the Provincial People's Hospital to comfort the patient and remind them to do their best to treat him. The patient was naturally excited. After all, he had never been so proud in his life. Wang Mao was really happy. After he was hospitalized, his luck seemed to have improved. The leader's careful comfort, however, this patient was also big-hearted and didn't seem to be afraid. But the family members were scared out of their wits. Just as the leader of the health committee was comforting him, the patient suddenly felt discomfort in the chest area. Intense pain suddenly came and his whole body curled up on the bed. No one expected the patient to have a disease so quickly. Even the leader was scared silly at this moment. He looked at the medical staff around him. Wei Zhuhua was really at a loss. He was just shaking hands with the patient. How did this happen? At this moment, Chen Song, who was in the last row, suddenly said, "Aortic dissection has occurred. Hurry up and get a chest and abdomen X-ray." Zhang Pei quickly nodded and directly pushed the patient outside. Ho Liang followed closely behind. They knew the patient's situation. If there was really a problem, it would be a big problem. But they only had one question in their hearts. "Professor Chen, can chest and abdomen X-ray be done?" Zhang Pei asked directly. "Do you want to do a new angiography as soon as possible to see where the dissection occurred?" Chen Song shook his head. "No, it's too late." Indeed, the patient could exacerbate the disease at any time and place. Taking a CTA angiography at this time was definitely courting death. But the X-ray couldn't be seen clearly at all, right? Just as everyone was about to hesitate, Chen Song added, "The X-ray is enough." Seeing that everyone was in a daze, Chen Song said helplessly, "I'll teach you when I have the chance." Suddenly, everyone was happy. P.S. The last day of the meeting is over. I'm so tired. I'll return tomorrow. It's been hard on everyone during this period. Thank you for your patience. I'm really sleepy today. I'm going to sleep. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Everyone, rest early. Perhaps everyone thinks that X-rays are different from CT, MRI, and other examinations. They were all machines, so wouldn't it be very fast? Actually, that was not the case. X-ray patients basically did not need to go through the trouble, and the results would be out very quickly. However, CT and MRI required a longer preparation time, and it included positioning the body, searching for the film, and so on. It was more troublesome to go back and forth. If it was an emergency patient, there was no time to complete the examination, and it would cause the condition to worsen or a new condition to appear. At this time, the patient was also in a very dangerous state of arterial dissection. Due to Kawasaki disease, the blood vessels were in a state of forewarning of dissection. Now that the arterial dissection was formed, the situation could worsen at any time, causing the blood vessel wall to rupture. Therefore, now was not the time to do the examination at all. Perhaps many people did not know much about CTA. CTA was actually an arterial angiography technique. It achieved three-dimensional reconstruction of the blood vessels through injection of contrast agents. The effect of this contrast agent could be completed to show the stenosis of the blood vessels, whether the blood vessels had expanded, whether there was aneurysm, dissecting aneurysm, pseudoaneurysm, and all kinds of arterial diseases. This was a method of CT enhancement for arterial imaging. The effect was definitely very good, however, it also took a lot of time. It was especially important to accurately determine the exact location of the patient's dissection and the development of the disease. However, Xianxia could actually determine the location of the dissection through the X-ray film. This was obviously a surprise and even a pleasant surprise. The X-ray technique was a very important technique in the clinic. It was also a technique that was easy to get started, difficult to improve, and extremely difficult to reach the peak. Relatively speaking, this ability was much better for internists than surgeons. At this time, Wei Jianhua, the director of the Health and Wellness Commission, was really a little absent-minded. Everyone who knew the ins and outs of the matter could not help but sigh. This patient was really full of misfortune, from a volunteer to discovering a strange and dangerous disease, and then being personally questioned by the leader. He suddenly began to have a relapse at this time. Who was he going to find to reason with? Li Hui quickly called the director of the radiology department, Yu Tao. Director Yu, the patient, is in a very critical condition now. We have to do an X-ray as soon as possible to determine the surgery. Hearing Li Hui's words, Yu Tao quickly nodded. Okay, director, I understand, but, to be honest, it's very difficult to determine the patient's blood vessel condition through the X-ray film. I can't guarantee it. After Li Hui heard that, he could not help but be stunned. Are you kidding me? Hearing Li Hui's silence, Yu Tao couldn't help but explain, Director Li, you might not understand, but it's very difficult to determine an angiogram from an X-ray. I don't think there are more than 3 people in the entire Dongyang city who can do this, let alone me. After Yu Tao finished speaking, Li Hui was speechless. Less than 3 people again. Was this Xianxia really that powerful? I can understand how good the surgery is. He's a surgeon after all. But, watching porn is your old profession. Okay, you can't even compare to a surgeon like Xianxia. Thinking up to this point, Li Hui's heart was full of noise. Alright, you can just shoot the film. Someone will be able to understand it. After Yu Tao heard this, his heart was naturally in turmoil. Who was it? Patient Wang Mao's X-ray scan came out very quickly. Yu Tao personally led the patient and the scan to the operating theater. The patient did not have time to struggle at this time. He needed to complete the surgery as soon as possible. Chief Wei was different from Li Hui. He was very respectful to Xianxia. Last time, when Xianxia stood against the majority and supported Leader Kong to build the headquarters of the World Society of Digestive Surgery in Ammonium Yang, Wei Zhuhua realized the relationship between Xianxia and Leader Kong. The most important thing was the news from the National Health Commission. With Wei Zhuhua's appearance, Xianxia went through the consultation procedure. It was a consultation surgery that was invited from the Second People's Hospital. This kind of surgery was an invitation, and the consultation fee was very cheap. However, it was a cooperation and exchange. Compared to freelance surgery, the human touch of a consultation surgery was more precious. At this moment, Xianxia stood in the operating theater and stared at the CT scan, normal CT scan, and MRI scan of the patient Wang Mao. Zhang Pei, Ho Liang, and the others behind him were too embarrassed to speak. Of course, they did not understand what Xianxia was looking at. It was not until a few minutes later that Xianxia suddenly took out a marker and drew a circle on the CT scan. Then, he frowned and continued, the patient's interlayer should be here. And here, here. Everyone was stunned. The X-ray scan was not out yet. How did he know? He did not even need to look at the scan to get a diagnosis. Everyone looked at the few circles and could not help but sigh. This should be the legendary 8 guesses of summer. After Chen Song drew it, he could not help but take a deep breath. It seemed that he had been too optimistic about the patient's situation. He should have thought of it a long time ago. The patient had been in a dangerous state of high blood pressure for a long time. In addition, the patient's Kawasaki disease caused the destruction of the blood vessels. At the same time, the adverse effects of aspirin and acute liver damage. In this way, the patient's situation was very dangerous. Surgery, could it be completed? The difficulty was too high. This was at least a Lord boss. Thinking of this, Chen Song took a deep breath and slowly sighed. He hoped that the patient would not be in such a dangerous situation. After all, this was not the capital. The only person he could rely on was himself. At this moment, the patient was hurriedly pushed in by the nurse. Yu Tao followed closely behind, holding the X-ray scan in his hand. When Li Hui and Wei Zhuhua saw Yu Tao come in, their faces were immediately filled with joy. Dr. Chen, this is the chief of our imaging department, Chief Yu Tao. Chief Yu, how is the patient's condition? Chen Song looked up and saw the X-ray scan in Yu Tao's hand. Give me the X-ray scan. After saying that, Chen Song directly raised the X-ray scan to compare. He could not be bothered to catch up with this group of leaders or the chief. He only had the patient in his mind now. Chen Song directly picked up the X-ray scan and looked at it. After he finished looking at it, he could not help but frown and draw another circle on the aortic arch. The surgery was already somewhat difficult, but at this moment, the danger factor soared again. The surgery was not less difficult than the aortic replacement surgery for Ma Fan's patient. Different degrees of damage to blood vessels were mostly the same when it came to suturing, repairing, and replacing blood vessels. This was also the difficult part of the surgery. After looking at it, Chen Song could not help but say to Ho Liang and Zhang Pei, today, the 3 of us will be performing the surgery. I hope you won't be nervous. Don't feel pressured. I'm here for everything. Good luck. Then, Chen Song turned around and said, prepare for the surgery. However, at this time everyone was confused. Looking at the circle Chen Song drew on the aortic angiography, Zhang Pei could not help but ask, Professor Chen, what do you mean by the circle you drew? Indeed, not only Zhang Pei, but the people around him also did not understand it. Chen Song said calmly, this is an aortic dissection. Zhang Pei was stunned when he heard that. Did you spend so much time thinking about it? I know how to do it too. Chen Song stopped in his tracks, turned around, and continued, oh, these are all dissections. That one sentence scared Zhang Pei so much that he stood there motionless. Are you kidding me? Ho Liang did not say anything. He felt that there was no point in doubting it now. The incision was about to start. What was the point of arguing now? If he had the time, he might as well prepare for the surgery. Therefore, Ho Liang followed Chen Song out and started to scrub. On the other hand, Yu Tao looked at the radiographic films on the screen and could not help but ponder. The X-ray, CT, and angiography from before kept overlapping in his mind with the current radiographic films. Comparing. Overlapping. Suddenly, Yu Tao looked at the circle Chen Song drew after coming in and his expression changed. He suddenly realized that this might not be a coincidence. It was really not a coincidence. At this moment, Yu Tao did not mind Chen Song's seemingly rude behavior at all. Because in the face of life and death, nothing was more important than the patient's health. Suddenly, Yu Tao asked, Professor Chen, can I stay? Chen Song smiled. Chief Yu, you're too polite. Of course, you can. Yu Tao was instantly happy. To be honest, Chen Song's words made him feel more comfortable. Wei Zhuhua and Director Li looked at each other behind him. Chen Song asked Zhang Pei to find the patient's family members to sign the papers. After learning about their husband's condition, the family members could only break out in cold sweat, but there was a lot of hope in their hearts. In Zhang Pei's words, the patient's accumulated good luck for a long time might have exploded at this moment. Professor Chen might be the most suitable person I can think of to perform this surgery. Have you watched Challenging the Impossible? Professor Chen Song was the chief surgeon for the patient. So, don't worry. Chief Wei and Li Hui were chased out of the operating theater. There were no surprises. The 2 of them went to the office at the side and connected to the video feed of the operating theater. After that, The two of them looked at each other and fell silent. Wei Zhuhua glanced at Li Hui. Can you understand it? Li Hui's face reddened. Probably. I don't understand? Just like that, after the surgery, both of them sat in the office and stared at the screen. Occasionally, they would stare at each other for a while. But most of the time, he was bored to the point of exploding. Half an hour later, Li Hui admitted that it was his lack of willpower. He couldn't help but yawn for the first time. Wei Zhuhua stared at Li Hui with a frown. He had been trying not to yawn for a long time. Originally, he wanted to hold on for a while, but he didn't expect Li Hui to start right away. After all, yawning was contagious. Furthermore, this kind of contagion was the most powerful way of contagion. It could be transmitted through sound and images. If you saw someone else yawn, you would most likely yawn too. Li Hui was also very embarrassed to be glared at by his leader. But, he was really helpless. Who asked him to not understand? However, the situation was completely different in the operating theater. In the operating theater, after the patient was successfully anesthetized, Xianxia directly completed a 1.5-meter-long incision according to his expectations of the patient's condition. The choice of the incision itself was very strange. It was completely designed according to the patient's disease area. However, when Xianxia made the incision, everyone stood rooted to the ground, their eyes full of shock. Zhang Pei, Hou Liang, and Yu Tao all had solemn expressions. They raised their heads and stared at the examination results on the screen, especially the angiogram. There were small circles drawn on it. And these small circles seemed to be shockingly similar to the patient's endovascular dissection. This kind of shock was really unprecedented. No one dared to believe it. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe that such a thing could happen. This is too amazing. At this time, the three of them looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration, especially Yu Tao. As the director of the radiology department, he knew how difficult it was to do this. Other than talent, without enough experience, it was impossible to do it. Xianxia was too amazing. Yu Tao had long forgotten about Xianxia's action of snatching his scans. In their hearts, Xianxia's status had increased by a lot. However, no matter what they thought, at this moment, Xianxia was unusually calm. He touched the blood vessels with both hands and felt waves of information. Xianxia was really nervous. To be honest, he really didn't expect to encounter an overlord boss today. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was an overlord boss with aortic dissection. The difficulty had increased by a lot all of a sudden. Overlord boss with aortic dissection, level 90. After the patient with Kawasaki disease failed to be cured, the long-term chronic attacks caused the immune system to be damaged, thus destroying the local blood vessels. Many damaged blood vessels are unable to bear the burden. Surgery is recommended to replace them. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. What he was afraid of really happened. In the past, when he was in the capital, Xianxia had those capable assistants by his side. After all, this meant a big reward, but, at this moment, Xianxia was a little timid. Overlord meant that there were more factors to consider. There were also many details to be taken care of. The difficulty was also very high. Xianxia's eyes kept wandering around the patient's blood vessels. And Xianxia could only take it step by step to be on the safe side. The patient was different from the troublesome patient. His blood vessel damage was a kind of local nature, and it would not damage the whole body. That was good news. However, there was also bad news. That was that the patient's tolerance was not strong, his liver was seriously damaged, and the blood vessel connections were more complicated. How to deal with it? Forget it, I'll take it step by step and deal with it as it comes. Thinking of this, Xianxia held his breath and focused. He looked at Hou Liang opposite him and said, "You'll be my first assistant." When Hou Liang heard this, there was a flash of light in his eyes. It was very difficult to be Xianxia's first assistant. Everyone in the field of cardiac surgery knew this. Okay. Hou Liang did not hesitate. Instead, he nodded excitedly and agreed. Xianxia turned around and said, "Scalpel. P.S. I returned home safely tonight. I'm exhausted. I'll resume updating tomorrow." After the scalpel, Xianxia held his breath and focused. He gently touched the blood vessel wall with his hand. He wanted to feel the blood pressure in the artery and the pressure in the blood vessel wall. Chen Song could vaguely feel it. But it was too difficult, perhaps the difficulty of the entire surgery was too high. Sodium nitroprusside. Propranolol. Before the surgery, to ensure the patient's condition, Chen Song could only give the medicine again. Rather than saying that the surgery was difficult, it was better to say that the patient's body was more challenging. Multiple aortic dissections were not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3, which was equivalent to 3 dissections. The tension and elasticity of the blood vessel wall were limited. When the tension-bearing capacity of the blood vessel wall reached a limit, if one of the surgeries was performed after the blockage, the pressure of the other blood vessels would increase a lot. If they were not careful, it was very likely that the intraoperative dissection would rupture and worsen the condition. It could even cause the patient to die on the operating table. On the other side, the blood transfusion department had already completed the blood matching. According to Chen Song's request, they prepared a human portion of blood. There were nearly 5,000 milliliters of blood, and 1,000 milliliters were ready to be warmed up. Everyone was very nervous. This might be the most difficult surgery they had ever experienced. Looking at the thick and even somewhat deformed blood vessel wall, although the swollen dissection was not very obvious, there was an indescribable strangeness. From the aortic arch, to the thoracic aorta, and then to the abdominal aorta. The surgery had not yet begun, but they had already encountered the first problem: how should they start? Should they use the traditional method and perform the iliac artery replacement first? Then, complete the abdominal aorta, thereby ensuring the kidney's blood flow and not causing liver and kidney damage. But, the most important ascending aorta and thoracic aorta were the difficult and important parts. Now, once the iliac artery and abdominal aorta were cut, the blood flow of the whole body would be limited, and the change in blood flow would directly affect the patient's blood pressure. Chen Song was talking about what if the thoracic aorta ruptured during the treatment of the abdominal aorta and iliac artery replacement? Who could help him deal with it? The surgery, after all, it was not for one person. A qualified and excellent team could allow Chen Song to have no worries. However, at this time, when Chen Song did not have his own excellent team, he needed to consider more clearly and comprehensively. He even had to think of every possibility, thus, they could take countermeasures. After much consideration, Chen Song decided to perform the ascending aorta replacement surgery first. Wouldn't that be too difficult? It would definitely be bigger, but it wouldn't cause a series of ruptures of blood vessels, leading to massive bleeding, and then death due to not having enough time to stop the bleeding and repair it. Of course, it was also possible to clamp down hard on the ascending aorta. But, if hemostasis leads to insufficient blood supply to the spinal cord and nervous system, resulting in ischemia, hypoxia, and necrosis of the nervous system, the patient might survive. But what was the difference between being alive and being dead? He watched as Chen Song gently touched the blood vessel with one hand and held the scalpel with the other, but his eyes were fixed on the monitor. Everyone thought that Chen Song was waiting for the medicine to take effect. It was impossible to tell that Chen Song was actually anxious in his heart. However, Ho Liang and Zhang Pei's hearts were burning with anxiety and clamoring. They were truly apprehensive. They really didn't have any confidence. He did not know how to deal with the patient. He didn't even know how to start. Ho Liang was much more professional than Zhang Pei, but this was the first time Ho Liang realized what it meant. The more you know, the more afraid you are. It was precisely because he understood the difficulty of this surgery that he was even more afraid. He even lost confidence from the beginning of the surgery. This situation was not unprecedented. He had seen it in many patients with extremely high mortality rates. He raised his head and glanced at Chen Song, but it was the first time he saw such a calm gaze. Facing such a patient, Chen Song. Was he not nervous? At this moment, Chen Song gave the surgery plan. Hypothermic circulatory arrest, ascending aorta replacement. The anesthesiologist was the director of the Department of Anesthesiology. After hearing Chen Song's words, he nodded and began to work. This was his first cooperation with Chen Song. He hoped that it would go smoothly. The young and promising director Liang Tai quickly began to deal with it in an orderly manner. Liang Tai's fellow disciple was Zhou He, who was also the director of the emergency center. Even though Liang Tai was already a director in the Provincial People's Hospital, he still respected Zhou He. He had heard a lot about Chen Song's abilities from his senior brother Zhou He. He remembered one sentence very clearly. Don't ask why Professor Chen's surgery. Just cooperate with him. He used to think that this sentence was a little exaggerated. However, when he saw the surgery today, he knew that it was not exaggerated at all. Because he was very uncertain about the surgery. He seemed to know how much torture his senior brother had gone through to become like this. When the temperature of the nasal cavity dropped to 30 degrees Celsius, Chen Song glanced at Ho Liang, Zhang Pei, the anesthesiologist Liang Tai, and every nurse. Although it was just a glance, his gaze was very sharp. Chen Song said calmly, "I'm going to block the ascending aorta and perform the surgery. I don't want the entire surgery to take 20 minutes. In these 20 minutes, I hope that everyone will do their best and cooperate with me." These simple words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. 20 minutes, complete the ascending aorta replacement, that was too crazy. Moreover, it was not only Chen Song who was crazy. Everyone needed to accompany Chen Song in his madness. Nervous, pressured, yes. However, seeing how determined the chief surgeon Chen Song was, everyone could not help but be moved by his momentum. "Are you ready?" "Ready." Everyone nodded in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, Chen Song took the hemostatic forceps and decisively blocked the ascending aorta 3.0 centimeters away from the unnamed artery. This distance was very important, no more, no less, just enough to play a key role in the surgery. 20 minutes of hypothermia, circulatory arrest would not be obvious. In fact, many surgeries required hypothermia for 40 minutes. Chen Song squeezed the time within 20 minutes to ensure that the surgery was critical and required for subsequent surgeries. At this moment, Chen Song quickly said to Ho Liang, "Cardioplegia. Prepare for injection." Ho Liang quickly nodded and began to prepare. After Chen Song finished speaking, he did not pause at all. He directly picked up the scalpel and cut open the left and right coronary arteries. The surgery time was limited. Chen Song could not waste time on such work, because the following anastomosis was the most important part of the surgery. At this moment, the imaging department director, the blood transfusion department director. Everyone stood around and could not help but feel excited when they saw the scene. Every surgery was a challenge, it was even a battle against the disease. They needed to work together, they needed to fight to the death. As the surgery began, Chen Song was like Lu Bu in the army. He led many soldiers and began to charge. It was as if everyone was facing death with equanimity. It was a bit of an exaggeration to describe this surgery as facing death with equanimity, but this kind of infectious power was really exciting. Even in the office outside, Wei Zhuhua and Li Hui were yawning in boredom. At this very moment, they were also stirred up by this surge of passion. It turned out that performing surgery could be so exciting. After Wei Zhuhua graduated from medical school, he had a period of clinical work. He was also a surgeon, but later changed to politics. At that time, the career and administrative roles could be swapped to a certain extent. When Wei Zhuhua recalled many years later, he always felt that this was the best choice he had made in his life. From a clinician to a provincial-level cadre. In the eyes of many people, this was definitely a winner in life. It was definitely also a leap in class. Wei Zhuhua had never regretted it, but at this moment, seeing this scene in the operating theater, to be honest, Wei Zhuhua's heart ached. He actually regretted it. Really, this was the first time in decades that he had such a thought. Sometimes, compared to alcohol, passion was more important, and youth was more important. Even Wei Zhuhua, who was in his 50s, stared at the people in front of the operating table and suddenly felt envious. How nice, if there was Chen Song leading him back then, perhaps he would not have changed to politics. In Wei Zhuhua's eyes, the scene in the operating theater at this moment was Chen Song challenging a boss with 4 idiots. However, these 4 idiots were doing their best to play support, helping Chen Song set up eyes and send resources, fully cooperating. The cardioplegia was a good thing. When the cardioplegia was injected, even after the heart stopped, it would change to continuous countercurrent to protect the myocardium. The surgery could be said to have reached a critical moment. Chen Song had scissors in his left hand and a scalpel in his right. His eyes were fixed on the blood vessels as he began to trim the proximal interlayer. He stopped when he was about 1.5 centimeters above the left and right coronary artery openings and began to strengthen the junction with a mattress suture. This step was a preliminary preparation. Chen Song did it quickly and accurately. Ho Liang and the others had all watched Chen Song's challenging the impossible. They had always felt that Chen Song's surgeries were artistic. However, when Chen Song started to operate in front of them, they were shocked. They suddenly realized that the television had indeed been edited. Did the television station consider that Chen Song's operation was too fast and gave him a close-up? Because of this, the surgical technique shown on the screen was not very obvious, and the speed was reduced by a few points, but now that they were personally experiencing it, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Professor Chen was really amazing. There was no gap between his hands. What kind of connection allowed Chen Song to have such dexterity in his left hand today? If Chief Zhou of 302 Hospital was here, he would definitely know the answer. He clearly remembered that Chen Song had told him why his hands were so amazing. That meant that he had been single for 27 years. Now, Chen Song's left hand was even more amazing. The reason was that he had been single for 28 years. No. If he asked again, Chen Song would smile and tell him that being single could only increase the strength of the arm. In terms of training finger dexterity, having a girlfriend was more obvious. As for the reason, there were many. At this time, Chen Song added a circle of felt strips to the intima and adventitia of the aorta and used 4-0 polypropylene thread to strengthen the suture. Then, he directly took the appropriate size of the artificial blood vessel and used 3-0 polypropylene thread to suture the artificial blood vessel to the root of the aorta. Chen Song had never been a coward when it came to suturing. The suture of the ascending aorta was more difficult, and so was the precision. Fortunately, Chen Song's vascular anastomosis was perfect. It had laid a solid foundation for his participation in the cardiology skills competition. It allowed him to do it with ease. And the continuous practice later on allowed his skills to continue to improve. However, when suturing the ascending aorta, he had to pay attention to the position of the left and right coronary artery openings to avoid affecting the blood supply to the openings. Therefore, the difficulty needed to be increased again, and then, the temperature of the nasal cavity dropped again. When it reached about 16 degrees Celsius, Chen Song's expression was serious. Stop the extracorporeal circulation, lower the head by 30 degrees, and open the aortic blocking forceps. After the 3 decisive orders were given, Chen Song began to quickly trim the distal dissection to the proximal end of the unnamed artery. The felt strips were placed on the intima and adventitia of the aorta. He continued to use 4-0 polypropylene thread to strengthen the suture, and 3-0 polypropylene thread to suture the artificial blood vessel and the distal end of the ascending aorta. At this moment, the surgery had reached its climax, and 12 minutes of the 20 minutes had passed. Chen Song's forehead was full of sweat. This time, the scrub nurse approached Chen Song very kindly and gave him a look. Chen Song did not stand on ceremony. He rubbed against her. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. Chen Song calmed down a little. He also became more energetic. The surgery continued. His hands were lighter, his eyes were brighter, and even his breathing was more uniform. It seemed that the saying could be targeted. When a man and a woman worked together, the work would not be tiring. Chen Song felt that after returning to Ammonium Yang this time, he must train a professional scrub nurse. Other requirements could be discussed slowly, but it must be a woman, and the key was not to let Qin Little Wolf know. After suturing, ventilation had to be done before tying the knot. Leaving gas in the blood vessels was a troublesome thing. To put it bluntly, this was also a safety hazard. Ventilation was retrograde through the femoral artery or the superior lumen. After sufficient ventilation, the surgery came to an end. Chen Song's face was filled with joy. Rewarming. The anesthesiologist, Liang Tai, quickly nodded. When the extracorporeal circulation and rewarming were gradually restored, the patient's vital signs gradually returned to normal. And at this time only 18 minutes had passed. In the operating theater, everyone was extremely excited. This time was enough to break the record of the Provincial People's Hospital, and they were all miracle creators. Chen Song nodded to everyone in satisfaction. Everyone saw Chen Song's satisfaction as if they had received a satisfactory answer. Everything was worth it. Everyone's eyes were smiling, but they did not relax. Because they had only completed a part of the surgery, but even so, they still felt very excited. Beautiful. In the office, Wei Zhuhua could not help but stand up excitedly and applaud. As a doctor, this was how it should be. It was a race against time to save lives and create miracles. Wei Zhuhua, who had not been in the clinic for a long time, was once again awakened with the passion and memory of a doctor. P.S. Hee, the sixth watch hand is back, please support me. The ascending aorta replacement was a success. It was completed within 20 minutes. As the patient's body temperature recovered, the body's vital signs also began to return to normal. The temporary victory greatly encouraged everyone. Even, it made Ho Liang begin to have a thought. Perhaps, we can also create a miracle? That's right. Life has beaten us black and blue. It has made us gradually realize that we are no different from others. It has made us extremely mediocre. It has even made us gradually lose our inner confidence. But at this moment, this 18-minute miracle, led by Chen Song and accomplished together, greatly inspired everyone. It made them begin to believe that they might be able to challenge the impossible. At this moment, Chen Song inadvertently glanced at everyone and was slightly stunned. Because he realized that everyone's eyes were shining, this kind of light had a common name, confidence, due to the uniqueness of the surgery. It could not be completed in one go. There was no way to even plan and arrange the entire surgery in a short period of time. This was because the biggest risk factor for the patient in this surgery was the risk of uncertainty. They needed to constantly study some details and do it well. Therefore, splat, accompanied by a negligible sound, a gush of blood suddenly spurted out. A large amount of blood directly sprayed on Chen Song's mask. It blurred Chen Song's vision. This sudden phenomenon was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, directly and mercilessly harvesting everyone's confidence. It was as if to tell everyone present, you are nothing more than this. This is a battle. There is no smoke. But there is life and death. The medical staff who had just won a seesaw battle were caught off guard by a sudden attack at this moment. Ho Liang's heart sank. Zhang Pei turned pale with fright. The anesthesiologist Liang Tai's face was as cold as frost. Everyone in the operating theater looked at the spurting blood and watched as the blood slowly flowed down Chen Song's mask, onto the surgical gown, legs, feet. The first to react was none other than the young nurse. She quickly wiped the blood off Chen Song's mask. Ho Liang was next. He reached out to stop the bleeding. Stop. Just as Ho Liang was about to grab the blood vessel, Chen Song suddenly shouted for him to stop, giving him a fright. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at Chen Song. One must know, the probability of death from massive hemorrhage caused by aortic rupture during surgery was as high as 70%. Why didn't you stop the bleeding? Once bleeding occurred, the body would enter a state of low circulation. Ischemia and hypoxia caused tissue necrosis, especially the brain tissue. Block it, indeed. Most of the time, this was the only way, but not now. This was because there were several dissections above the patient's blood vessels. Moreover, these interlayers were more dangerous. Blocking one would definitely cause the pressure in the aorta to increase, causing the blood vessel wall to suddenly rupture. Moreover, there was another reason. Once the aorta did not shut down the blood vessels due to hypothermia, the area in the abdominal cavity that supplied blood to the aorta would definitely have an ischemic reaction. At that time, there would be even more trouble. What should he do? How much blood do you need to warm up? Chen Song hurriedly asked. 1,000 milliliters. The nurse quickly said. Not enough. Chen Song said in a low voice. How to deal with this situation? It was too difficult. It was really too difficult. How to save you, my patient? At this moment, no one spoke in the office outside the operating theater. Li Hui and Wei Zhuhua were both very nervous. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and did not speak. All these years, Wei Zhuhua had seen the data, the mortality rate, the incidence rate, but how long had it been since she had seen such a living patient die on the operating table? Moreover, this patient had happily shook hands with her just now, chatting and laughing. At this moment, she was facing a life and death situation. Li Hui instinctively considered who would be the biggest problem if the patient died. How much responsibility would the hospital bear? As the director, how would he deal with the following matters? No one wanted the patient to die. Outside the operating theater, the family waited anxiously for the operation to end. Suddenly, the woman felt a wave of discomfort in her chest. Mom? What's wrong? The child hurriedly asked. The woman stretched. It's nothing, it's nothing. I didn't rest well last night. The woman comforted the child. She didn't know why she was in such a sudden pain. She could not explain it clearly. Outside the operating theater, don't let your imagination run wild. The woman quickly comforted herself. No one wanted anything to happen to the patient. However, the person who did not want anything to happen to the patient was still the doctor on the operating table. How to deal with it? The blood pressure definitely could not be so high. Bleeding could slightly lower the blood pressure, which was not a bad thing. However, how could such blood pressure ensure the blood supply to the patient's nervous system? At this moment, Xianxia stared at the abdominal cavity, and his mind was quickly thinking. One idea after another appeared in Xianxia's mind. The four-dimensional diagram in front of Xianxia's eyes was constantly constructing one possibility after another: how to deal with it, what to do. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly thought of a way. Therefore, he decisively turned around and stared at the blood pressure. When the blood pressure dropped to a limit, Xianxia decisively said, "Stop the blood transfusion. Chief Ho, stop the bleeding. Chief Zhang, prepare to set up the artificial blood vessel." Although everyone did not understand, they instinctively followed Xianxia's orders. This was also a military order. Xianxia decisively began to dissociate the right axillary artery. He wanted to make an attempt. If this attempt was successful, it would change the traditional aortic replacement surgery. Or more accurately, it would become a guarantee. It would even greatly reduce the mortality rate of aortic dissection surgery. It would increase the safety of the surgery. Thinking of this, Xianxia said to the scrub nurse, "Give me the separating forceps. Needle holder." After that, Xianxia immediately began to dissociate the axillary artery. Looking at the image, Xianxia was calm and unhurried, as if he had the bearing of a mountain collapsing in front of him. In the eyes of everyone, this scene could not help but be a little more respectful. This was a big shot. Not only the colleagues in the operating theater, even Wei Zhuhua could not help but sigh. Amazing. This Professor Chen is really a character. Thinking of this, Wei Zhuhua suddenly thought of something. After Xianxia returned from his advanced studies, he decided to help Xianxia do something. This matter would not change Xianxia's medical skills much. However, for Xianxia's life, and even his connections, it could greatly change. If such a talent could stay in ammonium yang, how good would that be? What a pity. At that moment, Xianxia was really high-spirited. Although it had not started yet, he already had the momentum to turn the tide. This was a kind of momentum. Moreover, Liang Tai, the anesthesiologist, saw everything clearly. Xianxia's every step was not casually arranged. Including bleeding control, including stopping the blood transfusion, and so on. Xianxia had calculated every step clearly. When Xianxia stopped the blood transfusion, he actually pressed one hand gently on the blood vessel. He could have stopped the bleeding himself, but he did not. Because he was sensing the pressure, as an anesthesiologist, Liang Tai himself needed to check the patient's vital signs to ensure the smooth operation. Therefore, Liang Tai was especially sensitive to vital signs such as surgical safety and blood pressure. He clearly saw Xianxia stare at the blood pressure and give all kinds of orders. Why did Xianxia maintain this blood pressure? This blood pressure was not enough to maintain the blood supply of the whole body. What was he trying to do? Liang Tai's mind was filled with curiosity. Time passed by minute. Xianxia had completed the separation of the axillary artery. Then, he glanced at Zhang Pei. "Intubate for me." Zhang Pei quickly nodded. Xianxia immediately began the intubation. He decisively anastomosed the intubation at the end. Then, he began to connect the other end to the axillary artery. At that moment, everyone was stunned. What was Xianxia trying to do? Everyone could not understand. Anesthesiologist Liang Tai, on the other hand, widened his eyes and stared at Xianxia's actions. He was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. No, to be precise, Liang Tai really understood a little. He swore. He vaguely felt that Xianxia seemed to be doing something. Xianxia wanted to make a detour to form a new circulation route, and at the same time make use of the autologous blood. In fact, there were some similar ideas. At the International Annual Meeting of Anesthesiologists, in 2018, a world-renowned anesthesiologist proposed a selective autologous blood hypoperfusion technique. This was the effective use of the human body's blood pressure through the external environment to carry out selective perfusion. Although Chen Song's method was completely different from the original method, it was an effective method. It could even be said that Professor Chen's innovation, technique, and feasibility were all above the other parties. At this moment, Liang Tai felt his breathing quicken. He really wanted to know how Chen Song did it. Chen Song operated the machine in an orderly manner. Every step he took made everyone's eyes light up. About half an hour passed. The surgery was not completed at all, but the patient's vital signs were recovering. This was an astonishing thing. Sometimes, it was difficult to restore vital signs, especially during an aortic dissection surgery. How to effectively resolve the current predicament, how to turn the tide and maintain the patient's vital signs, how to cleverly turn danger into safety, these were much more difficult than surgeries. It could even be said that this was a skill that assembly line doctors would never be able to master. The difference between a top doctor and a normal doctor did not lie in performing surgery according to the guidelines. This is something that everyone can do. However, the difference between them was how to deal with emergencies and make the best choice. At this time, the dissection had not been treated. However, everyone had a feeling that the next surgery would be very smooth. That was right, even Chen Song was full of anticipation for the next surgery. Ho Liang was a top doctor and the head of the Provincial Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. When he faced an emergency, even if he knew that there was a chief surgeon, however, when Ho Liang faced the patient's sudden bleeding, he did not take a step back. Instead, he took a step forward. He also had a set of procedures in his mind to stop the bleeding. He could make some choices in the face of an emergency. This was quality. As for Chen Song, as the top doctor among the top doctors, he naturally had better treatment methods and skills. Therefore, he stopped Ho Liang in time. Then, he came up with all kinds of new methods. The surgery went on slowly. Finally, Chen Song finished all the steps. Chen Song looked at the two tubes with satisfaction. He was really excited. He did it, at the patient's critical moment. He did not expect that he could come up with such a good method. It was really a surprise. This kind of excitement was different from before. In the past, Chen Song relied a lot on the rewards provided by the system, but this time, Chen Song relied on himself. This kind of feeling was really mysterious, very magical, and also very fulfilling. 5 minutes after the vital signs were checked, Chen Song turned around. Start the blood transfusion. Autologous blood transfusion. The blood transfusion department and nurses quickly began to prepare. Seeing that the blood pressure had returned to 110 millimeters of mercury, Chen Song quickly stopped them. It's done. Prepare for the surgery. Perform the iliac artery replacement. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone began to prepare. However, more of them looked at the patient on the operating table uneasily. They were a little worried and nervous. They were also not sure what the use of this treatment was. But Liang Tai knew, Chen Song knew even more. During the next surgery, no matter how Chen Song blocked the blood flow, they found that it did not cause the blood vessels to overexpand and rupture. When Ho Liang felt the pressure of the blood vessel wall, he suddenly realized that the pressure was not as great as he imagined. Chen Song's two-tube treatment seemed to be able to balance the blood pressure while blocking the blood flow. This kind of self-made simple technique seemed ordinary, but no one expected it to be so useful. For a moment, everyone could not help but be excited. The surgery continued. Chen Song was actually a little uneasy. He gradually discovered many shortcomings of this device. After all, it was his first operation, and it was done on a whim. In such a simple environment, without sufficient preparation, using limited resources to create a surgical technique. This was already very impressive. If Chen Song was given time, he might be able to gain a lot. For a moment, Chen Song was full of motivation. Next, the surgery continued. The difficulty of the iliac artery replacement surgery was not big for Chen Song at the moment. For Chen Song, this treatment could effectively let his guard down. When he was dealing with the iliac artery, he would not be so worried about the rupture of the thoracoabdominal artery dissection. As long as the blood pressure was maintained and the blood vessel wall pulsated due to the decisive expansion and contraction, it would not cause the dissection to rupture. Just like that, time passed by. No one dared to let down their guard. Ho Liang was beside Chen Song, carefully observing and learning. The opportunity was fleeting. Some people said that there were only 7 chances to change fate in life. However, some people said that there were choices everywhere in life. At any time, as long as you were fully prepared, there were opportunities everywhere. Ho Liang thought very clearly in his eyes. He was 48 years old this year and was at his peak. To be the director of the Provincial People's Hospital before the age of 50, such an honor was the top honor for any doctor. However, it was not the case for Ho Liang. Ho Liang came from Xianxia and graduated from Xianxia. After more than 10 years of polishing, Ho Liang, who was an associate chief physician, finally became the director of the hospital. In fact, for any province, the Provincial People's Hospital was usually the strongest general hospital in the province. Dongyang Province was no exception. From this point of view, Ho Liang was a winner in life. It was the same for many people in the province. However, for Ho Liang, it was not the case. He had been in Xianxia for 10 years, and his skills had improved a little. There were more opportunities for surgery, his hands-on ability was stronger, and his sense of responsibility was heavier. However, he was even further away from being a high-precision doctor. Sometimes, Ho Liang would ask himself if this was what he wanted. Wasn't his goal the whole country? Hadn't Ho Liang been dreaming of standing on the international stage for a long time? He had this confidence because he was born in Xianxia. However, how much had he improved over the years? Perhaps, he needed to learn and improve again. Thinking of this, Ho Liang could not help but look at Chen Song. In his heart, there was a little more anticipation. The news that Chen Song wanted to build an emergency center had long spread. Xianxia Emergency Center, based on Xianxia, they would develop Dongyang Province, Hebei Province, and the other 4 provinces around it. According to the development of a fan-shaped area, they would build an emergency center network in the center. This was the development plan of the second provincial hospital. It was considered a fool's dream by others. However, if Chen Song could stay for 10 years, Ho Liang felt that it was not impossible. After all, medical treatment did not depend on whether the building was tall or not, but whether the doctor was good or not. How many hospitals in the capital were tall buildings? Which one of them was not a small broken building? They could not even compare to some county-level hospitals that were vigorously building new hospital areas. However, as the saying goes, the mountain was not high, but there was a ferry. Therefore, Ho Liang suddenly felt that he had more choices. Moreover, the core development concept of the Provincial People's Hospital had always been stability. There were many problems mixed in this. Ho Liang only wanted to innovate and develop, which was not to his liking in the big picture. He was different from Zhang Pei. The surgery proceeded in an orderly manner. At this moment, the matter that Chen Song had just spent half an hour dealing with seemed especially important now. Not only did it help repair the blood vessels, but it also cleverly provided blood to the key parts of the blood vessels. As the surgeries continued to progress, the advantages of this treatment were also continuously dug out. Under such conditions, selective cerebral perfusion with intubation and extracorporeal circulation could effectively help the brain to supply blood and oxygen to prevent brain damage. At the same time, the grafted blood vessels straddled the abdominal aorta, which could effectively supply blood to the renal artery, spermatic artery, and other arteries. The more Ho Liang looked, the more surprised he became. The more he looked, the more excited he became. He could guarantee that Chen Song had never done such a treatment before. In fact, this treatment itself was specially researched for patients. Because the elasticity of the patient's blood vessel wall was too weak, the multiple dissections made the already difficult surgery even more dangerous. Therefore, Chen Song's current actions were really improvised. Thinking of this, Ho Liang felt that it was unbelievable. Perhaps this was the power of a great expert. He formed his own sect and could calmly deal with any accident. In fact, Ho Liang swore that this surgical method would definitely become the world's top treatment after it was perfected. Just like the elephant trunk surgery, it would become a classic surgical method in aortic surgery. The existence of this surgical method would greatly reduce the probability of bleeding during the surgery and reduce the mortality rate. Through the bridge and intubation of the right axillary artery, extracorporeal circulation could also maintain selective cerebral perfusion, effectively reducing the probability of complications. Thinking about it carefully, Ho Liang felt a little emotional. He might have witnessed the birth of a legend with his own eyes. If he missed this opportunity at this time, Ho Liang felt that he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. God has been good to me. Thinking of this, Ho Liang hurriedly and carefully helped Chen Song complete every detail. In fact, he had already made up his mind. Resign, as long as Chen Song was willing to let him follow him to the emergency center and become the director of one of the floors. He was willing to give up his position as the director of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery in the Provincial People's Hospital. He would resign without hesitation. During this period of time, he would use this opportunity to follow Chen Song and learn from him. The surgery took 5 hours. For a full 5 hours, Chen Song carefully handled everything. However, the patient's blood vessels were really troublesome. Even finding a suitable anastomosis was difficult. It was very difficult to deal with. All the damaged areas in the patient's body, even the parts that could cause aortic dissection, were all handled by Chen Song. Although it was difficult, Chen Song was very happy. Today's harvest was too great. Usually, the surgery would not take so long. However, Chen Song spent more time because he wanted to continuously discover and study his device and try to perfect the surgical method as soon as possible. Anesthesiologist Liang Tai finally understood what his senior brother Zhou he said today. This Professor Chen was too amazing. Liang Tai could not help but shake his head. The surgery was coming to an end soon. Ho Liang looked at Chen Song, who was a little tired, and could not help but say, "Professor Chen, you should rest for a while." "I'll do it." Chen Song nodded. "Okay." Chen Song was very satisfied with Ho Liang. Although Ho Liang was a little unfamiliar with aortic replacement surgery, his basic skills were very solid. Ho Liang also participated in the blood vessel anastomosis. It could be seen that Chief Physician Ho was a rare talent. What a pity, if the emergency center was built, they would definitely need to recruit a large number of talents. When the time came, it would be enough to have some people who could control the factory. As for Ho Liang, Chen Song shook his head. Giving up his position as the chief physician of the Provincial People's Hospital to be the leader of the cardiac surgery treatment group in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, anyone with a normal brain would probably not be willing. Chen Song shook his head. Next year would definitely be a difficult year. After he became the chief physician, there would only be more things to consider. It did not take long for the surgery to end. Liang Tai could not help but praise, "Professor Chen, you're amazing." With Liang Tai's praise, everyone began to applaud. From the beginning to the end, the patient had received 4,500 milliliters of blood. However, most of it was autologous blood. The blood prepared by the blood transfusion department was basically still refrigerated. Other than the 1,000 milliliters that were successfully warmed at the beginning, the rest had not been used. The surgery was too successful. Everyone began to applaud Chen Song. At this moment, Chen Song's body was covered in blood. When the blood spurted, Chen Song did not move at all. It was not because Chen Song could not dodge. It was purely because behind him was the young nurse who did not wear a mask. If the boiling blood sprayed on the face, not to mention the shock, the patient's infectious disease would be a taboo. Therefore, the young nurse was grateful to Chen Song throughout the entire process and did every job well. In fact, everyone's heart was transparent. The applause in the operating theater was the sound that Chen Song wanted to hear the most. However, silence was the last thing he wanted to see. As long as there was laughter and applause, it meant that the surgery was successful. And silence, it meant that the surgery was not auspicious. The patient was directly contacted by Zhang Pei to the ICU for transfer. As soon as Chen Song went out, he saw Wei Zhuhua and Li Hui waiting at the door. "Professor Chen, thank you for your hard work," Wei Zhuhua said excitedly. Wei Zhuhua, who had witnessed the rescue with her own eyes, was really a little hot-blooded at this moment. She was even excited and surging in her heart. Chen Song smiled. "Chief Wei, this is what I should do." He casually picked up the bloody surgical gown and threw it into the trash can. Wei Zhuhua nodded and patted Chen Song's shoulder. "Good job. When you finish your training, I'll give you a surprise." When Chen Song heard that, he was stunned. "A surprise?" Wei Zhuhua chuckled. "That's right. It'll be a surprise that you'll be satisfied with." Needless to say, this sentence directly made Chen Song look forward to it. Li Hui was also very grateful to Chen Song, but this kind of gratitude was different. At the age of 40 or 50, a person's values and outlook on life had long been fixed. How could it be so easy to change? Chen Song also nodded politely. Li Hui tried his best to show that he was familiar with Chen Song. He kept calling him Brother Chen, trying to make friends with him. But Chen Song was really not interested. It was always troublesome to deal with politicians because you never knew what they were really thinking. Yu Tao from the medical imaging department looked at Chen Song. He saw that his leader was chatting with him and did not want to disturb him. Anesthesiologist Liang Tai, Zhang Pei, Ho Liang, and the others did the same. They were full of questions and wanted to find Chen Song to explain, but they were too embarrassed to interrupt their leader. Professor Chen, you've been working so hard for so long. It's already 9 o'clock. How about this, let's go out for dinner. I'll arrange it for you. Li Hui smiled and picked up his phone to make arrangements. Chen Song hurriedly declined, there's no need, President Li. I'm preparing to go home. My father-in-law said he left some food for me. When Li Hui heard this, he quickly smiled. Look, I forgot about this. How about this? I'll set up a meeting some other day. I'll call Dean Qin along too. Let's all sit down and have a good chat. Brother hospitals like our province's number 1 and number 2 hospitals have to practice more and have frequent consultations. Hearing this, Chen Song sneered in his heart. That was easy to say. Outpatient consultation. When Director Fong of the 2nd People's Hospital of Junior High School was critically ill, the people of the province requested for a consultation, but they only sent an ordinary director. Consultation, freelance surgery, and the invitation of experts were 3 different ways to treat patients outside the hospital. Consultations were the cheapest, ranging from tens of yuan to hundreds of yuan. Freelance surgeries were more expensive, but the patient would bear most of the cost. Inviting experts was a way for the hospital to cooperate. The hospital would bear the expenses of the experts, and the main purpose was to invite experts to increase the hospital's influence. This Li Hui really thought it through, however, Chen Song just smiled. Okay, let's keep in touch. Wei Zhuhua did not care about this. She left Chen Song's contact information and left early. It was late. After Chen Song left the hospital, he went to a nearby night market where the lights were still on. He ordered a bunch of skewers, such as oysters, chives, kidneys, and so on. He also ordered 2 bottles of raw beer from a barbecue shop. He took a bite of the skewers and a sip of beer. Chen Song could not help but feel extremely comfortable on the hot summer night after the surgery. Now that he was a middle-aged man, Chen Song acknowledged Zhang Zhixin a little more. This kidneys tasted good, and he did not feel that they were stinky anymore. At this moment, a notification rang. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the surgery on a level 90 king level multiple aortic dissection monster. You have obtained a generous reward. Reward 1. You have obtained a perfect level surgical skill book. 2. You have obtained 3 master level extraction cards. 3. Level +2. Looking at the system reward, Chen Song was stunned. A perfect level skill book, it was perfect, such a reward made the entire surgery recoup its cost. Level +2 also made Chen Song officially reach level 61, Chen Song knew that his perceptive gloves could be used now. The only thing that puzzled Chen Song was the extraction card in the middle. What was this, extraction card? You can extract the essence of the surgery. After using it, you can obtain the relevant skill book according to the surgery. This item is at master level. The extracted surgery will automatically be upgraded to master level. After Chen Song heard it, he was stunned. This thing, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the surgery today and made a prompt decision to use the extraction card. Chen Song was very satisfied with the special treatment of the patient today. However, this treatment could not be considered a surgical method. If it was a surgical method, Chen Song could completely reduce the mortality rate and the risk of complications in thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery. This was a good thing, however, Chen Song only had some ideas. He was still a distance away from a complete surgical method. Now that the extraction card appeared, Chen Song was excited. It was a good thing, it was really a good thing. Chen Song did not even think about it and chose to extract it directly. Ding. Extraction is in progress. Congratulations, extraction is successful. You have obtained master-level skill book, aortic replacement and stent elephant trunk surgery. Please name it. Chen Song was overjoyed. Aortic replacement and stent elephant trunk surgery, it was very vivid. However, naming it, how about Chen's elephant trunk surgery, automatically named Chen's elephant trunk surgery. Chen Song could not help but feel happy. From today onwards, there was a new member in Chen's skill library. It was wonderful. Your crayfish is here. The boss smiled and served it. Chen Song drank a mouthful of beer with satisfaction. He put on gloves and was about to eat the crayfish when a body suddenly pounced on him. Chen Song's expression changed. He squeezed hard with both hands. The sensory glove also sensed many things. There were a lot of nodules. P.S. This is the 6th chapter. Please support me, big shots. Chen Song was like a curious baby. He had just obtained the perceptive gloves. His original plan was to use his heart to feel the shell of the crayfish and search for a scientific, effective, and labor-saving way to peel the crayfish. But he did not expect that the first object he sensed would be a person. In this regard, Chen Song's professionalism was fully displayed. He did not discriminate against her because she was a woman. He also did not blame her because she did not register and forced him to palpate. He also did not have any prejudice against her because she was good-looking. After all, as a doctor, he should treat everyone equally. Chen Song thought about it and sighed. Forget it, as a doctor, he should still have the benevolence of a doctor. Thinking of this, Chen Song used the perceptive gloves to the limit. He closed his eyes and tried to sense as much as possible. 1, 2. No. This could be a ventricular nodule. It was not a cyst. Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. These perceptive gloves were really amazing. As expected, Chen Song clearly felt that one of the nodules was large and hard, but the mobility was not good. This was not the feeling of a fibroadenoma or phylloid sarcoma. What could this be? Thinking of this, Chen Song began to feel the clarity of the outline. It had to be said that this benign tumor could clearly feel its boundary, scope, and shape. Cancer and inflammation were invasive and extended to the surroundings, so the boundary was blurred. Combined with the hardness and mobility of the nodules, Chen Song could not help but frown. This did not seem to be a good sign. Generally speaking, cancer was the hardest. Fibroadenomas and cysts were also harder, but they were flexible and elastic like rubber bumps. Cancer, on the other hand, felt like a block of wood. Similarly, cancer and inflammation were adhered to the surrounding tissues because of their invasive nature, limiting their mobility. The later the stage, the more rigid the fixation. Thinking of this, Chen Song stared at the woman carefully. He was suddenly stunned. Auntie? The fat auntie looked at Chen Song and was also stunned. Eh? Xiao Chen. The two of them stared at each other and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence that they would meet here? It felt like it was a small world. Auntie, please take a seat. Chen Song hurriedly asked the auntie to sit down and prepared to tell her about what had just happened. Although breast cancer was not very troublesome, if it really metastasized, there would be a lot of problems. The fat auntie looked suspiciously at Chen Song and rubbed her chest. This brat's strength was quite strong. However, the auntie also knew that she had lost her balance just now. She didn't expect to fall back and almost fall to the ground. If it wasn't for Chen Song supporting her, she would have fallen to the ground. With his fat physique, if he really fell down like this, it would really be a problem. This was no ordinary person. It was the fat landlady who rented a house in the city when Chen Song was an intern at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Xiao Chen, long time no see. The fat auntie seemed to be naturally kind. When she saw Chen Song, she was very happy. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I happened to pass by today and saw this food street. I came over to take a look and eat something. When the fat auntie heard this, she sized up Chen Song's surroundings. Her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but say, Yo. You're still single? Upon hearing the fat auntie's question, Chen Song's heart skipped a beat. Before she could speak, the fat auntie looked down at the skewers on Xianxia's table. She couldn't help but be stunned. After 3 seconds of silence, she suddenly said with concern, "Xiao, you can't eat like this if you don't have a partner." Xianxia couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He felt a little uneasy. "This? Auntie, I really didn't do it on purpose." Xianxia thought of what had just happened and felt inexplicably worried. He was afraid that the landlady would make him take responsibility. He was surprised, happy, and uneasy. After all, if this auntie really had breast cancer. Right. She had hundreds of millions of assets and so many buildings. After she was done, it would save him many years of hard work. However, Xianxia was not such a person now. He couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie, I really have a partner. No, to be precise, we are married. We have even registered our marriage." When the fat auntie heard this, she laughed. "Do you think I don't know you? You're bragging again." After saying that, the fat auntie pointed at the street. "Do you see that? Xiao, this is the empire I have built for you. Pingyang Food Street is mine." When the fat auntie said this, she was full of confidence and vigor. After I knew that my daughter was back, I made up my mind to leave something for my son-in-law." Saying this, the fat auntie raised her hand and a staff member hurriedly ran over. "Auntie, what's the matter?" The fat auntie pointed at Xianxia. "Do you see that? With that face, you can eat anything you want for free in the future." The staff member was stunned. He was clearly stunned. However, he still nodded. "Okay, auntie." Xianxia couldn't help but look around. The entire food street. How long was it? Looking at the fat auntie's eyes, Xianxia sighed disappointingly. Life, the most difficult thing was to make a choice. The fat auntie lowered her head and lowered her voice. "Xiao, I have always thought highly of you. Although you're poor, you're handsome and motivated. Why don't I introduce you to someone? My daughter is back in the country. She is working at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. Why don't I introduce her to you another day?" Xianxia quickly smiled and waved his hand. "No need, auntie. I really am married. I didn't bring my marriage certificate. Otherwise, I would have shown it to you." At this moment, Xianxia suddenly remembered what had just happened. He couldn't help but say, "Well, auntie, I have something to tell you. When I was palpating your chest, I felt that you might have nodules. There are quite a few of them. These nodules might not be benign. They might be malignant." As he spoke, the fat auntie's expression changed. "Xiao, what do you mean?" Xianxia didn't beat around the bush. "Auntie, don't be nervous. I think it might be breast cancer." When the fat auntie heard this, she was instantly shocked. Any woman would be anxious and afraid when they heard this. After all, a man suddenly touched your breast and then suddenly told you that you might have breast cancer. This was too king exciting. At this thought, the fat auntie hurriedly stared at Xiao. "Xiao, why do you say that?" Xianxia nodded. "When I touched your chest just now, I felt that your nodules were really different. They were hard and had a high degree of adhesion. They have poor mobility. The situation isn't good." Hearing Xianxia's words, the fat auntie hurriedly stood up. "Let's go inside. Feel it carefully. Are you hallucinating?" Xianxia nodded and didn't reject the fat auntie's offer. Xianxia was quite grateful to the fat auntie. Without her, he would have had a hard time in the past few years. The fat auntie also took good care of Xianxia. Xianxia thought about it and nodded. He decided to help with the diagnosis. He followed the fat auntie to a room at the side. After entering, the fat auntie was clearly worried. She was even a little afraid. Anything that was related to cancer was not a light matter. Moreover, Xianxia was a doctor and he knew her well. The fat auntie had often asked Xianxia for help when she had a headache or fever. After entering the room, the fat auntie was done and took off her shirt. Xianxia also began to diagnose her seriously. Palpation was one of the most important parts of diagnosis and treatment. It was one of the biggest ways to gather information. It was really a test of one's skills. At that moment, a beautiful woman in her 20s came downstairs. The woman was called Xianxia. She was young and beautiful. Xianxia was quite against her mother's food street. After all, she had spent a lot of effort to slim down. Now, she felt that her mother's goal in opening the food street was purely to attract her. It was really childish. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu asked the man at the door, "Manager Yang, where is my mother?" The staff hesitated for a moment. "Upstairs." He regretted it the moment he said it. He felt that he should not have said it. Zhang Yu went upstairs and opened the door. When she entered the room, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw her mother standing there naked. A gigolo man was sitting opposite her mother. Most importantly, the man's hand was on. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu quickly prepared to go out. However, the fat auntie and Chen Song naturally noticed Zhang Yu. Instantly, their eyes met and the atmosphere became awkward. Chen Song was relatively calm. After all, he was here to see a doctor. The fat auntie was also calm. She had been through a lot in life and could withstand any storm. However, Zhang Yu could not. She had never seen such a scene. For a time, he was incomparably embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. The fat auntie calmly put on her clothes. "You're back? Let me introduce you. This is Chen Song." Zhang Yu blushed. He was both surprised and happy, but more than that, he felt embarrassed and worried. She was happy that her mother had finally found a partner and was no longer too lonely. What she was worried about was this gigolo here to cheat her of her money? After all, his mother was so rich. The awkward thing was, he didn't expect his mother to bring him here to do such a thing. It was too awkward. "This is my daughter, Zhang Yu." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Hello, I'm Chen Song." After Zhang Yu saw Chen Song, he felt that he looked somewhat familiar. It was as if he was very, very familiar. Suddenly, she remembered something. This was Chen Song. How could Zhang Yu, who worked at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, not recognize Chen Song? She was the star of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, a million plastic surgeons. Unexpectedly, he really didn't expect this. The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more excited she felt. To be honest, when Zhang Yu was in Korea, she heard that the best plastic surgeon of the year was Chen Song. After she came back, she joined Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. She was even more aware of Chen Song's value and meaning. In Zhang Yu's eyes, Chen Song was a big shot, a god, a big shot, but now, she didn't expect that this big shot would be related to her so soon. And it was inextricably linked. The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more excited she felt. She even felt that her idea was a little ridiculous. After all, would Professor Chen be interested in her mother's money? But, other than money, what did her mother have? 300 pounds of meat. That's right. Zhang Yu suddenly felt that perhaps Professor Chen's aesthetic was really different from ordinary people's. Perhaps this was true love? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu was touched. Zhang Yu was very excited that her mother had found such an outstanding man. She even began to apologize to her father on behalf of her mother. After all, Professor Chen was too good and outstanding. Therefore, Zhang Yu quickly said, "Professor Chen." "No, Uncle Chen." This sentence stunned Chen Song. "Me, uncle?" Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Calling me uncle is too," the fat auntie nodded. "That's right. Chen Song is not an outsider. Actually, I've known Xiaochen for a long time. It's been more than 3 years. When you were in Korea, he was already living with us. At that time, I wanted to introduce Xiaochen to you, but you were unwilling to return to China." When Zhang Yu heard this, she immediately perked up. So, they had been living together for 3 years. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at her mother's eyes and understood what she meant. She quickly looked at Chen Song and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Hello, Dad." Chen Song spat out a mouthful of water. What the F***ck, what the hell was this? At this moment, Chen Song was completely dumbfounded. She called me Dad. Not only him, but even the fat auntie was dumbfounded. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention to you." "Dad, thank you. Thank you for taking care of my mom." Zhang Yu nodded. Chen Song was instantly confused. The fat auntie was also confused. What the hell? The fat auntie could not help but say, "Are you stupid? He's Xiaochen. Why did you call him Dad?" When Zhang Yu saw her mother like this, she could not help but shake her head. Sigh. Her mother was just too shy. Mom, don't worry. I won't discriminate against Dad Chen. I believe that he truly loves you. You don't have to feel burdened. After all, I won't mind an outstanding man like Professor Chen. Chen Song finally understood. This Zhang Yu thought of him as the fat auntie's lover. She actually called him Dad. For a moment, he had a terrible headache. Don't talk nonsense. Dr. Chen is our original tenant. He's also a doctor from the secondary hospital of Chengdu province. We happened to meet today. He said that I have a tubercle on my chest, so I asked him to come up and check on me. Chen Song nodded. That's right. If you have time tomorrow, bring me to the hospital for a breast ultrasound. We'll see how it goes. When she saw Chen Song and her mother like this, Zhang Yu immediately blushed. This was too King awkward. When she thought of this, Zhang Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chen. What a pity, she originally thought that Professor Chen could become her father and teach her plastic surgery. Now, it seemed that there was no chance. However, at this moment, the fat auntie suddenly said, "By the way, miss, come here." Zhang Yu nodded. The fat auntie's eyes lit up slightly. This? Xiao Chen, I hope you can help me with something. I keep feeling that my daughter also has a tubercle. Do you want to take a look? Chen Song's expression changed. Chen Song didn't know how to react when he heard what the fat auntie said. The reason why he agreed to the fat auntie's request was because she was sick. As a doctor, Chen Song felt that he should remind her. However, as for Zhang Yu and Chen Song, not only Chen Song, but even Zhang Yu was a little confused. Zhang Yu blushed when she saw her mother blinking at her. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Chen Song quickly said, "This. Auntie, let's have a checkup tomorrow. I'm still not very good at this." After that, Chen Song pulled Zhang Yu out. I have something to tell you, Chen Song said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Song and was a little excited. After all, her idol appeared in front of her, so she was very nervous. Chen Song called Zhang Yu out because of the fat auntie. Breast cancer couldn't be delayed. Moreover, Chen Song could feel that there were no signs of lymph metastasis through palpation of the fat auntie's axillary lymph nodes. Take your mother to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. It's very likely that she has breast cancer. Be hospitalized as soon as possible and prepare for surgery. Chen Song told Zhang Yu because he was worried that the fat auntie wouldn't take it seriously. When Zhang Yu heard Chen Song's words, her expression changed and she quickly nodded. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chen. So, it was really to treat her illness. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but she also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The accident in Danyang province's intermediate assessment was still announced. No matter how it was explained, this incident was still a sign of the lack of communication between the medical staff and the patient. Both sides were responsible. The director of the Provincial People's Hospital, Li Hui, personally made a review. It seemed that the entire Danyang province, and even many medical workers and experts in the country, criticized the hospital's medical staff for their outdated medical skills. As a provincial hospital, they couldn't bear the ability and responsibility that a hospital should have. In the face of these criticisms, the doctors couldn't refute. After all, things like ability were really hard to explain. If poor ability was wrong, they had nothing to say. However, the director of the cardiac surgery department, Ho Liang, directly announced the patient's condition, including the admission records, the first course of the disease, physiological and biochemical tests, and imaging tests. These are the records of all the patients who were admitted to the hospital. These are all the test reports. Please enlighten me, Ho Liang said straightforwardly. Once this case was announced, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. As expected, the internet quickly began to discuss the patient's situation. Even though the diagnosis was wrong, the patient's condition was confidential. The patient's condition didn't to the outside to keep it a secret. Therefore, there were various explanations as to however, even though they knew that the patient's diagnosis was wrong, they could not think of the correct diagnosis. At this moment, he was embarrassed to say. He had already returned to the capital. In the morning, Chen Song sat in his office, feeling uneasy. The TT know this T to announce said. 2. S test results S the to T to be 2s. However, he's to now. It was an extremely embarrassing thing. In the office, everyone knew that the national server's first resident doctor exam was over. They came over to ask about Chen Song's exam. Chen Song was also embarrassed to say that he screwed up the examiners and the main examiners. It was too embarrassing to say this. Chen Song didn't say anything. Silence was not the best weapon at this moment. After everyone saw Chen Song's silence, they were suddenly stunned. Professor Chen, you didn't go, did you? Chen Song was speechless. Ma Yuehui sat beside Chen Song, looking like an experienced person, and began to counsel Chen Song like a big brother. Chen Song, let me tell you, life is full of ups and downs. Everything you experience will become your weapon. Seeing Ma Yuehui's gloating expression, Chen Song was truly helpless. At this time, the leader of Group 2, Chief Physician Ho, walked in. Hey! Professor Chen, when I was invigilating the exam, I heard that there was a wrong exam question in Ammoniang. Chen Song didn't want to answer this question. Soon, Zhang Yuan hurriedly ran in with his phone. Look! Now the exam questions in Dongyang Province People's Hospital are popular. So far, all the official replies are incorrect. Zhang Yuan pointed at the discussion board of Lilac Community and said. This news made everyone's eyes light up. Diagnosing difficult cases was an interesting and challenging thing. The more people who didn't know, the greater the sense of accomplishment after the diagnosis. For a time, everyone in the office also began to diagnose. Chen Song glanced at everyone and couldn't help but sigh. When will my results be out? Sigh, it's too difficult. He looked at this group of ordinary people and opened Lilac Community. He found that there were more than 30,000 replies to this post. There were all kinds of guesses. The analysis was also clear and logical. However, when he thought about it carefully, there were loopholes. These people were deliberately bypassing conventional thinking to diagnose. In the office, old Ma couldn't help but say, "Give me 10 minutes and I'll give you an accurate answer." The others also began to diagnose with enthusiasm. However, after a long time, they still only had the diagnosis of unstable angina and hypertension. As for the rest, they couldn't find anything at all. For a time, everyone was curious. Professor Chen, can you take a look at this question? Suddenly, an old doctor looked at Chen Song thoughtfully and said. Chen Song told the truth, the patient has Kawasaki disease, an early sign of aortic dissection. After saying that, old Ma was stunned. Why is it related to Kawasaki disease? Everyone nodded. They didn't agree. It seemed that Chen Song didn't know either. Chen Song didn't explain. After all, he didn't want to talk about this kind of thing. In the morning, the Dongyang Province Health Committee released an official message. A detailed report and explanation of the patients diagnosed wrongly in the intermediate exam. It explained the patient's situation in detail. The patient also said that he didn't mean to hide his condition, which caused such a big mistake. It also wrote in detail how Chen Song successfully diagnosed the patient's condition in the assessment. Thank you, Dr. Chen Song, for your outstanding contribution in this diagnosis and saving the patient's life. At the same time, in view of the special situation of the patient, the diagnosis in the assessment is considered to have passed. For Dr. Chen Song, who diagnosed the patient's true condition and successfully passed the assessment, the Provincial Health Committee has decided to award Dr. Chen Song the Honorary Doctor of the Year. After this news was announced, the entire internet was stunned. Who would have thought that the patient, Wang Mao, was a patient with Kawasaki disease with major vascular damage? After all, the patient's condition was too ordinary. It was so ordinary that it was difficult to guess any disease, or even any disease could be guessed. It was too difficult, moreover, when they saw the diagnosis. Everyone was shocked and could not help but clap their hands in praise. It was really too amazing. He could get so many clues just by palpating the abnormality and looking at the radiographic films. He even guessed that the patient had Kawasaki disease and aortic dissection through the abnormality of the liver function. If the diagnosis was only released, no one would believe it. But, when the official diagnosis and related information were released, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too amazing. It was too incredible. Through a key piece of information, a series of diseases were deduced by reverse thinking. When everyone saw the 800 to 900 aminotransferase in the liver function in the later stage, they were all stunned. When they saw the angiogram CTA, they could not help but fall silent. How did this happen? Those young doctors still could not understand. However, those doctors with rich clinical experience repeatedly and carefully watched the process 7 to 8 times. After that, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "This is too amazing." Indeed, Chen Song's diagnosis gave everyone a refreshing feeling. This kind of diagnosis was really very creative. Chen Song's name was once again remembered by countless people. Such a difficult case could be diagnosed, and it was discovered during the intermediate doctor assessment. The difficulty and meaning behind it could be imagined. At this time, in the emergency center's office, everyone was stunned after reading the official announcement. Looking carefully at the news about Chen Song, everyone was speechless. One by one, they turned around and stared at Chen Song. At this time, Chen Song realized that after the inquiry, his results were finally out. He passed. Chen Song's face was full of tears. He finally passed. He looked up and suddenly realized that everyone was staring at him. When everyone looked at Chen Song at this moment, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. It turned out that this complicated case was actually diagnosed by Chen Song. It was also a mistake discovered by Chen Song. Mai Weihui recalled Chen Song's dejected look just now, as if he really did not pass the exam. Who would have thought? It turned out that Chen Song was the one who had caused the uproar in Danyang province. Old Ma was a little annoyed when he saw Chen Song's pretentious face. Thinking of how he had just persuaded Chen Song, Old Ma wanted to slap himself a few times. It's all my fault, he should have thought of this earlier. Only a pervert like him would be able to cause trouble. Who else could it be but him? This was too much like Chen Song's style of showing off. Just a moment ago, he was still worried that he would fail the exam. Now, he had been awarded the title of honorary doctor by the Danyang province's health committee. It was really, everyone looked at Chen Song helplessly. Professor Chen, you're too much. We were just sad that you didn't pass the exam. How could you hide such a big thing? Director Ho said with a smile. Chen Song sighed. I didn't hide it. I just said that the patient had Kawasaki disease and aortic dissection. When everyone heard this, they were speechless. Chen Song did say these things. Also, I was really worried that I would fail the exam. After all, I confused the examiner and the question setter. This kind of thing. If I let you guys. Aren't you guys worried? Chen Song sighed helplessly. After everyone heard this, they could not help but be stunned. We never worried about this kind of thing. It was because we were not worthy, only the person who came up with the questions made us dizzy. Hearing Chen Song's distress, Old Ma suddenly felt a little happier. After all, compared to Chen Song, they had a lot less worries. The officials did not release Chen Song's surgical method. Perhaps they were considering the value of Chen Song's unfinished new surgical method. Chen Song was also very grateful for this. However, at this moment, Li Kai, the director of Union Medical College Hospital, called. Professor Chen, when are you free recently? Chen Song, what's the matter? Li Kai said embarrassedly, it's about the lecture you mentioned last time. The results of the vote are out. Chen Song could not help but ask, oh, how about this weekend? Li Kai nodded. Okay, I'll send you the results of the vote. Originally, everyone wanted you to talk about imaging, but the news of your diagnosis of Kawasaki disease in the past 2 days has made the group of students excited. So, you have a lot of influence in our school now. Professor Chen, thank you for your hard work this time, but we thought about it and decided to pay you according to the expert's lecture fee. Indeed, the medical school had not been peaceful in the past 2 days. They were also paying attention to this matter. Moreover, after this group of students learned about Chen Song's matter, they were all fired up. They could figure out the clues in the face of difficult and complicated diseases. It was as if they were detectives who had discovered the mastermind behind the scenes. This feeling was really great, therefore, the admiration for Chen Song made this group of students excited. This made them realize that studying medicine could be so cool. This might be how a straight-A student was popular, right? Therefore, everyone voted and hoped that Xianxia would teach them this diagnostic technique. In just one day, the number of people voting for diagnosis instantly increased crazily, surpassing the number of people watching scans and directly becoming the first. Xianxia smiled. "It's okay, it's my duty." Li Kai said, "This. I think the specific content of the lecture will be diagnosis. I'll send you the voting software later." The students are still very enthusiastic. Xianxia was very happy to hear this news. After hanging up the phone, Li Kai sent a WeChat message. It was the results of the vote. Xianxia realized that the most votes were clinical diagnostic thinking. Xianxia had a lot of say in this matter. He had even summarized what to talk about. This kind of clinical thinking could actually be spread. Xianxia would not be stingy with teaching it to everyone. However, when many students from Concordia University were discussing the case, someone suddenly said, "Actually, Professor Xianxia was able to discover and diagnose Kawasaki disease." In addition to a solid theoretical foundation and ingenious diagnostic thinking, there is also a very important skill: palpation. Professor Chen found the patient's abnormal liver function through palpation and then associated a series of various reactions. Compared to complicated diagnostic thinking, I think that for us medical students, we should cultivate this kind of basic diagnostic method. After this news was released, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. On Wednesday, just as they were deciding on the content of the lecture, palpation jumped to the top of the vote. "We want to listen to Professor Chen talk about palpation. P.S. Sorry, I just came back from a business trip. I went to the finance department to report the accounts today, so, sigh, I'm running out of time. I'll make up for it tomorrow at 7. Professor Chen, I'm really sorry. We didn't expect such a thing to happen." The Department of Education at Concord called and said helplessly. "I didn't expect it to suddenly turn into palpation. Why don't I coordinate it? Let's talk about diagnostics first." The staff was now very worried that Xianxia did not prepare the materials for palpation in advance. After all, teaching was not something that could be done casually. Even those famous lecturers had to prepare their classes in advance, let alone a clinical genius like Xianxia. He was not good at teaching, and the results were changed at the last minute. Therefore, the staff was also very worried that Xianxia would not be able to produce the courseware in a hurry. Ding! Mission triggered: complete palpation teaching and increase the importance of palpation for medical students. Mission completed with more than 60% of the rating. Reward: book palpation. As soon as he heard the system notification, Xianxia was stunned. A mission was actually triggered, and the reward was palpation. Was this a book? A professional book that was formed specifically for palpation? Was he going to become a best-selling doctor in the medical field? It was undeniable that this reward was definitely very attractive. However, the difficulty of the mission was also very high. Palpation was just an ordinary physical examination. Every medical student had to go through palpation training dozens of times. This was not an exaggeration at all. However, it was precisely because of this that there were not many things that could be taught in palpation. There were only a few things back and forth. How could you teach them to the satisfaction of most people? The group of brats at Concord already had high expectations of him. Now, he had increased the difficulty for himself. How could he teach this thing? Although Xianxia had perfect level physical examination, palpation was naturally not a problem for him. Moreover, with the factor of the perceptive gloves, his understanding of palpation was far above that of ordinary people. However, this thing itself was based on one's own feelings. It was even a feeling that could be understood but not described in words. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly thought of another way: clinical practice. Palpation itself was a kind of clinical diagnosis technique. Instead of explaining it in the classroom, it was better to demonstrate it in the ward. Through some palpation techniques, he showed the patient what he needed to pay attention to during palpation. Therefore, Xianxia said directly, "How about we change the format of the lecture this time? Bring the students to Peking Union Hospital and assign them to different departments according to their subjects. I will go to each department to palpate the patients. What do you think?" When the staff member heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. That's right, this was a good idea. The students had different subjects to begin with. After the classification, everyone returned to their respective subjects. Chen Song directly palpated and taught the patients so that the students could be prepared. The staff quickly said, "Okay, okay. Professor Chen, let me talk to Dean Li." After hanging up the phone, the Science and Education Department quickly called Li Kai and told him about the communication with Chen Song in detail. After hearing this, Li Kai suddenly frowned. Will this work? Professor Chen, you'll need to go to various departments to perform palpation demonstrations. You'll need to master the diseases of many departments. Isn't that too difficult? Indeed, this palpation teaching was easy for normal people. It could even be read according to the teaching template. However, when placed in various departments, the patients in each department were very special. Moreover, what was Peking Union Hospital, there were difficult and complicated diseases everywhere. It's too risky to do this. At this time, the staff member of the Science and Education Department was stunned for a moment before he reacted. That's right, there were too many types of patients in Peking Union Hospital. There were patients in every department. How could Professor Chen diagnose each department clearly? This? Dean Li, Professor Chen asked for it himself. When Li Kai heard this, he was speechless. This kid, he was really a freak. This kid was really skilled and daring, only Chen Song could come up with this kind of idea. Ordinary people would not dare to take such a risk. However, Li Kai thought about it again. This kind of unique teaching method was quite special. Moreover, the influence and teaching effect would definitely be extraordinary. If Chen Song was confident in himself, this seemed to be a good choice. Thinking of this, Li Kai said directly, "Okay. You communicate with Chen Song and cooperate well. But as for the time, let's set it for next week. We definitely won't make it this week." Chen Song's passing of the assessment put a lot of pressure on countless doctors in the emergency center. Because, from today onwards, Chen Song was very likely to become the best attending physician in the emergency center. No, to be precise, he should be the best attending physician in the national server. During lunch, Chen Song deliberately went to the hospital cafeteria. Most of the people who came to eat in the cafeteria were attending physicians. After all, they had reached the level of deputy director. They never lacked meals. Moreover, the key was that they were rich. They dared to order takeout. How could this group of poor attending physicians compare to them? Perhaps many people thought that attending physicians were already very good. Sorry, attending physicians in the emergency center were really not that good. Chen Song clearly remembered that during the exam, that group of people flaunted in front of him and said how many points he scored. The purpose of his visit today was very simple. It was to tell them, I, Chen Song, did not score high, but I turned the examination room upside down. Thinking of this, Chen Song took the initiative to find a person who said that he only scored 390. He sighed and said, "Sigh, I realized that it's really difficult to score 390 in the written exam. It's too difficult." That doctor laughed and was very confident. After all, this was his pride. Yes, I was ranked 21st in the province. There are not many people who can score 390 in the country. I was in the capital. If I were in Dongyang, I might be in the top 3. By the way, Professor Chen, how much did you score in the written exam? Chen Song sighed faintly. I actually wanted to score 390, but it's too difficult. The others were slightly stunned and became curious. They only knew that Chen Song overturned the exam questions during the interview, but it seemed that there were no reports about the written exam. Could it be? Everyone chuckled coldly. Professor Chen, show us how many people you have. That's right. They were all young people. They had things to talk about and joke around. Chen Song blushed. Well, let's not talk about it. The surrounding people were even more excited. At the same time, old Ma saw Chen Song's sneaky smile and could not help but move 30 meters away. He was on guard. Dog Chen was going to show off again. After old Ma took a few steps, he felt an itch in his heart. He suddenly thought about it carefully. As long as Dog Chen did not act pretentious in front of him, it would not hurt him. If that was the case, go over and listen, take a good look at how Tsong dealt with this group of people. Since he was not acting pretentious in front of him, it should not be Dog Chen. It should be the friendly Tsong. Chen Song saw that everyone wanted to see it, so he simply said, actually. My results, how should I put it? It's hard to say. When everyone heard that, they immediately asked curiously, what's the situation? Actually, Professor Chen, you don't have to care about your results. After all, your ability is definitely not something that can be shown on paper. That's right, Professor Chen. Come, let me see. How many points did you get? Chen Song sighed, I actually don't know how many points I got, but I think I passed. The attending doctor at the side immediately said, come, there's a website where you can see the provincial ranking. I'll search it for you. Professor Chen, just tell us your ID number. When Chen Song heard that, his interest was immediately piqued. Oh? Is that so? There's such a software? The attending doctor nodded, that's right. Professor Chen, tell us. Chen Song read it once, and the person beside him quickly entered it. The surrounding people immediately rubbed their hands in anticipation. Their eyes were fixed on the screen of the man who was searching for the results. Soon, the image changed. Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. Because they clearly saw that Chen Song's score was, Chen Song, tentative 400 points. Ranking, first. Chen Song sighed, I really worked hard towards 390, but, it's useless even if I corrected myself. He still gave me 400 points. It's too difficult. I've been working hard to get 390. The surrounding people stared at the score with their mouths agape. Some of them could not react for a long time. How can it be 400 points? Yeah, it's impossible. There are some controversial questions every year. It's impossible to get 400 points. I think so too. After seeing Chen Song's results, everyone immediately began to discuss it. It was very lively. When the surrounding people heard this, they also gathered around out of curiosity. It was a restaurant, after all, and there were a bunch of doctors there. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Now that they suddenly heard that Chen Song's score was 400, everyone was shocked. 400 points, has this ever happened before? I don't think so. Everyone gathered around, wanting to see the truth. At this moment, the man who was checking the score could not help but ask, Professor Chen, what's with the tentative 400 points? Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Regarding this matter, he didn't know what to say. After giving it some thought, Chen Song stared at the man in front of him and said seriously, actually, I just realized that 390 is too difficult. It's really too difficult to accurately control the score to 390. I've already deliberately chosen some wrong answers, but I didn't expect it to still be 400 points. There's really no other way. As for the tentative 400 points? Actually, it's not like that. The examiners didn't quite believe that I could do the wrong questions. They felt that it might be because the questions weren't rigorous enough. They needed to discuss my mistakes again before giving me a final result. So, they gave me a tentative 400 points. The score might change, but I feel that I might not be able to get 390 points. After saying that, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. The surrounding people rubbed their palms together. Their chopsticks were clenched in their hands. Listen to this, is this human language? What does he mean by the examiners didn't quite believe that I could do the wrong questions? Is this something that an examinee should say? Shameless, TUI in capital letters, too despicable. What does he mean by 390 is too difficult? It's so hard to correct the mistakes. This is too shameless. Chen Song looked at everyone's reaction and was ecstatic. Who asked you to show off in front of me? Who asked you to show off in front of me? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt extremely excited. It felt too good. 12:30 p.m. was the time when the cafeteria was the most crowded with medical staff. Chen Song chose to come in at this time because it was the best time to show off. Secondly, at this time, everyone was just halfway through their meal. It was the time when they were the most excited. At this time, showing off was the best time to ruin their appetite. Lastly, at this moment, the summer sun shone through the window and onto his face. Together with the breeze from the air conditioner, he had his own wind and light effects at this time. This was the best time to show off. Overall, Today's showing off should be given full marks. Thinking of this, Xianxia stood up, shook his head, and left. 390 points is really too difficult. The attending physician examination is really too troublesome. Well, I'll be the attending physician in the future. Let's talk more. However, Xianxia's expression clearly said, the best attending physician in the country is here. All of you, get out of the way. I'm going to show off. After Xianxia left, only the sound of the air conditioner and the sound of panting could be heard in the cafeteria. Too shameless. Too despicable. Everyone gave Xianxia a thumbs up helplessly in the direction where he left. It was too awesome. There was no other way. This was a big shot. Awesome. However, after Xianxia left, everyone became excited. Take a screenshot. Hurry up and take a screenshot. That's right. I want to post it on my WeChat moments. This is too awesome. Although everyone was always at a loss when facing Xianxia's showing off, they could totally show off too. The outside world with Xianxia's results, when they thought of how others would be even more frustrated after seeing it, they felt that it did not matter. After all, they also felt very good to be able to know such an awesome person. Who did not have a WeChat moments? Xianxia hummed a tune and left. The summer sun was not hot at all. Because showing off was like the wind that always accompanied him, old Ma stood in the same place. When he saw this scene, his heart was very complicated. Fortunately, he did not go over. Otherwise, this wave of indiscriminate showing off would definitely hurt the innocent. However, he did not see the 400 points. He kept feeling empty. It seemed that something was missing. The food in his hand did not smell good. Thinking of this, old Ma sighed and picked up his phone to call the chef at home. I want to eat egg pancakes made with caviar and cordyceps tonight. Add 3 sea cucumbers and 2 two-headed abalones. Yes, open a bottle of Lafite. After hanging up the phone, old Ma walked out of the cafeteria and looked at Xianxia under the sun. He sighed helplessly. He muttered to himself, what's the use of having money? I can only silently watch others show off. What's the use of having money? Thinking of this, he decided to sell a few houses tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to update faster, can't wait for the 60,000 tip. Thank you, big shot. It's been a long time since the tip. The next morning, the news of Xianxia becoming an attending physician spread in the hospital. Everyone knew that Xianxia had successfully advanced. In the morning, Director Xue from the union sent a cake. Everyone in the office sighed. Director Xue, you're being biased. You didn't even give me a cake when I was promoted to an associate chief physician. That's right, differential treatment. Yeah, Professor Chen isn't even an employee of our hospital, let alone a member of the union. Everyone joked and cheered. The cake was huge. It had 3 layers. That's ridiculous. This is even better than my promotion to a second-level chief physician. Yu Yonggang also walked in and saw the big cake. Director Xue laughed. This is a special case. We have to give him special treatment. First of all, Professor Chen came to our hospital for further studies. This is such a big thing. We can't let Professor Chen feel disappointed, so we have to give him a cake. Secondly, although Professor Chen isn't from our union, he has been very useful to our hospital. So, we have to give him a cake. Everyone was happy for a moment. The cake looked big, but there were too many people in the 6 emergency departments. It was good enough that everyone could taste it. To be honest, this heartwarming cake really made Xianxia happy. This kind of thing was not expensive, but it was very thoughtful. Old Ma ordered a table of takeout at noon. They were all from old restaurants. Lunch was settled in the hospital office, accompanied by the cake, laughter, and harmony. Xianxia looked at old Ma and could not help but feel touched. This man who had to deduct 1 yuan from his breakfast every day was actually willing to sacrifice so much for him. He had also put in a lot of effort. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly felt that he should treat old Ma better in the future. Life went on as usual. Xianxia's life was the same. He went to work when he had to, and he went to surgery when he had to. After the first phase of 35 clinical patient surgeries were completed, the latest data analysis was in progress. Chen Song could also do data analysis, but one person's ability was limited. Naturally, Chen Song could not do everything by himself. He did not have so much time. After all the summary and analysis work was completed this Saturday, Chen Song organized a meeting to discuss the case and review the analysis. 35 patients were enough to get a lot of data, and he could also get a few excellent papers. The papers of Ma Fan's patients had always been very popular on international platforms. It was Chen Song's night shift on Thursday night. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song took Zhang Yuan out of the car, but Zhang Yuan was unhappy the whole time. After the patient was safely transferred, Chen Song could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Why is it so dull?" Zhang Yuan had an ugly smile on his face. "It's nothing." Chen Song was stunned. "Really? Come with me to Union Hospital next Saturday. I need you to help me record some things." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Okay." Chen Song looked at Zhang Yuan's hopeless expression and asked curiously, "Are you heartbroken?" Zhang Yuan sighed. "Chen Song, I thought you didn't have a girlfriend?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "There's someone I've always liked. But, sigh, forget it." Chen Song put the leftover takeout in the microwave. Team leader Ma had ordered too much food at noon, and there were still a few dishes left. After he heated up the food, Chen Song brought it to the on-call room. "Come, I have food. Tell me your story." Chen Song passed the chopsticks to Zhang Yuan and took out a can of beer and a can of Coke. He passed the beer to Zhang Yuan and kept the Coke for himself. Chen Song was not stupid enough to drink when he was on duty at night. However, there was always beer in the fridge in the on-call room because some doctors liked to drink beer to relax after a surgery. As a perfect match for summer, the fridge in the office naturally did not lack beer. Doctors seemed to understand the human body very well and knew what was harmful to the human body. However, doctors never cherished their bodies very much. There were many surgeons who smoked and drank. Some were even addicted to alcohol, and some were addicted to coffee. In short, doctors should never think that they knew how to maintain their health. It was not the case. Zhang Yuan had already gotten off work. He walked with Chen Song and drank half a can of beer in one go. "I have a girl I like. She was my classmate in university. At that time I was in Shanghai, and she was in Union Medical College Hospital. Later, I came back to Beijing because I wanted to be with her. We should say that we are neither close nor distant. But after I gave a talk with you at Union Medical College Hospital last month, our relationship became better, and we started to date more frequently. But, sigh. Yesterday, I was off duty at night. I asked her out for a movie. She said she was on duty, so I bought supper and sent it over. In the end, I saw an Alto stop and she got into the car happily. I followed them quietly and found them in the parking lot of a shopping mall. Then, they didn't come out for a long time." Chen Song was stunned when he heard this. A man and a woman in a car, what could they do? Thinking of this, Chen Song knew that Zhang Yuan was probably cheated on. Chen Song patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder helplessly. "My condolences," Zhang Yuan could not help but say, at that time. I mustered up my courage and ran over quietly. I wanted to see what they were doing. Chen Song was stunned. It was as if he saw the green grassland above Zhang Yuan's head, but he was really brave, he actually dared to look. If he really saw that scene, how heartbreaking would it be? "You have the nerve to go over." Chen Song could not help but say. Zhang Yuan said with a red face, "I just wanted to find out. If I saw it, I might really give up." Chen Song gave him a thumbs up, he really had a masochistic heart. Zhang Yuan saw Chen Song looking at him with a rich expression and immediately rolled his eyes. "It's not what you think." "Then what is it?" Chen Song imagined everything in his mind. Zhang Yuan sighed. There were no erotic scenes, but it was very warm and happy. The two of them had a few electrocardiograms in their hands. They were talking and laughing as they discussed. They were focused. It was very sweet, very intoxicating. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan held a beer and looked out the window. He sighed helplessly. "You didn't see it at that time." She was smiling very happily. She looked at him with a face of admiration. From time to time, she would take out a pen and notebook to write it down. After saying that, Zhang Yuan's tears silently flowed down. In the end, she still chose to sit in someone else's alto and look at the electrocardiogram. Is the electrocardiogram that good? Chen Song was speechless for a moment. He suddenly felt that the doctor's affair was so fun. Sitting in the car together and looking at the electrocardiogram. Zhang Yuan's family was not very rich, but it was not bad. He drove an Audi Q series SUV, which was quite famous. However, Zhang Yuan felt sad and helpless when he thought about how his Audi had been cheated on by the auto. Is the electrocardiogram that good? Zhang Yuan's heart was breaking down. Chen Song sighed. Although the electrocardiogram was indeed very good, it was really torturous for his girlfriend to sit in someone else's auto and look at the electrocardiogram. Chen Song looked at Zhang Yuan. And then? You didn't do anything? Zhang Yuan said angrily, Of course I did. Chen Song looked at him curiously. What did you do? Zhang Yuan said with a red face, I directly opened the car door and shouted at her, Is the electrocardiogram that good? Then I angrily tore up the electrocardiogram. Both of them stared at me and looked at me and the Audi behind me in disgust. They didn't get angry. Instead, they looked at each other and nodded. They said that I didn't understand electrocardiograms at all. I didn't understand her at all. Chen Song admitted that his heart ached for Zhang Yuan, but he really couldn't help it. He laughed out loud. The electrocardiogram was not to blame for this. Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Song and laughed. He was also very helpless about this kind of thing. After Zhang Yuan drank 6 or 7 bottles of beer, he chatted with Chen Song for more than half an hour about the electrocardiogram and left with a lot of complaints. Before he left, Chen Song promised him that he would teach him palpation next time. It was a diagnostic skill that was not inferior to the electrocardiogram. If it really didn't work, he would teach him to look at scans. It was a skill that was even more advanced than the electrocardiogram. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was extremely excited and could not calm down. With scans and palpation, would he be afraid that he would not be able to find a girlfriend? After the drunk Zhang Yuan went downstairs, he looked at his Audi Q5 and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm. Trash, I'll buy a Jetta, an Auto, and a QQ for my next car. Then, he kicked his car's tires. Then, he took a taxi and left. After the shift change, Chen Song returned to his office. The emergency department in the summer was more troublesome. There were more trauma patients. Moreover, there were even more injuries and bleeding caused by fighting. His injuries weren't troublesome. What was troublesome was the drunk man. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, the night market had just begun, but 3 men and 2 women had already arrived. However, surprisingly, the 2 women's heads were bleeding. 3 men supported the 2 of them and brought them over. Chen Song and another female doctor on duty were handling the patient together. When he was dealing with it, Chen Song found out that the reason for their injuries was very simple. They were jealous of each other. This surprised Chen Song. However, after dealing with the patient and leaving, the female doctor on duty, Xiaoli, told Chen Song. It turned out that the 3 men were brothers, and the 2 women were best friends. In the end, the 2 women liked Man A at the same time, while Man B and Man C liked the 2 women separately. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. It was really, those who died from drought and those who died from drowning. Man A, who doesn't know how lucky he is. When everyone left, Adonis A looked at Adonis B with a helpless expression. The female doctor, Xiaoli, seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. This was too exciting. Summer was really a season to release one's youth and hormones. Everyone was wearing thinner clothes. It didn't seem uncommon to have these fights for love. However, at 11 o'clock in the evening, a group of people came. Doctor, doctor. Quickly see what's going on. F*CK, where are they? Hurry up and come. The nurse saw 4 or 5 adults barging in. Among them, a man and a woman were holding a child. Her face was obviously a little panicked. The nurse, Xiao Ku, quickly ran to the office. Dr. Chen, a group of people came. It seems that there's something wrong with the 2 children. After Chen Song heard it, he quickly got up and ran out in a hurry. Chen Song quickly said, What's going on? The woman holding the child said with a sad face, Doctor, quickly see what's wrong with my children? He started convulsing when he was fine. This? He fainted. Chen Song looked at the woman's tearful face and quickly nodded. He asked Xiaoke to push the bed out. On the other hand, he quickly contacted the pediatrics department and asked the doctor on duty to come down quickly. Okay, don't cry. What are you crying for? The man couldn't help but look at the woman, who reeked of alcohol. The woman didn't want to argue. She glanced at the man and stopped crying. However, she looked at Chen Song and bowed. Doctor, please save the children. Thank you. Chen Song nodded. Well, tell me about the children's situation. Why did this suddenly happen? The woman wiped the tears off her face and sorted out her emotions. 2 children. They're both 2 years old. They're twins. Today, my husband and his friends were drinking at home. My husband teased the children. He let the children lick the chopstick stained with wine. The children were so spicy that they danced around. I didn't let him mess with the children. He said it was fine. Later, he drank too much and gave the children a glass of wine. It was 52% white wine. After drinking it, the children began to dance and giggle. After I saw it, I quickly carried them away. The children fell asleep not long after. In the end, after the second child drank it, he began to foam at the mouth. Then, his entire body began to convulse. Doctor, quickly take a look at what's going on. After Chen Song heard that, his heart skipped a beat and sank to the bottom. Alcohol poisoning? It was very likely. It was not just a glass of wine. The children were fine after drinking it. There was a huge difference between children and adults. Especially these children who were less than 3 years old. After the man heard that, he said with a gloomy expression, impossible. It has nothing to do with drinking. Don't talk nonsense. Listen to the doctor. Chen Song shook his head. It's very likely related. If it's as you said, the children might have been poisoned by alcohol. With that, Chen Song turned around and was about to enter the resuscitation room. The man couldn't help but say, how is that possible? It's just a little bit. I was fed by my father when I was young. I was just teasing the children. That's impossible. The man beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. It's not that serious. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh when he saw that. He glanced at the woman whose face was covered in tears and couldn't help but sigh. She really didn't know what to say when she met such a husband. Forget it, it was useless to say more. Let's go and see the children first. After the woman finished the procedures, she sat on the chair and kept wiping her tears with a tissue. The man stood and walked around the room. The friends around him persuaded him, it's okay. It's just that the children might be drunk. They'll be fine after a nap. The woman couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, it's okay. Why don't you give your children alcohol? This is my child. After saying that, the woman stared at the man. Look at your friends. The woman was really angry. She had been tolerating him, she had been concerned about his reputation, she rarely had too many disputes and arguments with him in front of his friends. She knew that this man cared about his reputation. There were some things that could be tolerated, but there were some things that could not be tolerated, and the child was her bottom line. If anything happened to the child, she would not be able to tolerate it anymore. Therefore, the woman exploded. Do you think you're very powerful? This group of friends? What kind of people are they? If you didn't buy alcohol for them, would they be with you? Don't you recognize yourself after being bragged about by them? Before the woman could finish her sentence, the man slapped her in the face. Slap. The slap was crisp and clear, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The nurse at the nurse's station was even ready to call the police. The man's friends around them also bid farewell and left. The woman lowered her head and sneered. The blood at the corner of her mouth told everyone that the slap was solid. Half of her face was swollen. She did not say anything. She wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth with her sleeve and sat on the chair. There were no tears in her eyes. Her tears were only for the child. He looked at the woman and shouted, "Can you give me some face?" The woman looked at the man coldly. "Can you return my child?" The scene froze. The pediatric doctor on duty rushed over and was led to the resuscitation room by the nurse. After entering, Chen Song quickly said, "Director Yang, one of the children is unconscious, and the other has had 2 seizures in a row. It should be caused by alcohol poisoning." Director Yang frowned when he heard that. At this moment, Ching Yi, who was taking care of the unconscious child, suddenly said, "Dr. Chen, the child's blood pressure is dropping again. His heart is beating faster." He wet the bed. Chen Song's expression changed when he heard that. Although Chen Song was not very proficient in pediatric diseases, there were only a few situations when alcohol poisoning occurred. Chen Song quickly came over to take a look at the child. He saw that his face was pale, his skin was cold, his breathing was slow, and he was snoring. Perhaps in the eyes of the child's father, the child was drunk. But, the child was actually in a very dangerous situation. Combined with the little boy's behavior, it proved that he was currently in a coma period. This was the 3rd stage of alcoholism. The symptoms of alcoholism could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was a period of excitement. The second stage was an ataxia device. The third stage was a period of drowsiness. The first child's convulsions and loud screaming and dancing were typical signs of an excited child. However, it was already accompanied by seizures. Both children were in a very dangerous situation. Chen Song was actually very knowledgeable about alcohol poisoning, and it was no exception when it came to children. But, he invited the pediatrician on duty over so that he could have a helper and prevention during the treatment. Chen Song looked at Department Director Yang. "Department Director Yang, can I perform gastric lavage?" Department Director Yang carefully looked at the child's condition, nodded, and said, "Yes, just follow the alcohol poisoning treatment plan." Chen Song quickly nodded. He said to little Ku, "Prepare to perform gastric lavage with 1% sodium bicarbonate. Then, inject strong tea and lemon juice into the gastric tube to further neutralize the remaining alcohol." Little Ku quickly nodded and began to prepare. The 2 children were in a more dangerous situation now. After thinking about it, Chen Song picked up the phone and dialed the dialysis room. "Prepare for hemodialysis. 2 children with alcohol poisoning. Prepare for hemodialysis." After saying that, Chen Song tore 2 notices of critical illness and treatment consent and walked out. The 2 children were in a very dangerous situation. Because the children were too young. They could not withstand any torment. Moreover, the children were in a period of growth and development. The development and metabolic function of the liver were not perfect at all. Their tolerance and decomposition ability for alcohol were negligible. Even those low-concentration wines could easily accumulate in the body and cause poisoning, not to mention those high-concentration white wines. Moreover, don't think that a glass of alcohol was not enough. For children, Chen Song had seen children who licked chopsticks stained with alcohol and caused seizures. Moreover, for children, alcohol would damage the brain's nerves, causing a permanent decrease in the child's intelligence. The damage and impact on the brain was permanent and irreversible. Therefore, these situations were very dangerous. After Chen Song came out, he found that only the husband and wife were left out of the 5 or 6 people. Chen Song came over and said to the woman, "Hello, the 2 children are in a very dangerous situation now. One of them is already severely intoxicated, and the other is not light either. Therefore, it is very difficult for us to guarantee that the children can recover during the rescue and treatment process. This is the notice of critical illness, and you need to sign it." Chen Song's words directly broke the woman's last psychological defense. She could remain calm when she was slapped by a man and bled profusely. However, after hearing the news that the children were in danger, she collapsed. The woman seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She sat on the ground in a daze and burst into tears. Her mouth was wide open, and only tears could be seen rolling down. However, she could not make a sound for a long time. At this moment, the woman really understood what it meant to burst into tears. The man turned around and pulled Chen Song over. He snatched the notice of critical illness from his hand, tore it into pieces and threw it on the ground. He shouted loudly, "Nonsense! Nonsense! You quack, how dare you curse me? I want to file a complaint against you." The more the man spoke, the angrier he became. He punched the wall again and again. Chen Song had no sympathy for the man at all. He even felt a little disgusted. He was vain, he beat his wife, and he treated his own children as toys. Was this what a mature man should be like? It was not, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song did not argue with him. He asked the nurse to send 2 more notices of critical illness. If you don't sign it, the children can't be saved. Sign it as soon as possible. There is still a chance. Chen Song bent down and looked at the woman who was crying bitterly. He felt some sympathy for her. When the woman heard Chen Song's words, her expression changed. She seemed to have heard hope. She grabbed Chen Song's arm with both hands and begged, "Doctor, save the children. Really, you must save the children. They are not even 3 years old. If they die, it will be a pity." Chen Song nodded. "Yes, we will do our best." The woman trembled as she took the pen. Her hands were trembling. It was not easy for her to sign her name. The man beside her did not look at her from beginning to end. The group of nurses behind him looked at the muscular man with disdain. Although he was very strong and had tattoos on his arms, he looked like a gangster. But in their eyes, this man did not deserve to be a man. To the child, he was not a competent father. To his wife, he was not worthy of being a husband. Such a man, no matter how he was not an indomitable man. He was even worse than the beggar Chen Song met back then. The woman in front of him was very fragile, even a little cowardly, but for the child, she was willing to sign, even if her hand could not hold the pen because of fear. But greatness was different from strength. After the gastric lavage, the 2 little boys had not woken up yet. Fortunately, the excited child did not seem to have completely absorbed the alcohol, and his condition seemed to have improved. The child had low blood sugar, so Chen Song quickly gave him high glucose. At the same time, he began to calm the shock, reduce the cranial pressure, and other symptomatic treatment to reduce the brain damage. The unconscious little boy was sent to the dialysis room and began the hemodialysis treatment. The child's blood was drawn into a special device to filter out the toxic components and inject into the body so that the alcohol absorbed into the blood could be directly and quickly removed. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The man seemed to have finished fooling around and seemed to be drunk. He sat on the ground outside and leaned against the wall, snoring. He did not seem to pay much attention to the child's condition. How could he fall asleep in such a situation? The woman paced back and forth outside the resuscitation room. Her eyes were red, but her gaze was unusually firm. She was waiting, and praying, at 3 o'clock in the morning. The child with mild symptoms had already recovered. The child who was in a coma had also finished dialysis, but there was still no improvement. In the morning, when the shift was over, the man woke up. The woman was still waiting anxiously. The little boy's condition was not very good. The director of the pediatrics department, the director of the hematology department, the director of the neurology department, and Yu Yonggang were all gathered in the resuscitation room. Chen Song did not leave either. Everyone began to think of countermeasures to solve the child's current condition and difficulties. After the joint efforts of several directors, the boy with mild symptoms had already woken up by noon. The woman was also called to the resuscitation room. Looking at the child at this moment, the woman burst into tears. She ran over and held the child in her arms. But, at this moment, the little boy's eyes were dull and his spirit was dispirited. Even though he knew that his mother had come, he could not speak clearly and could not stand up steadily. Seeing this scene, the woman's expression immediately changed. "Doctor. What happened to my child?" The head of the neurology department couldn't help but sigh. The child's situation should be considered a blessing in disguise. After all, alcohol poisoning is quite serious, causing brain damage and inducing epilepsy. The current situation is that this kind of alcohol poisoning has caused irreversible damage, causing the child's intelligence, motor ability, and language ability to directly regress to the level of a 1-year-old child. At this point, the chief of the neurology department fell silent. Everyone felt that this was a pity. However, medicine was like that. No one was an immortal. The woman's heart ached as she held the child in her arms. Then, will he recover in the future? Everyone fell silent. They could only sigh. The director of the neurology department shook his head. None of us can guarantee this, but, if we look at it according to our previous statistics, the child, even with follow-up treatment, it's impossible for him to recover to the level of a normal child. That sentence was like a clap of thunder and lightning, directly breaking the woman's mental defense line. The father of the child behind her, the man who cared about his reputation, was also like a frosted eggplant when he heard that. An originally lively and cute child's entire life was ruined by a glass of wine just like that. At this moment, the alarm sounded from the other side. The child's heart stopped. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Rescue! For a moment, everyone hurriedly began to rescue the other child who was obviously in a serious condition. But, the symptoms were already quite serious, and a 2-year-old child was really too fragile. The rescue failed. 2 hours later. The little boy was declared dead. A family was destroyed because of a drinking game. 2 children, one dead, one with dementia. When the woman saw this scene, she immediately broke down. Xianxia watched the woman leave the hospital with the child in her arms. Because there was no point in staying. The man followed closely behind and ran away. Xianxia didn't know what happened next. The hospital was a hodgepodge. There were all kinds of people. But this time, life used a bloody lesson to tell everyone not to instigate and tease children indiscriminately. Life was really not a fluke. Others' 10,000 might be your 1,000. When dealing with children, one had to be careful. Xianxia sat in the duty room, not in a good mood. After all, he watched 2 children die because of a father's irresponsibility. He was really helpless. Some people, because of illness, could not see the prosperity of the world. And some people, who clearly had a chance, had their future ruined just like that. Some parents really liked to court death. It couldn't be denied that some adults liked to tease children. And they didn't know the severity, didn't have any sense of propriety, and even enjoyed it. The elders tried to persuade them and even joked that it was okay. They would even be said to be pretentious if they didn't let them drink. However, there was no such thing as pretentious in life. According to statistics, 86% of children were teased by adults to drink. Perhaps the adults didn't have any ill intentions and were just teasing the children. Perhaps the children were also curious and wanted to try. However, such an inadvertent action and habit might lead to an irreversible outcome. The children were still young and insensible. But adults, as parents, please don't court death. Actually, it wasn't just wine. Including honey, tea, and carbonated drinks, these actually needed to be paid attention to. Some yogurt was not tender enough to be drunk as milk. After all, these products were still drinks containing milk in essence. On the contrary, the lactose content was very low, and the flavors, sweeteners, and fruity agents were more. Therefore, don't treat these things as milk. The world is not easy, cherish it. P.S. I was silent for a long time after reading this case. To be honest, I didn't expect children to be so dangerous when drinking. Write it down to encourage each other. I can't finish the 7th chapter. It will be distributed together with tomorrow morning's. Sorry. On Saturday morning, more than 10 people, led by Xianxia, gathered in the discussion room. Su Ziming, the director of the cardiovascular surgery department, was reporting the situation. We have analyzed the efficacy, safety, and other indicators of the patients in the first stage of the surgery. The results show that our team's average surgery time is about 5 minutes less than the current mainstream surgery. However, if Teacher Chen performs the surgery, we might save more time. However, this can't be used for the results of our clinical analysis. From the perspective of the efficacy analysis and safety, the efficacy is still determined by the surgical effect. We have already reached the level reported at the 2019 World Great Blood Vessel Conference. As for safety, there are 2 main aspects. First is the mortality rate, second is the complications. Because our inclusion criteria are more stringent, we have not started the study of the mortality rate for the time being. We are mainly investigating the complications. Because of our efforts in the surgery time, the complication rate is already lower than the 2019 data. After Su Ziming said the data, everyone present could not help but cheer. After all, their efforts were not in vain. This data meant that they could already carry out clinical surgery. They had already reached the current average level in the country. Even Chen Song was really happy in his heart. He could not help but start to clap and give the applause to their team members. Until now, Chen Song was not personally involved in every surgery. On the contrary, he was helping their team members and bringing them along for the surgery. Because a person's ability was ultimately limited. Until now, among the first group of 12 people, there were already 5 or 6 people who could complete the surgery. Among them were Li Baoshan, Su Ziming, He Ziqian, Lu Quan, and the others. They were the first batch of backbone, their progress was very fast. However, what Chen Song was most curious about was Su Aiqing. She was currently the most hardworking and improving the fastest in the team. For the sake of her child, Su Aiqing was really working hard. Everyone was very happy and excited. Their success meant that more patients could be saved. But, the end of the first stage of the surgery immediately meant the beginning of a new stage. At this moment, Su Ziming said, "Teacher Chen, how do you plan to carry out the second stage of the case?" The room fell silent at this moment. In the first phase, they followed the strict requirements and inclusion criteria and obtained remarkable results. What about the second stage? How should they develop it? After pondering for a moment, Chen Song said faintly, "For the second phase, relax the inclusion criteria and do a mortality study." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Mortality study, everyone's hearts could not help but tremble. Mortality research had always been a field that no other discipline was willing to touch. The efficiency that everyone was talking about now was actually not the actual efficiency. Also, how to incorporate the efficiency of the standard, this was an inaccurate statistic. To truly open up the sample and greatly expand the inclusion criteria, this way of studying cases would actually be the real data. In fact, life was much crueler than data. For example, this was the case for the study of mortality. This was completely letting go of the inclusion criteria of cases to study the mortality rate. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but look at Chen Song. Wasn't this a little too hasty? After all, he had laid such a good foundation for the first episode. It would be a pity if it was ruined. Everyone felt their hearts ache when they thought of this. This was because once the inclusion criteria were released, it was obvious that the results would definitely be lower than the data of the first phase if 100 cases were analyzed for efficacy and sequelae. Whether it was safety or efficiency, both would be reduced. Was this good opening hand really going to be ruined? Everyone was a little nervous and uneasy. Su Ziming could not help but say, "Teacher Chen, isn't this too much of a pity? We have such good results in the first phase. No matter who we give it to, they will definitely carry out follow-up studies to further improve efficiency and safety and reduce complications. In this way, our data." Chen Song's expression did not change. He asked calmly, "What's the use of the data? No matter how good the data is, it's useless. When we first started the research, everyone's purpose should not be just to get a beautiful set of clinical data, right? Our core purpose is still to save people." Everyone fell silent. Chen Song's words were very right, but they were still a little unwilling. If everyone was doing this, they could do the same. After all, there was a difference between clinical trials and real-life surgeries. They could not exclude the patient just because he did not meet the inclusion criteria and not perform surgery on him. If that was the case, there was no point in doing scientific research. However, everyone just felt that it was a pity. They thought about Anzhan and Ruijin. Their emergency center also wanted to have a good and unique department, a top-notch department that was renowned throughout the country and the world. However, this was not something that could be done in a day or two. Now, the clinical research on Ma Fan's thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery was very well researched. Once the results were out, it was obvious that they would be able to win an award. However, Chen Song's sudden idea made the entire team feel a little regretful. To be honest, if Chen Song did not change his approach and did not change his direction, he would have been able to win an award with such results. Sigh, everyone could not help but sigh. Teacher Chen, I still think that we should improve the efficiency. After all, we have come so far. If we suddenly release the inclusion criteria, the mortality rate and complication rate will suddenly increase. It will be difficult for us to reduce these factors. He Ziqian also wanted to fight for it. Chen Song suddenly smiled. Can't we release the inclusion criteria and talk about the treatment rate? Or can't we release the inclusion criteria and study the complication rate? Moreover, we can also include the mortality rate. In that case, the ratio will be greatly reduced. Su Ziming could not help but say. Chen Song shook his head. This data will be more realistic and more applicable to ordinary patients. It will also be more helpful to the medical field. Moreover, who says that our ratio will definitely be reduced? This sentence stupefied everyone. It would definitely be reduced. If the inclusion criteria were released, the patient's risk factor would be greatly increased. The most dangerous thing about Marfan syndrome was a sudden rupture of a large blood vessel and death on the operating table. However, what did Teacher Chen mean just now? Could it be, did Teacher Chen already have a better way? According to everyone's understanding of Chen Song, he was definitely not a person who spoke without thinking. Now that he suddenly proposed to open up the inclusion criteria, there was definitely a problem. Thinking of this, everyone raised their heads and stared at Chen Song. Mengxi also widened her eyes and looked at her eldest disciple curiously. She was full of curiosity. She had always been researching this disease. When she was at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden, she had followed her mentor to carry out surgery and clinical trials. She knew the danger of this disease. Once the inclusion criteria were opened up, the mortality rate and the rate of complications would definitely increase greatly. Because after it was opened up, many patients who had already fallen into despair would join in. These people were already prepared to die. If there was a free clinical trial, they would definitely not participate in a normal surgery. After all, one spent money and the other saved money. There was a big difference between the two. In medical work, the most painful thing was nothing more than the loss of people and money. The loss of people and money, how much suffering would the people who were alive suffer? That was why there were patients like Yuan who committed suicide. Therefore, if the inclusion criteria were opened up, there would definitely be many people joining in. There would be no shortage of cases at all. However, at the same time, controversies and topics would also arise. After all, the mortality rate would be high. Naturally, there would be more right and wrong. Even when there were more dangerous patients, the severity of the distribution of cases would also lean towards the severe patients. This kind of mortality rate was obviously too high. Mengxi had always admired her mentor. Her mentor had always wanted to deal with this matter, but there had been no results. Because it was still very difficult to reduce the mortality rate, could it be that her student was going to do something that her mentor could not do? Thinking of this, Mengxi's eyes shone brightly. She was looking forward to it. Li Baoshan was much calmer than everyone else. He just looked at Chen Song quietly. No matter what, he would support Chen Song. Chen Song smiled and stood up, saying, "Do you remember my intermediate exam a few days ago? I met the Kawasaki patient. The degree of destruction of his large blood vessels was even more dangerous than that of the Marfan patient. There were many dissections on the thoracic and abdominal aorta. There was no way to operate at all. There was even a rupture of the dissection of the large blood vessels. At that time, I came up with a special surgical treatment method that could effectively reduce the mortality rate. What I'm thinking is to use the surgical method in our clinical surgery to reduce the mortality rate of high-risk patients." Hearing Chen Song's understatement, everyone's heart was not calm. Did he suddenly think of a surgical method, this difficulty? Just how high was it? After all, the other experts and professors had not been able to figure it out even after studying it for so long. How did you figure it out with just one surgery? It was easy to say, but how could it be so simple? At this moment, Chen Song's phone suddenly rang. "Chen Song, this is Xiao Zhihai." As soon as he picked up the phone, Xiao Zhihai's voice came out. Chen Song hurriedly said, "Hello, Director Xiao." Xiao Zhihai was a big shot in the field of large blood vessels in the country. Naturally, his skills were top-notch. Xiao Zhihai's voice seemed a little low, which made Chen Song a little curious. "There's something I need your help with." After Chen Song heard this sentence, he was not in a hurry to agree. After all, Xiao Zhihai asked him to help. How could this be a small favor? Who was Xiao Zhihai? He was the leader of large blood vessels along with Anjin Hospital's Sun Zhong. He was a big shot on the top 100 doctors list in China. When it came to large blood vessel surgeries, there had always been Sun Zhong in the north and Xianxia in the south. However, Sun Zhong's position in the industry was higher, and Xianxia was more casual. Therefore, everyone generally thought that Xianxia was not as good as Sun Zhong. However, although Chen Song had never met Sun Zhong, he witnessed Xiaoxiai's surgery with his own eyes. He could only say that Xiaoxiai was very good. After all, Xiaoxiai's speed of intercostal artery anastomosis was the best in the country. Chen Song hesitated for a moment and said, "Director Xiao, please tell me. If I can help, I will do my best." Xiaoxiai's breathing was higher, and he seemed to be more nervous. "There's a surgery that I can't do. I don't want to look for Sun Zhong. I want her help. But, the patient has died once. The situation is too dangerous. I am not confident." After Chen Song heard this, his heart skipped a beat. "What's the situation?" Xiaoxiai sighed. "He's a patient of mine in Ruijin. When I operated, the patient was already bleeding profusely and had a ruptured dissection. The situation was very critical. At that time, I tried my best to save his life, but there was no way to operate on him. Now, his situation is even more dangerous. The surgery is imperative." After saying this, Xiaoxiai sighed. "The patient does not meet the requirements for surgery. The probability of bleeding is very high, and the mortality rate is very high. The preoperative evaluation showed that the survival rate is less than 20%. Are you willing to do it?" Xiaoxiai's voice was a little nervous. This patient was his nightmare. Back then, in order to pursue speed and reduce postoperative complications, the patient's aorta ruptured during the surgery. After the bleeding was successfully stopped, the surgery could not be carried out. Therefore, Xiaoxiai tried his best to save the patient's life. However, although he saved the patient's life, the patient could not leave the ICU. After Chen Song heard this, he suddenly fell silent. What did he mean by not meeting the requirements for surgery? This meant that the patient had some complications, which caused the patient's surgery to be very risky. The mortality rate was very high, and it might be accompanied by all kinds of accidents. According to the guidelines, surgery could not be carried out in this situation. Once the surgery was carried out, the patient might not be able to leave the operating table. Because surgery was not the best choice. But, Xiaoxiai really did not want to see him lying in the ICU with tubes inserted every day to monitor his vital signs. During the ward rounds yesterday, he said to Xiaoxiai, "Director Xiao, thank you for letting me live, but I don't want to live like this. I want to see the sun and go out for a walk. I feel that lying here is no different from dying. I want to perform the last surgery." This sentence gave Xiaoxiai too many emotions. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoxiai decided to invite Chen Song to complete this surgery. Chen Song shook his head. It was at least a king-level boss. One could imagine how difficult it would be. He thought of the Kawasaki disease patient a few days ago and the feeling of being saved from death. Chen Song felt lingering fear. If he did not have an idea and came up with that idea, what would happen? And this patient, the surgery that even Xiaoxiai did not feel confident about, how could it be easy? However, Chen Song was silent for a moment. When Xiaoxiai sighed and thought that Chen Song would refuse, he agreed. Time and place. P.S. Inclusion criteria. During the scientific research process, the sample is regulated and some conditions are set. Only those who meet these conditions can be included in the experiment. Thank you for the 100000 tip from QQ Reading Scenery. Chen Song said, "Time and place." It made Xiaoxiai, who was far away in Ruijin, tremble all over. He seemed to have more strength in his hand holding the phone. Good, he did not expect Chen Song to agree so quickly. Although Chen Song could not guarantee the success of the surgery, Chen Song's words made Xiaoxiai feel very relieved. How generous. Okay, thank you, Chen Song. You're very generous. Xiaoxiai could not help but say excitedly. To be honest, it was really troublesome to operate on patients who did not meet the surgical indications. Chen Song was willing to agree to his request because he owed him a great favor. Sometimes, when people interacted with each other, it depended on fate. If there's anything in the future, just call me. Xiaoxia said solemnly. Chen Song smiled. We'll talk about these things later. Director Xiao, send me the patient's situation on WeChat. Tell me the specific time and place of the surgery. Xiaoxia nodded. I'll send you the patient's medical record immediately. The surgery is urgent. It might be tomorrow. See if you can come over today. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I'll book the plane ticket now. After that, he looked at the team members around him and said, Director Xiao, I might have to bring our team members there. Can you arrange it? Xiaoxia nodded. Okay, it's a small matter. How many people? Chen Song counted. 12 people. 2 women and 10 men. Xiaoxia was shocked by these 12 people, he could not help but be stunned. So many people? Okay, I'll get someone to arrange it. Xiaoxia understood bringing a few assistants for the surgery. However, he did not know why Chen Song wanted to bring 12 people. After Xiaoxia hung up the phone, he could not help but mutter, why are there so many people? After Chen Song hung up the phone, he looked at everyone and said, the meeting is over, but, we need to go out, to Shanghai, to Ruijin Hospital for a surgery. Everyone was stunned. Ruijin Hospital? Chen Song nodded. Yes, there happens to be a more serious patient. I'll take you to see him. It was rare to encounter such a difficult and dangerous patient, it was very necessary for a doctor to experience such an extremely dangerous surgery. In fact, it could even be said that the more dangers and accidents they experienced, the faster a doctor would grow. A doctor who only knew how to perform normal surgeries would never become a master. Everyone who was discussing the second phase of the development plan was stunned by Chen Song's words. Teacher Chen. Our second episode. Su Ziming couldn't help but ask. Chen Song said, let's go for the surgery first. We'll talk about it when we come back. At this time, Chen Song's WeChat rang. It was Xiaoxia who sent the patient's condition. Chen Song sent it directly to the computer. This is the patient's condition. Everyone, take a look first and have an idea. When the patient's condition was projected on the big screen, everyone was stunned. This was a patient who had undergone a second surgery. The risk was much higher than the first surgery, but that wasn't the most important thing. It was the patient's complications and the current blood vessel condition. The patient was in a hypertensive crisis, but in the intensive care unit. He had been in a state of hypoperfusion for a long time. The surgery risk was high, and the aorta could rupture easily. Secondly, the heart and lungs were not functioning properly. This meant that once the circulation was stopped at low temperature, there would definitely be problems. However, if the circulation was stopped at room temperature, the blood vessels would be blocked, and the risk of aortic dissection would be higher after the blood pressure changed. For a moment, everyone began to talk about it. This doesn't qualify for the surgery. The risk assessment is too high, and the mortality rate is too high. It's a waste of money to do it. That was right. This was how most people saw this kind of surgery. They spent money, but they couldn't save lives. However, would you save such a patient? Would you save him? Not only would you save him, but the patient and his family would also be helpless. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Chen Song said, we'll do this surgery tomorrow. Chief Physician Xiaoxia and I will be the chief surgeons. Everyone, come with me. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. Li Baoshan said directly, the survival rate of this surgery is less than 10%. It's definitely good for us to go and take a look, but I still don't want you to be the chief surgeon. Yes, Teacher Chen. Think about it carefully. There's no need for you to do this surgery just because we've seen it. It might affect you negatively. Su Ziming nodded. That's right. Last year, I operated on a patient who didn't meet the surgical requirements, and there was a problem. When the surgery started, the patient's family asked me to do it freely. I also felt that the patient was pitiful, so I agreed. In the end, after the surgery failed, the hospital caused a ruckus for a long time. After all, it's more troublesome for you to do the surgery if you don't meet the surgical requirements even if you have the signature. Moreover, the patient's heart and lungs are abnormal. This is obviously not a surgical indication. It's a contraindication, right? This surgery can't be done anymore. He Ziqian could not help but shake his head. Chen Song looked at everyone and knew that they meant well. After all, Chen Song was so young and promising. He had a bright future ahead of him. There was no need for him to bring trouble to his resume. He smiled and said, "Yes, we're just going to help and take a look at the surgery." The chief surgeon is still chief physician Xianxia. Actually, I think that the so-called contraindications and surgical indications need to be improved continuously. After everyone takes a look at this surgery, I think that after we come back, our second phase's goal will be much clearer. Seeing that Chen Song had already made his decision, everyone did not say anything else. They were only away for a day, so they did not need to prepare too much. After some instructions and arrangements, everyone embarked on the journey to Ruijin Hospital. Chen Song sat on the plane and closed his eyes, thinking about how to perform the surgery. The risk of this operation was really high, otherwise, Xiaoshihai would not have invited him over from afar. In Chen Song's mind, according to the patient's affected structure and various clinical corrections, a four-dimensional image gradually formed. He also began to simulate the surgery. If it were not for the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery that he had just developed last week, Chen Song would not have been able to perform this surgery himself. The master-level elephant trunk stent was much more perfect than the one he had just developed. It gave Chen Song more options and ways to think. Mengxi, who was at the side, looked at Chen Song with his eyes closed. She did not disturb him, but her eyes were full of splendor. She saw a kind of momentum in Chen Song. Even if there were thousands of people, he would still go forward. Over here, a few men stood outside the airport, holding a sign and waiting for something. This Chen Song is really arrogant. That's right. Director Xiao personally invited him. In the end, 12 people came at once. He really thinks he's here for a vacation. Who asked him to be so powerful? He's young and promising. It's normal for him to be a little arrogant. An older man could not help but laugh. Brother Yang, but, isn't it too exaggerated to bring 12 people for surgery? I've seen surgeons with surgical assistants and scrub nurses, but there were only 4 or 5 of them at most. Did these 12 people bring their wives, children, nannies, and chauffeurs? The two young men joked. They were a little teasing in their hearts for Chen Song bringing so many people. Chen Song was now famous in the capital, but his influence was really limited in Shanghai and Guangzhou, where there were also a lot of talents and medical technology. Therefore, Xiaoshihai asked the 3 cardiologists to pick him up. They inadvertently talked about this on the way. Everyone felt that Chen Song was too arrogant. Moreover, Director Xiao personally came to pick him up. TSK, old Yang could not help but laugh. Okay. Maybe he came here for other things. Don't think too much. Director Xiao personally came to pick him up. What else are you feeling? I just feel that the more powerful this person is, the more low-key he is. Look at Director Xiao. He doesn't put on airs. The young doctor looked at Xiaoshihai, who was sitting there looking at his phone, and could not help but say. Not long after, the news of the arrival of the plane rang in the hall. Xiaoshihai also put away his phone and walked over. Not long after, a team of more than a dozen people walked out. The man in the lead wore a pair of sunglasses. He was tall and handsome. Beside him was Mengxi carrying a bag and Suiqing holding a glass of water. There were more than a dozen people behind him, all tall and mighty. The whole lineup looked very domineering. Seeing this, Xiaoshihai was also stunned. This kid is really domineering. This lineup of more than a dozen people was really extraordinary. Thinking of this, Xiaoshihai was jealous. When he had the chance to be invited, he would also bring a team. That's right, it's best to unify. How cool would that be? In fact, Chen Song was also very helpless. The sunglasses he was wearing belonged to Mengxi. It was purely because the clouds outside the window were a little dazzling, so he wore the sunglasses. Professor Chen. Welcome. Xiaoshihai smiled and waved his hand. Chen Song took off his sunglasses and handed them to Mengxi. He then walked toward Xiaoshihai with a smile. When the few young doctors who came to pick him up realized that it was Chen Song, they were immediately stunned. He didn't expect Chen Song to be so impressive. Moreover, one of the two women beside him was holding a glass of water, and the other was even more beautiful than the stewardess. Were they Chen Song's personal assistants? Envy. There were already 3 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles parked outside, and they took the group to the hotel to check in. Xianxia couldn't help but say, "You're really something, kid. This is the first time I've seen you bring more than 10 people with you." Chen Song was stunned and immediately smiled. "They're not my helpers, they're my team. I think this surgery is very valuable, so I brought them over to take a look." After Xianxia heard this, he curiously turned around and looked at the 2 cars behind him. "This is the team you brought to study the thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery for Marfan syndrome?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, they're all very outstanding. I was thinking of letting them do the surgery independently after the clinical trial is over. After all, it's not easy to encounter such a difficult case. It's just right to bring them along to broaden their horizons." Xiaozhihai nodded thoughtfully. "Well, it's indeed a rare opportunity." Chen Song smiled. "Moreover, this surgery may be related to our later research project." When Xiaozhihai heard this, he was immediately curious. "Oh? You finished the first phase? How was the effect?" Chen Song nodded and said a few data. Xiaozhihai couldn't help but say, "Yes. It's already reached the middle level in the country. What are you going to do next?" Chen Song said directly, "I plan to open up the inclusion criteria and reduce the mortality rate." As soon as these words came out, Xiaozhihai's hand that was holding the cup was stunned. "Opening up the inclusion criteria. Isn't it too fast?" Chen Song smiled mysteriously. "You'll know tomorrow whether it's fast or not." Xiaozhihai was suddenly stunned. He looked at Chen Song curiously. He didn't know what this kid was up to. Moreover, studying how to reduce the mortality rate under the circumstances of opening up the inclusion criteria was itself increasing the difficulty of the operation. For a moment, Xiaozhihai was silent. He realized that after a month, he seemed to be unable to see Chen Song clearly. Thinking of this, Xiaozhihai couldn't help but shake his head. After the young doctor behind the car heard the conversation between Director Xiao and Chen Song, he couldn't help but be stunned by the content of the conversation. Studying how to reduce the mortality rate under the circumstances of opening up the inclusion criteria. Chen Song was too bold, wasn't he? It could even be said that he was a little arrogant. After settling down in the hotel, everyone didn't rest. Originally, Xiaozhihai had arranged lunch. However, Chen Song declined. "Director Xiao, let's go directly to the hospital after eating the in-flight meal. Let's see the patient and formulate the following surgery plan as soon as possible." Xiaozhihai nodded. He had a good impression of Chen Song's behavior in his heart. This was a man of action. After arriving at the hospital, Xiaozhihai quickly organized a case discussion. At this time, Chen Song first went to see the patient and did some routine physical examinations. He had some basic understanding of the patient. Then, he went to the medical case discussion room and began an intense discussion. Especially Chen Song and Xiaozhihai, both of them were chief surgeons, and neither of them gave in to the other. For a moment, the discussion became louder and louder, making the 2 groups of people a little nervous. Everyone was worried they wouldn't fight, right? At this moment, everyone was a little nervous. After all, 2 people were not few at all. Although Chen Song was fighting in an away game, he brought the 12 disciples with him. Compared to their own side, the number of people participating in the discussion was not less. Looking at their mass, the northerners' physiques were still relatively tall and burly. At this moment, a few young junior doctors finally understood why Chen Song brought so many people. It turned out that it was better to be prepared. Xiaozhihai's surgery plan was to perform non-stop circulation at room temperature. Moreover, the key was how to perform the surgery in segments and deal with the pressure of the aorta. However, before Xiaozhihai could finish his sentence, Chen Song interrupted him. "This is not realistic at all. The elasticity of the patient's blood vessel wall is already very poor. In addition, it's a second surgery, so the selection of the anastomosis site is even more difficult." Xiaozhihai said, "But, after the circulation is stopped at low temperature, the patient's cardiopulmonary function will be very poor. Even if the surgery is successful, there will be no way to recover. On the contrary, the gains will not make up for the losses. Indeed, under low temperature, the cardiopulmonary function would be greatly affected. They watched as Xianxia and Xiaoxia's discussion became louder and louder. The other people in the office were completely silent. It was really too difficult to formulate a surgical plan. The requirements were also very harsh. Su Ziming and He Ziqian looked at each other. The two of them who had worked together for a long time began to communicate with their eyes. What should we do? What do you mean? If we really fight, we have a lot of people. No, I mean who should we kill first? Finally, just as both sides were about to draw their swords, Xianxia suddenly said, I'm confident that I can perform the surgery at room temperature without stopping the circulation. Moreover, it has a good perfusion of the heart, lungs, and brain. At the same time, it can also reduce the pressure of the blood vessel wall to ensure the smooth operation. As soon as he said that, Xiaoxia said angrily, Bullsh*T, that's impossible. Xianxia was also very angry. This old man was quite stubborn. Xianxia could not help but say, why is it impossible? If we build a few new stent channels and graft the blood vessels, Xiaoxia said, no, this is simply. Before he could say anything, Xiaoxia suddenly shut up. Because he realized that Xianxia's idea seemed to make sense. This seems feasible. Professor Chen, why don't you explain it in detail? Everyone in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery at Ruijin Hospital was stunned when they saw Xiaoxia suddenly turn from a strong aura to a low voice. Director Xiao, you're actually scared? That was right, Xiaoxia suddenly realized that Xianxia's idea was really feasible. It might even solve some of the patient's problems. Xianxia simply walked directly to the demonstration board, picked up a pen, and wrote on the blackboard. Everyone stared at Xianxia. Xiaoxia's eyes were even more meticulous as he stared at the screen. Xianxia simply drew a few lines. These are 3 channels. They'll be opened in batches. We'll open different channels during different surgeries. Suddenly, Xiaoxia's eyes lit up, and he was quite shocked. These 3 channels were really magical. It almost covered the entire surgical area. Moreover, it cleverly used the shape of the human blood vessels to resolve the pressure. Under room temperature, it could ensure the perfusion of the heart, brain, and lungs with the lowest blood pressure. Okay. The more Xiaoxia thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but clap and cheer. The surrounding people stared at the demonstration board for a long time before finally coming back to their senses. But, the more people paid attention to this magical technique, the more they felt its charm and power. Too strong. After adding such a device to the original traditional surgery, the risk of surgery could be completely reduced. It was no exaggeration to say that this small surgery could reduce the death rate of the patient to less than half. This was no longer a tactic, it was a miracle. In fact, this treatment was not only applicable to this one surgery, but to all thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgeries, regardless of whether the patient was injured or not. This surgical method could be used to reduce the mortality rate of the surgery. For a moment, everyone was silent. No one expected to see such a surgical concept today. They had never heard of such a thing. However, after seeing it, they were shocked. Xiaoxia was silent. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. The eyes of this young man who was not even 30 years old were filled with shock, curiosity, and confusion. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. He understood the meaning of this sentence. However, the last time he met Xianxia was very outstanding, but he was outstanding in terms of speed. But this time, Xianxia's excellence had surpassed the operation. It was in terms of consciousness and understanding of the surgery. It had surpassed the last time by too much. Even, it had surpassed him. Such a surgery was really magical. On the basis of the traditional elephant trunk surgery, a stent was applied as the foundation of perfusion. The right axillary artery was shredded and connected, forming a whole artery. It was too magical. Xiaoxia finally understood why Xianxia dared to let go of the inclusion criteria to study the mortality rate. It was because of confidence. Because Xianxia had enough ability to deal with the patient's critical situation and achieve the goal of reducing the mortality rate. For a moment, Xiaoxia's heart was very complicated. He could not describe what he felt. but on the whole, it was a blessing. Because of Chen Song's participation, the success rate of this surgery might be higher. But, why, do I feel a little sad? Xianxia could not help but sigh. Perhaps, this was the new generation surpassing the previous generation, right? Each generation was stronger than the previous generation. At this moment, the 12-person team that followed Chen Song was also silent. At first, they did not understand why they had to do it. Now, they finally understood. Mr. Chen had actually managed to develop such an awesome technique. It was too awesome. The members of the 12-person team looked at Chen Song as if they were looking at a leader. Moreover, this leader was really leading them to glory. Chen Song was not even 30 years old, but now he was facing a big shot like Xianxia face to face. This was strength. They looked at the people from Ruijin Hospital opposite them who were looking at Chen Song with eyes full of admiration. At this moment, they were really proud and satisfied in their hearts. The sense of honor of being a member of Chen Song's team lingered in their hearts for a long time. Indeed, at this moment, the people from Ruijin Hospital no longer looked at Chen Song with the arrogance and prejudice at the beginning. There was only respect left. Strength was really the best right to speak. At this moment, Xianxia could not help but ask, "Professor Chen, what is this surgical method called?" Chen Song smiled. "Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery." When they heard the name, everyone understood that this was developed by Chen Song himself. And the elephant trunk stent surgery was a very vivid interpretation of this surgery. Xianxia nodded. "What an amazing surgery, what a great idea. With Professor Chen's participation, our surgery will definitely be a success." Next, on the basis of the Chen surgery, they continued to improve the follow-up surgery plan. Everything was waiting for the surgery to begin. After Chen Song left with his team, the entire room fell into silence. Everyone stared at the big screen and could not help but sigh. Too strong, so strong that this group of young people could not fight. No one had expected. The first time Chen Song came to Ruijin Hospital, he used 3 lines to conquer this place. Xianxia stared at the demonstration board. As he looked at it, he suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at Elder Xiao and could not help but be curious. "Director Xiao, you," Xianxia shook his head. "I'm happy. I now feel that China's major vascular surgery will definitely be at the forefront of the world. This kid appeared at the right time. This year's Golden Saber Award is coming soon, right? Haha." The next day. In the operating theater. It was densely packed with people. The operating table was surrounded by an audience. Everyone had forgotten when was the last time so many people stood in the operating theater. Today's surgery was destined to be a wonderful one. Everyone stared ahead with rapt attention. Chen Song was the chief surgeon, and Xianxia was also the second chief surgeon. The assistants each brought 2 people. Chen Song brought Su Ziming and He Jiqian. The surgery was about to begin. It was best to complete the surgery for aortic dissection type 1 patients in one go. The mortality rate of the second surgery was very high, and if it was really delayed until the third surgery was needed, basically, it would be abandoned, because the surgery was too difficult. At this moment, the patient was undergoing his second surgery. Under the room temperature surgery, Chen Song and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded slightly. They were ready to start the surgery. After the thoraco-abdominal incision was made, Chen Song looked at the patient's aorta and could not help but shake his head. In this situation, it could really rupture at any time. This was the strength of the cardiac surgery department of Ruijin Hospital. They were very experienced when dealing with Ma-Fan patients. They controlled the patient's blood pressure and blood vessels very well. This was what made them outstanding. Perhaps only Ruijin Hospital and Anjin Hospital could do this in the country. Next, Chen Song said to the anesthesiologist beside him, "Give the medicine." After that, Chen Song placed his hand near the aortic dissection and where it was easy to rupture. Aortic dissection, level 95, king level boss. The aortic dissection in the second surgery is very critical, and the mortality rate is extremely high. King level, as expected, but this time, Chen Song had enough experience. The surgery was about to begin. After the medicine was given, Chen Song put on the sensory gloves and silently felt the pressure from the aorta, feeling the tension of the blood vessel wall. At this moment, Chen Song's sensory ability was fully developed. Chen Song could even feel the elasticity of the patient's blood vessel wall, sense what pressure could break the current state, sense the degree of damage of the blood vessel wall at various levels, and feel how the intima was repaired. Wait. At this moment, Chen Song was suddenly surprised. He originally thought that the strongest point of the sensory gloves was palpation. Now it seems palpation was only the simplest part of it. With such a pair of gloves, Chen Song could be said to have an intuitive understanding of the patient's vital signs. The antihypertensive effect of sodium nitroprusside began to take effect. But at this time, Chen Song felt the pressure of the patient's blood vessel wall and suddenly had an idea. Increase pressure. As soon as he said that, everyone around him was dumbfounded. This is a patient with dissection. Why don't you just stop the circulation with low temperature? Now you're raising the patient's blood pressure. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? For a moment, everyone stared at him curiously. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He nodded and said, "Listen to him, increase the pressure." The medical staff hurriedly asked, "What kind of medicine? How much?" Chen Song closed his eyes and sensed it. M-hydroxylamine, use. Chen Song had a direct understanding of emergency drugs. In terms of increasing blood pressure, he used norepinephrine. The effect was strong and short. M-hydroxylamine, the effect was mild and long-lasting. If he used norepinephrine here, it would be easy to cause problems. However, using M-hydroxylamine could increase blood pressure and strengthen the blood perfusion of the heart, brain, and lungs. The doctor who administered the medicine was also very nervous. After all, the patient's blood vessels could rupture at any time. If he increased the blood pressure, but, when the medicine entered the body, Chen Song began Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery. At this time, everyone could clearly feel that the blood perfusion of the patient's heart, lungs, and brain tissue had increased a lot. And the aorta pulsated continuously and strongly. At this moment, everyone could not help but be excited. In this way, Chen Song had almost used the blood pressure of the surgery to the limit. If it was too high, the blood vessels might rupture. If it was too low, it might lead to insufficient perfusion of the tissue, which would exacerbate the adverse effects of the patient's heart and lung function. And now, Chen Song's reasonable increase in blood pressure had successfully solved the current problem. It was really amazing. It seemed that this surgery had become Chen Song's one-man show. Whether it was the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery or the flexible changes in blood pressure, they were all extremely accurate. Tumor clearance, blood vessel anastomosis, every step of the surgery made everyone realize what a master's level of attainment was. It was really too amazing. Even Xianxia could not help but admire it. In terms of this surgery alone, Chen Song was already at the forefront of the world. Perhaps even Xianxia could not compare to Chen Song. For a moment, Xianxia was amazed and emotional. However, because of Chen Song's participation, this surgery was much smoother. The most classic Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery became the highlight of the surgery. The only pity was that such a stent was simply built by Chen Song. If they could cooperate with a pharmaceutical company, they could launch a special surgical device. This way, it would save a lot of surgery time and improve the efficiency of the surgery. With the ingenious shunt of the stent, the pressure of the blood vessels was maintained at a more stable level. So, the entire surgery was completed step by step in this dangerous but very stable step. Chen Song did not dare to be careless. This was an even more dangerous king-level boss than the last time. Even if this boss was controlled by Chen Song the entire time, Chen Song was afraid that it would counterattack before it died. Time passed steadily. It was the end of the surgery. Everyone became more and more nervous. The completion of this surgery might mean that Chen Song's elephant trunk stent surgery was efficient. This was a rare good thing for the development of the surgery in the future. Everyone could even expect that after Chen Song published the summary of the surgery in the World magazine, everyone would be full of yearning for such a surgical method. Because this surgery could reduce the mortality rate. That was all, and it was enough. Finally, 5 hours later, the surgery was completely over. With a clear sound, the patient was saved. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the aortic replacement surgery for a level 95 king-level boss. Rewards obtained: 1. Method and standard of typing of aortic dissection. 2. Model of elephant trunk stent surgery. Hearing the system notification, Xianxia was stunned. These two rewards, was this to make him the first person in the field of aortic dissection? One was the methodology, and the other was the material. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but be excited. Today's trip to Ruijin was really fruitful. Xianxia did not expect to gain so much at all. P.S. Thank you to Yi Duo for the 80,000 tip to become the leader of this book. Thank you, miss. At the end of the surgery, Xianxia took a step back. Su Ziming and He Ziqian skillfully began to finish up. Xianxia looked around and a nurse quickly pushed a swivel chair over. Professor Chen, thank you for your hard work. Have a seat. Xianxia smiled and thanked her, then nodded. The young nurse looked at Xianxia's smiling eyes and suddenly felt that spring was nothing more than that. To be honest, those experts and professors were all very impressive. There were too few people who were as close as Professor Chen. This kind of large vascular surgery took 4 to 5 hours, and standing there was very challenging. Although Xianxia's physique was much better than the average person, his legs would still feel tired and numb after standing for a long time. Sitting there, Xianxia stared at the surgical area. His thoughts had already drifted to the rewards. Aortic Dissection Analysis Method and its Standards. This is a book that has a high level of analysis and understanding of aortic dissection. Through it, you can better understand aortic dissection. Elephant Trunk Stent Surgical Material Model, a complete set of surgical material based on the elephant trunk stent, suitable for aortic dissection surgery. The first was a book, the second was a huge sum of money. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but feel gratified. In the distance, Su Ziming and He Ziqian, who were finishing up, looked at Xianxia with a smile on their faces, and their desire to perform became stronger. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. After all, Xianxia was the only one who knew how to perform the elephant trunk stent surgery. Whoever taught it first would be the eldest senior. The people around Ruijin Hospital looked at Xianxia's mysterious smile, then looked at the two chief physicians who were bravely finishing up. Suddenly, one by one, they were alert. This was a performance. They were all elites in their 40s. Who did not know how to read a person's body language, not to mention reading a person's body language. These chief physicians and experts were all proficient in vision, touch, and hearing. They were outstanding people who were well versed in this field. They could even tell if there were any changes in your internal organs at a glance. He was proficient in observation, discernment, and logical reasoning. Through Xianxia's thought-provoking smile, the shock on the faces of the 12 disciples of the Qin clan, and Suhi's desire to show off, they quickly obtained a precise diagnosis. The Qin's elephant trunk stent technology was a newly developed technology by Professor Chen. Currently, even their team members had yet to learn it. On the other hand, Su and he were clearly jealous of each other, hoping to win Xianxia's favor. Perhaps, they also had a chance. Therefore, some people pretended to be bored and looked around. In fact, they were observing if anyone around them had noticed this opportunity. However, he didn't expect to bump into the line of sight of several people. Treacherous villain, how dare they have designs on Professor Chen? At this moment, those who were interested started to leave the stage one after another. The surgery ended not long after. All in all, it was a very successful surgery. Xiaoxia did not expect the surgery to be so successful. It seemed that inviting Xianxia was the right choice. Looking at the patient's stable vital signs, Xiaoxia was finally relieved. This was one of his recent nightmares. And Xianxia had finally defeated this nightmare. It was normal for the surgery to fail. However, any doctor would feel extremely guilty if they dragged a patient who was undergoing surgery for the first time into a second surgery. Sometimes, one should not think that doctors were all hard-hearted. A few failed surgeries could defeat a doctor. Failure was really scary. This was also the reason why many doctors were unwilling to go to the oncology department even though they knew that the oncology department was profitable. When you're in the outpatient clinic and you're watching your patient suddenly stop coming for treatment one day, in fact, he might never come again. It was very easy for doctors and patients to become friends. After treatment, you became friends with each other. However, one day, he suddenly stopped coming. After a while, the patient's family members sent the patient's medicine. They suddenly told you, Dr. XX has left. This is the medicine he used to take. You can give it to whoever needs it. This kind of thing happened in the oncology department every day. Most of the time, the ones who suffered the most were not the patients, but the doctors. Watching their patients leave one by one, the old faces were replaced by new faces, and the new faces gradually became old faces. Because the tumor could not be cured, long-term medication and long-term treatment, until the person was gone. This feeling made many people, whose hearts were as hard as a rock, to be penetrated by dripping water. Therefore, many people were slowly unwilling to go to the oncology department. Even if his patients spent a lot of money, had good compliance, and could earn money, it was really tiring. Similarly, it was the same for great vascular surgeons like Xianxia, who saved patients at the tip of a knife. Many of Ma Fan's patients waited for the surgery with great difficulty, but they did not persevere until the end. Failure was irresistible. However, this kind of torture was something that the human heart had to bear. This patient and Xianxia were old friends. Now that he saw that he had survived the second surgery, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled gratefully at Xianxia. After the surgery, the patient was sent to the intensive care unit. This time, he did not need to stay in the intensive care unit for too long. Soon, he would recover and be discharged. Many times, when Xianxia was consulting the surgery, he knew the patient's body and his disease, but he never knew his name and his soul. Only after the surgery was successful would Xianxia ask him what his name was. Because he was afraid that he would forget the other party's name just as he remembered it, being a doctor had never been a great profession. It was a profession that either led to happiness or pain. Every day, there would be happiness and sadness. Your patients would slowly become your friends. Many patients would maintain communication and contact with the doctor after they were discharged. Of course, there were also those who wished they did not know each other. Xianxia had stayed in the Department of Sexual Diseases and the Department of Andrology for a period of time. When other doctors met patients on the road, they were all greeted warmly. Only them. When they met patients on the road, they were always ignored or even bypassed by the patients. At first, Xianxia did not understand the reason. Until an old doctor looked at Xianxia's lower body. Because I know all your secrets. Xianxia looked at the old doctor who performed the circumcision surgery on him and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Suddenly, he did not want to chat with him. For example, a very ordinary thing was that Xianxia had a friend who wanted to be circumcised. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Being a doctor was definitely a privilege. There was definitely a discount for circumcision. Xianxia had a friend who could have found a doctor in his own department to circumcise him for free, but he insisted on spending 200 yuan in the hospital where his friend's friend was in. That was the reason. Then, there was a problem. Could he circumcise a patient with 200 yuan? Yes, it was definitely possible. It was normal to spend 3,000 to 5,000 yuan to go to a private hospital. After all, they had beautiful young ladies to prepare the circumcision for them. There was also a room for the surgery, a seemingly professional doctor, and a considerate doctor who did not need to take medicine at all. It was all money. However, in a public hospital, it was also possible to find a friend in the Department of Urology or General Surgery. Basically, it could be done without spending money. If they were not close, they would be willing to perform a private surgery on a sunny Saturday morning for 200 to 300 yuan. After all, this was also one of the simplest surgeries in the Department of Surgery. It could be done in a short time. The only loss might be that they needed to wash their hands in the afternoon. If it was not possible, they could find a postgraduate roommate. Even if they did not pay, they would definitely be very happy. Xianxia clearly remembered that a few seniors took lidocaine, scalpels, gauze, and other items from the department on a dark and windy night. The story of circumcision for a roommate. The surgery was very successful. Their deeds also became popular in the hospital, the school, and the surrounding university town. It was not because their skills were good, but because it was the first time a few of their roommates performed surgery. They were so excited that they took photos and posted them on their moments. Then, it became popular. As for the outcome, Xianxia always wanted to know, but he did not know. He only knew that the senior who was operated on and took photos later had many girlfriends. Xianxia still did not know why. It seemed that he even found a foreigner. He was off topic. After Chen Song came out of the operating theater, he was about to wash his hands. The young nurse in Ruijin hurriedly helped Chen Song take off his clothes, hat, and gloves. It made Chen Song feel like he was at home. When he just went out to wash his hands, someone quickly brought Chen Song a precious hand sanitizer. "Professor Chen, this is an imported hand sanitizer. It won't hurt your hands. Try it." A department director personally squeezed out the hand sanitizer. After Chen Song washed his hands, someone quickly brought a towel. "Professor Chen, I just bought this towel. It's absolutely clean." "Professor Chen, I have hand cream here. You often perform surgeries, it's good to apply some." Another female doctor ran over and said with a smile. Chen Song could not help but turn around and look at the 12 disciples he had brought with him. Take a look, to think that you guys are members of my team, look at their attitude towards me. Look at all of you." Chen Song could not help but sigh at Su Ziming and the others. While they were talking and sitting down to rest, a doctor who was proficient in Tuina massage came forward. "Professor Chen, I just learned the Tongdu chiropractic technique. Let me give you a massage." "Professor Chen, are you hungry? Here are some chocolates and Snickers bars. You can eat them first." Xianxia was dumbfounded. This, Su Ziming and the others were also dumbfounded. How did the people who were at daggers drawn just now suddenly turn into bootlickers? Where are your morals? When they came out, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The flight was at 6 in the evening, so no one was in a hurry. Xianxia took everyone to a nearby restaurant. These doctors fawned over Chen Song and gave him food. This made Xianxia angrier and angrier. These bootlickers did not care about him at all. Chen Song could not help but laugh and say to Xianxia, "Ruijin's friends are really enthusiastic." Xianxia sneered. "Enthusiastic, you? Didn't see their expressions when you came, did you? When these people saw you with 12 people, they almost scolded you to death, a bunch of fence-sitters. Yeah, come visit us more often when you have time." Xianxia looked at everyone with disdain. The surrounding directors nodded. "That's right. Professor Chen, call me the next time you come. We're in too much of a hurry today." In the afternoon, Chen Song was not stupid. Since he was here, he would talk about it. He gathered everyone in the discussion room and began to talk about today's surgery. Of course, the focus was still on the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery. Although this surgery looked simple, how to divert, how to maintain blood pressure and perfusion, all of these required skill. Although it did not look difficult, it was a test of skill to study it in depth. However, it was very difficult to think of this idea. Everyone could expect that the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery would definitely become the top surgery in the country. Xianxia could not help but sigh. It's too difficult to develop a surgical method that can change the traditional surgical structure. I have a feeling that the appearance of this surgical method will definitely change the traditional thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Everyone nodded. The more Chen Song explained in depth, the more everyone felt the exquisiteness of this surgery. "Professor Chen, how many surgeries have you performed like this? It should be very mature, right?" After Chen Song heard this question, he did not know how to answer. He could only tell the truth. 2. This is the second one today. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. The second one today? Hearing this, Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. That's right. Did I perform too well? Chen Song frowned. Afraid that others would suspect that he was cheating, he quickly explained, "Actually, the surgery is not perfect. It's really not perfect." Xiaozhihai gulped. "But I think this surgery is very mature." "Professor Chen, you have too high expectations for yourself." Chen Song quickly shook his head. No, it's really not good enough. It's just that when I was taking the intermediate doctor exam last week, I met a special Kawasaki patient who suddenly bled during the surgery. I also thought of a solution at the last minute and just happened to think of this surgery. Then, I gave it a try. The result is not bad. It's good luck." For a moment, everyone was stunned. "Aren't you too careless? This kind of surgical method can be developed in an emergency?" Shouldn't he have studied it for a long time before he came up with it? How can such a high-level, epic-making, great, and magical surgery be developed so carelessly? For a moment, everyone was silent. They realized that Chen Song was not alone at all. This guy is a freak. When Chen Song saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed and his heart thumped. These people don't think that I'm cheating, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly thought hard. Don't you think that my time is too short? Chen Song suddenly had an idea. Actually, when I was in university, when the university lecturer was talking about the model of this kind of large blood vessel, during the anatomy class, I started to think about it. I thought that if there was a dissection, Chen Song felt that his timeline could not be pulled back any further. Otherwise, he would be in high school. That would be too much, too fake. However, when these words came out, everyone was even more silent. Since when did university lecturers start teaching thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery? Didn't we go to the same university? Could it be that we have misunderstood university? Why were we already in our mid-30s when we came in contact with aortic dissection, and how did you think of this at that time? Freaks are indeed freaks. Xianxia could not help but ask, Professor Chen, what did your lecturer think about the classification of aortic dissection when you were in university? Chen Song's expression changed. What the F***ck, one lie really needs 100 lies to make up for it. P.S. Thank you to Miss Monsi Ju for the 50,000 tip. Miss Monsi is mighty. The classification of aortic dissection was something that many big shots were involved in. Any big shot who had some knowledge about aortic dissection would study it. Because the traditional typing could no longer meet the current needs. The emergence of a new classification was imperative. But, the troublesome thing was that everyone wanted to do it, so much so that no one was convinced. Now, on the internet, there were piles of articles on aortic dissection typing in literature and magazines. In the beginning, they were all ambitious and wanted to do it. In the end, they realized that they should try writing an article. What if it was recognized? As a result, there were more and more people who came up with this typing method and standard. Once this typing was out, it would be used for decades. Your name would be branded on it, and it would have a sense of history. For example, Stanford typing, DeBakey typing, and other typing that had been used for decades. In the future, as long as one was in this field, who would not know these people, this was something that would give one face, greeting each other was very dignified. Hello, you are? Oh. I'm DeBakey from DeBakey typing. I've heard a lot about you. How dignified was that? Therefore, Xianxia also thoughtfully asked Chen Song if his teacher had done research on the typing of aortic dissection. When Chen Song heard this question, he was really helpless. What did a university teacher know, not to mention the dissection? He did not even know that the aorta had a branch. Chen Song thought about the female anatomy teacher who was good at socializing and dissecting himself. Chen Song shook his head. Forget it, his anatomy teacher could be easily found out. It was better to admit it openly. Thinking of this, Chen Song laid his cards on the table. I won't pretend anymore, I'm awesome. Chen Song looked at Xianxia. Director Xiao, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but this thing needs to be considered at length. I'll give you a book another day. Take a good look. Xianxia heard this. A book? Chen Song nodded. Yes, I'm going to write a book on the typing of aortic dissection. When the time comes, I'll invite Director Xiao to write a preface for me. Hearing Chen Song's words, Xianxia was stunned. Not only Xianxia, but everyone present also looked at Chen Song in a different light. Writing a thesis and writing a book are two different things. Most importantly, can you write a book based on just one type? That was right, Chen Song was really capable. Chen Song smiled. Let's wait for a while. After he finished speaking, Chen Song left with the 12 apostles. Rui Jin and the others behind him didn't move for a long time. He only felt that he was addicted to Professor Chen's elegance. After the plane took off, Mengshi curiously elbowed Chen Song's arm. Chen Song turned around and looked at Mengshi. Why did you bump into me? Mengshi narrowed his eyes. Are you really familiar with the classification of aortic dissection? Chen Song nodded without hesitation. That's right. I'm such a good surgeon. Shouldn't I have done some research on his interlayer? Chen Song decided. I'm a genius. Why do I have to be secretive? Mengshi crossed her arms in front of her chest and rolled her eyes. I realize that you've become more and more shameless after not seeing you for half a year. I'm your instructor, you know? Chen Song was also speechless. Sister, do you still remember that you're my instructor? The school has been urging me to write a summary and hand in my homework several times. As my instructor, shouldn't you help me with it? Other instructors put in a lot of effort for their students. They help them with their homework, send out their theses, and even help them find a partner and find a job. Look at you, you're giving me a free hand. Behind him, Su Ziming and He Ziqian were stunned when they heard this. What kind of nonsense is this? The instructor even wants to help them with their homework? They had been instructors for so many years, but this was the first time they heard of instructors doing such things. However, when they saw Professor Chen criticizing their instructor, Mengshi, as students, they did not dare to ask. Even if they did not know. Mengshi blushed and was a little ashamed. It's my first time being an instructor. I'm sorry, I really don't know much about it. I'll help you with your homework in the future, Chen Song sighed. Sigh, it's your first time being an instructor, but isn't it my first time being a student? Look at how competent I am. I'm teaching you surgery. Oh, Professor Meng, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you really have to learn from your mistakes. After that, Chen Song closed his eyes and rested. His postgraduate studies were about to end. Chen Song did not take the statistics exam, did not hand in his usual homework for evidence-based medicine, and failed his thesis. When he thought of these things, Chen Song's scalp went numb. Forget it. Anyway, my father-in-law is going to be a principal. I should be fine. Chen Song thought about it. Should I graduate early? There's no need for this postgraduate study anymore. After hesitating for a while, Mengshi touched Chen Song weakly. Chen Song turned around. What about me? I've done all your homework and your thesis. Can you help me with one thing? Mengshi looked at Chen Song like a big puppy. Chen Song looked at Professor Meng carefully and finally understood what it meant to turn one's luck into good luck. After looking at Professor Meng with a belly full of anger just now, he did not want to be angry anymore. What is it? Mengshi saw that Chen Song had agreed and immediately looked happy. How about you accompany me to AATS 2020 next month? When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. What's the date next month? Mengshi's face was full of joy, and he looked like a flower that was trembling. The 16th of June. Chen Song could not help but be stunned. My birthday, however, wasn't the best birthday present to pretend to be an international big shot. Thinking of this, Chen Song turned and looked at Mengshi. Then be obedient in the future and remember to do your homework on time. Communicate more with Qianlin and the others. If there's any homework, finish it in advance. Don't pass it to me. I'm very busy. Mengshi nodded quickly. Got it. The AATS 2020 conference, Chen Song did not want to miss such a grand event. The year 2020 was the 100th annual meeting of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons, ATTS. The ATTS annual meeting was the world's largest and highest-level academic conference in the field of cardiothoracic surgery. At that time, cardiothoracic surgeons and experts from all over the world would gather together to discuss and exchange new discoveries, new technologies, and new developments in the field of cardiothoracic surgery. Thinking that such a grand event was in front of him, Chen Song's mood became much better. Ding! Mengshi's favorability plus 50. Chen Song looked at Professor Meng and could not help but sigh and shake his head. A thesis automatically appeared in his heart. On the mentor's training and nurturing plan, yes, this should be a thesis with a lot of research value. Chen Song sighed. This should be the correct way to become a top student, right? Teacher Meng provided 50 favorability points. This allowed Chen Song to have more options when it came to cardiovascular surgeries. Now, Chen Song did not dare to use the Bethune surgical gown at all. After all, the perfect level of thoracic and abdominal aorta replacement surgery was needed too much now. He could not change it at all. However, At this moment, Xianxia suddenly remembered that after the surgery last week, he obtained a perfect-level surgical skill book. Thinking of this, Xianxia opened it directly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained perfect-level penis repair surgery. Xianxia. Zap, zap zap zap, zap, what the F***ck was this? A perfect-level skill book, okay, you're going to give me a penis repair surgery, is this appropriate? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that it was a little funny. Forget it, let's learn. Since he already had circumcision surgery, he did not mind having another penis repair surgery. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to learn. However, the happiest experience of performing surgery was to have an intuitive understanding of the human organs. Xianxia felt that he had gained a lot of magical knowledge. Medicine, it was really a happy job. Ding! Ranking calculation, congratulations! You are ranked 30th in the Emergency Medical Center Hospital. Reward obtained, Master Level, Liver Transplantation. Holy sh**t. Xianxia's body trembled, and he exclaimed in his heart. The liver transplant was in his hands. Looking at the skill book that was emitting a purple light, Xianxia could not calm down for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the front. These words seemed to be more charming than anything else. Liver transplantation was the only effective way to treat end-stage liver disease. Large organ transplantation was one of the goals that all surgeons pursued. Those who could complete large organ transplantation were all top-notch big shots. Xianxia never thought that he would be able to obtain a master-level liver transplant surgery. For a moment, his heart was filled with excitement. On Monday, Xianxia quickly organized a meeting with the team members to determine the next development plan. Open up the inclusion criteria and carry out a breakthrough project to reduce the mortality rate of patients in the end stage of the troublesome comprehensive disease. This time, no one questioned Xianxia anymore. After all, after witnessing Professor Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery, everyone knew that Professor Chen really had this kind of ability. This time, not only did they not shrink back, they were all eager to give it a try. What they were going to do this time was something that countless people wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Reduce the mortality rate of Ma-Fan patients at the end of the surgery. When the Science and Education Department saw the news, they immediately reported it to Dean Wu Tongfu. Looking at Xianxia's signature, Wu Tongfu was silent for a long time. While he was hesitating, his phone rang. It was Xianxia. After chatting for a while, Wu Tongfu hung up the phone. Looking at Xianxia's flamboyant signature, Wu Tongfu couldn't help but smile. His eyes lit up as he picked up the pen and signed his name. On the same day, the news of the emergency center hospital being opened to the standard spread, and it immediately attracted many patients with Marfan syndrome. A series of messages began to spread in all the Ma-Fan patients' chat groups. Professor Chen has opened up the eligibility criteria. We can also participate in the clinical trial. Really? Of course it's true. Look, this is the news from the official website. How is this possible? It's great. Professor Chen is too amazing. A man who was eating at home burst into tears when he saw the news. He had a home, a wife, and a child. He had a house in a small county that cost 300,000 yuan. His family wasn't rich and they were tight on money. After he learned about his illness, the once indomitable man suddenly became afraid. That was because the surgery fee was as high as 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. For an ordinary family, that was half a lifetime's savings. When he mustered the courage to tell his family the news, his wife told him the next day that she had sold the house to treat her illness. His 5-year-old child held his hand and said to him, "Dad, you can do it." The family, with the 300,000 yuan from selling the house, went to the capital to treat her illness. During the first surgery, the patient had delayed it for too long and the surgery wasn't completely completed. A second surgery had to be performed later. However, it still cost 200,000 yuan for the surgery. Moreover, they were told that the mortality rate of the second surgery was as high as 60%. The hospital asked them to consider it carefully. For a moment, the man cried bitterly and brought his family and child back to the county. If he died, so be it, but he really didn't want to torment his family anymore. In the following days, he tried his best to appear happier so that his wife wouldn't be too burdened. But, every time she didn't see him, his wife would silently look out the window and cry secretly. His wife borrowed money from her family behind his back and collected another 200,000 yuan. She sold the 3 pieces of gold from their marriage and took out the family's accumulation fund. Behind her husband's back, she took the medical records and began to look for doctors. The news she received was, even if you have money, there's no way to treat it. Indeed, many hospitals weren't willing to accept such patients. The reason was very complicated. Actually, the man saw all of this, but there was nothing he could do. When the Capital Emergency Medical Center started the clinical trial, he secretly signed up behind his wife's back. But, his illness was too serious and he didn't meet the criteria. The man was disheartened, but, now that he saw the news, the man couldn't help but be excited. He took his phone and walked to his wife. "Honey, take me to the capital. There's someone who can operate on me." After his wife saw the clinical trial, tears fell like rain. She hugged the man and wailed. "Old Zhang, I'm so useless. I can't save you. I really want you to live healthily." This time, his wife vented all the tears and grievances that she had accumulated over the years. "I'm so useless," as the woman cried, she fell asleep. After so many years, she was too tired. The man hugged his wife and couldn't help but cry. Their child watched this scene and stood at the side. He used his sleeve to wipe away his tears. "Dad, you can't leave me behind this time. I want to be with you." The next day, after some preparations, the family once again embarked on the road of seeking medical treatment. After Chen Song opened the inclusion criteria, the news quickly spread. Patients similar to old Zhang also began to head to the capital. This time, Chen Song didn't open the inclusion criteria. Instead, it was an opportunity. Chen Song gave many critically ill Ma Fan patients who were on the verge of death a chance to undergo surgery. This time, all the members of the Ma Fan crowd no longer spoke ill of Chen Song. Any slander couldn't be compared to real actions. Just when they thought that they had become creatures abandoned by the human world, a person named Chen Song opened the door of life for them again. Life was very heavy. He could carry his wife, he could carry his child, he could shoulder his family, and he could shoulder his future. Life was very light. When he died, the human body would only lose 21 grams. Was this the weight of life? After the inclusion standards were opened, the academic community was surprisingly quiet this time. It was different from the previous clinical trial. When everyone saw the news, they just sighed silently and sent their blessings. They could think that he was bold and arrogant. However, when they saw someone trying to confront death, not only did they not lend a helping hand, they even hit him when he was down. This was not the attitude a doctor should have. What was a doctor? It was to treat injured lives. This time, Chen Song did what many people did not dare to do. He broke the precedent and opened up the inclusion standards to start clinical trials for those critically ill patients. In this line of work, brave the hardships to enlighten the forest. For a time, more and more people signed up. There was originally a limit of 65 people, but it suddenly increased to 70 people. Their ability was limited, so the registration had to stop. However, looking at the queue at the registration site, many of them even had family members standing there waiting the day before. Among them were children, women, elderly people, and women with children in their arms. They did not make a fuss. They just stood there and sighed silently. They did not blame the emergency center or the hospital. They did not blame Professor Chen either. Because they knew that Professor Chen was already very good. He gave this group of people a chance. They were not patients, but family members. Patients could not be tired for a long time and stay up late. Their bodies were very weak. However, Chen Song stood there and looked at everyone's disappointed eyes. He could not help but sigh. Medical resources were limited. This might be the helplessness of reality. Chen Song did not dare to promise too much, but he set a goal for himself. He wanted to reduce the mortality rate as much as possible. He wanted to develop guidelines to help more people. The crowd did not disperse immediately. Some people looked disappointed. However, when Yuan and the others saw everyone turn away in disappointment, they suddenly encouraged everyone. "Everyone, come on. I believe that Professor Chen will be able to complete the clinical trial as soon as possible." When he completes the clinical trial, we can start large-scale surgery. That's right. Since Professor Chen dared to open the clinical trial for free today, I believe that they will dare to operate on us. Brothers and sisters, let's do our best. We must survive this most difficult time. Wait until Professor Chen's clinical trial is complete. That's right. We've already persevered for so long. We must endure it. The night is about to pass, and we can already see the light of dawn. Come on, Professor Chen. We believe in you. Looking at the crowd cheering for him, Chen Song couldn't help but take a deep breath. Turning around, he realized that Su Aiqing was already in tears. Teacher Meng's big eyes were also filled with tears. The others clenched their fists and stared at the crowd below, their eyes filled with determination. This time, they would definitely go all out. 70 patients had completed the review. Originally, the general surgery department and the cardiovascular surgery department had prepared 20 hospital beds at the same time. But this time, 20 hospital beds were obviously not enough. Chen Song looked at Su Ziming and He Jiqian. Can we add more beds? Chen Song couldn't help but ask. Su Ziming sighed, we can add more hospital beds. There's no problem with that. But we can't add more doctors. He Jiqian also nodded helplessly. A patient with Marfan syndrome needs a doctor in charge and a nurse in charge. These are all strictly arranged. Moreover, our patient this time is more serious. We have to contact the ICU to maintain cooperation and communication. Now, all the ECG monitors that can be used in the entire hospital have been sent to our department. Medical resources are limited. Indeed, a critically ill patient definitely didn't need as simple as a hospital bed. In order to ensure the patient's safety, there must be a sufficient team of doctors and nurses. There was also a need for sufficient rescue equipment. Therefore, even if there were more hospital beds, not only would it not have a positive effect, but it would also increase the patient's risk. For a moment, everyone sighed and fell silent. What should they do? Should they continue steadily like this? At this moment, Chen Song's phone rang. It was Xianxia. Professor Chen, are you busy? Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Chen Song smiled bitterly, I'm worried. Xianxia quickly asked, what are you worried about? Chen Song shook his head, nothing, Director Xiao, why are you calling? Xianxia seemed to have guessed Chen Song's inner thoughts. He couldn't help but smile, there is something, but I still need you to agree to it. Chen Song wasn't in the mood to guess, Director Xiao, just say it. Xiaoxihai, I'm wondering if we can cooperate with the Capital Emergency Medical Center. Chen Song was stunned, cooperation? What do you mean? Xiaoxihai took a deep breath and said with a smile, actually, our team has seriously considered the matter of opening the standards. We all think that this is a rare opportunity. But we don't have the ability to open up the standards, but this is indeed a good thing. Ruijin has been operating on Marfan patients for a long time, so we know their situation very well. Therefore, I hope to cooperate with the Emergency Medical Center. Hearing Xiao Shihai's words, Chen Song suddenly stood up and couldn't help but ask, Director Xiao, how do we cooperate? Xiao Shihai smiled, the main base is in the Capital Emergency Medical Center. We support 11 experienced doctors, including 6 attending physicians, 4 associate chief physicians, 1 chief physician, 36 nurses with experience in aortic dissection surgery, and 30 monitors. I hope that Professor Chen can lead this group of young men to do a good job and train them. What do you think? After Chen Song heard these words, he was extremely excited. He got up and walked around, his right hand holding the phone was trembling a little. Medical resources. What he lacked the most now was medical resources. Chen Song didn't expect Xiao Zhihai to generously provide so much support and help at this time. For a moment, Chen Song was really excited. Okay. 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 Chen Song was so excited that he said okay 3 times in a row. His voice was impassioned and even trembling a little. Everyone in the office was curious as they watched. What had happened to make Professor Chen so excited? Everyone looked at the phone curiously and looked at Chen Song, whose eyes were full of surprise. Chen Song really did not expect that Ruijin Hospital would be so generous at such a time. Medical resources were actually more troublesome than money. If there was no money, Chen Song could think of a way. If there was no other way, he could pull in investments. A lot of pharmaceutical companies were willing to sponsor him. After all, Xianxia's reputation was there. But medical resources were especially professional. For example, this time they needed medical personnel with experience in aortic dissection surgery, monitors, and other monitoring equipment. Wait, these things might not be possible with money. Because domestic medical resources were really limited. It was already very difficult to satisfy most people. Now, it was obviously difficult to ask them to come here to complete the clinical trial. Xianxia heard Xianxia's voice and could not help but laugh in his heart. He guessed right, he had thought of this from the beginning. Xianxia had worked hard in the clinic for decades. He had led Ruijin Hospital through trials and tribulations. Naturally, he had experienced too much. He naturally understood what Xianxia needed at this time. Xianxia was very optimistic about Xianxia's research this time. If he were 10 years younger, Xianxia would have personally led a team to help Xianxia. But, not this time. Because Xianxia was the director, it was impossible for him to leave such a big mess. However, he really hoped that these young cadres would follow Xianxia to see the world and experience some scenery that they might not be able to see outside. Only by experiencing life and death and challenging the limits could they continue to improve. Any hospital needed 3 generations of old, middle-aged, and young people. There could not be a gap. Otherwise, the hospital's future would not be long. Therefore, Xianxia made such a win-win choice. It could help Xianxia solve his current predicament. It could also help the department cultivate a group of talents. At this moment, Xianxia said excitedly, "Director Xiao, thank you. I will definitely lead them to do a good job. When we leave, we will definitely return with a full load." Xianxia was not stupid. He naturally understood what Xianxia meant. Xianxia quickly said, "No, Professor Chen, I'm basking in your glory this time." Indeed, now that they could get Xianxia's help, it was definitely a rare opportunity for this group of young doctors. "What else do you need? Give me a list, and I'll get my men to prepare it. We'll set off as soon as possible." Xianxia quickly nodded. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Xianxia looked at everyone and said excitedly, "I have good news for everyone. Ruijin Hospital will send 11 experienced doctors, 36 nurses, 30 ECG monitors, and other relevant medical resources to help us with the clinical trial." After hearing this news, everyone around was stunned for a moment. Everyone cheered. One by one, they stood up and waved their fists in the air. Su Aiqing and Meng Shi hugged each other excitedly. Everyone was very excited. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away is more important than the gift itself. The rescue this time was more than 1,000 miles. It was definitely not a goose feather. This was sending charcoal in snowy weather from 1,000 miles away. After that, Xianxia looked at Su Ziming. "Director Su, how many beds can you spare this time?" Su Ziming was also a little excited. "I estimate that we can add another 15 beds. Moreover, the most important thing is that in this case, we can completely complete the clinical study of 70 patients in 2 batches. In more than a month, we can complete the treatment of all 70 patients' cases and obtain the relevant data." Xianxia nodded. "Okay. You'll handle this matter. Director He, see if you need any other supplies. Let's keep in touch with Ruijin Hospital as soon as possible and do a good job in this cooperation. Then, you'll be in charge of the deployment of personnel." Xianxia quickly arranged the tasks. Not long after, the official website of Ruijin Hospital and the official website of the emergency center announced at the same time. Ruijin Hospital has sent a medical team to the emergency center hospital with medical supplies. The Marfan Syndrome Rescue Center will be established. We will complete this clinical trial together and get the results of the clinical trial as soon as possible so that we can help more patients. The North and South will help each other to overcome the difficulties. The announcement of this news immediately caused a huge uproar. After more and more medical staff saw this news, they immediately felt a surge of passion. Although it wasn't that one side was in trouble, there was support from all sides. However, this kind of cooperation between the North and the South to overcome the disease was really inspiring. After Xiao Runfeng of the Health Committee learned about this, she personally brought people to the emergency center hospital. She placed great importance on this clinical trial. Now, more and more people began to pay attention to this matter. To be honest, Xianxia's burden was very heavy. Under such circumstances, Chen Song would not be able to get a good research result. The backlash would definitely be intense, and the happiest people were the Marfan syndrome patients. After learning about this matter, everyone was even happier. Because dawn was getting closer and closer. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of dawn. On Thursday, the clinical trial was about to begin. When a patient was about to start the surgery, Chen Song led everyone into the operating theater. For the first surgery, Chen Song contacted Lilac community and started a live broadcast of the surgery. This time, Chen Song was going to lead their team to carry out a live broadcast of the surgery. The manager of Lilac community quickly brought the staff to the emergency center and set up a live broadcast platform. The live broadcast began with Chen Song leading 12 people into the operating theater. When Chen Song entered the operating theater in a white coat, all the audience's emotions were stirred up. This time, not only were there medical staff in the audience, but there were also patients. This was the first live broadcast of a thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery in the country. After all, such a dangerous surgery was full of uncertainty. Moreover, the patient was a dangerous patient who had undergone a second surgery. According to the risk analysis of evidence-based medicine, the patient's mortality rate was as high as 60%. The risk and pressure behind such a surgery being broadcast could be imagined. However, Chen Song still decided to broadcast it live. Therefore, many people did not understand. Many people even felt that Chen Song was very irrational this time. This might be the first time in the world that a surgery with a mortality rate as high as 60% was broadcast live. Was Chen Song crazy? Of course not. Not only was he not crazy, on the contrary, he was very rational. That was because Chen Song's live broadcast this time was not for those doctors. Instead, he wanted to broadcast it to those patients. He wanted the patients to have confidence. He wanted to tell them, hold on, we can win. P.S. Hoo-hoo, I wrote it a little late. However, thank you for everyone's support. Thank you to the leader of Coffee on the Keyboard for his 50,000 tip. Thank you, Big Brother. Finally. Please vote. The veteran has resumed updating. I look forward to everyone's favor. Mwah mwah mwah. The surgery was broadcasted live. It might not be unfamiliar to doctors, but to patients, very few people would come into contact with it. When the surgery was broadcasted live this time, thousands of Marfan patients finally saw the situation in their bodies. It turned out that they were really covered in bruises. However, what really made them feel despair was their hearts. When the surgery began, Chen Song did not say much nonsense. Instead, he reached out and took the scalpel. He silently glanced at the camera, nodded, and gave a thumbs up. Then, everyone in the operating theater reached out and gave a thumbs up to the camera. Chen Song was telling them, you guys are great. The patient's vital signs were very unstable. After the registration ended and he entered the hospital, he began to experience myocardial ischemia. Abnormal cardiac function increased the difficulty of this rescue by a lot. There were many doctors in the live broadcast room. In Ruijin Hospital, Xianxia led the people from the cardiac surgery department to turn on the computer and watch the surgery begin. This is a learning video. Everyone, take it seriously. Professor Chen is our vanguard. What he is doing now is what we will do in the future. When our team returns, we will start to accept critically ill patients one after another. Everyone, be mentally prepared in advance. Xianxia said to everyone seriously. Xianxia was not the only one. More and more specialized hospitals in the country began to watch Chen Song's surgery video. Which hospital would not be afraid of such a high mortality rate of Marfan patients? It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. Just because Chen Song dared to broadcast the surgery live, everyone had to give Chen Song a thumbs up and show him that he was awesome. The surgery plan had been explained to everyone. This time, Chen Song was the chief surgeon, but Chen Song would not personally suture. He would do the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery and control the pressure of the blood vessels. However, Chen Song would not do the anastomosis of the large blood vessels himself. This time, Su Ziming was the one suturing. As the chief of the cardiac surgery department, Su Ziming had really been working hard to keep up with Chen Song's pace. Chen Song's surgical team had the strictest elimination system. Whoever could not do it would be eliminated. Even if it was Teacher Meng, Chen Song would never show any mercy. In Chen Song's impression, the operating table was a battlefield. If you were not strict with the doctor, you were disrespecting the patient. When the surgery began, everyone was surprised to find that it was not Chen Song who cut open the patient's wound. It was Li Baoshan. Li Baoshan was very experienced and skillfully separated the large blood vessels. After that, he quickly replaced Chen Song and began to establish the elephant trunk support channel. This was the core of the surgery, and it was also one of the reasons Chen Song was confident in today's surgery. When they saw this scene on the screen, everyone's reaction was almost the same. They were shocked by Chen Song's actions. After those experienced directors saw Chen Song's operation, a series of information collided in their minds, forming a flow of information that made them suddenly feel enlightened, wonderful. When it came to surgery for major vascular diseases, it was necessary to talk about a hospital and a person. At this moment, in the capital's Anjin Hospital's Major Vascular Diseases Diagnosis and Research Center, an elderly doctor rushed into the director's office. After knocking on the door and entering, he could not help but say, "Teacher. Quick. Turn on the computer." Sun Zhong saw his eldest disciple running into the office in such a hurry and immediately asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Look at Lilac Community. Chen Song is performing a live broadcast of the surgery. It's a patient with a thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery for the second time. Moreover, the score is very low. The survival rate of the patient is less than half of the patient's." When Sun Zhong heard this, he immediately frowned. After he opened the laptop, his student quickly helped him open it. "Teacher. Chen Song has completed the thing that you have been studying recently. They have recently opened up the inclusion criteria and have also started clinical surgery for patients with critical conditions like Ma Fan." Sun Zhong saw that his student was so excited and became curious for a moment. Opening up the inclusion criteria was not a small matter. He knew Chen Song, but he did not understand him. Sun Zhong had never taken the initiative to befriend him. He had been studying how to reduce the probability of surgical complications for the past year. After the screen was opened, Sun Zhong, who was calm and composed, immediately stood up when he saw Chen Song's actions on the live broadcast screen. His eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He felt that all the pores on his body had opened up. Unbelievable, it was too unbelievable. With just one glance, Sun Zhong could tell that Chen Song's device was extraordinary. What was this thing? What kind of device is this? Sun Zhong stared at his student and quickly asked. This was a device that Chen Song had made himself. He had made it before the surgery and followed the reward model that he had obtained. This was its debut, and its appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Sun Zhong of Anjin, Xiao Zhihai of Ruijin, Suzy Yuan of Xianxia, Xiaobin of the People's Liberation Army General Hospital, everyone in the country who could support this discipline saw this device and the surgery at this moment. On the top 100 doctors of China, the 8 famous doctors in the Department of Great Vascular Surgery were almost all attracted by Chen Song's actions at this moment. Everyone stared at the device in Chen Song's hand. It seemed to have endless charm. Then, in the small group of 8 people, they silently sent a sentence, "What is this? What is this?" Everyone's words were surprisingly similar. After the 7 people finished speaking, only Xiao Zhihai was left. At this moment, Xiao Zhihai replied faintly, "This is Chen's elephant trunk stent." Xiao Zhihai's sentence stunned everyone for a moment, and they began to discuss crazily. The appearance of this device made all 8 people realize that this was a surgical device that had transcended the era of great vascular replacement surgery. However, it seemed that it was not perfect yet. However, this was enough to shock everyone. No wonder Chen Song dared to open the inclusion criteria. It turns out that he was already prepared. Which medical device company developed this? Medtronic? Or Philips? Xiao Zhihai shook his head. This was developed by Chen Song himself. That's impossible. Before Xiao Zhihai could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by someone. Xiao Zhihai did not refute. He only said faintly, "What I said is the truth." In fact, this device was designed by Chen Song in less than 10 minutes. After saying that, Xiao Zhihai confirmed the news that he had received from the People's Hospital of Danyang Province. For a moment, everyone was silent. They knew that Xiao Zhihai would not lie, and there was no need to lie. Everyone had a competitive heart. The 8 of them had competed for their entire lives. They were all the best in the field of large vascular surgery, ranked among the top 100 doctors in the country. They were all the editors of the China Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery and the China Circulation Journal. They were also members of the International Cardiothoracic Expert Club. However, they had competed for their entire lives and fought for their entire lives. Who would have thought that he would suddenly be overtaken by an unknown person? This kind of feeling was really sad. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Xiao Zhihai had interacted with Chen Song before. He had seen this young man walk over step by step. His speed was very fast. One step was 1,000 miles, and he advanced day by day. Therefore, Xiao Zhihai had long given up on fighting at that moment. He knew that he could no longer keep up with the road in the future. However, this young man had a lot of potential. Therefore, he took the initiative to befriend Chen Song, improve his help, and make Chen Song a success. I remain skeptical, Xiao Ben from the People's Liberation Army General Hospital said indifferently. Let's watch the surgery first, Suzy Yuan from the hospital said. After Chen Song finished connecting the device, he took a step back and said to Su Ziming, prepare to increase the pressure. His words stunned everyone watching the livestream. Increase the pressure? Increase the pressure at this time? Are you sure you're not courting death? For a moment, all the doctors watching the live broadcast were so angry that they smashed their keyboards. What a good device. You have already reduced the risk, and you want to increase the pressure at this time? This was clearly a small king with 4 twos in his hand. You have to take the king with 3 twos. Was there something wrong with this? However, when Sun Zhong and the others saw this scene, some of them could not help but be stunned. Even those who were skilled could not help but become nervous when they saw the scene. Could the pressure be increased? Yes, very much so. In their recent research, they found that a certain degree of pressure increase could help patients reduce complications and increase the perfusion of the heart, brain, and kidney. However, this amount was too difficult to control, because they could not control the tension of the blood vessels. Once the pressure was high, it would easily cause the large blood vessels to rupture. This was definitely a risky behavior. However, if they could grasp it well, it would definitely be a very powerful operation. Chen Song's perceptive glove allowed him to perfectly grasp the tension in the blood vessels. Everyone was stunned when they saw Chen Song gently press his finger on the blood vessel. What is he doing? Sense blood pressure. Yes, I've heard that experienced experts can feel the tension of blood vessels and the elasticity of blood vessel walls through touch, but how many surgeries do they have to perform to be able to do that? Chen Song, how old is he? At this moment, everyone in the small group of 8 fell silent. Because even they might not be able to do this well. Touch the blood vessels to feel the tension and adjust the blood pressure at any time. Xiao Ben, who had maintained a skeptical attitude just now, was already standing in the office watching this scene with his mouth agape. It was really too amazing. The surgery proceeded, and it was time to anastomose the blood vessels. Chen Song took a step back instead. Prepare for anastomosis of the great vessels. At this moment, Su Ziming stepped forward and prepared to start the surgery. This is Su Ziming, the director of the cardiac surgery department in the emergency center. I know him. Sun Zhong nodded and said. Su Ziming was 4 or 5 years younger than them, but compared to this group of big shots, his academic status was much worse. There was also a difference in skills when it came to large blood vessel surgery. But, wasn't Chen Song performing the surgery himself? Instead, he let Su Ziming do it. Xiao Zhihai explained in the group. Su Ziming is now learning large blood vessel surgery from Chen Song. After everyone saw the news, they did not refute. Instead, they fell silent. Su Ziming was considered a senior director. Didn't he feel embarrassed following Chen Song? Moreover, wasn't it too hasty to let Su Ziming perform the surgery? After all, everyone knew how important this surgery was. How many people were watching the live broadcast on the internet now? Chen Song did not do it himself but let Su Ziming do it. What was going on? Everyone had witnessed Chen Song's anastomosis speed in the challenging the impossible segment. However, to be honest, Su Ziming was really not top-notch. Just as everyone on the internet was discussing animatedly, Su Ziming began his own surgery. Every step was very meticulous. From the treatment, to the separation, to the preparation of the suture, it was done in an orderly manner. However, it made everyone a little worried. Was the suture speed good? Just as everyone was worried and doubtful, they saw Su Ziming take the needle holder and quickly start the suture with He Ziqian's help. His suture was very fast, it was really fast. Moreover, in the rhythm of the suture, one could faintly see Xianxia's shadow. It was great, ascending aorta plus total arch replacement vascular anastomosis. The entire process required 7 or 8 anastomoses to be dealt with. However, Su Ziming's suture speed was very fast, it was really fast. This set of sutures stunned many people. Who is this person? Su Ziming, Director Su. But, how can his suture speed be so fast? Didn't you notice? This suture is very similar to Professor Chen's. I heard that Director Su is learning surgery from Professor Chen. But, the concept can be learned, the skills can be learned. Could it be that this suture speed can also be learned? Why can't it be? After Su Ziming was done with the ascending aorta and the aortic arch, when it was time for the iliac artery, He Ziqian took over again. He Ziqian's suture speed was not inferior to Su Ziming's. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This was too amazing, was it not? Everyone felt as if they had learned from the same master. Their sutures had the shadow of Xianxia's shadow. At this moment, Xianxia stood behind and silently watched everyone perform the surgery. At this moment, many people suddenly stopped paying attention to the surgery and stared blankly at Xianxia, who was standing behind them. He was calm and in control of the entire situation, in the famous doctors' chat group. At this moment, even Xianxia was silent. Su Ziming's suture speed could be a coincidence. But, He Ziqian was the same. This could explain a lot of things. Sun Zhong looked at this scene and his pupils constricted slightly. During the gathering at the beginning of the year, he had cooperated with Su Ziming in a surgery, but, this suture speed was like heaven and earth. Could it be because of Xianxia? At this moment, everyone was silent. Behind this silence, there was shock and fear. Sun Zhong's students looked at their teacher at this time and could not help but sigh. They really did not know what to say. The surgery continued, and the patient's vital signs were all stable. And so far, the number of people participating in the surgery had reached 8, every one of them showed their skills when they went on stage. This live broadcast did not seem to be Xianxia's one-man show, but everyone's performance. But, the light of the young man behind was once again infinitely magnified. Those with discerning eyes knew that all this was because of him. P.S. Thank you to Brother Xianyu for the 10,000 tip, thank you. An outstanding person would attract an outstanding team, there was no doubt about that. Whether it was Xianxia or Sun Zhong, it was the same. Sun Zhong had led a team into Anjin Hospital and established a large blood vessel diagnosis and treatment center. But now, whether it was Xianxia, Sun Zhong of Anjin Hospital, or even Su Ziyuan and the others, there was only one thought in their minds. That was, Xianxia had not attracted an entire team, instead, he created an outstanding team. Looking at the cooperation between the team members, they cooperated very well. That was what really shocked them. Most of these 12 people did not study large blood vessels, but the quality they showed now was even better than Xiaoxiai's team. That was because of Xianxia's absolute leadership. And now Sun Zhong's face was blank. Xianxia could even improve his suturing speed, that was too scary. If it was a matter of philosophy, it could be changed, and skills could be learned. But, suturing speed seemed to be a matter of talent, right? That could be changed. What else could not be changed? For a moment, the 8 famous doctors on the top 100 list looked at Xianxia behind the screen and fell into deep thought. At that moment, when the group of doctors from Ruijin Hospital saw Su Ziming and the others' surgery, they were also stunned. They did not expect that the 12 people who followed Xianxia last time were all so good. For a moment, everyone could not help but blush. After all, during the dinner party, each of them bragged about how good they were, but the dozen people were very low-key and did not say a word. At the same time, the doctors who were watching the live broadcast were all breathing rapidly. It was as if they had found a great opportunity. The 11 doctors sent by Ruijin Hospital a few days ago were now the most envied people. How much would they improve if they followed Professor Chen? However, everyone knew that it would not be so easy to follow him now. For a moment, everyone could not help but feel pity. At that moment, Ho Liang, the director of the cardiac surgery department of Dongyang Province People's Hospital, made up his mind. He would follow Professor Chen. If that was the perspective of the doctors. The perspective of the patients was much simpler. They hoped that the surgery would be completed smoothly. If Professor Chen doesn't do it, will the surgery be successful? A patient asked carefully. The man's comment had just been posted. There were countless replies. Don't worry, they can succeed. Every doctor is very good. That's right. You must hold on. Professor Chen's team members are all great. Don't worry. In fact, although Professor Chen did not participate in the surgery, he has trained a large number of excellent doctors. They are more reliable than Professor Chen alone. That's right. No matter how good Professor Chen is, he can't just perform surgeries without eating, drinking, or sleeping, right? Thoracoabdominal aortic replacement surgery is a major surgery in itself. It takes a long time, and it's a test for the medical staff. Actually, the purpose of Professor Chen's livestream is to let you all know that their team has matured, and they will be able to save more people soon. Actually, it's much more difficult to train an excellent surgeon than it is for Professor Chen to perform surgery. It's really not easy for Professor Chen. I hate that I can't join them. You guys must work hard and hold on. Good luck. Hold on. Many medical staff replied one after another, reassuring the patients and telling them to do their best. The live broadcast of the surgery this time suddenly became a platform for doctors and patients to interact. Using this platform, they communicated and understood each other. This made the patients feel warmth that they had never felt before. Chatting so openly with each other shortened the distance between them. It made them understand that even if they could not save them, the doctors would also be tormented. No one wanted their surgery to be successful more than the doctors. At the same time, the doctors also felt the helplessness of the patients. No one would have thought that such a livestream would have such a magical effect. And at this moment, in such an atmosphere, the surgery ended successfully. Although Chen Song did not participate in the surgery later, he did not relax at all. He began to check on everyone and check the patient's vital signs. The moment the surgery ended successfully, everyone was happy. When the members of the surgery team saw that the patient's vital signs were stable and that the cardiopulmonary function was normal, they were all excited. Their efforts were not in vain. Su Ziming and He Ziqian could not help but beat each other's chest. This was the team's first performance. Everyone was very nervous. Fortunately, the surgery was very successful. The patient was sent away by the medical staff. Everyone left the operating theater happily. Laughter and cheers overflowed from their words. Their long-term efforts had finally paid off. They could also go and help the patient. Chen Song looked at the camera and said calmly, "The surgery was very successful. Thank you everyone for taking the time to watch the surgery video. The patient's condition is very stable. From now on, we will send the patient's vital signs every day. Finally, I hope to tell every patient with Marfan syndrome to hold on. Behind you can't see, there are countless medical staff working hard to conquer the disease. We won't give up, and you shouldn't give up either. Good luck." With Chen Song's last sentence, the livestream ended successfully. Chen Song's words made all the patients and family members of Marfan syndrome burst into tears. Just as Chen Song said, they were working hard and had never given up on them. This feeling of being valued and cared for was a ray of hope in the midst of the pain, a ray of sunshine. This time, the livestream of the surgery. It really gave everyone confidence. The livestream was closed, but the chat continued. After the bullet screen was opened, the screen was full of persistence and cheers. After the livestream ended, everyone was ready to leave the office with laughter. They were even ready to book a hotel to celebrate their victory. Chen Song looked at the backs of everyone leaving and said calmly, "Don't go, I have something to say." Everyone's expressions changed and followed Chen Song to the office of the operating theater. Chen Song asked the head nurse to play the video of the surgery. Chen Song's face darkened and he began to settle accounts. At this time, the 12 of them realized that teacher Chen was going to criticize them. That's right. After every surgery, Chen Song would call everyone to the office to summarize. Chen Song did not have the slightest bit of mercy to anyone. He reprimanded Li Baoshan from the opening of the surgery. Then, it was Su Ziming, He Jiqian, everyone's mistakes were pointed out by Chen Song, and everyone quickly wrote it down. And this scene was seen by the manager and editor of Lilac Community who were about to leave. The two of them looked at each other. The next day, several photos were pinned at the top of Lilac Community Forum. What's behind the success? The video of Chen Song pointing at the 12 people and criticizing them was played. Although there was no recording, the 12 people looked ashamed. It was obvious that Chen Song was very strict with them. This photo quickly went viral on the internet. In everyone's opinion, they had performed very well, but Professor Chen still found flaws in them and criticized them severely. Soon, Chen Song received the title of strict teacher. On Saturday, Chen Song was going to give a palpation lecture. The students of Union Medical College Hospital were looking forward to it. Did you hear? Professor Chen's hand is different from ordinary people's. There are more nerves in his hand than ordinary people's. Also, Professor Chen is very talented. His precise control of the muscles in his fingers and the frequency of his hand muscles are amazing. That's possible. After all, his suturing speed, control, and precision are much better than ordinary people's. Meanwhile, in the general surgery office of Union Medical College Hospital, Qin Yu's face was red all the way to her neck. She did not expect Professor Su, who had been single for more than 30 years, to ask such a question. Little Qin, Professor Chen. Are his fingers really that agile? Su Rui and Qin Yu whispered in a corner. It was already noon, and everyone had gone for lunch. The two of them ordered takeout for the new patients. Over the past few days, Qin Yu and Su Rui's relationship had become more and more harmonious. They were even developing into best friends. The questions they asked were naturally becoming more and more shameless. It had to be said that there were a few magical creatures in this world. The scariest one was, female PhD plus female doctor plus old unmarried youth. One could imagine the chemistry between Qin Yu and Su Rui. When Qin Yu heard Su Rui's words, she blushed and did not speak for a long time. Su Rui opened his eyes wide and whispered, "Hurry up and say it." Qin Yu blushed shyly as she nodded her head. His fingers are quite powerful. Su Rui narrowed his eyes. How did he practice? When Qin Yu heard this, her face turned even redder. How should he explain such a private matter? No matter how Su Rui asked, Qin Yu refused to answer. After all, this was Lady Chen's method, so naturally it couldn't be told to others. Peking Union Hospital also began to prepare patients one after another. The second day of palpation was to be carried out in the hospital. The hospital, which did not pay much attention to this matter at first, suddenly realized that Chen Song's palpation skills might really be extraordinary after watching Chen Song's surgery live broadcast. After all, Professor Chen's hands could sense the aorta to determine the standard of pressure increase during surgery. What a sensitive pair of hands they must have. Therefore, Li Kai organized each department to prepare a few special cases so that Chen Song and the students could truly experience the charm of palpation. Originally, Qin Yu had finally gotten rid of his senior sister Su Rui. However, Qin Yu was surprised to find that everyone in the department was talking about her man's hands. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a sense of insecurity. It seemed like there were always unruly people who wanted to steal her husband. However, in the afternoon, Qin Yu heard the department's houseman secretary and the chief and deputy chief discussing what case to arrange. Do you think Professor Chen can feel it? If he can feel the pressure in the blood vessels, of course he can. You have to change it. By the way, didn't our department just receive a special patient? Yes. Good idea, pick it out. After Qin Yu heard it, she immediately pricked up her ears. This was arranging a case for her husband. Thinking of this, she pretended to tiptoe over and pricked up her ears to listen. She wanted to gather information for her husband. This group of people is too evil. They are unscrupulous and want to make things difficult for my husband. Hee. Bed 11, bed 20, bed 41, bed 50, Qin Yu softly noted it down. Then, she quickly ran away and took pictures of the 4 cases on the computer with her phone. You bunch of people are too childish. After Qingyu left the ward, Sun Guanyu walked into the office and saw the houseman secretary and deputy chief. He walked over with a sly expression. How was it? The houseman's secretary could not help but laugh. No problem. It's all done. All the patients have been changed. Deputy Chief Shuang Yueming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Director Sun, is it appropriate to cheat your students like this? When Sun Guanyu heard that, his face darkened. How can this be called cheating? This should be called increasing the difficulty of the game. Shuang Yueming could not help but laugh. You guys are too evil. But I like it. The 3 of them glanced at each other and immediately laughed mischievously. Their voices were sly and cunning. At this time, the same was happening in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery, Wantong. Come. Can't you find the most complicated case? Director, I have a plan. Say it. Tomorrow, I'll pretend to be a patient and let Professor Chen diagnose. Let's see if Professor Chen can sense my disease. Good idea. After Li Kai from Union Medical College Hospital organized a meeting for each department, everyone was suddenly interested. If anyone could stump Chen Song, that person would be really awesome. For a time, the directors began to perform all kinds of magical operations. Finding difficult patients was a very common operation. Pretending to be a patient. Putting on airs. They could do anything. As the top hospital in the country, Union Medical College Hospital had always been known for being cold and aloof. Even Union Medical College Hospital was somewhat cold and aloof. To put it bluntly, they did not fit in, it could not be helped. They were too good. They basically did not participate in many competitions. However, this time, the palpation lecture at Union Medical College Hospital had started a new entertainment activity. Qingyu was a small spy who infiltrated the enemy's rear. Now, she was panicking inside. She, who originally wanted to steal information, suddenly realized that each department was strictly keeping the patients a secret. For a moment, Qingyu was also helpless. After leaving the hospital, Qingyu could not help but sigh. Sigh, our own department is still the best. The walk home from Union Medical College Hospital was not far. Qingyu walked for more than 20 minutes and reached home. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a fragrance. Chen Song got off work early today and came back to personally cook. It smells so good. Qingyu sniffed and ran in happily. After seeing Chen Song, she tilted her head and said to Chen Song, Come, hubby, no matter what, you have to give me a kiss today and reward me well. When Chen Song heard that, he thought, there's such a good thing? He directly took a bite of the red braised pork and left a trace of lard on Qingyu's face with his oily mouth. Qingyu was furious. You're so dirty. Wipe the oil on my face. Chen Song smiled embarrassedly. I've done a big thing for you today. Qingyu raised his proud head. Qingyu put his hands on his waist like a crab and ran amok in the room. Then he said proudly, Today, I did a big thing for my husband. Chen Song heard this and asked, What is it? Qingyu said as if he was asking for credit, Honey, you didn't make a loss today. After that, he said mysteriously, I've got some internal clues for tomorrow's palpation. Let me tell you, they put in a lot of effort to make it difficult for you. At this point, Qingyu narrowed her eyes and danced with joy as she said, Unfortunately, I still managed to steal the information. I got the medical records of our department for you. Then, I asked my classmate for the medical records of their department. Tomorrow, you will definitely have a smooth journey. Qingyu patted his chest and put his hand on Chen Song's shoulder with a righteous look. How is it? Don't you think that having a wife like me is the happiest thing in your life? Chen Song looked at Qingyu's cute face and couldn't help but put a mouthful of Mao's braised pork into Qingyu's mouth. Qingyu held the meat in his mouth and found it, it's hot. In the evening, under Qingyu's coercion, Chen Song read a few medical records that Qingyu had stolen from somewhere and fell asleep. The next day, Qingyu was afraid that his identity as a spy would be exposed, so he deliberately went to the department early and asked Chen Song to drive him there. Qin Yu felt that it seemed that except for the teacher's son Guanyu, director Zhuang Yueming, and senior Su Rui, no one else in the department knew about his identity behind the scenes. Thinking of his special mission, Qin Yu suddenly felt very satisfied. After Chen Song arrived at the hospital, he was personally received by Li Kai and several other directors. Today's work was all day. There were a few departments in the morning and a few departments in the afternoon. As for the more specialized departments such as ophthalmology, dentistry, otolaryngology, and urology, they naturally skipped over them. Today, Li Kai personally led the team with Chen Song. The students were also assigned to different departments. Chen Song's first department was the general surgery department. When Qin Yu heard the news, he was very happy. His husband was going to have a good start today. However, she pretended to be unfamiliar with Chen Song and stood behind him with her classmates. Sun Guanyu and Zhuang Yueming looked at each other and saw treachery in each other's eyes. Chen Song was still very popular in the general surgery department. After all, as the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgeons, Professor Chen's reputation was still quite good. "Professor Chen, let's get started," Sun Guanyu said with a smile. Chen Song nodded. "Sure, no problem." There were more than 30 students in the department today. After seeing this scene, they were all looking forward to it. The patient was already arranged. After entering the ward, Chen Song was stunned when he saw bed 11. Damn, Qin Yu really guessed it? Not bad. This little girl was very experienced in being a traitor. Indeed, little Licky Qin was really going further and further on the road of betraying her father and teacher. For her man, little Licky Qin patted her chest and said that it was difficult to climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of fire, but it was still easy to steal clothes and medical records. Qin Yu looked at Chen Song's eyes and immediately glared at him. She muttered in disappointment, "You don't have any acting skills at all." The patient in bed 11 was a 44-year-old woman with an unknown intestinal obstruction. Her symptoms were recurrent abdominal pain, abdominal distension, and vomiting, which could be alleviated automatically. Chen Song put his hand on the patient's stomach and immediately felt a painless, soft mass. He could hear the sound of intestines on the surface of the mass, and the abdominal wall's toughness increased. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. He turned around and glanced at Qin Yu. Then, he looked at Sun Guanyu and could not help but laugh. Qin Yu, this silly girl. She had been tricked by this group of people. Looking at Qin Yu's silly expression of pretending that she was not familiar with him, Chen Song could not help but want to laugh. This was not an ordinary patient with cirrhosis ascites. The patient did have ascites. But it was not cirrhosis ascites. Chen Song's diagnosis of acute abdomen was perfect. As the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, Chen Song naturally lived up to his reputation. Chen Song closed his eyes and gently felt the patient's abdomen. Then, he reached out and used 3 to 4 fingers together to repeatedly hit the area under examination with a little force and a little speed. Through the fingertips, he felt whether there were floating lumps or organs. This method was used on patients with a lot of ascites accompanied by organ swelling or lumps. Because palpation under rapid impact could temporarily move the ascites away, it was easier to touch the organs or lumps of ascites. Immediately after, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt it. Under the sensory glove, Chen Song clearly felt a special phenomenon. Chen Song smiled. This was really a special patient. Chen Song could not help but say, "This is a patient with segmental fibrous inclusion of the small intestine accompanied by intracapsular adhesive intestinal obstruction." As soon as he said that, all the medical staff in the entire ward were stunned. Even Sun Guanyu widened his eyes and looked at Chen Song in disbelief. This answer was too amazing. Sun Guanyu quickly turned around and glanced at Zhuang Yueming, then looked at Qin Yu. He saw that Qin Yu's eyes were full of daze and dullness, and Sun Guanyu's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Qin Yu also looked at Chen Song anxiously. "This silly son. I already showed you the exact answer last night, and you still guessed it wrong. What kind of messy guesses are you making?" Chen Song continued to say, "This is a patient with cystic abdomen disease." After Chen Song finished speaking, he continued to analyze. "Everyone can come up and feel it. Although the patient's ascites induced us to consider liver disease, using impact palpation here, we can feel the lumps in the patient's body, and these lumps are not ordinary lumps. Through the texture, we can completely feel the performance of the small intestine being confined by the fibrous membrane. The roughness of the fibrous membrane confinement is completely different from ordinary abdominal lumps. Moreover, when you touch the inactivation with deep pressure, you can feel the adhesion between the intestines or mechanical intestinal peristalsis. The most important part of palpation is actually here. After saying that, Xianxia looked at Sun Guanyu, Director Sun, am I right? The surrounding students were a little puzzled. Could these things be touched? At this moment, Sun Guanyu had to admit that Xianxia really left. He couldn't help but applaud. The other doctors also began to applaud. Everyone looked at Xianxia with admiration. Cystic abdomen disease was considered a difficult disease, right? Cystic abdomen disease was when the fibrous membrane wrapped around the intestines or organs, forming lumps. It was very easy to misdiagnose. A detailed examination was needed before it could be seen. But, Xianxia's touch not only diagnosed the cystic abdomen disease, but also said that the small intestine was wrapped around. This was amazing. P.S. About this, I have a presumptuous request. Veteran WX public, I hope everyone can pay attention to this, thank you. Sun Guanyu once suspected that it was Qinyu who leaked the secret. However, this patient was clearly a patient who had just been admitted to the hospital. Not to mention this group of junior doctors, Sun Guanyu wouldn't have been able to tell if it wasn't for the barium meal radiograph. Originally, Sun Guanyu was betting that Xianxia wouldn't be able to guess if such a patient was taken out. However, Xianxia was able to diagnose it within a few minutes. Wasn't this too abnormal? Sun Guanyu couldn't help but smile and said sincerely, Professor Chen, you're really amazing. We diagnosed this patient for a long time before we came to the conclusion that it was relatively easy to diagnose the disease, but to determine the type of the disease, this is the first time I've heard that it can be determined through palpation. Xianxia didn't say anything but continued to press and palpate. After a while, he suddenly asked the patient, have you never been pregnant? This sentence directly shocked the doctor in charge at the side. Even the female patient lying on the bed was stunned. This could be felt. If the diagnosis just now made the woman feel that it was amazing, then this sentence made her completely convinced. Can this be felt? The woman asked with a trembling voice. She was 44 years old this year and had been married for 12 years, but she had never been pregnant. She had always said that she didn't want children when she told others about this, but who didn't want children? If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't get pregnant, she wouldn't have said that. She was already 44 years old and was no longer young. Now, she had long given up on the idea of getting pregnant. However, when she thought of the inner pressure of her husband, she could only cry silently. This was the first time he had heard the doctor say that she had never been pregnant. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Xianxia and whispered, Doctor. Can I get pregnant? After saying this sentence, the patient suddenly couldn't help but laugh. It was too silly. This was the general surgery department, not the obstetrics and gynecology department, let alone the reproductive center. Asking this question, it was too lame. Xianxia naturally wouldn't be so silly as to say, you can. Medical science wasn't for brainless pretense. He didn't have the ability to come back from the dead. When Xianxia heard this, he thought for a moment and suddenly asked, you should have done a lot of gynecology and obstetrics examinations, right? What were the results of the examination? The woman couldn't help but sigh. They said that my congenital uterus development was a little abnormal. Although the functional examination showed that my uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes were all normal, there was a development abnormality. They said that it was still immature. After saying that, the woman felt rather helpless. After all, it was a helpless thing for a 44-year-old woman to say that her uterus was immature. Even the surrounding students sighed when they heard this. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. However, Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this. As expected, the family member, who was also the woman's husband, stood at the same spot. He sighed helplessly. The uterus had not matured yet, so there was no way to do a test tube baby. But, for some inexplicable reason, she was unable to get pregnant, causing the two of them to quarrel and argue. Over the years, he had long gotten used to such a life. Although they had already gotten used to it, after all these years, it did not affect their relationship and happiness. However, this was still a knot in their hearts. the biggest knot in their hearts. The man also looked at Xianxia with hope. Perhaps, the cause of your problem is not in the uterus. Suddenly, everyone was stunned by this sentence. Could it be? Was there something strange behind this? More than 30 students in the office all pricked up their ears. They were a little excited. After all, Professor Chen's move directly shocked everyone. Even the patient was convinced. This was too magical. Palpation could actually tell if the patient was pregnant. This was too magical. Everyone was a doctor. Naturally, they knew that in novels, things like saving people with one needle and controlling the flow of qi were a little ridiculous. However, Xianxia's palpation was real. This degree of awesomeness was not inferior to the protagonist of a novel. In fact, it was reasonable and was more in line with clinical thinking and logic. This was a real big shot. Everyone did not expect that a palpation could create a story. Could she get pregnant? Could this problem be solved? For a moment, everyone stared at Xianxia. Even Sun Guanyu was the same. Sun Guanyu looked at Xianxia with a confused face. He was also curious and puzzled. However, the most excited and emotional were the patient and the middle-aged man standing next to her. They were no longer young. If there was a chance, who would not be willing? At this time, Xianxia was no longer nervous. Although he did not know about obstetrics and gynecology. However, he knew about digestive surgery. After a while, Xianxia said thoughtfully, "Your abdominal cocoon is not a day or two. It might have been 20 or 30 years. It might even be a congenital intestinal malformation. The main problem is the intestinal envelope, which is the development of the greater omentum. The envelope is formed by the greater omentum. During embryonic development, due to the maldevelopment of the greater omentum, the membrane-like greater omentum goes down the transverse colon and wraps around the small intestine. This mutation may coexist with other malformations, such as the absence of the greater omentum, the absence or abnormal development of the uterus and its appendages, the insufficiency of the small intestine or colon, and the absence of the left liver." As soon as he said this, Sun Guanyu suddenly understood. That's right, who said that the general surgery department and obstetrics department had nothing to do with each other. Not only were they related, but they were also very closely related. Xianxia continued, therefore, I suspect that it might be because of the long-term existence of the envelope that causes the blood supply to the uterus and ovaries to be limited. For a long time, because the symptoms were not obvious, no one paid attention to it and even ignored this situation. After hearing this, the female patient immediately sat up and grabbed Xianxia's arm with both hands. Tears immediately flowed down. Doctor, can I get pregnant? Can I still be saved? I really want a child. I beg you. Please help me. Xianxia shook his head. In this situation, none of us can guarantee whether you can recover, but we can give it a try. After all, your surgery should be carried out in the near future. After saying this, Xianxia looked at Sun Guanyu and said, for surgery, I think we can do a bowel arrangement surgery and then use the bowel arrangement internal fixation method. At the same time, we can release the envelope and remove the confinement of the organs. Remove all or part of the envelope wall, release the adhesion between the intestines and the envelope, and remove the obstruction. Lastly, we can use drugs to inhibit the production of cellulose to prevent the formation of the envelope again. Xianxia's speech was neither fast nor slow, but in the ears of the people around them, they were full of shock. After all, through the patient's diagnosis, it seemed that all of the woman's symptoms had reached a perfect explanation. It was too awesome, it was really too amazing. Everyone stared at Xianxia with shock in their eyes. More than 30 students, except for Qinyu, were all looking at Xianxia with admiration. Originally, everyone was ready to give Xianxia a show of strength for the first patient. They did not expect Xianxia to give them a show of strength. A difficult case, but the patient's condition was explained clearly through palpation and simple questioning. This kind of diagnostic ability was really amazing. Li Ji followed behind and looked at this scene meaningfully. He could not let go of this for a long time. He said to the cameraman, remember. Film the whole process. Do not miss a single detail. After that, he whispered to himself, after a few decades, this will be the essence. If Professor Chen does a memoir in the future, this will be first-hand information. When the cameraman heard this, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He was just a small figure in the hospital's publicity department, but, by chance, he was shooting a documentary for some big shot. In an instant, the cameraman's potential exploded. His little universe, hormones, dopamine, adrenaline, chakra, and other energy burst out. He had to shoot well. At this time, Xianxia was not in the mood to doubt that the case was given wrongly. Her man's strength was beyond her imagination. Xianxia felt that her imagination was too small. At most, she could only imagine the strength of the male lead in idol dramas, but they were too weak compared to her husband. Xianxia blushed and shook her head. She could not help but tell herself, Xianxia, calm down, calm down. You can't be a bootlicker. The classmate next to her whispered, Xianxia, Professor Chen is so amazing, so handsome. Xianxia suddenly became infatuated again. Woof, woof. It's over, it's over. I'm definitely Chen Song's little bootlicker, Sun Guanyu hurriedly said to the doctor in charge behind him. Quick, take down Professor Chen's medical advice. Only then did the doctor come back to his senses. This? Professor Chen, can you say that again? I didn't remember everything just now. Chen Song nodded. There's no need to write it down. I'll look at the radiographic films later and give you the diagnosis results. We can discuss it then. There's no need to rush. At this time, the female patient suddenly said, This. Director Sun, can I ask Professor Chen to perform the surgery for me? Sun Guanyu let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Originally, he wanted to make things difficult for Chen Song, but he didn't expect to be wrecked by him. The surrounding students looked at Sun Guanyu with ridicule in their eyes. This was a slap in the face in front of everyone. It was too difficult, it was too embarrassing. On the other hand, Xianxia could tell that his teacher was trying to trick him. He looked at his teacher with satisfaction. Who asked you to trick me? Serves you right. Hubby, continue to slap my face. Pia pia. Chen Song smiled and said to the patient, Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Director Sun's surgical skills are still very good. You don't have to doubt him at all. Director Sun's surgical skills are top-notch both domestically and internationally. You don't have to worry. How could the patient be relieved? You're here to show off. You asked someone who lost to you to perform surgery on me, and you even said that he's very good. It'd be strange if I didn't panic. Chen Song turned around and said to the group of students, Actually, as everyone saw just now, this is a diagnostic process. However, this is only an analysis under the conditions of a lack of imaging data and limited information. Palpation is only a diagnostic technique. We need to combine the patient's past and current medical history. Even menstrual history, marital history, and so on, all of these need to be considered seriously. Every piece of information in the diagnosis is a clue. We need to learn to collect all kinds of clues. Palpation is only a means. It can't be overly deified, but it's also essential. We need to combine all the clues from visual, touch, and hearing to think seriously. We need to combine the influence data and physiological and biochemical data, everything. However, we can't overly trust the imaging results. We also need to trust our own senses. Visual touch and hearing are also very important. After Chen Song finished speaking, he moved on to the next patient. Splenomegaly. This is a lipoma, but the position is quite special. We need to take a good look and think about it. Actually, lipomas are very easy to palpate. In the future, when you have more experience, you can feel the difference between lipomas, sarcomas, and lumps, with just a touch. This case is a little interesting. Very good, the patient, Chen Song was very fast. Basically, it didn't take much time for each patient to give an accurate diagnosis. The patient also went up to feel it personally. The 4 patients were transferred to the main ward for diagnosis, so everyone could hear each other's diagnosis. After the diagnosis of the 4th patient, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Professor Chen, please touch me a little more. Maybe I have some other problems. Please feel them all. The 60-year-old man was not satisfied that Chen Xiaobei did not find any special problems. Everyone around him didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Song had no choice but to perform a full-body physical examination on the old man. Only then did he leave. After Chen Song left, the students from Peking University Union Medical College Hospital sent a message in the communication group. The general surgery department has fallen. The general surgery department has fallen. Director Sun has been slapped in the face. The next department is ready. The thoracic department is ready. Level 1 alert. Chen Song's palpation lecture became a siege. At this time, in the thoracic department, everyone looked as if they were facing death with equanimity. After Chen Song left, a few patients in the general surgery department's ward began to discuss. "Uncle, you're too interesting. You let Dr. Chen examine you for a long time even if there's nothing wrong with you." The young man with lipoma joked with the old man. The old man chuckled and said, "Do you know who he is?" Everyone shook their heads. "I don't know. He's quite young. From his tone, he seems to be a professor. I didn't expect the younger generation to be so amazing." "How old is he?" The old man squinted and smiled. "My daughter-in-law is a nurse in the general surgery department. When she heard Professor Chen palpating, it wasn't easy for her to arrange for me to come in. She wanted Professor Chen to examine my old man properly. You don't know, right? Professor Chen is the president of the International Society of Digestive Surgery. He's a world-class expert in the field of digestive surgery in the general surgery department. So, young lady, it's really your fortune to be able to be palpated by Professor Chen. This is a rare opportunity." After saying that, the old man squinted his eyes and was pleased with himself. "You're still the old man, you're being treated by a world-class big shot for free. TSK, ordinary people can't enjoy this treatment." The thoracic surgery department of Peking Union University was still very good, and Chen Song, to be honest, still missed Comrade Xiao Sui when it came to the thoracic surgery department. After all, it was the material warehouse that made him rich. Chen Song could not forget the well digger, the thoracic surgery department and the general surgery department were 3 floors apart. It was not convenient to wait for the elevator, so they simply took the stairs. Sun Guangyu felt a little uncomfortable after being slapped in the face. He felt that he would not be able to sleep tonight if he did not go and see others being humiliated. Li Kai looked at Sun Guangyu and could not help but laugh. "Professor Chen's general surgery level is really good." Sun Guangyu nodded. "Professor Chen, wait for me, I will accompany you to the thoracic surgery department." Chen Song said lightly, "Okay." Looking at Chen Song's confident back, a group of Peking Union University students behind him could not help but send a message, "Friends from the thoracic surgery department, be careful. Act tough. King Chen is very arrogant now. He is vulnerable to unknown sputtering injuries. It is recommended to stay 3 meters away from him. Houseman Secretary of the thoracic surgery department, take care. Looking forward to act tough. King Chen's triumphant return. Traitor. Bootlicker. Woof, woof, woof." Well, everyone was happy to be Chen's bootlicker. After all, Chen Song was really too awesome. 3 floors was not high, but the cameraman was very tired. He had already tried his best and proudest state in his life, standing at the bottom of the stairs to film Chen Song's movements as he went down the stairs. It had to be said that he was not a big shot. Li Kai looked at the camera and hesitated a little. He took a few more steps forward and appeared side by side with Chen Song in the camera. Although it was easy to be crushed in the same camera as Chen Song, in terms of temperament and demeanor, Li Kai felt that after 100 years, when Chen Song became powerful, people would look at him differently after watching this video. After all, he was a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chen Song. Of course, the main reason was that he did not want to appear in the same embarrassing background as Sun Guangyu. It was easy for people to misunderstand that he was a background character and not a key figure. Li Kai smiled and said with concern, "Professor Chen, actually, you only need to talk about this palpation training. You don't need to diagnose everything. After all, no one can be proficient in every department." Sun Guangyu's expression changed. "You old thief." Yesterday, during the meeting, they said that they had to show Concord's attitude and handle the palpation training well. What an evil and cunning person. After Chen Song heard this, he smiled. "Thank you, President Li. I understand." Li Kai chuckled. "Let's go." We've arrived at the thoracic department. After exiting the staircase and entering the hall, Xianxia immediately saw a plaque hanging on the wall. National Key Specialist, Thoracic Vascular Research Center, excellent in lung transplantation. The entire wall was filled with plaques that looked like medals of merit. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Concord is indeed Concord. Amazing. Seeing Xianxia standing there stunned for a moment, the doctors and students in the thoracic department were delighted. After all, Professor Chen was an expert in cardiology and digestive surgery. He did not know much about the thoracic department. This time, Professor Chen would definitely be defeated. Of course, they did not want to see Xianxia fail on purpose. The main reason was that Xianxia was too good. Everyone wanted to use difficult cases to stump him. It was very challenging. Professor Chen, what's wrong? Li Kai asked with a smile. Xianxia smiled faintly. I'm a little nervous. After all, the thoracic department is too good. Li Kai smiled. Don't worry. You don't need to diagnose the disease. You just need to have a precise palpation. Xianxia smiled. He looked at his thoracic department profession score. It was 66 points, second only to the thoracic department's score of 81 points. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the director of the thoracic department, Fan Zhouquan, walked up. Hello, Professor Chen. I'm Fan Zhouquan, the director of the thoracic department. Xianxia quickly shook his hand. Director Fan, I've heard a lot about you. Your department is really amazing. Fan Zhouquan smiled and said, this isn't all thanks to me alone. It's the result of the combined efforts of generations of thoracic outsiders. Indeed, this was definitely a century-old project. It was not done in a day. It's hard to start a business, but it's even harder to maintain it. I've heard a lot about Professor Fan's lung transplant. Xianxia did not flatter him. Instead, he spoke the truth. After some pleasantries, they went straight to the point. The large ward could fit 8 beds. At this moment, 4 patients were already waiting. After Xianxia came in, he asked about each patient's condition and introduced them to everyone. Today, we're only going to talk about palpation. However, I want to tell everyone that the thoracic department's auscultation and percussion are actually very important. Of course, this is excluding the breast. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Professor Chen, why don't you talk about auscultation while you're at it? A student suddenly said with a smile. Xianxia was stunned. Are you guys trying to challenge my field of expertise? My chest auscultation is at perfect level. The surrounding people looked at Xianxia in a daze and were delighted. They thought to themselves, did we touch on Professor Chen's knowledge blind spot? When they thought of this, everyone was delighted. They picked up their phones and sent a message. We might have touched on Professor Chen's knowledge blind spot. When the students in the group saw this message, they were instantly disappointed. How could they miss such an exciting scene? At this moment, Xianxia smiled. Let's take it one step at a time. Take it slow. After that, Xianxia gently placed the sides of his hands on the symmetrical parts of the chest wall. Then, he said to the patient, come, make a longy sound. The patient cooperated. He began to babble and cooperate. The surrounding doctors were also a little nervous. They raised their eyes and stared at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was motionless. His hands were quietly feeling the similarities and differences of the voice tremors in the corresponding parts of the chest. This feeling was very subtle. The difference might not even be big. He had to feel it with his heart. This was the most common voice tremor examination. The palms of both hands had to be gently placed on the chest wall. It was neither light nor heavy because it would affect the sensitivity of the palms. When the patient spoke, the movement of the air in the patient's lungs could be felt through the tremor of the lungs airway. This was the most common physical examination in the respiratory and thoracic departments. Most experienced doctors could feel some changes through the increase and decrease of the tremor. At this moment, the surrounding people stared at Xianxia carefully. Sun Guanyu looked at Fan Zhouquan. Are you confident? Fan Zhouquan smiled and gave Sun Guanyu a look. What do you think? Then, he glanced at the patient on the fourth bed and gave Sun Guanyu a mysterious expression. "Don't worry, he's one of us." Sun Guanyu was stunned. "Damn, there's such a thing?" Sun Guanyu suddenly realized that compared to the thoracic surgery department's own operation, choosing difficult cases on his own was too lame. Thinking of this, Sun Guanyu could not help but give a thumbs up. "You're amazing." If Qingyu were here to see this scene, he would definitely feel sorry for the patient and mourn for 3 minutes. "After all, you don't know my husband at all." When he was in Dongyang, Chen Song had a nickname. Chen Song's surname was Chen, his name was Huaying, his nickname was Conan, and his English name was Sherlock Holmes. "You really don't understand. You actually took the initiative to lie in bed. The halo of disease will cover your entire body." At this moment, Chen Song's voice stopped trembling and he did not speak for a long time. When the surrounding people saw this, they could not help but whisper. Did Professor Chen really encounter a knowledge blind spot? At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "The patient's left chest wall has an old trauma, causing the pleural thickening and adhesion, but this should be an old disease. At least 40 years ago." The doctor in charge could not help but say, "Professor Chen, the patient has no previous trauma." However, before he finished speaking, the patient sat up directly. "Doctor, you're too amazing." The patient spoke in a northwestern dialect and grinned at Chen Song as if he had seen a confidant. "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. When I was in my teens, I was pushed against my chest by a bull, but so many years have passed, I forgot about it. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered it." The surrounding students finally saw Chen Song's diagnosis and were about to get excited. However, the patient suddenly took the initiative to interrupt and directly told about his condition decades ago. This directly shocked everyone. So there really was such a thing. The patient looked at Chen Song excitedly. "Professor Chen, which department is this? Where should I go to be hospitalized? This is amazing. I didn't say anything and he knew about my condition. At that time, my family was poor, so after being pushed against, I didn't pay attention." The doctor in charge could not help but cover his face and cry, "The first round, KO." Chen Song continued, "But you can't smoke in the future. Your lobar pneumonia is in the consolidation stage, and you even have a typical lung obstruction, right?" The patient slapped his thigh. "You're absolutely right. You're like a worm in my stomach." This hilarious patient brought up the mood, and everyone laughed. After that, Chen Song said to the students, "Come on up and feel it." Immediately, the students stepped forward. At this moment, a doctor from the thoracic surgery department went up to feel it and suddenly asked curiously, "Professor Chen, the left chest wall is completely normal." As soon as he said that, the surrounding students immediately went up to feel it. After experiencing it, everyone was very surprised. How could he feel an illness from more than 40 years ago with such normal tremors? This was impossible. Everyone began to wonder if this was a pre-arranged script. Including everything that happened before, was arranged by the hospital. At this moment, everyone was in a bad mood. "Are you taking us for fools?" Looking at the people around him, Chen Song suddenly said with a smile, "In fact, palpation of this patient is very difficult." As this student said, the voice of the patient's left chest wall is normal, but the voice tremor on the right side is increased. Perhaps, at this time, we will think that the patient may have an abnormality on the right side of the chest, and the left side should be healthy. Actually, that's not the case. The doctor just now couldn't help but ask, "Then why?" I really don't believe that a normal tremor can diagnose the illness of a young man in his 40s. The surrounding students stared at Chen Song. Even Director Li Kai frowned a little. Falsification was not allowed, however, Fan Zhouquan frowned. These patients were all arranged by him, and it was absolutely impossible to falsify. However, he also wanted to know how Chen Song diagnosed it. Chen Song smiled, asked the patient to sit up, and said, "We have to think more about the diagnosis of the disease. Is the patient's left side really normal? There are no abnormalities other than the voice tremor being increased and decreased. Shouldn't you feel the chest wall?" As soon as this sentence came out, everyone frowned. Chen Song explained, "After the pleural thickening and adhesion, we think of pleural inflammation, but the patient doesn't have such texture as inflammation and empyema, so we should think of chest wall damage." However, there are still some other factors that should be considered for chest wall damage, and that is the time of onset, because when the time increases, there is compensation. So, after the voice is weakened, the voice tremor is almost the same as normal. The only difference is, Chen Song's voice was neither fast nor slow, and he continued to explain the reason. Then why is it normal? Chen Song asked. That's because the patient's alveoli is invaded by inflammation, and the consolidation of the lung tissue causes the voice tremor to be conducted well. As I said, the patient has lobar pneumonia. In this way, the patient's voice tremor increases and decreases, and it makes the patient produce a kind of normal true tremor. As Chen Song spoke tirelessly, Fan Zhouquan couldn't help but applaud. Amazing! Professor Chen is indeed a genius. This simple voice tremor can reveal so much information. It's really amazing. Fan Zhouquan was really impressed. Some things could make you feel a kind of shock from the bottom of your heart. And Chen Song's diagnosis just now was like that. The surrounding doctors and masters from Concord also began to applaud. In the diagnosis just now, Chen Song had vividly displayed the most core test technique of the thoracic surgery, palpation. It was even at the peak of perfection. Everyone had no choice but to applaud. At this time, the cameraman hurriedly recorded this historic moment. And this old man in his 50s from the Northwest also grinned and said embarrassedly, "Chief Fan, can I follow Professor Chen for treatment?" Fan Zhouquan, who had originally appeared to be magnanimous, was not at all considerate at this time. It was as if he had shot himself with a stone. He was so angry that his voice trembled, and his voice was definitely increased. Looking at Sun Guanyu at the side, he was gloating. Chen Song smiled and said to the patient, "You stay here well. Chief Fan's standard is above mine." The patient smiled foolishly. "Doctor, I'll believe whatever you say." After saying that, he added, "I'll believe even if it's a lie." When Fan Zhouquan heard this, he seemed to have been insulted. "Don't hold me back, I want to go up and fight." He was clearly comforting a child. The doctor in charge at the side quickly said, "Chief, calm down. This old man is a key poor person in the country." When the chief heard that, he calmed down. To be honest, Fan Zhouquan was not afraid of rich people. Fan Zhouquan would not necessarily spoil those with power. The director of Union Medical College Hospital, are you kidding? Not to mention, this was a national key subject, a top figure in the field of lung transplantation. These kinds of people were all giants in the industry. But, he really could not do anything about this poor family that the country paid attention to. "Forget it, I'll bear with it." Fan Zhouquan looked at Chen Song and said, "Professor Chen, you're amazing." Next patient. "Can't I hide if I can't provoke you?" Fan Zhouquan quickly called the next patient. At this time, Fan Zhouquan gave dummy number 4 a look. The dummy smiled knowingly. Chen Song then continued to check. "Hey, rare parathyroid adenoma." Chen Song was actually very serious because there were many differences in the level of these students. Although most of the students who participated in the hospital training were master's students and doctors. However, the level of Master's Degree 1, Master's Degree 2, Master's Degree 3, Master's Degree 2, and Master's Degree 2 were quite different. Therefore, Chen Song demonstrated as he spoke. In fact, teaching palpation was really difficult. Feeling was the most difficult thing to explain. It was difficult to explain. It was better to experience it personally. Chen Song taught them step by step. But, Chen Song did not know why, but they always touched his hand intentionally or unintentionally. This really made Chen Song a little uncomfortable. One must know that his hand was wearing the perceptual gloves. His hand was very sensitive. "Don't touch it." Chen Song was helpless. He realized that the perceptual gloves also had its shortcomings. When others touched him, the tactile feedback was very obvious. "And when you touched me, I could feel something strange." "Student, your palm is a little sweaty and there are some small blisters. This is sweat herpes. You have to be careful." "Student, the temperature of your palm is a little high. Chinese medicine thinks that it's yin deficiency and internal heat. You should consider going to the Chinese medicine department for a checkup." "Student, touching is fine, but pinching is too much," Chen Song said with a helpless face. "You bunch of them, can you not be like this? Ha ha ha. Looking at Chen Song's embarrassed and uneasy expression, they were extremely pleased. He looked like a street bully who had just taken liberties with a virgin girl. He looked like a hooligan. Chen Song sighed helplessly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Male student, you've gone too far." Chen Song couldn't take it anymore. The crowd couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Even the patients and medical staff were laughing so hard that their faces and necks were red. Chen Song felt helpless. "Help me change into a pair of gloves." "Thank you," Chen Song said to the nurse. The nurse quickly nodded. When she took the gloves that Chen Song took off, she took advantage of the situation and gave it to him. It felt so good. The other nurses started to jeer. Chen Song felt helpless. "Your department is full of beasts." At this time, the group of female professors who had succeeded were chatting in the Peking University's student group. "Haha. I just touched Professor Chen's hand." "Really? It's so warm." "Senior sister envious, quickly share your experience." "I touched it too." +1. Summary of experience: first, be bold and careful. Second, welcome the man. Qin Yu looked at the message and exploded, F***CK. Your female professors touched my husband. This is intolerable. Su Rui also saw Qin Yu's message. Seeing how anxious Qin Yu was, she suddenly said, "Why are you so anxious?" Qin Yu's eyes widened. "Senior sister, they took advantage of my husband." Su Rui said matter-of-factly. Chen Song didn't lose out. When Qin Yu heard this, she was suddenly stunned. She seemed to feel that it made sense, but also seemed to feel that it didn't. "But, forget it, I'll settle the score tonight." However, Qin Yu opened the vegetable delivery app in the same city. "Hello, I'd like to order 4 durians. The kind with big thorns." "I got 6 right. 4 isn't enough." After ordering, Qin Yu vented her anger. "I love durians too," Su Rui said with a smile. Qin Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled. "I love them too, but..." "Senior sister, let me tell you, durians that have been peeled before are even better." Thinking of this, Qin Yu had already decided to let Chen Song sleep in the kitchen tonight. Before sleeping, she would fry durians in the microwave, roast durians in the oven, steam durians in the steamer, and stew durians in the pressure cooker. Then, she would lock Chen Song inside. Thinking of this, she laughed mischievously. Let's see who would dare to want Chen Song after smelling it. She didn't know that there seemed to be many girls who liked the smell of durians. In their eyes, Chen Song was a moving durian crisp. If written in a romance novel, it would be, he's a tall and handsome durian boy who emits a faint durian fragrance. It's intoxicating and irresistible. Finally, Chen Song reached the last patient. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. After chatting for a while, Chen Song found out that the patient had intermittent panic and shortness of breath. After hearing this, Chen Song directly placed his hand on the man's chest. But, after a while, Chen Song frowned slightly. Seeing this, Fan Zhouquan couldn't help but feel satisfied. This was the spy he had sent. It seemed that Chen Song was really too cautious. Chen Song then began to put his hand on the man's wrist, just like a traditional Chinese doctor who took the pulse. In fact, whether it was traditional Chinese or Western medicine, pulse was very important. Pulse palpation was the most common physical diagnosis method used by clinicians to diagnose arrhythmias. After Chen Song felt for a while, he was relieved. Well, it's normal, but why did he feel a sudden increase in the pulsation in the apex of the heart just now? The pulsation didn't seem to be consistent. Chen Song clearly felt that it was sometimes stronger, which made the pulsation in his finger pulp obvious. What was going on? But the pulse was normal. At this time, Chen Song let go of the pulse. Generally speaking, the pulse should not be taken for more than 1 minute, because it would be inaccurate after a long time. When Chen Song turned around, he suddenly saw that the people around him seemed to have a smile on their lips. Chen Song was stunned. Smile? He looked at the patient, his eyes were meticulous, and he felt a little nervous looking at the patient. Suddenly, Chen Song remembered that the face was very familiar. It seemed to be very similar to a person. Chen Song suddenly recalled the photo on the staff wall in the lobby. Suddenly, Chen Song sneered in his heart, great, this group of people was too shameless. They actually sent a spy. Thinking of this, Chen Song closed his eyes and began to palpate carefully. The more he palpated, the more Chen Song frowned. Then, Chen Song said to the doctor behind him, "Give me a stethoscope." Everyone was stunned. This was Chen Song's first time using a stethoscope, right? The surrounding doctors and students knew that this was the department's doctor. Everyone looked at Chen Song a little anxiously and wanted to laugh. It seemed that he really could not diagnose the problem. However, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly let out a deep sigh. Then, he frowned and suddenly shook his head. Then, he pressed on the man's chest. "Does it hurt?" The man suddenly felt a sharp pain. "Ouch. It hurts. It hurts so much. Professor Chen, what's wrong with me?" Chen Song took a deep breath and could not help but shake his head. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What the F***ck, what's going on? Even the patient lying on the hospital bed pretending to be sick was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. What the F***ck is going on? Professor Chen, don't sigh. What the F***ck? Why are you shaking your head? I'm really pretending to be sick. P.S. Thank you to QQ Reading. Disguise yourself for the 10,000 reward. Boss is mighty, thank you. Even Xianxia himself did not know why his chest hurt so much. What was going on? What the hell was going on? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Looking at Chen Song's eyes, he saw his disappointment mixed with helplessness mixed with pain, and a little bit of nostalgia for the beauty of the world. It was the same look he had when he operated on a terminal patient some time ago. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly realized that, could it be that he was really sick? Otherwise, why would it hurt so much when he gently tapped it? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but swallow his 1982 amylase pressure to calm himself down. How strong was Professor Chen Song's ability? Very strong. Xianxia was well aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by the director to pretend to be a patient. Professor Chen was so powerful. Was he really sick? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more afraid and uneasy he became. That was how humans were. Once you have the thought that you are sick, this thought may be like a curse, lingering in your mind for a long time without dispersing. It might even associate all your discomfort and behavior with it. Xianxia suddenly wavered. He remembered that during an operation, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and could not breathe. He remembered that when he finished his homework in 1 minute, he did not feel proud. Instead, his heart ached for a long time. He remembered that after he stood up from the toilet, he felt dizzy. It was as if everything had become the fuse of his illness. He was a doctor, and he knew that many illnesses were really hidden. It was hard to show it usually. However, it would hit you hard at a critical moment. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen. What's wrong with me? Suddenly, everyone around was stunned. Wasn't this Dr. Zhuang? He just went up and pretended to be a patient. Was he really a patient? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look at this scene in disbelief. Could it be? Professor Chen really diagnosed Dr. Zhuang's hidden illness? For a moment, even the director, Fan Zhouquan, was stunned. He stared at Xianxia and saw that Xianxia ignored him. Instead, Xianxia stared straight at Chen Song, his eyes full of hope and expectation. Fan Zhouquan was instantly dumbfounded. Sun Guanyu stared at Fan Zhouquan with widened eyes. This is one of us? Are you sure you're not one of Chen Song's men? Fan Zhouquan covered his face and sighed. This was something he had never expected. God knows what happened. However, compared to Chen Song, Fan Zhouquan felt that Xianxia's illness was more important. Fan Zhouquan quickly asked, Professor Chen. Zhuang. What's the situation with this patient? Chen Song looked at Fan Zhouquan and didn't say anything. He turned around and glanced at Xianxia. He shook his head and sighed. Still no words. This sigh scared Xianxia to tears. He was so scared that he was about to cry. Professor Chen, say something. What's wrong with me? Just tell me, I can accept it. Chen Song didn't say anything. Instead, he gently changed the position of Sun Guanyu's chest and gently pressed it. Ouch. Ouch. It really hurts. Xianxia was really scared to tears. Tears streamed down his face. At this moment, the surrounding students and colleagues were dumbfounded. This wasn't an act, this was real. Dr. Chen, say something. What's wrong with me? Do I have a very rare disease? Chen Song didn't remain silent this time. Instead, he stared at Xianxia and asked, yes, it's a very rare disease, but I want to ask you a few questions. When Xianxia heard Chen Song speak, he was extremely excited. It was as if he was waiting for a verdict. Chen Song nodded and asked the first question. When you're working, do you feel chest tightness from time to time? Occasionally, you feel intense pain after bumping into something? Xianxia's eyes widened. Yes. Chen Song asked the second question. When you're having sex as a couple, do you suddenly stop because of chest tightness? It might even last less than a minute. Xianxia nodded happily. Yes. Yes. Professor Chen is too amazing. The surrounding colleagues were stunned. Was this kind of thing worth being so happy about? Chen Song asked the third question directly to the soul. When you're constipated, do you feel chest pain but your electrocardiogram is normal? There's no problem even after a coronary angiogram. Xianxia almost knelt down. Yes. Yes. It's really like that. At this moment, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. It was actually true, Dr. Zhuang was really sick. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Song. This Professor Chen wasn't just amazing. He was simply mysterious. He could even detect this, what else could he not detect? Now, the farce was over, everyone believed that Dr. Zhuang was definitely sick. At this moment, everyone no longer had the mood to fool around. Instead, they looked at Xianxia with concern. Some felt sympathy. Some felt pity, some even felt lucky. If it weren't for Chen Song, Dr. Zhuang might not have discovered this disease. It was all thanks to Professor Chen, even Fan Zhouquan believed it. He looked at Chen Song nervously. Xianxia was the backbone of the young people in the cardiothoracic department. Nothing could happen to him. Director Li Ge looked at Chen Song with a frown. Professor Chen, what's going on? Chen Song said, this is a very rare and complicated disease. As soon as he said that, Xianxia's tears turned into laughter. However, his laughter was somewhat aggrieved. I knew it. I knew it. I must be sick. Chen Song looked at the worried faces of the surrounding people and could not help but laugh in his heart. Who asked you to play with me? Forget it, let's end it here. Thinking of this, Chen Song said directly, well, this disease is well hidden. A normal examination wouldn't be able to detect it. You know about aortic coronavirus 1, right? When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately nodded. When Xianxia heard this term, he was stunned. This disease was not easy to diagnose and examine. Could it be that he had this disease? Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Not only him, but Fan Zhouquan also frowned. Professor Chen. You're saying, the patient has aortic coronavirus 1, right? Chen Song shook his head. No. He's not. Suddenly, everyone was speechless. If he's not, what are you talking about? Xianxia felt that his little heart was really beating fast. If he's not, fortunately, he's not, Chen Song continued. His condition is a state of intermittent cardiac dysplasia and asymptomatic pseudofetal tumor. As soon as this name was mentioned, everyone suddenly fell silent. This name, they did not understand it, but it was awesome. Although no one had heard of it before, they felt that it was very impressive. It was a little sick, the name sounded very complicated. It sounded like a difficult and complicated disease. Chen Song turned around and glanced at the houseman's secretary. Have you heard of it? The secretary frowned and nodded thoughtfully. Yes. Considering the patient's condition, I thought about it carefully, and it seems, it really is possible. I vaguely remember the name of this disease, but I can't remember which journal it was in. Chen Song looked at the group of students behind him. Have you heard of this disease? Most of the students behind him were silent. Occasionally, a few nodded in agreement. Yes, I vaguely remember this disease. Yes, I can't remember which foreign journal it was in. Yes, I can remember it too. This disease is very troublesome. Chen Song could not help but sigh. Fan Zhouquan saw that many people knew this name and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Because he had never heard of this disease. Thinking of this, Fan Zhouquan felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was the director of the thoracic surgery department and he had never heard of it. Chen Song glanced at Fan Zhouquan. Director Fan, have you heard of it? Although Fan Zhouquan was very embarrassed, he saw that the group of students and junior doctors all knew about it, but he did not know it. He took a deep breath and self-reflected. Sigh, my knowledge is shallow and I have never heard of it. Please explain it in detail, Professor Chen. Chen Song could not help but look at Fan Zhouquan in a new light. There were too many people in this society who were just there to make up the numbers. Chen Song could not help but look at a student in the distance and asked, have you heard of it? The doctor nodded. Yes, I vaguely remember. Chen Song smiled. Explain it. What kind of disease is this? The doctor was also a talent. This is a kind of cardiac neoplasm, a pseudofetal-shaped, deformed developmental tumor. The main symptoms are panic, heartache, paroxysmal, but, when Chen Song heard this, his eyes widened. Damn, I actually met someone who can make things up better than me? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but applaud. Seeing this, everyone around began to applaud. Even Li Kai, Sun Guanyu, and Fan Zhouquan from the thoracic surgery department began to clap. When the PhD student heard this, he immediately looked at the students around him with pride and excitement. When he saw the admiration in their eyes, he couldn't help but feel excited. He had never had such an honor before. Chen Song smiled. Very good. Xianxia couldn't help but stand up and say, Professor Chen, I've never heard of this disease. Can you explain it to me? Can I save him? Chen Song smiled. Yes. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately got off the bed. Professor Chen, please save me. Chen Song nodded. Okay. Chen Song turned around to look at the doctor from earlier. Do you know, what is the abbreviation for this disease? The doctor raised his glasses. I'm sorry, Professor Chen. I don't remember clearly. Chen Song smiled. I can tell you, but you must remember it. The doctor nodded and took out a pen and paper. Chen Song immediately stopped smiling. Originally, he just wanted to make a joke. However, who would have thought that there would be someone who pretended to know when he didn't? This was medicine, not literature. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. There was no room for pretense. Chen Song took a deep breath and stared at the doctor. If I told you, you have this disease too, would you believe me? The doctor was speechless. Professor Chen. Are you kidding? I'm very healthy. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. Do you want to know what is the other name for aortic crownless valve 1? The people around looked at Chen Song, not knowing what he was up to. Yes. The doctor was very decisive. Chen Song nodded and looked at everyone around. Do you want to know? Of course. I've never heard of it. Professor Chen, please explain. Chen Song nodded and said, actually, there is another name for this disease. It's called having ulterior motives. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed, the doctor's face turned pale. This disease doesn't exist at all. I made it up. I really didn't expect so many people to know about it. I've learned something new. Chen Song stopped smiling and couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Li Kai and then at Fan Zhouquan. Then he stared at Xianxia and said, Dr. Zhuang, get up. You don't have any disease at all. Xianxia blushed at this moment. Professor Chen. You already know. Everyone at the scene was silent. In the huge ward, no one said a word. Some blushed and lowered their heads. Some blushed and laughed. Most people were silent. Because, they really wanted to pretend to know just now. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Xianxia couldn't help but stand up and apologize. I'm sorry, Professor Chen. We were just joking, Chen Song smiled. It's okay. I knew from the beginning. I'm not angry. At this point, Chen Song looked at everyone and said, but I want everyone to know that some things can be joked about, but some things can't be joked about. Medicine is a discipline to save people. There's no room for falsehood, and there's no room for incompetence. Chen Song stared at the doctor just now and said mercilessly, "You are doctors from Union Medical College. You are the top talents in China's medical field. What do you want to do? Follow the crowd? Be vain? Some groundless things? Of course not. What you need is a rigorous heart and an attitude of seeking knowledge. You need to point out what I said wrong. If you don't understand something, don't be shy. Don't be ashamed to ask. Is your face worth a lot? Is it so difficult to say that I don't understand? Even Director Fan and academician Fan Zhouquan can say that I don't understand. Can't you?" Chen Song's words made everyone's faces and necks flush red. The doctor lowered his head. His hands were clenched tightly. Chen Song sighed. Fan Zhouquan shook his head. Sun Guanyu was deep in thought. Li Meng frowned. This matter could be big or small. If it was big, it was a common problem. If it was small, it was just a small matter. Chen Song stood up and left. Next department. Everyone at the scene fell silent. One by one, they sighed. No one had expected such a thing to happen today. It was a little awkward, a little helpless, and a little reflective. The camera followed Chen Song out. At this moment, Xianxia hurriedly called out to Chen Song. "Professor Chen. Please, wait a moment. You described my symptoms just now. What's wrong with me? P.S. Thank you to the leader of QQ Reading, disguise yourself for the 100000 tip. Thank you, boss, for updating. Thank you to A Sunny Day hit by Dark Clouds and Umbrella for the 10,000 tip. Thank you, everyone." Chen Song only remembered after hearing this. He had not finished acting tough. Thinking of this, Chen Song turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, Dr. Zhuang, actually, this is not a big problem for you." Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's not a big problem, but it seems, it's still a problem." Chen Song nodded. "Yes, it's just a small problem. It's not a big deal." After hearing Chen Song's words, Xianxia felt as if he had heard the gospel. However, this was not a small problem, it was a small problem. Not only was it not a big deal, it was very important. He felt that he was not suffering from premature ejaculation, nor was he impotent, he was just, well, there was a small problem. This problem must be solved. "Professor Chen, you must help me." Chen Song looked at Xianxia's serious expression and couldn't help but nod. This Dr. Zhuang was not bad. This was the quality a doctor should have. He had to get to the root of the problem. Therefore, Chen Song said, "Actually, it's not a disease, but a manifestation of vagus nerve misalignment." Hearing Chen Song's words, Xianxia frowned. Vagus nerve misalignment? Chen Song turned around and looked at the crowd. "Do you know about vagus nerve misalignment?" This time, the surrounding people were silent. No one dared to brag anymore. Trying to act tough in front of act tough King Chen, wasn't the bloody lesson just now obvious enough? However, there was still a student who said, "Professor Chen, I know that the vagus nerve misalignment on the face is caused by the blood vessels bypassing the nerves, which leads to the stimulation of the nerves with the pulsation of the small arteries. It's mainly manifested in spasms of the facial muscles and occasional facial nerve pain. This? I'll make a bold guess. Could it be that Dr. Zhuang's intercostal nerves and blood vessels are misaligned? When he is excited, agitated, or stimulated, the pulsation of the arteries increases and stimulates the nerves?" Chen Song nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, that's right." Chen Song turned around and looked at Xianxia. "So, Dr. Zhuang, don't worry. If it really affects your life, you can do surgery to solve it." This kind of surgery was also very simple. They just had to separate the blood vessels and nerves. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Understood. Thinking of the wonderful life in the future, Xianxia suddenly felt that meeting Chen Song was the luckiest thing in his life. When Chen Song walked out, Xianxia quickly said, "Professor Chen, thank you so much." Chen Song waved his hand and walked out. When he reached the corridor, Chen Song suddenly realized that only the cameraman had followed him. Li Kai and the rest had not come out yet. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. Where are we going next? The cameraman was stunned. Professor Chen. Where are you going? Chen Song rolled his eyes. Forget it, it was pointless to ask. Thinking of this, Chen Song simply said, President Li hasn't come out yet. Why don't you take a few close-up shots of me? When the cameraman heard this, he immediately perked up. Okay. I'm good at this. At this time, in the thoracic surgery department, Li Kai looked at Fan Zhouquan, the group of doctors and students, and said with a serious expression, Good, really good. They've learned how to make up the numbers. That one sentence made everyone blush incomparably. Fan Zhouquan was even more ashamed. This was his department and his students. Fan Zhouquan really did not have the face to face President Li after such a thing happened. Li Kai was so angry that he did not hold back with his words. He scolded the doctors who made up the numbers. Especially you, our houseman secretary, the teaching team leader of our department. Is this your teaching attitude? No wonder the students are like this. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked too. Li Kai was not a good-tempered person. Li Kai was also quite happy because the training was very successful. All kinds of strange cases, coupled with Chen Song's accurate palpation and performance, made the training very effective. However, who would have thought that something like this would happen today? It was not only because they were embarrassed in front of Chen Song. Moreover, it involved a matter of principle. At this time, the assistant walked in and said, President. Professor Chen is waiting outside. Li Kai nodded and looked at Fan Zhouquan. Director Fan, the rigorous teaching style of the department should be corrected. Go back and reflect on what happened today. After that, Li Kai got up and went to look for Chen Song. At this time, the group was already boiling with excitement. The thoracic surgery department. Calling the thoracic surgery department. Where are the thoracic surgery department people? Why is no one answering? That was right, at this time, the thoracic surgery department had really fallen. After Li Kai left, Fan Zhouquan's face darkened. He looked at this group of people and could not help but applaud. Excellent. I'm proud of you. How would they dare to talk about such a shameful thing in the department? As for the messages in the group, would they dare to reply? This was a matter of bad luck. Fan Zhouquan, the boss of the thoracic surgery department, had just been criticized by the president and was angry. Suddenly, the group exploded when they did not hear any news from the thoracic surgery department. Damn, where are the thoracic surgery department people? Why is there no one? Could it be that they were all wiped out? It's possible. Wang Tong from the cardiology department was already prepared. Wang Tong did not dare to pretend to be a patient. After all, Chen Song was Wang Tong's teacher. The non-stop heart-beating technique was taught to him by Professor Chen. Therefore, after Chen Song arrived, all the members of the department began to applaud and welcome him. Hello, Professor Chen. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Chen. Seeing this scene, Li Kai was speechless. Was he not the president? Unfortunately, Wang Tong was very polite to Li Kai. On the contrary, he was very respectful to Chen Song. He was very attentive and courteous to him. When the patients saw that their director was so obedient, they guessed that he must be a great person. Suddenly, they became even more obedient. Naturally, Wang Tong would not make things difficult for his teacher. The selected patients were all ordinary, simple, and typical patients. They were not challenging at all. However, Chen Song explained in detail. He even talked about many techniques to study the performance of the heart through palpation. The students and doctors in the department directly surrounded Chen Song and ignored their great director. In this regard, Li Kai's heart was filled with jealousy. When Chen Song left, even the patients got up to send him off. This posture made Li Kai wonder if he had come to the wrong place. The cameraman, on the other hand, was extremely excited. This set of videos was very well shot, with all the supporting roles as a foil. Chen Song's great person aura was vividly portrayed. It was very enjoyable to watch. Especially Director Li, his downtrodden figure could be called the best supporting role. The palpation training this time was very successful. There were not many departments selected. There were no mammary glands or anorectal surgeries, which disappointed many students. After all, these were the departments they were looking forward to the most. In order to make things difficult for Professor Chen, everyone was willing to do anything in this training. Xianxia, who was just there to make up the numbers, was almost a child's play. Some departments even pulled patients from other departments for Chen Song to examine. Of course, I, Professor Chen, am invincible. He cut through all obstacles and attracted countless fans. After the training was over, Li Kai was really satisfied. Not only was the training very effective, but the most important thing was that many small problems were discovered. These problems seemed insignificant, but they were enough to affect and even change a person's life. A busy day had come to an end. He brought Xianxia to a dinner party organized by Li Kai. At around 8 o'clock, the two of them left early. After driving home, the two of them felt that it was still early, and the summer weather was gradually getting hot and stuffy. Sitting at home without turning on the air conditioner was really too hot to breathe. There was a park downstairs, and there were many people strolling at night. Chen Song pulled Xianxia down for a walk. Such a leisurely day made Chen Song feel more comfortable. The next day was Sunday, but Chen Song still had to go to work. The emergency center was the hub of emergency treatment in Beijing. Even the chief physicians had to be on night duty and night duty. This was very different from other hospitals. Generally speaking, chief physicians did not need to be on night duty. Even if they needed to be on night duty, they would be on the second shift. However, the emergency center was different. This was because the situation of emergency patients was different from the situation of hospitalized patients. Once there was an emergency, most of the time, ordinary doctors could not control the situation at all. Chen Song and Old Ma were fated. On Sunday, they were on duty together with Old Ma. Chen Song did not hate Old Ma recently. It was not because he brought breakfast for him, and it was also not because Old Ma had been treating him to meals recently. It was because of Old Ma. Well, he could not continue lying. Chen Song ate an egg pancake with bacon, sausages, chicken fillet, and eggs. This kind of super invincible breakfast was not something Old Ma usually ate. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Chief Ma, what's wrong? So extravagant? Were you provoked?" Mai Weihui drank a mouthful of Talensu. Sigh, that's right. I've been in a bad mood recently, but after selling a courtyard house, I feel much better. Chen Song was stunned. He glanced at Old Ma and suddenly felt that the luxurious pancake in his mouth was no longer delicious. What the f***ck, this is a courtyard house, he sold it just like that. This sentence made Chen Song feel depressed for the whole morning. If Old Ma hadn't asked the chauffeur to deliver a special meal prepared by the chef at noon, Chen Song would probably talk about it for the whole day. Delicacies could really comfort a wounded heart. At noon, Old Ma and Chen Song were taking a nap in the duty room. However, Xianxia, who was on duty at the nurse's station, rushed over. Team Leader Ma, Professor Chen, there was a rear-end collision on Donglin Road. A man crashed into the guardrail on the side of the road. He said that he was bleeding a lot and needs help. Hearing Xianxia's words, Old Ma and Chen Song immediately got out of bed. He hurriedly ran outside. The ambulance was already ready. Xianxia carried the first aid kit and got into the car with Chen Song and Old Ma. After getting into the car, Chen Song suddenly asked, "Who called 120? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, the patient himself. This sentence stunned Chen Song and Mai Weihui. It seems that he's still conscious and didn't fall into a coma. The two of them looked at each other, and could only say this in different sentence. However, this was just a wish. After all, who could guarantee the patient's condition? It would be best if he was fine. The car sped away. In less than 20 minutes, everyone arrived at the scene. At this time, the surrounding area was already surrounded by the staff of the fire brigade. After the car stopped, Chen Song went straight to the scene. The fire brigade was relieved when they saw the 120 emergency center. The patient's condition is very dangerous. The guardrail was directly broken and one end pierced directly into the patient's abdomen. Hearing this sentence, Old Ma frowned. Chen Song directly bypassed the isolation belt and walked to the side of the car. He also saw the patient. This was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s. His hair was wet with sweat and his face was pale. He leaned back in his seat in pain and panted loudly. "Comrade, how do you feel?" Chen Song quickly asked. The man made a gesture. "It can be done. It can be done." At this time, the two firefighters said, "Doctor, how should we deal with this?" Chen Song lowered his head and immediately saw a hollow iron pipe about 3 to 4 centimeters long inserted directly below the man's left rib. The man's abdomen was full of blood and it even flowed out of the car through the iron pipe. Chen Song hurriedly cut open his clothes and immediately saw the location of the wound. However, it was precisely because he saw it clearly that Chen Song's pupils constricted, because the iron pipe went directly into the liver. The firefighters looked at Chen Song and waited for Chen Song's suggestion. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said, "We can't pull it out. Cut it with a chainsaw, but give me some thick cloth. Team leader Ma, let's hold it. It's best not to let the vibration spread to the stomach." Compared to the other organs, the liver was relatively weaker. If the chainsaw vibrated violently, it could easily damage the blood vessels in the liver, causing more serious consequences. Old Ma heard and quickly nodded. At this time, Chen Song also changed his gloves to increase strength. He and Old Ma held the iron pipe tightly and said to the firefighters, "Okay. Let's start." The scorching summer was really hot. Under the hot sun, everyone stared at the huge pressure. No one dared to relax. However, whether it was Chen Song or the firefighters, they were not the most tired. The most tired and the most painful was the man in the car. Xianxia did not listen and chatted with him. "Wang Dong, hold on. We'll be saved soon. Wang Dong, hold on." The man was in so much pain that his gums began to bleed, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine." At this time, because of the large amount of blood loss, his consciousness was a little blurry. However, he still spoke as if he was anesthetizing himself. "I'm fine. I can't let anything happen to me. I can't fall asleep. I still have a wife. My daughter is 5 years old. She likes piano. She wants to be a pianist when she grows up. We just bought a house and took a 3 million loan. I can't let anything happen to me. I still have to pay the loan. I've done 12 jobs this month. I've earned a bonus of 13,000. Next month is our wedding anniversary. I want to give her a gift, haha, I can't fall asleep. I want to go back to my hometown and return to her side, with her gentleness and kindness." In order to prevent himself from fainting, the man began to remind himself constantly. In the end, he began to sing. When Yang Jia saw this scene, she was dumbfounded. Even Chen Song and Ma Yuehui, as well as the firefighters, were stunned. This man, he was a man. Don't think that it was simple. Under heavy blood loss and accompanied by external injuries, it was very easy to faint. However, the man seemed to be using any method he could think of to wake himself up. "I can't die. I can't fall asleep. I have to live." As he spoke, the man cried, "I don't dare to die. If I die, what will happen to my wife? If I die, my daughter won't have a father. If I die, who will take care of my parents? I don't dare to die." The man suddenly cried. Tears mixed with blood and dyed the interior of the car red. Yang Jia herself cried when she heard it. Not daring to die, not being able to die, and not wanting to die were two different things. However, as the rescue continued, even though Chen Song and Ma Yuehui had tried their best to hold it tightly, but the vibration of the iron pipe was still destroying the liver. This caused the man to bleed even more. However, if the current predicament was not resolved, the man could not be transferred to the hospital. The man was already a little dizzy. I haven't had a good rest for a long time. Last night, I drove to Langfang to run an order. I earned 3,000 yuan from yesterday's order. I bought a gift for my daughter in the trunk. I'm so scared." The man was already a little dizzy, but he was still talking. "Wife. I'm really sleepy. I can't leave you alone to pay the loan. I can't die." At this moment, there was a click and it was broken. Immediately, Chen Song and Ma Yuehui were overjoyed. Okay, stretcher." As they spoke, the few of them worked together to transfer the patient out. Chen Song and Old Ma carefully fixed the patient on the stretcher and transferred him to the ambulance. At this time, there was no way to stop the bleeding. This was an external injury. Chen Song did not dare to make the slightest move. It was unknown what the liver's condition was like. Stopping the bleeding might even be counterproductive. After getting into the car, the man's shirt was cut off. The exposed position of the wound. Rinse with normal saline. Wounds in the summer were easily infected. Moreover, it was such a dangerous and exposed wound. As soon as the ECG monitor was connected, the patient's vital signs were getting worse and worse. Especially his blood pressure, which was only 6,540 mmHg, this was a very dangerous number. But, at this moment, the man was still conscious. This caused everyone to be stunned. How was this possible? This could not be considered a miracle, but it was definitely an extremely rare occurrence. As long as he didn't lose consciousness, everything was fine. The man was still mumbling something. Chen Song made a prompt decision to establish an intravenous channel and quickly expanded it. The 2 bags of blood that were stored outside the door were quickly hung up. The normal saline solution also began to expand. Mai Weihui contacted the hospital and opened the green channel. After all the rescue work was done, everything was up to fate. Many TV shows and movies had such plots. After the patient was injured, they did not allow the patient to fall asleep. Actually, how should he put it? It was not up to the main consciousness to decide which patient did not fall asleep. Falling asleep was not really falling asleep, but a kind of shock caused by ischemia and hypoxia. This was because it was a symptom of hypoxia caused by excessive blood loss. If there was too much blood loss, the oxygen in the body would not be enough, and the brain would not be able to complete its metabolism. Therefore, in order to protect oneself, the brain would send the command to sleep. Only in this way could the oxygen demand of the other organs in the body be reduced and ensure that the brain had enough oxygen. The doctor kept calling the patient. The main purpose was not to worry about the patient falling asleep, but to assess the patient's state of consciousness and understand the severity and speed of the disease's development. However, there was another saying that there was a reason why the patient was not allowed to fall asleep. It was because of the survival instinct. When the patient had the survival instinct, the body would also enter a state of compensation. In this case, the success rate of rescue would increase a lot. Once the patient fell asleep, the human body's resistance, defense, collective emergency response, and so on would be reduced. Instead, the degree of danger would increase. At this time, the patient had lost a lot of blood and his blood pressure had reached such a level. It was a miracle that he did not lose consciousness. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said, "Contact the family." Xianxia nodded and said to the man, "Call your wife." After the man heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The phone was connected not long after. "Husband? Are you back? I made your favorite food for you." When the man heard his wife's words, he directly cried. "Wife. I'm sorry. I can't accompany you. I had a car accident. I may die. I can't support you and the child." These 2 sentences directly shocked the woman on the other side. Her phone fell to the ground and she quickly picked it up. "Husband? Where are you? Wait for me. I'll go right away." At this time, Mai Weihui took the phone. "Hello, you are Wang Dong's family. We are the Capital Emergency Center Hospital. Wang Dong is in a critical condition because of the car accident. We have to perform an emergency surgery. Come to the emergency center as soon as possible." As the team leader, Mai Weihui was familiar with dealing with this kind of thing. The woman quickly said, "Doctor, you must save my husband. You must save him. No matter how much it costs, you must save him. I beg of you. We'll go right away." The woman did not cry. Instead, she decisively said, "Give the phone to my husband. I want to say a few words to him." At this time, Wang Dong was in a daze. The woman said loudly, "Husband, wait for me. I'll go right away. I'll bring your baby girl. She won an award today. You must be well. We'll go see you right away. Don't be afraid. I'll always be behind you. Also, you must not die. If you die, the child and I will be bullied. Husband, you can do it." As the woman spoke, she cried. The man's originally cloudy eyes suddenly became much brighter. Wife. I'm sorry. I won't be able to earn money in the future. The man was in despair. The woman directly shouted. Husband, I beg you. You must hold on. I'll support you, okay? Come on, I'll support you. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll support you. Time passed very quickly, but also very slowly. Not long after, Xianxia brought the man to the emergency center. Mai Weihui quickly began to arrange. Prepare for surgery. Blood transfusion department, hurry up. P.S. I wish all lovers a happy ending. Name, Wang Dong. Inpatient number. Bed number. Blood type, blood transfusion was very strict. As the saying goes, 3 checks and 8 matches must be checked. After all, blood transfusion was an important method of intravenous blood transfusion. If one was not careful, this treatment method could become a killing method. Of course, there was no way to strictly verify in outdoor situations. If the patient was hemorrhaging and could not be replenished in time, he could use universal blood to replenish in time. After the nurses and blood transfusion department staff checked 3 times and 8 times, Wang Dong was given an emergency blood transfusion. Most people knew that blood types were divided into ABO blood types. Why were they so classified? In fact, they were different types of antigens carried on the surface of red blood cells in human blood. For example, antigens A, B, and H, blood type O was H antigen. Most of these antigens were positive. When cross-used, different antigens and antibodies would react and easily cause the so-called blood transfusion reaction, which was life-threatening. However, in addition to ABO blood types, there was also a Rh blood type system. This was a system independent of ABO blood group. There were various antigens on it, but the most important one was the D antigen. Those with the D antigen were Rh, D, positive, and those without the D antigen were Rh, D, negative. Panda blood was Rh, D, negative. This blood type did not have D antigen, so when it was transfused to other people, it would not trigger the other party's resistance. It could be quietly mixed in. In fact, how was antigen understood? It could be regarded as an antivirus software. Yes, it was to quietly enter the village and not use guns. Those with antigens were the ones using guns. Those without antigens were the ones using disguises. In this way, those who used guns and those who used guns would definitely fight each other. That was more or less what it meant. People with panda blood were powerful. They could just mix in and not fight with you. However, people with panda blood were also pitiful. They could only transfuse panda blood. Those who came in with guns, with D antigen, would take the initiative to shoot you. That was why people with Rh negative blood could transfuse to people with Rh positive blood, but people with Rh positive blood could not transfuse to others. Panda blood was also called blood donation. At this time, it was too late to send Wang Dong to the radiology department for examination. He had to undergo exploratory laparotomy as soon as possible. The danger level of an iron pipe piercing into the liver was actually more complicated than a sharp knife piercing into the liver. Although in a short period of time, the amount of blood loss after the iron pipe pierced into the liver was as large as that of a sharp knife, this was because the iron pipe formed a relatively closed environment, so it would not cause a large-scale death in a short period of time. However, due to the closed environment formed by the iron pipe, the liver in the middle region would be necrotic. Moreover, due to the ischemia and hypoxia caused by prolonged bleeding, the degree of liver necrosis would also increase. The operation was imminent. Blood transfusion department, continue to prepare blood. Estimated 8,000 milliliters. Hurry up the laboratory. Tracheal intubation, increase the oxygen flow. Correct electrolyte and acid-base balance disorder. At this moment, Xianxia felt that even giving medical advice was a waste of time. He wished that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Old Ma hurriedly contacted the medical department. The greatest risk of liver injury was hemorrhagic shock, especially when the liver tissue was severely injured and required hepatectomy. Generally, the amount of bleeding was relatively large and accompanied by different degrees of shock. Anti-shock and resuscitation treatment should be actively carried out. Once the patient went into shock, the resuscitation treatment was actually up to fate. Research showed that more than 90% of patients who went into shock for more than half an hour died. There were also a large number of cases reported that the mortality rate was positively correlated with the duration of shock. To put it simply, the longer the duration of shock, the greater the possibility of death. Because it was a Sunday, there were not many people on duty. After inviting the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery for a consultation, he also called Yu Yonggang in time. Because he still did not understand where the patient was injured. The liver was a large organ, and the degree of damage in different areas was different. Chen Song had good liver surgery skills, however, he still could not guarantee that he could successfully complete the surgery. After making all the preliminary preparations, Chen Song heard the nurse say that the patient's family had arrived at the door. When Chen Song saw that the patient's condition had stabilized, he quickly asked the nurse to pass him the notice of critical illness and informed consent form before running out. Chen Song never left out what he needed to do. As time passed, more and more people soon arrived. Yu Yonggang brought Gao Huarong, the director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, directly into the operating theater. At this time, the surgery had not yet begun. Although the patient's blood pressure had somewhat recovered, it was still a little dangerous. Where was the injury? Gao Huarong asked directly. Mai Weihui shook his head. There was no time to do any examination. We sent him directly to the operating theater. Gao Huarong nodded. How much blood loss? Mai Weihui said directly, about 2,000. I added 500 milliliters of blood and 500 milliliters of fluid. Hearing old Ma's words, Gao Huarong was stunned. He glanced at the monitor and looked at the blood pressure. 2,000 milliliters? The blood pressure is so stable? Did they give him lactated ringer solution? The doctor on duty in the emergency department who followed the surgery shook his head. No, Professor Chen said that there should be no damage to the hepatic vein, so there was no need to give him lactated ringer solution. When Gao Huarong heard Professor Chen, he hesitated for a moment. Which Professor Chen was Professor Chen? Yu Yonggang quickly said, Chief Gao, it's Chen Song. When Gao Huarong heard Chen Song's name, he nodded and said, oh. The amount of blood loss was also assessed by Professor Chen? Mai Weihui nodded. Yes, all the medical advice was given by Chen Song. The patient's condition is considered stable now. Gao Huarong curiously looked at it carefully and could not help but be curious. What medical advice did he give? What did he use? The emergency doctor here was not old. He was only in his 30s, but he really admired Chen Song. 3 venous channels were opened. Then, blood was prepared, blood was transfused, oxygen was given, electrolyte and acid-base balance was corrected, kidney function was protected, and kidney failure was prevented. The drugs used were, after saying that, Gao Huarong immediately gave a thumbs up. Amazing. This Professor Chen is really amazing. He can use these drugs to temporarily maintain the patient's vital signs, and the key is to prevent kidney failure. This clinical thinking is really sophisticated. Hearing Gao Huarong say this, Yu Yonggang nodded. Where is Professor Chen? He went out to sign the papers for the family. Gao Huarong hesitated for a moment. Prepare for the surgery. Are we not waiting for Professor Chen? Are we not waiting for Chen Song? Are we not waiting for Chen Song? Everyone was stunned when they said these words in unison. They did not know why they said such things. Not knowing when it started, Chen Song already had such a heavy weight in their hearts, even the surgery had to wait for Chen Song. Even if Gao Huarong, the director of the Department of Hepatology, personally said that the surgery was ready. Anesthesiologist Zhou He, Department Director Yu Yonggang, Ma Yuhui, scrub nurse. Everyone's instinctive reaction was that they did not have to wait for Chen Song. These words seemed to be unintentional, but after they were said, everyone was a little stunned for a long time. It turned out that unknowingly, Chen Song had already become an important person. When did they start to get used to Chen Song's existence? Even Gao Huarong could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then let's wait for a moment. At this moment, Chen Song came out of the operating theater and saw Wang Dong's wife and daughter. She was in her 30s, wearing a t-shirt and a cowboy ponytail, which made her look like a girl next door. However, at this moment, the woman was sitting on a chair with a girl in her arms. The girl had obviously cried for a long time, but she was holding a certificate in her hand. The woman's eyes were slightly red and swollen. It was obvious that she had also cried. "Hello, are you Wang Dong's wife?" Chen Song asked directly. The woman quickly stood up when she heard that. "Doctor, how is my husband?" "Uncle, save my father," the girl said in a childish voice. Chen Song looked at the patient's wife and daughter and could not help but sigh. This should be the source of Wang Dong's strength, right? It allowed him to maintain his consciousness even in such a state. Perhaps some people thought that love was very vague. However, it was really a magical power. It allowed a father to remain conscious in a situation where he was bleeding profusely. The longer he stayed in the emergency department, the more he believed in some seemingly illusory but crucial things, such as love, responsibility, and faith. Chen Song touched the girl's head and said, "Your father is very strong. Your father is very strong. He will definitely get better. He bought you a present. It's in the trunk of the car." "Yes, don't worry. We will definitely do our best and return you a complete father." Wang Dong's wife was very cooperative. She quickly signed and handed it to Chen Song. Chen Song immediately returned to the operating theater and prepared for the surgery. It didn't take much time, and it was just enough time for the nurses to get ready. By the time Chen Song finished washing his hands, the nurse was already standing at the door, helping Chen Song get dressed. Because everyone was wearing similar clothes, Chen Song did not notice Gao Huarong and Yu Yonggong's arrival. Chen Song said, "Prepare the anesthesia. Let's start the operation." After hearing Chen Song's words, everyone quickly began to prepare. It seemed that Chen Song was the commander of this surgery. Gao Huarong stared at Chen Song. Under the mask, Chen Song's gaze was extremely firm, as if he had enough confidence to complete the surgery. He lamented in his heart, "The older you get, the more cowardly you become." Young people were indeed different. Yu Yonggang quickly said, "Chen Song, this is Department Director Gao of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery." After Chen Song heard it, his eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. "Hello, Department Director Gao. That's great. With you around, the surgery will be much smoother." Gao Huarong said, "Professor Chen, you're too polite. I've heard a lot about you, and I hope we can work together happily. You do it, or I do it?" Gao Huarong looked at Chen Song. Chen Song hesitated for a moment. "Department Director Gao, you do it." Gao Huarong nodded and took the scalpel without any formalities. At this time, Chen Song also began to carefully assist. The surgery began. Because the injury site was the upper part of the liver, a thoraco-abdominal incision was needed. Gao Huarong was the department director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in the Emergency Medical Center. His ability was naturally not to be underestimated. Chen Song carefully assisted, and Yu Yonggang did not dare to relax. At this time, outside the operating theater, Wang Dong's wife was holding her child. She held her child's small hands tightly. The two comforted each other. It was a hot summer day, but there was a hint of coolness here. They did not know whether it was from the air conditioner or from the bottom of their hearts. "Are you Wang Dong's wife?" A man's voice interrupted the mother and daughter, causing them to tremble in fear. After the woman turned around, she saw the police standing behind her. "Hello, I'm Wang Dong's wife. This is my ID card, household register." The woman took out the documents that could prove her identity from her bag. After the police verified it, he said, "This is the memory card and the driving recorder. This was found in the car is now being taken away. After the police explained, he said a word of condolence and got up to leave. The woman looked at some important items and could not help but sigh. The waiting time was long. The child was a little tired, so she lay on the chair and fell asleep. The woman held the child and looked at the memory card in her hand in a daze. Her husband was a salesman. He was very busy and tired. He did not spend as much time at home as in the car. Thinking of this, the woman thought for a while, took out a tablet, inserted the memory card, and opened the video. This time, she wanted to see what life in the car was like. Looking at a pile of documents, she opened one at random. "Mr. Yang, hello. I'm little Wang. Cough cough, yes, little Wang, not little bastard. Haha, Mr. Yang, you must be joking. We. Beep beep beep, then, Wang Dong scolded angrily, F*ck, so disrespectful. F*ck. Wang Dong's calm voice came from the recorder. Then, he dialed a phone number. Mr. Yang, it's me again. We talked before. You're like this. Yes. I'm little Wang. Hearing his voice, his wife's tears immediately flowed down her face. Was this her husband's daily work? Wasn't this Mr. Yang a friend of her husband's? It turned out that her husband lied to her. The woman took a deep breath and changed the video. Hello manager, why are you calling me? Well, Wang Dong, go and work overtime. Finish up our latest documents. This, manager, it's my child's birthday. Why are you celebrating your birthday at such a young age? Go quickly, I need to do it later. The supervisor selection is next month. Boy, be smart. Okay, thank you, supervisor. After a long time, the phone call came quickly. This. Wang Dong, the supervisor has been selected. You. Sigh, I still think highly of you. Okay. Thank you, manager. F*ck, 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 you said you'd give me the supervisor. I work overtime every day, and that's it? I still don't know, this boy is. Bastard. All liars. After calming down for a long time, Wang Dong took a deep breath. Brother Zhang, can you lend me some money? Oh, okay, thank you. 2,000 will do. Brother Sun, lend me some money. My father-in-law is sick. I don't have it. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. After a long time, he got out of the car and went home. Looking at the date, his wife was stunned. Because it was her birthday. She clearly remembered that her father was sick and hospitalized. He needed 20,000 yuan for the surgery. That day, he came home late. She complained that he didn't work hard. The person who joined the company with him was already a team leader, but he was nothing. Now, he couldn't even take out the money because her father was sick. Suddenly, he smiled and said that the leader favored him and gave him a bonus. Honey, your husband has enough money. I wanted to give you a surprise. I came home late because I passed by a restaurant and ate seafood with an old friend. Only now did she know that her husband came home late because he made more than 10 phone calls in the car. This man might be a small figure, not successful, and not great, but this was her life's mountain, indomitable spirit. P.S. To us, these indomitable small figures. Some people said that a husband and wife lived by holding each other's arms. The wife was the left foot, and the husband was the right foot. The woman's tears wet the child's cheeks and woke the 5-year-old girl up. She opened her eyes and looked at her mother. She raised her small hand and wiped away her mother's tears. Mommy. Don't cry. Daddy is a superhero. He'll be fine. The little girl held back her tears and whispered. The woman sobbed a few times and smiled. She put the tablet in her bag and hugged the little girl in her arms. Yes, yes. Daddy will be fine. The little girl put her hands in front of her chest and said to her mother, Mommy, let's pray for Daddy together, okay? The woman's eyes were hazy. Okay. The little girl prayed very seriously and had no distracting thoughts. She muttered, Daddy will definitely get better. As long as Daddy gets better, I won't be picky anymore. I'll play the piano seriously and do my homework well. I won't play with my phone or watch TV. Save Daddy, the woman was also praying. As long as her husband got better, she would do anything. As a family, she had never asked for riches. She only wanted to live an ordinary life and be safe. In the operating theater, the atmosphere was still a little dull. Everyone was not very confident about the surgery that was about to begin. Perhaps it should be said that this was what surgery should be like. It was full of uncertainty. Chen Song did not choose to stand beside Gao Huarong. Instead, he chose to stand opposite him. Although this angle was somewhat different from Gao Huarong's, it was not as convenient as when they were together. However, it was also very convenient to deal with all kinds of changes. Gao Huarong's technique was very experienced. He was also very good at treating this kind of wound. Soon, the liver was exposed through the incision. However, the exposed scene made the surrounding chief physicians frown. Even Xianxia widened his eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. The capsule is actually intact? That's right, the liver situation was very special. The surface of the liver parenchyma was indeed broken, but the capsule was still intact. Dark red blood could be clearly seen gathering under the capsule. At this time, the liver looked like a huge monster. There were several hematoma areas, like a swollen tumor. After Gao Huarong saw it, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Subcapsular hematoma?" Hearing this, everyone was a little relieved. If it was really a subcapsular hematoma, it might not be so troublesome. At this time, there was nearly 2 L of blood stored under the capsule. In such a situation and in such weather, if a secondary infection occurred, it would form an abscess. Once the capsule ruptured, it would turn into true hepatic rupture. There were even times when the hematoma compressed the liver parenchyma, causing large areas of liver tissue necrosis. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned. He realized that things weren't that simple. There should be more, Xianxia said directly. After saying that, he gently touched the edge of the liver with his hand and began to feel it through its touch and texture. Although Ma Yuehui didn't understand what Xianxia was doing, he knew that Xianxia was very good with his hands. Don't ask why. If you ask, you just don't know. But Gao Huarong did not understand. He saw Xianxia touching the liver and thought something was wrong. Not long after, Xianxia's face suddenly changed. Not good. There is a rupture in the center of the liver. Hearing Xianxia's words, Gao Huarong could not hold it in any longer. Liver center? Are you sure? Xianxia nodded firmly. I'm sure. As he said that, the people around him could not help but be stunned. This was because if the central part of the liver was damaged and ruptured, the surface tissue would still be intact. However, the surface integrity did not mean that the liver was normal. This was because it was often accompanied by rupture of the hepatic blood vessels and bile ducts, forming a larger interhepatic hematoma and bile retention, compressing the tissue and causing extensive necrosis. Moreover, this was not the most important thing. What was the middle lobe of the liver? The middle lobe of the liver was the heart of the entire liver. It could be said that the tube structure of the entire liver center was extremely complicated. Almost all the important tubes in the liver flowed through it. After the middle lobe of the liver was ruptured, performing a middle lobe resection would definitely cause 2 sections. In this way, the blood loss would obviously increase. Not only was it not conducive to the suturing and recovery of the wound, but it was also very easy to damage the hepatic hilum. There might even be fatal complications. For a long time, the middle lobe of the liver had been regarded as the forbidden area of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Old Mr. Wu, the father of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, was the man who opened the forbidden area of the middle lobe of the liver. However, one could only imagine how difficult this surgery was. At this moment, the operating table fell into silence. A rupture in the center of the liver would cause serious damage to the middle lobe of the liver. The subcapsular hematoma of the liver would also have a compressing effect on the surrounding liver tissue. This caused the blood to be unable to flow back in time, causing the liver tissue to be ischemic and necrotic. It seemed that the patient had reached the point where the liver was bound to die. If this was really the case, the surgery. What was the point? How much of the liver could be left? Hepatectomy was simple. However, should they perform total hepatectomy? Did the patient not want the liver? For a moment, everyone in the room seemed to be breathing a little hot. Pity, sigh, pity, were all of them useless? Gao Huarong's eyebrows began to sweat. This kind of anxiety and helplessness was really a little torturous. How to deal with it? As long as the incision was made, there would immediately be massive bleeding. At this time, the patient did not die because of massive bleeding because the iron tube formed an internal closed-loop structure. The outer envelope played a good role. Even if there was bleeding, it would be bleeding from the ruptured wound. Now, it seemed that 2,000 milliliters was really not much. If the envelope broke or the iron tube was pulled out, the patient could be said to not be saved. Even if they were saved, they could not be saved. This was even the reason why the police and the family members said that they were sorry. They might not have said it on purpose, but they might have done it instinctively. They had seen a lot of this kind of rescue, but there were very few who could be saved. At this moment, Mai Weihui spoke. His blood pressure was 60 or 70, but he did not go into shock. He was still telling himself not to fall asleep. When the chainsaw cut open the iron tube, he was awake. On the way to the hospital, he was awake. When he was on the operating table, he even told me that he could not die, in the end. He persisted until the end, but he still had to die. These words made the atmosphere in the operating theater freeze. Gao Huarong felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He could not help but say, "I'm sorry." This was not his fault. It was because the injury was too serious. There was no need to say sorry at all. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "Let me do it." Everyone heard Chen Song's words. Everyone was obviously stunned. Gao Huarong was a little moved. This might be a surgery with no chance of survival. The patient had exhausted all his potential. At this moment, his life was as fragile as a candle, flickering in the wind and could be extinguished at any time. Yu Yonggang glanced at Chen Song. He wanted to say something, but he turned his head away. He had mixed feelings. Old Ma looked at Chen Song. "Song if you cure him, I'll take care of your meals for a year. He's AF** king man. It's a pity that he died." Chen Song glanced at Old Ma. "I'll be back in Donyang in half a year." Old Ma thought about it and felt that Chen Song's words made sense. "I'll improve the quality of my meals for the next 6 months." Chen Song nodded. "Okay. Give me the scalpel." Gao Xiangrong reached out and handed the scalpel to Chen Song. "I'll help you." As he spoke, he took the gauze from the nurse because this would not be a one-man operation. Yu Yonggang also took a step forward. "Let's fight." His words were simple, but they were very passionate. Perhaps this was the passion of a doctor. In fact, if saving lives and helping the injured was passion, they would be on steroids every day. Looking at everyone's expressions, Old Ma was also a little excited. He looked at Chen Song and asked, "Song what should I do?" Chen Song glanced at Mai Weihui. "Pinky swear." Old Ma rolled his eyes. "Hang yourself?" Everyone around him laughed. The atmosphere eased a lot. In fact, this was Old Ma's intention. The atmosphere in the operating theater really could not be too depressing. Because the more nervous and afraid of making mistakes, the easier it was for problems to occur. Old Ma was experienced and eased the atmosphere with a sentence. Chen Song and Old Ma saw Wang Dong being sent in with their own eyes. They officially witnessed the process and felt more emotional. Just as Old Ma said, he had persisted for so long. The most difficult time had passed. He would really feel guilty if he died on the operating table. Even Gao Huarong had no choice but to apologize. This was a very sincere and affectionate act. Chen Song remembered Master Feng's words, "The doctor is the patient's last trustworthy friend in this life." Chen Song had always kept these words in mind. After taking the scalpel, Chen Song glanced at Old Ma. "Prepare to collect blood. We'll use autologous blood transfusion later. Otherwise, the blood bank won't be able to warm up the blood in time." Chen Song's casual words cheered everyone up. If one were to translate Chen Song's words, it will be a bloody battle later. At this time, Chen Song was prepared to spend a lot of money. The operation began. At this time, Chen Song's scalpel began to cut open the capsule, and blood immediately gushed out. How much was 2 liters of blood? You may not have an intuitive idea. But when the blood gushed out, you would discover what it meant to be shocked. Gao Huarong supported the liver and prepared to stop the bleeding. Old Ma earnestly drew his blood, and the nurse beside him hurriedly prepared. Everyone became busy all of a sudden. Facts proved that removing the damaged liver was the most thorough way to stop bleeding. However, the operation of partial hepatectomy was complicated, and the impact of the surgery was great. Moreover, most patients with liver trauma were in a state of hypovolemic shock, so the postoperative mortality rate was high. Therefore, the indications needed to be strictly controlled. For traumatic partial hepatectomy, the anatomical characteristics of the liver should be fully considered, and irregular resection should be performed. This irregular resection was really difficult for doctors. Because the surgery needed to bypass all kinds of secondary liver lobes, secondary liver segments, transhepatic segments, and so on. They were removed separately. Resection was very simple, however, if one wanted to bypass these organizations, they really needed a good family knife technique. But Chen Song looked at the patient's liver, and suddenly, he did not see the liver level, there was only a system notification. Damaged liver, a severely damaged liver with subcapsular hematoma and central hepatic rupture. There was no suggestion to remove or retain it. Why was that? At this time, the system notification sounded. Ding. Triggered rescue mission. A car accident patient with a severely damaged liver is facing a life and death challenge. Please save the patient's life. After the mission is completed, you will receive the Wu family knife technique, the father of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. After Chen Song saw the system notification, his expression suddenly changed. Old Master Wu's knife technique, how F*King awesome was that? There was no first place in literature, and there was no second place in martial arts. However, if there had to be a first place in the department of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, this old Master Wu deserved it. When Chen Song saw the Wu family knife technique, his heart trembled. No wonder he could not see the monster's level. It should be a mission boss, right? However, compared to the items dropped by killing a boss, he would definitely not get such a limited item. At this moment, Chen Song could not help but hold the knife tightly. The subcapsular hematoma was quickly removed. However, the next most important thing was to cleverly remove the irregular liver injury. However, in this way, once the liver was cut, he would have to face a lot of bleeding in the liver. Then, how to deal with the bleeding would be especially important. Chen Song's liver bleeding control was at master level, however, when he faced such a complicated liver injury at this time, he was really at his wit's end. Even because there was no better way to stop the bleeding, Chen Song's hand that was cutting the liver was a little shaky. At this moment, Gao Huarong seemed to have seen Chen Song's distress. Suddenly, he said, "Just cut it, I'll stop the bleeding." Chen Song was stunned and glanced at Gao Huarong. Yu Yonggang could not help but nod and say, "Chief Gao's liver bleeding control is very good. Last year, he won the gold medal in the barehanded bleeding control competition organized by the Emergency and Critical Care Medicine." When Chen Song heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. His confidence came from his understanding of the liver and some details that could be seen with his eyes. He kept his gaze and waited to use it when he entered the middle liver lobe. After receiving Gao Huarong's promise, Chen Song did not have to worry about the back of the knife. The knife shuttled between the liver and constantly removed the broken and necrotic liver tissue. Gao Huarong's eyes could not help but shine as he watched from the side. He really did not expect Chen Song's liver surgery to be so good. Liver surgery was actually the most important thing. How to skillfully avoid the key areas, bypass the blood vessels, liver ducts, blind ducts. Chen Song was so young, but he seemed to have the demeanor of a master. This made Gao Huarong a little shocked. It was not only him, even Yu Yonggang looked at Chen Song curiously. This kid was really hiding his strength. Although when he took the initiative to volunteer just now, he had already guessed that Chen Song might be very good. But, he did not expect him to be so good. Compared to the two of them, old Ma was relatively calmer. After all, when he was with Chen Song, he could forget about other things, but he must learn to be calm. Otherwise, he would be scared to death sooner or later. After all, this kid was really good. Of course, Chen Song had nothing to worry about. With Gao Huarong's guarantee, Chen Song's scalpel was much lighter and more casual. Of course, it wasn't always better to remove as much as possible. Moreover, to prevent liver failure caused by too much liver removal, the normal liver tissue should be preserved as much as possible while the necrotic liver tissue was completely removed during the operation. The principle of cut where the wound is, remove the inactive ones, suture the surviving ones, was followed. As the surgery progressed, Gao Huarong's importance became more and more apparent. Different methods of bleeding control were different in different areas. Even in the same area, Chen Song would remove different wounds, and the bleeding control methods would be different. At this moment, Chen Song's knowledge was really broadened. This was the first time he saw so many bleeding control methods. He was really excited. It was impossible for one person to complete a major surgery. What was needed was the cooperation of a team. Having a trustworthy teammate was more important than anything else. At this moment, Chen Song really realized the importance of this point. He watched Gao Huarong use all kinds of bleeding control methods to continuously reduce the bleeding and control the blood flow. These operations made Chen Song exclaim in satisfaction, "Really? Pressure with both hands, liver tourniquet, liver hemostatic forceps, hepatic portal blockage." These moves were definitely not something that a junior doctor could master. If medicine was a sect, Gao Huarong was really very good in the field of bleeding control. Chen Song admitted that he had underestimated the seemingly ordinary chief physician Gao. Gao Huarong saw that Chen Song was a little shocked as he stared at him. He could not help but smile honestly. "Just do it. We're here." Chen Song nodded. At this moment, he really let go of his hands and feet. The feeling of leaving his back to his teammates was really great. For a moment, the scalpel in Chen Song's hands became more agile without him realizing it. Gao Xingrong always controlled the blood flow at the right time. There was definitely bleeding. However, as long as the bleeding was not too fast, all of this could be compensated. Chen Song was cutting out the wound while Gao Huarong was stopping the bleeding. This scene made everyone's blood boil. Perhaps this was the charm of cooperation. Actually, Chen wasn't the only one who felt comfortable. Gao Huarong felt the same. He had never been a radical director. Steadiness was his motto. His personality allowed him to develop very well in this field, but there were also many restrictions. Hepatectomy was like an attack. In that case, stopping the bleeding and controlling the flow of blood was a form of defense. Gao Huarong also had a pleasant feeling of cooperation. Looking at this scene, Yu Yonggang couldn't help but feel envious. Old Ma looked at Chen Song and could not help but sigh. You finally became someone else's swordsman. Very soon, he had reached the middle liver lobe. The iron pipe was still there. Chen Song looked at Yu Yonggang and said, "Director Yu, you pull out the iron pipe." Yu Yonggang nodded. "All right." At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the iron tube that was inserted into the liver. Chen Song carefully cleaned up the surroundings. Then, he ligated the bile duct and blood vessels on the liver wound. After the treatment, he pasted a new saline gauze on the liver wound and carefully opened the distance between the wound and the iron pipe. Gao Huarong had finished stopping the bleeding. At this moment, Chen Song said, "Okay, pull it out." As he spoke, the iron pipe began to slowly leave the liver. Little by little, the moment it was pulled out, blood flowed out again. Gao Huarong's hands never stopped moving. Even if blood occasionally spurted out from the small arteries on his face, he did not move at all. When the iron pipe was removed from the liver, success was getting closer and closer. Closer, it was getting closer. Yu Yonggang's hands were really steady. He slowly took the iron pipe out of the liver. There was no anxiety, no hesitation. This process lasted for nearly 15 minutes, because every time a little came out, a lot had to be dealt with. Along with the iron pipe, a piece of liver was also successfully removed. The liver was reduced by a lot. However, at this moment, the damage in the middle liver lobe area needed to be dealt with. The damage and rupture in the center of the liver parenchyma were accompanied by the rupture of the hepatic blood vessels and bile ducts. At this time, a large intrahepatic hematoma and bile retention had formed, causing extensive necrosis of the tissue. It had to be cleaned carefully. Bile was placed into the abdominal cavity. At the same time, the necrotic liver tissue had to be cleaned up. Similarly, it was best to preserve some liver tissue to prevent liver failure. Chen Song cleaned up the bile very cleanly. Old Ma was envious of his decisive and sharp operation. He played a good knife, but at this moment, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. He found that too much liver tissue had been removed, but how to choose the remaining central liver tissue? This was a problem that could not be avoided in the end. It was also a very serious problem, but many of these were necrotic tissues. Chen Song's eyes could clearly see them. Even many of them could be judged by Old Ma's eyes. These necrotic tissues could not be left, otherwise, it would only increase the damage again. But there were too many cuts. The more Chen Song cut, the more he felt a lingering fear. He began to waver. If too much liver tissue was removed from the patient, liver failure was inevitable. This required considering how to take care of both. At this moment, Chen Song slowed down the movements of his hands. And Gao Huarong also discovered this point. If all the necrotic tissues in the middle liver lobe were removed, the liver would definitely fail. This was experience, it was also a lesson, how to weigh it, how to choose. At this moment, all the burdens fell on Xianxia. Everyone stared at Xianxia. If there was quality in their eyes, Xianxia was definitely everyone's heavy hope. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was too difficult to operate in the center of the liver with such a damaged middle liver lobe. Even if it was a liver transplant, it would take a period of time. How much liver could be left was how long the survival period could be. Xianxia took a deep breath. He knew that this Wu's knife technique would not be so easy to obtain. At this moment, everyone stared at Xianxia, hoping that he had a better idea. Xianxia did not say anything. However, he instantly opened his eyes and carefully looked for any liver tissue with hope of survival. He tried his best to save it. All the necrotic tissues were removed. If there was any chance of rescue, Xianxia took the needle holder and began to suture the small blood vessels. Seeing this scene, Gao Huarong's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Good idea, but wasn't this suturing too difficult? Could such thin blood vessels be anastomosed? Soon, Xianxia used his actions to tell him. Yes, I've experienced even more fine things. What's impossible? Xianxia's operation instantly let everyone see hope. Thus, Xianxia cut and sutured at the same time. This couldn't help but make everyone excited. Perhaps, could this man really be saved? P.S. It's okay, I'm just acting cute. In the operating theater, hope was reignited. In the face of this kind of surgery, everyone hoped to do their best to save the patient, although the reality might be contrary to their wishes. However, at this time, Xianxia was working hard to turn everyone's thoughts into reality. Gao Huarong looked at Xianxia's operation and could not help but be happy. This was because he realized that Xianxia was too familiar with the anatomical structure of the blood vessels in the liver. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew it like the back of his hand. The middle hepatic lobe was the heart of the liver. Many complicated hepatic ducts, blind ducts, and blood vessels passed through it. It was especially important to know how to avoid or remove them in an orderly manner. Xianxia was really merciless. He decisively removed them. He looked at Gao Huarong with a little anxiety. He was afraid that Xianxia would cut too much and cause liver failure. However, every time Xianxia cut them, he would be surprised to find that these livers might have been necrotic. What kind of experience allowed Xianxia to have such accurate judgment? This made Gao Huarong have to think about a question. How many livers did Professor Chen cut? Looking at Xianxia's knife, Gao Huarong could not help but feel his scalp go numb. What kind of knife was this? Time slowly passed. Xianxia had already removed what needed to be removed. Looking at the liver that might be less than half left, everyone was a little worried. However, Xianxia always made quick and accurate choices at critical moments. Remove or repair, this was a problem. However, in Xianxia's eyes, these were not problems. All the red necrotic tissues were removed. Nothing was left. Xianxia would anastomose the blood vessels for yellow or light-colored tissues that had a chance to be repaired. The anastomosis of blood vessels was still very difficult. Because of the irregular shape of the liver, the angle of anastomosis of the blood vessels was very special. Among them, although the proximal hepatic vein was not damaged, many strange angles of anastomosis of small blood vessels made it difficult for ordinary people to do it. Gao Huarong's cooperation was needed to control the blood flow. Moreover, these blood vessels were supplied by the large blood vessels. The suture needed to directly block the blood flow. Professor Chen, 5 minutes at most. Gao Huarong glanced at Xianxia and was a little worried. The tricky angle and the circuitous path of the blood vessels increased the difficulty of suturing. However, if the anastomosis was unsuccessful, these ischemic tissues would definitely not recover. If the liver was removed, the remaining liver tissue would not be able to maintain the body's metabolism. This did not seem to be a multiple-choice question. Instead, it was a big question at the end. Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded. It's about time. Gao Huarong was obviously stunned. Really? However, this was not the time to dwell on this matter. Tell me to start and I will block the blood vessels. After saying that, Gao Rongwa glanced at Xianxia worriedly. Do your best. He thought for a long time, but he really didn't know what to say. Although he had seen Xianxia repair blood vessels, but the position of the blood vessels in the middle lobe of the liver was very special. It was very difficult to repair and required the coordination of both hands. Chen Song nodded and gave Gao Ronghua a reassuring look. Let's begin. Gao Huarong was stunned. Don't they need to prepare? After Chen Song finished speaking, he took the needle holder and glanced at Old Ma. Old Ma was also familiar with it. After being with Chen Song for a long time, he could even read Chen Song's eyes. After all, everyone in the operating theater was wearing a mask, so only their eyes were exposed. After a long time, one could understand everything with just one look. The moment the blood vessel was clamped, Chen Song quickly began the blood vessel anastomosis that he was best at, a tricky angle. It didn't exist. From the beginning, Chen Song had shocked Chief Gao. Was his left hand not used to it? No. Chen Song's left hand was more flexible than his right hand. His right hand was more flexible than Old Ma's brain. Was this liver blood vessel anastomosis? There was an essential difference between large blood vessel anastomosis and small blood vessel anastomosis. The large blood vessels were required to be strict. The small blood vessels required to have minimal damage. The shape of the liver blood vessels needed to be removed and anastomosed again because of the liver anastomosis later. This required other problems to be considered. However, Chen Song was very proficient in the shape of the blood vessels, the familiarity of the blood vessels, and the anastomosis of the blood vessels, so much so that everyone was stunned. Of course, other than Old Ma, Gao Ronghua couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God, it can be so fast? To be honest, it was the first time everyone had seen Chen Song perform a liver surgery. They were really surprised and delighted. Yu Yonggang looked at Chen Song like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. At first, he had a prejudice, and the prejudice was very deep, but he slowly realized that this son-in-law was really too outstanding. Therefore, the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. It had already reached the point where he wished he could marry his son-in-law if he was 20 years younger. Yes, it was a little messy. But Yu Yonggang felt that it didn't affect him. After all, such an outstanding young man was just messing around. It didn't matter. Just say whether he was outstanding or not. Therefore, in the entire operating theater, Old Ma was the refreshing and refined person. Old Ma was also used to Chen's usual tricks of showing off. Instead, he appeared to be calm. He even said when Chen Song was performing the anastomosis, "This is a little slower than last time." This sentence made Gao Huarong look sideways and a little surprised. This is slow? Old Ma sighed, shook his head, and did not say anything. This pretentious trick made the young nurse at the side a little stunned. Wasn't this Professor Chen's usual trick? Chen Song's eyebrows twitched. Forget it. Thinking of the meal ticket for the next half a year, Chen Song felt that he should endure it. After all, the food was soft. The surgery progressed steadily. Soon, the blood vessel anastomosis was completed. In less than 3 minutes, the anastomosis was successful. The moment the blood vessels were released, Chen Song quickly put on the sensory glove on his left hand. Then, he carefully touched the liver. The ischemic and hypoxic tissues recovered their blood supply after a short loss of blood supply. Chen Song gently sensed the feedback from the liver. Perhaps these tissues had a chance to survive. The completion of the anastomosis of the blood vessels and the removal of the liver made the surgery 80% complete. The timely surgery made the patient's vital signs not have too many problems. However, liver failure and kidney failure were the second cause of death during the surgery. Because they had considered the kidney in advance, the kidney problem might not be too big with the strengthening of the perfusion and the effect of the medicine. But now the liver, how much it recovered could only be left to fate. Let's take it one step at a time. If it were not for Chen Song, the patient's liver would not even be preserved. Gao Huarong looked at Chen Song and to be honest, he was a little impressed. That's it. We've already done our best. As for the specific recovery, we can't control it. To be honest, Gao Huarong really did not expect the patient to survive. Really, this surgery seemed to be very stable, but only an expert could see the danger in it. In fact, there were two most difficult and important elements in hepatectomy. The first key point was that if the necrotic liver tissue was not completely debrided, it would definitely cause abdominal infection. Combined with Wang Dong's current situation, shock plus infection plus hepatic coma equals a mortality rate of 95%, Similarly, the second element was to preserve as much safe liver tissue as possible. If too much of the liver was removed at this time, the patient's liver could not even complete its daily basic metabolism. It would induce liver failure again and cause the patient's death. This was a choice that was difficult to make. How to find a balance point was the most important thing. Obviously, Xianxia's choice was the best in Gao Huarong's opinion. The final finishing work, it was to deal with the hepatic ducts and blind ducts in the liver, then anastomose the liver and place the drainage tube. The hepatic ducts were an important way for the liver to secrete bile. If this step was not handled well, once it flowed into the abdominal cavity or the liver, it would be easy to cause problems. However, Gao Ronghua found that the people around him were not worried at all. This made Gao Ronghua a little more uneasy. Just as he was about to remind them, Old Ma seemed to have seen through Gao Ronghua's thoughts and said with a smile, "Chief Gao, it seems that you really don't understand Director Chen's strength." Gao Ronghua was stunned, he did not have time to react. At this time, Xianxia had already started his surgery, or rather, his performance. Chen's digestive tract reconstruction technique. Treatment of hepatic ducts, anastomosis of hepatobiliary ducts, reconstruction of blind ducts. This set of operations directly stunned Gao Ronghua and made his scalp tingle. This was too amazing, was it not? Originally, Gao Ronghua was worried that if these hepatic ducts were not handled well, it would cause bile to flow into the abdominal cavity or cause liver stasis and infection. Now, it seemed that he was simply worried for nothing. He thought too much. He found that as long as Xianxia was there, it would be difficult for these bile to enter the abdominal cavity. Xianxia's treatment of hepatobiliary ducts really shocked Gao Huarong. Was this the true strength of the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery? It was really too amazing, because as long as the small bile duct of the liver section leaked, the ligation line of the bile duct fell off, or the bile duct injury that was not found during the operation, once the abdomen was closed, it could lead to peritonitis. On the other hand, Xianxia could be said to have considered everything and considered every point, every detail was handled perfectly. And Xianxia's treatment of the hepatobiliary duct might be the so-called reconstruction of the digestive tract. Too awesome, this kind of treatment would reduce the complications to a minimum. Gao Huarong could guarantee that neither Zhou Hongguang from 301 nor Lu Ben from Concord could do half of what Xianxia had done. Finally, it was time to anastomose the liver. Time ticked by. Finally, it was a perfect full stop. But, at this moment, Xianxia did not close his abdomen. He and Gao Ronghua began to seriously evaluate the residual liver function after the operation. Could this liver hold on and bear the burden of an adult's liver metabolism? This was a problem. The patient had alcoholic liver. Although long-term drinking was not serious, it still caused some damage to the liver cells. After checking, Xianxia glanced at Gao Ronghua. "Director Gao, what do you think?" Gao Ronghua glanced at Xianxia and interrupted his thoughts. "It's enough. It's already very good." Xianxia sighed. Because after the two of them carefully evaluated, they found that this liver might still not be able to bear the patient's metabolism. It would be fine with the support of drugs for a short period of time, but it would definitely not be possible for a long time. Gao Ronghua glanced at Xianxia and said seriously, "At least you gave him a chance for a liver transplant. Some people don't even have a chance for a liver transplant. Your surgery is already very successful. It's the most successful liver surgery I've ever seen. Moreover, you've bought time for the patient to have a liver transplant. At least 3 months. This has already done what others can't." Xianxia heard Gao Ronghua's words and nodded. Gao Ronghua looked at Xianxia. "Actually, not all surgeries can be successful." Xianxia nodded, smiled, and shook his head. He didn't want to think too much. "Well, Director Gao, should the patient be sent to the intensive care unit of the Department of Hepatology?" Many patients in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery were seriously ill. They had their own intensive care unit. There were 8 hospital beds in it, and the members of the department were responsible for them. This kind of intensive care unit was actually more and more common nowadays. It had become a trend. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the arrogant and overbearing tempers of the ICU in many hospitals. Many department directors could not stand the other party's attitude and directly used the department's funds to build it. Of course, the price was a lot of investment. Every department member would have a portion of their bonus deducted for a relatively long period of time. Gao Ronghua nodded. Don't worry. The surgery could be considered to have ended successfully. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Dong's survival was entirely thanks to Chen Song. This was all thanks to him. Chen Song had also figured it out. Then, how could there be a perfect surgery? The purpose of medical treatment might not be to cure the disease. For example, tumor surgery and many difficult and complicated diseases. It was nothing more than to prolong the patient's survival. It was just as Gao Ronghua had said. He had already handled the surgery very well. It was already not easy for the patient to reach this stage. He gave Wang Dong time to find a liver donor. Perhaps this was medical treatment. It was never perfect. After the surgery, everyone was in a good mood. After all, they had once again created a miracle this time. They saved the patient who was on the verge of death. At this moment, the system notification sounded frowny face ding. Congratulations, you have successfully stolen the skill. You have obtained the skill, liver hemostasis. Perfect level. Chen Song was instantly stunned. Damn. This harvest was a little amazing. He directly stole the perfect level skill. Was this a sudden outburst of good luck that he had accumulated? Chen Song glanced at Gao Ronghua with a burning gaze. This was a man with a perfect level skill. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully rescued the patient. You have obtained the Wu family knife technique. Chen Song turned around and looked at the patient. At this time, he was still in a coma. He could not help but sigh. I saved you, and you have also made me. Brother, you can do it. Your wife and child are still waiting for you. After the surgery, Wang Dong was directly transferred to the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. His current condition was very dangerous. He needed to be monitored and could not be visited. Although Gao Ronghua might not be aggressive enough, he was very good at ensuring the patient's safety. When Chen Song opened the door of the operating theater and went out, it was proud. The door of the operating theater was a questioning stone in the eyes of the doctor. When the surgery was successful, you would be happy to see this door and look forward to passing the good news to your family. But, when the surgery failed, this door was extremely heavy. P.S. Thank you to Ying and Guaming for the 10,000 reward. Thank you, big shot. When they walked out, Yu Yonggang and Old Ma were very happy. An emergency doctor on duty beside them was also very excited. Today, he completed an amazing surgery with Professor Chen. This was a rare opportunity for a young doctor to train. He was so excited that he felt that he did not need to sleep for the whole night. This energy could even last for 3 days and 3 nights. His girlfriend was lucky. When he went back, he must post it on his WeChat moments. This was AF * King Doctor. He was saving lives in the true sense of the word, saving patients in a critical situation. It was too exciting. At this time, Old Ma looked at Chen Song happily and sighed. It's not easy. He finally made it through the first step. Song Air, you've extended his life. Haha. Standing in front of the operating theater and about to push the door open, Chen Song heard Ma Yuehui's words. Suddenly, he became timid. He suddenly thought of another thing. Extension. How was this the extension of his life? Sigh. Chen Song suddenly sighed. Hearing Chen Song sigh, everyone was suddenly stunned. They stared at Chen Song and were a little curious. The surgery was successful. Why did he sigh? Chen Song said in a daze. This person. Can he afford the cost of the surgery and the liver transplant later? This is a lot of expenses. That sentence made everyone around him could not help but stop in their tracks. For people who had never been poor, they would not understand the importance of money. There was a saying in the countryside, a penny can drive a hero to death. Could this family afford such a huge medical fee? Chen Song came from the village. He had not lived a good life for a few days. Although his life had improved, there was no fundamental change. Even if a surgery cost hundreds of thousands or even millions now, he would occasionally meet a rich person who had plastic surgery and a surgery cost tens of millions. However, his life was still the same. He ate in the cafeteria and stared at fast food and takeout. The brand of clothes had improved a little, but he rarely bought luxury goods. Of course, this was also related to the lack of time to spend money. This was not because Chen Song was sensitive to this kind of money. It was because in this era, everything could not avoid the topic of money. Sometimes you don't think much about money, but when you don't have it, it's like a natural chasm. No. Money was a person's courage. It allowed people to be fearless when faced with trouble. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone sighed. This was a real problem. Everyone paused at the door for a minute before Chen Song pushed the door open and walked out. When Wang Dong's wife saw Chen Song come out, she quickly stood up and ran over. Doctor. Dr. Chen, how is it? My husband, he. The woman looked really nervous and uneasy. She even hoped to use up all her luck for the rest of her life on this verdict. For the patient, wasn't this a judgment? There was still a chance to appeal the court's decision. But, life wouldn't. The woman clenched her fists. The joints on the back of her thin hands were clearly visible, and they were trembling slightly. She was really scared. He was scared to death. Chen Song's expression was more serious. He told the truth, Wang Dong's injury is too serious. It's a fatal injury. The entire liver is seriously damaged. The subcapsular hematoma caused part of the liver to die and had to be removed. Most of the middle liver lobe has also been removed. The surgery was successful, and we did our best. He's safe now. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll probably wake up tomorrow. Hearing Chen Song's words, the woman felt that her uneasy heart was finally relieved. She couldn't help but mumble to herself, "There's hope. There's hope." Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Her body relaxed and she sat on the ground, but there was a happy smile on her face. But, the woman seemed to have heard something unusual. She quickly got up and stared at Chen Song. Doctor. Can he recover? Chen Song looked at the woman and thought of the man whose blood pressure had reached a critical point. His body was seriously injured, but he didn't dare to sleep. He cried and shouted that he couldn't die and didn't dare to die. He was a little hesitant. He needs a liver transplant surgery. It's best if we can find a suitable liver source within a month and replace his current liver as soon as possible. Otherwise, once his remaining liver leaves the hospital, it might lead to liver failure, leading to death. After the woman heard that, her expression changed and she quickly said, "Save him. You must save him. Doctor, we'll do any surgery. You must save my husband. Money is really not a problem. We have a house. Believe me, we have to do surgery even if we sell our house. I beg you to help us contact where we can find a suitable liver source. What do we need to do?" The little girl also had a sad face. "Uncle, I'll give you all my New Year's money. Save Daddy. I'll never eat snacks or buy dolls again. I only want Daddy." Chen Song looked at this family and was sincerely touched. He nodded. "We'll help you find a suitable liver source as soon as possible." After the woman heard that, she quickly got up and cried with joy. Yes, thank you, doctor. Thank you." When Chen Song and the others left, they were all emotional. The young doctor said, "What a loving family." Old Ma sighed. "With such a wife and child, I finally understand that man. If he wants me, I'll risk my life to give them happiness. But, if something happens to me, I don't dare to die. What a good wife and child. If I really die, I'll definitely be reluctant to remarry. If I don't remarry, I'll definitely suffer." Sigh, his words expressed the thoughts of many people. Everyone was silent. At this moment, the woman was carrying the child and was about to get up and go home to pack her things. The house might really need to be sold. It was not easy to buy a house in the capital. The couple and their parents in their hometown had saved more than 1.5 million to pay the down payment. Now, the price of the house should increase. After calling a friend of the agent, the other party said that their house, which was originally worth 5 million, could be sold for 8 million now. The woman smiled bitterly. She would just treat it as an investment to earn some money. There was no other way. Although most of the money would have to be repaid for the loan, the money for the treatment should be enough, right? At most, her husband would take the child back to their hometown after he recovered. They could live on. When she was packing her things, the woman's phone rang. After picking up the phone, she saw that it was Wang Dong's old colleague and best friend. He was the one who had asked for Wang Dong's leave today. "Sister-in-law, don't be in a hurry to sell the house. Wang Dong needs a lot of money to treat his illness. He needs a liver transplant now." Hearing about the liver transplant, the man sighed. "Brother Wang is such a good person." The woman smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine. As long as he is fine, we can earn more money." "Right, De Gang, what is it?" The man's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I have something to tell you. Don't be angry. Brother Wang has always wanted to compete for the position of supervisor, right? The manager knows Brother Wang's character and often orders him around. Brother Wang is also an honest person. Last month, the manager asked Brother Wang to complete a life accident insurance contract. He said that it was for help. However, it was nothing more than his brother-in-law selling insurance and he wanted to complete the contract. At that time, Brother Wang had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and bought it. 20,000 yuan a year. He borrowed the money from me. Of course, sister-in-law. I am not asking you for money today. I want to tell you that you should be able to get compensation for this accident. Moreover, the compensation amount is very high." Hearing De Gang's words, the woman was stunned. After hanging up the phone, she quickly searched. After rummaging through the cabinets for a long time, she finally found it. Usually, her husband would only hide things in a few places. After opening the contract and reading through it, the woman suddenly cried. There is really no such thing as a dead end. Unexpectedly, she really did not expect this. Her husband, who was usually bullied by the manager, actually, thinking of this, she directly made a call to the insurance company. After receiving the call, the other party was very enthusiastic. After confirming it several times, the woman understood that there was no need to sell the house. She had the money for her husband's treatment. Monday morning, 7:20 a.m. Chen Song had just entered the office when Old Ma handed over a large lunchbox, causing Chen Song to be stunned. "What is going on?" Old Ma said, "Breakfast. Didn't I say it yesterday? I will take care of you." Those words caused Zhang Yuan, who had just drank a mouthful of milk, to spit it out. Only then did Chen Song recall yesterday's agreement. He quickly washed his hands and opened the lunchbox. Seeing the crystal buns inside, Chen Song's eyes lit up. He picked up the chopsticks and put one into his mouth. Suddenly, a fragrance assailed his nostrils. The aroma of the seafood blossomed on his taste buds, constantly nibbling away Chen Song's last bit of stubbornness. Chen Song was overjoyed. "Holy sh*t, what kind of stuffing is this? It's delicious." "Old Ma, lobster stuffing." Faced with such a tycoon, Chen Song had no choice but to work hard to make him poor. "What are we eating tonight? Can I pack it?" Old Ma sighed indifferently. "It doesn't matter. My chef made it." Chen Song was very curious. How did Old Ma change from a stingy person to such a person? "You won the lottery?" Old Ma snorted. "I just wanted to apologize to my wife. Not long ago, I ruined one of her dresses, and it's been a civil war. Now, she wants to have a second child. I'm fine now." Chen Song was now allergic to skirts. After hearing about skirts, he immediately stopped talking. In the morning, he called Gao Ronghua, but Wang Dong had not woken up yet. However, the insurance company came to verify the situation. It was said that Wang Dong had bought a more expensive insurance, and the insurance company would reimburse most of the medical expenses. After hearing this news, Chen Song's face immediately lit up with joy. It was really good news that the insurance company would compensate him. Sometimes, Chen Song thought about a question. If all the patients did not have to spend money to see a doctor in the future, and the treatment of the doctors was also very good, would they be very happy? Old Ma's answer was, no. In the morning, Chen Song gathered the people from the Marfan syndrome group. They began to arrange the work matters for the week as soon as possible. After last week's live broadcast of the surgery, the response was very good. More and more people began to pay attention to this matter. After gathering everyone in the office, Chen Song walked in. He looked at everyone and said, "From this week onwards, the surgery has to speed up. Everyone, don't relax. The core of large blood vessel surgery is anastomosis. Improving the speed and precision of anastomosis is the key to the patient's survival. There will be an assessment every week. The first place of this week's assessment will be personally taught by the Chen family's elephant trunk stent surgery. Everyone, do your best. Hearing this, everyone instantly became excited. The elephant trunk stent technique. This was currently the most amazing treatment method to reduce the mortality rate in thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery in the country. If they learned this technique, wouldn't it be amazing? This was what it meant to be a distinguished guest of various hospitals all over the world. Where would they not be welcomed? Although it sounded a little exaggerated, this was really an improved method and technique. In the field of surgery to reduce the risk of aortic dissection, it was definitely a magic weapon. For a moment, everyone was excited. Even Teacher Meng, who was always calm and collected, felt his breathing quicken a little. She glanced at Chen Song and thought about whether there was any other way to obtain this technique, such as, however, Chen Song's gaze shattered Teacher Meng's fantasy. It made Teacher Meng sigh helplessly. Bah, a man who doesn't know what's good for him. There were 4 surgeries from the afternoon to the evening. They were divided into 2 groups. Chen Song naturally had to supervise them personally. At the same time, a call came in. Professor Chen, hello. I'm the chief editor of Chinese Cardiovascular Surgery New Edition, Tan Jingyang. Chen Song had just finished a surgery. He picked up the phone and sat on the chair. He asked curiously, oh. Hello, Chief Editor Tan. What's the matter? Tan Jingyang could not help but smile. Professor Chen, I believe you've heard of our magazine, right? We would like to invite you to become the editorial board of our Chinese Cardiovascular Surgery New Edition. Chen Song was stunned. When he heard the call, he immediately felt awkward. He really did not know what magazine this was. He immediately covered his phone and asked Su Ziming, who was beside him, Chief Su, what kind of magazine is Chinese Cardiovascular Surgery New Edition? After Su Ziming heard it, he frowned. Slightly. This is a new magazine, but it's official. It's a branch of the Chinese Cardiovascular Surgery Journal. What's wrong? Professor Chen? Chen Song said in a low voice, their chief editor, Tan Jingyang, invited me to be the editorial board. Su Ziming smiled. When the tide rises, the boat rises. These magazines like to find awesome people to be the editorial board, but they're only giving one editorial board. This is too disrespectful. Chen Song smiled directly. Do you accept it? He Ziqian nodded. Yes, these editorial boards are just temporary positions. Occasionally, they'll ask for manuscripts. You just need to let the students write one. Usually, the temporary positions are at the level of a chief. They are all students. The students have scientific research tasks and need to publish papers. If the teachers are the editorial board, it's very easy to submit the papers. Chen Song understood. I don't need to write the manuscripts myself, right? Su Ziming said, if you want to write, the other party will definitely not stop you. Chen Song quickly picked up the phone and smiled at Tan Jingyang, Chief Editor Tan, I'm really sorry for the wait. Tan Jingyang nodded and said, Professor Chen, you might not know much about our magazine. Let me introduce myself. The Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery is a journal managed by the National Health Commission and the Ministry of Education. Many health system leaders hold positions in our magazine. It was launched in 2015, but it has been accepted by SCI with an impact factor of 1.2. Tan Jingyang spoke with the tone of someone who had been in the administrative system for a long time. This tone was different from that of doctors in the medical system. He seemed to be arrogant, but he wanted to lower his voice to communicate with you so that you could not feel the distance between them. However, it was not close enough. However, Chen Song was not a fool. He smiled and complimented, amazing, Chief Editor Tan is really amazing. You made the magazine enter SCI in 5 years. Although Chen Song was complimenting him, it was actually quite difficult. It was very difficult to be included in SCI's database. Moreover, it also meant that they had entered the world stage. Tan Jingyang was indeed quite proud. When he heard Chen Song's compliment, he smiled with difficulty. Professor Chen, I also heard Professor Sun Zhong recommend you, so I invited you to join our magazine. Although we started late, as long as we are in the association, we will develop very quickly. If you publish any magazine in the future, you can submit it to us. We will arrange it at any time. It was Chen Song's first time experiencing this kind of thing. He did not have much experience. He felt that it might be the same as the vice president of the association. It was just an academic part-time job. Moreover, the editorial board was not a high position. How could a magazine not have dozens or hundreds of editorial board members? Okay, thank you, Chief Editor Tan. Tan Jingyang nodded and said, okay, then I will get someone to contact Professor Chen. We will complete the information as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song did not pay much attention to it. On the same day, a staff member contacted Chen Song and completed the registration. The certificate of honor was sent the next day. This made Chen Song a little surprised. This was too fast, right? But Chen Song realized that he was too naive. On Wednesday, Tan Jingyang called. Professor Chen, if you have time, why don't you write some articles? After all, you're our editorial board member. It wouldn't be right if you don't write some articles. You know that our magazine's influence is quite good. The leaders also attach great importance to it. There are a lot of people watching. If we suddenly add you, I'm afraid that people will gossip. When Chen Song heard these words, he also felt that it was quite reasonable. He didn't like to cause trouble for others. He simply said, okay, Chief Editor Tan, I'll prepare an article and send it to you soon. After Tan Jingyang heard this, he suddenly laughed. Professor Chen, I have a suggestion. You've just joined the magazine, so you're still young and inexperienced. I think our magazine is a good platform for you, and this paper is also a good opportunity. If you ask me, I think you can definitely seize this opportunity to amaze the world. For example, you can write your surgical paper on the non-stop heartbeat technique, as well as the article on the new surgical technique of the Chen family's elephant trunk stent. We will recommend you. What do you think? When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. You want my Chen family's elephant trunk stent technique? Isn't this too fast? I haven't even developed my own research, and you're already asking me to publish a paper. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? Professor Chen, it's very popular now, and it's very popular. After your Chen family's elephant trunk stent technique is published, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. This will play a positive role for you to amaze the world. At this time, Chen Song seemed to have understood something. Why didn't they look for me before? Why did they suddenly come to me now? Moreover, the certificate of honor was sent to me the next day. Are they clearly trying to get me to join them? When he thought of this, Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. He said with a smile, Chief Editor Tan, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but this technique isn't perfect yet. It lacks data analysis, so it doesn't make much sense to write an example. Moreover, this technique isn't perfect yet. I'm worried that after it spreads, it won't have a positive effect. Instead, it will have a negative effect. Tan Jingyang paused for a moment and said, it's fine, Professor Chen. Don't worry, just leave this to us. You just have to write the article. As editors, aren't we here to serve you? Haha. Chen Song didn't say much this time and decisively rejected him. When Tan Jingyang heard Chen Song's words, he couldn't help but become silent. He sighed and said, Professor Chen, do you think I'll harm you? Also, I won't hide it from you. To be honest, our magazine needs to develop, and what we need now is excellent manuscripts. Professor Chen, just do me a favor, how about it? From Chen Song's perspective, theses were a way to spread knowledge. Didn't he want to publish a thesis? Of course he wanted to. After all, he hadn't completed the 100 impact factor mission yet. However, he didn't think that theses were mass-produced, nor was it for the sake of popularity. Therefore, Chen Song said directly, Chief Editor Tan, you can write other articles, but the Chen family's elephant trunk stent isn't the right time yet. Tan Jingyang went silent and directly hung up on Chen Song. This made Chen Song a little stunned. This person, forget it. It seemed that it wasn't so easy to be an editor. However, Chen Song didn't care about being an editor. If he didn't want to be an editor, so be it. It didn't matter. As for academic part-time, Xianxia didn't lack one. He was also the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery and the chief editor of the Journal of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. It was almost no exaggeration to say that this journal hadn't been established yet. Once it was published, 3 years of SCI, it wouldn't be a problem to achieve an impact factor of more than 3 points in 3 years. After all, you had to see how many amazing people there were in this magazine. On Thursday, Xianxia called Xianxia. "Xianxia, you joined the Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery new edition?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Tan Jingyang isn't a simple person. "He didn't ask you to write any articles?" Xianxia suddenly froze. "He asked me to write an article about the Qin family's elephant trunk stent." Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. "This person is too stubborn. You shouldn't get too close to him. It's best if you leave this editor position." After I joined, he urged me to write an 18-minute article about intercostal artery anastomosis. Xianxia now understood how Tan Jingyang managed to enter SCI within 5 years. "This was really a weirdo," Xianxia laughed. "This person has some background in the health system. No one wants to offend him. Just write an article and leave. P.S. Thank you to Guagua10086 and book friend 20190530040403471 for the 10,000 tips. Thank you." When Xianxia heard Xiaoxiai's words, he understood what was going on. It seemed like Tan Jingyang was treating these professors as thesis production machines. However, how powerful was this person? Even Xiaoxiai was blackmailed. "Director Xiao, does this person have such a powerful background?" asked Xianxia curiously. Xiaoxiai smiled and shook his head. "It's not that big, but it's also difficult to deal with. But, it's like this. Most people are not afraid of him. They respect his grandfather and give him some face. After all, it's just an article. It's fine as long as you don't embarrass him. You can just write a random article." When Xianxia heard Xiaoxiai's words, he suddenly understood that Tan Jingyang was also a person who looked down on others. Did he think that Lu Zhou was easy to bully? "Director Xiao, I can't fool you. Chief Editor Tan gave me the task of writing an article about the elephant trunk stent technology that I just researched." After Xianxia said that, even Xiaoxiai couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaoxiai sat in his office and held his phone. He was silent for a moment. This Tan Jingyang should know about Xianxia's background. He should want to use the carrot and stick together to suit his style. Although Tan Jingyang was a bit difficult to deal with, he wouldn't become enemies with these directors. At most, it would be a type of exchange of interests. This meant that the National Academician selection was a hurdle for all scholars. The Academician's title of highest academic title and lifetime honor made many people scramble for it. This was the dream of all academic workers. However, the Academician selection had always been the most complicated issue. Everyone must have heard about Tu Yuyu. Even Mr. Shurigong became a foreign academician of the American Academy of Sciences and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences after he failed. Tan Jingyang's father was one of the top academicians in the country. Of course, this didn't mean that Mr. Tan wasn't good. It was just that in this society, courtesy demands reciprocity had become a common practice in various circles. Xiaoxiai hurriedly shook his head. "I can't think about this. I'm thinking too much." This chapter is 404. Xianxia listened to Xiaoxiai's silence and became curious. "Director Xiao, could it be that this Tan Jingyang is an amazing person?" Xiaoxiai smiled and said, "Have you heard of academician Tan Jishan?" Xianxia was stunned. "He's Mr. Tan's son?" Xiaoxiai nodded. "However, Elder Tan is Elder Tan, and Tan Jingyang is Tan Jingyang. They are two different things. However, Tan Jingyang likes to talk about his father. But, no matter how I think about it, he won't be able to do anything to you. But there's no need for you to become his enemy. Since he's not looking for you now, you might as well not bother about this matter and let him be. Tan Jingyang knows your background. He won't foolishly find trouble with you." Xianxia heard Xiaoxiai's analysis and felt that it was very reasonable. He nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your reminder, Director Xiao." Xiaoxia smiled. "It's nothing. I'm looking forward to the results of your clinical trial." After chatting for a while, Chen Song hung up. Just as Xiaoxia said, Chen Song did not take Tan Jingyang's matter to heart. Compared to Tan Jingyang, Chen Song was more nervous about perfecting the elephant trunk stent technology. Chen Song took out the model of the Chen's elephant trunk stent and the book title. He took out a pen and paper and continuously restored these things to the drawing. The improvement of the surgical equipment was definitely inseparable from the improvement of the hardware. If he wanted to perform aortic dissection surgery well, the elephant trunk stent technology was definitely an indispensable surgical equipment. With this equipment, he would not need to spend too much time during the surgery. Using the pipe to temporarily build the stent would undoubtedly save at least half an hour to an hour of surgery time. Moreover, a mature elephant trunk stent equipment was definitely beneficial. In everyone's eyes, Chen Song basically stood at the side during the surgery every day. From time to time, he would use a pen and paper to sketch something. This made everyone a little curious. Everyone began to speculate in private. Su Ziming said with a serious face, "I think Professor Chen must be making a surgical flow chart." He Ziqian also thought about it. Yes, it's possible. It's also possible that he's improving the surgical method and discovering our shortcomings. Mengxi never thought that Chen Song was such a tall and lifeless top student. She could not help but complain, maybe he's sketching? Her words stunned everyone. "Chief Physician Meng, are you serious?" Lu Quan asked curiously. Everyone also looked at Mengxi. After all, she was Chen Song's biological mentor. In the next surgery, while not affecting the surgical effect, everyone tried their best to pose, hoping that they would appear on Professor Chen's pen and paper. "Professor Meng, move aside, you're blocking me." Chen Song looked at Professor Meng's coquettish manner speechlessly and rolled his eyes. This was the operating theater. Was it appropriate for you to do this? And you, Lu Quan, what's wrong with you? Why are you posing with a scalpel for no reason? Lu Quan was stunned and looked at Professor Meng curiously. Wasn't it supposed to be posturing? Chief Physician Su, you're blocking my line of sight. Only then did everyone look in the direction of the voice and finally saw Chen Song's target. This was a simple construction of the elephant trunk support technique. Could it be? Professor Chen drew this. It was already noon when the surgery ended. After the surgery meal was delivered. This was the best time of the day. The surgery meal was specially ordered by someone. Eh? Why are there only 11 servings? After Su Aiqing helped everyone distribute the food, she looked at the lunchbox curiously. Chen Song smiled. "It's okay, mine isn't here yet." Everyone burst into laughter. Mengxi said proudly, "Who told you to be fierce to us in the morning? This is retribution, right? Watch us eat." Lu Quan rubbed his hands. "Io, my chicken chop rice is really good." Chen Song was indifferent. Mengxi exaggeratedly fanned the snail noodles in front of Chen Song, making Chen Song speechless. "Professor Meng, your feet are smelly." Chen Song said speechlessly. When Mengxi heard that, he was so angry that he almost poured the snail noodles on Chen Song's head. When everyone heard Chen Song's words, they immediately laughed out loud. Mengxi was so angry that his teeth itched. "Don't you know? Goddesses don't have smelly feet." Chen Song smiled and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Goddesses don't know how to fart since they were young, right? Mengxi was so angry at Chen Song's words that his teeth itched. Chen Song asked curiously, "Do you like durians?" Mengxi nodded. Yes. Chen Song continued to ask, "What about stinky tofu?" Mengxi continued to nod. "I like it very much too." Chen Song pondered for a moment. He said to He Ziqian, "Director He, I'll give you a topic too. Study. Based on the theory of smell, women like stinky men." Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone was a little stunned. Women liked smelly things, and smelly men. Chen Song felt that this should be a problem worth researching, even if it was not a good research topic. It should be a good cold joke, right? But Chen Song saw that everyone was in a daze and was stunned. "Why aren't you laughing? Isn't this funny?" Isn't it funny? Chen Song was stunned. Immediately, Su Ziming laughed out loud. He Ziqian also quickly understood and started to fake a smile. Lu Quan looked at the two and was stunned. Is it funny? Meng Shi also rolled her eyes. It's not funny at all. Su Aiqing smiled. Su Ziming gave Lu Quan a look. You dare not laugh at Professor Chen's joke. Lu Quan was stunned for a moment and immediately reacted. One after another, they were quickly infected, and the people around them started to fake laugh one after another. Seeing this group of people like this, Chen Song was so angry that he laughed. This group of people was too shameless, he said fiercely, it's not funny, right? Even if it's not funny, you have to laugh. Otherwise, you will all fail tomorrow's exam. When everyone heard this, they were speechless. Using public office to avenge private grudges? Meng Shi said fiercely. Chen Song nodded gently. That's right. Do you have any objections? Teacher Meng? Meng Shi's blood was boiling. If it were not for learning skills, she would have kicked him away. Thinking of this, Meng Shi felt that she had suffered a great loss. She had uterine fibroids, and she had uterine hyperplasia with nodules. Forget it, as a teacher, she had to care for her students. Thinking of this, Meng Shi rolled her eyes. Everyone, eat properly. Let's make him greedy. Everyone quickly nodded, they started to make a silent protest. Chen Song sneered. Ignorant mortals. At this moment, a young nurse walked in with a luxurious lunchbox. Professor Chen, your food is here. Chen Song took the lunchbox and opened the 4-story lunchbox. He took out plate after plate of small dishes. A total of 4 or 5 sets. French foie gras, fried scallops, Marseille fish soup, Paris lobster. Seeing the small plates being taken out one by one, everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Song sighed. Where's my white wine? At this moment, a call came. Mr. Chen, considering that you need surgery in the afternoon, we didn't give you any wine. Chen Song nodded. Okay, thank you. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Chen Song thought for a while. Make it simple. Buddha jumps over the wall. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song sighed faintly. He began to eat alone in loneliness. This chicken liver steak is pretty good. Medium well is a bit old. When the crowd saw this, they were dumbfounded. Was this some kind of delivery? Looking at the high-end lunchboxes and the French dishes outside, they suddenly felt that the food was not fragrant at all. Looking at other people's Paris lobster and looking at the chicken steak in his bowl, he had no appetite at all. Chen Song suddenly felt that knives and forks were not very convenient, so he simply used a knife and chopsticks. It was indeed much better than a fork. Meng Shi stared straight at Chen Song and said fiercely, Bumpkin. Chen Song treated him gently. Teacher Meng, is the snail noodles delicious? I have a French white wine snail here. Do you want to try it? Oh, I'm sorry. There's only one, and I ate it. Chen Song laughed slyly. Meng Shi's CPU almost overheated, causing his cup to overload. Chen Song said, Everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat. To be honest, this foie gras tastes average. The Marseille fish soup is not bad. I heard that this fish was flown in by air. After a meal, Chen Song pulled the hatred. Everyone suddenly felt that they had no appetite at all. Chen Song ate very happily. On one hand, the taste was really good. He was full. On the other hand, he felt so good when he saw how popular this group of people was. Who asked you to show off? After finishing his meal, Chen Song put away the lunchbox. He stood up and patted his stomach in a refreshed manner. Seeing Chen Song's behavior, everyone pretended not to see it. When Chen Song saw this, he sneered. He had a magic weapon that could determine victory. Aren't you all arrogant? Chen Song simply took out a small notebook and pen that he carried with him and began to draw. As expected, when Chen Song took it out, everyone became curious again. What is Teacher Chen drawing? Could it be that Teacher Chen stopped taking photos and changed to sketching? Chen Song did not say anything. The others became more and more curious. As expected, Teacher Meng was the one who couldn't keep his composure and was the most useless one. Of course, Chen Song was skeptical about this. He felt that teacher Meng was not impatient. Instead, she was broad-minded. Then, her broad-mindedness suppressed her capacity, causing her to speak her mind. This isn't her fault. It's all hereditary. Chen Song, what are you drawing? Mengshi stared at him and asked curiously. Chen Song sneered. Why would I tell you? This is a deal worth millions. Mengshi sneered. Why don't you ask Van Gogh and Picasso if they agree? Everyone laughed, but they were even more curious about the content of Chen Song's drawing. Chen Song had always been tolerant of the big-breasted but brainless teacher Meng. After all, when he saw teacher Meng, no matter how bad his mood was, it disappeared without a trace. Chen Song sighed, looked at Mengshi, and rolled his eyes. There is something called a patent, do you know? As soon as he said this, everyone around him was stunned. Patent, they were not unfamiliar with this name. After all, it was common to apply for patents in the medical and health system. However, most of them were from the traditional Chinese medicine department. When a famous doctor wrote a prescription that was effective for a certain disease, he could apply for a patent. However, if surgeons could invent a patent, it would be amazing. For example, they could develop a new kind of surgical instrument, or improve a traditional surgical instrument, develop new surgical instruments that came with the surgical method, and so on. Of course, their patents were also more profitable. This was because they could directly cooperate with medical equipment companies and jointly develop it. If it was popular, they could really make a lot of money. When they heard that Chen Song was going to apply for a patent, everyone was a little excited. Su Ziming was smarter and quickly asked, could it be the instrument for the elephant trunk support? Chen Song nodded in satisfaction. Well, not bad. It's basically done. After saying that, Chen Song tore off a piece of paper and put it on the table. Of course, this picture was actually the system reward item that Chen Song simulated. The reason why he did this, he was really pretending that he invented this patent. At least it was not too abrupt. Well, these 12 fools in front of him, no, they were his disciples. These people were his witnesses. Chen Song looked at everyone's expressions and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was too pitiful. He always had to find a suitable balance between keeping a low profile and pretending to be cool. He had to pretend that he didn't have a cheat code. He wanted to show off to his heart's content. It was really too difficult for him. Chen Song casually tore off a piece of paper and placed it on the table as if it was insignificant, but then, Mengshi only glanced at it. In an instant, she directly raised her hand and pressed it on the paper. Her expression was solemn. Li Baoshan followed closely behind. They seemed to have done it at the same time, but because Mengshi was the first to press it, Director Li's hand was pressed on Mengshi's hand. Then, Su Ziming, He Jiqian, everyone pressed their hands on the table. When Chen Song saw this scene, he was suddenly stunned. The other 12 people stared at Chen Song with their eyebrows tightly knitted. Everyone's eyes were inexplicably touched and full of trust. They were touched that Chen Song casually placed such a valuable blueprint on the table. He seemed to have unreserved trust in them. This moved them from the bottom of their hearts. Since Professor Chen was sincere to them, they naturally wouldn't do anything out of line. Although Chen Song was usually joking around, and it was true that he often did some despicable things that angered people and gods, he never treated them as outsiders when he taught them the surgery and during crucial moments. Was Chen Song good? Very good. In their hearts, Chen Song was actually not worse than those academicians. The only thing he lacked was nothing more than qualifications. To be elected as an academician, one needed 3 major awards: outstanding contributions, academic influence, thesis, and so on. Chen Song's academic influence was already quite good. The only thing missing was the actual award. As for the outstanding contribution, what did it say? If you said he had it, this could be regarded as something with strong flexibility. In a professional word, it was a flexible review. However, the mandatory requirements were the 3 major awards. What were the 3 major awards? The National Natural Science Award, the National Technological Invention Award, and the National Science and Technology Progress Award were known as the 3 major awards in the scientific community and were more well known to the outside world. Of course, there were 2 other awards above this, the National Science and Technology Advancement Award and the International Science and Technology Cooperation Award. However, the highest Science and Technology Advancement Award was too awesome. Not more than 2 people would be granted each year. The International Science and Technology Cooperation Award was for foreigners, so this was not a consideration. Chen Song was currently building 2 national special projects. Regardless of whether it was the Cardiac Arrest Medical Research Center or the Tendon Recovery Center, once they were completed, they would receive 2 national awards. Therefore, there was no doubt that Chen Song's future was limitless. But, it was precisely this kind of person who would joke with them on a daily basis, without any distance between them. However, they weren't oblivious to the severity of the situation. For example, the blueprint just now. Although everyone only took a glance, they instantly understood that this was the surgical material for the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery. This thing was at least several grades better than the crude materials they had now. It was even a mature patented blueprint, therefore, everyone made such a choice at the same time. Chen Song looked at everyone pressing their hands on the paper and was suddenly stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're even trying to snatch it?" When everyone heard this, they were stunned at first and immediately gritted their teeth in anger. Mengshi said snappily, "Chen Song, put this thing away. It's too expensive." To be honest, this blueprint was not cheap at all compared to Van Gogh's painting. The key was that it could help more people. The others also nodded. "Yes, Teacher Chen, it's not good if this thing is spread outside. Put it away." Chen Song saw everyone's serious look and smiled. He felt a little warm in his heart. He nodded and smiled. "Okay." After letting go of his hand, Chen Song suddenly asked, "Which one of you has experience in applying for patents?" Everyone looked at each other. Su Ziming smiled and said, "I've applied for more than 50 patents. This? Maybe I have more say in this?" As soon as he said this, Chen Song was immediately curious. "More than 50 patents? That's amazing." Su Ziming blushed. "This? It's a long story. Let's not talk about it. My 50 patents combined are not as good as yours, Teacher Chen." This was a little exaggerated. Su Ziming had always been very knowledgeable about the surgical treatment of valve diseases. Although his surgical ability was average, his imagination was really rich. He always liked to come up with some small inventions to change the traditional surgical process. Although most of them were relatively ordinary, there were really some small inventions that were more widely spread. For example, the valve with a thread invented directly saved the surgery 20 minutes. Su Ziming continued, "But I've been applying for patents for so many years, so I know some friends in the patent office. I'll do it." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Director Su. From tomorrow onwards, I'll teach you the Chen family's elephant trunk stent technology. How about it?" As soon as he said this, there was a sudden wave of complaints everywhere. Such a good thing fell on Su Ziming. Su Ziming, on the other hand, laughed heartily. He shouted loudly, "God is good to me." The soundproofing in the operating theater was very good. It was lively here, and the outside could not hear clearly. This design was more reasonable. After all, when the patient was pushed to the operating theater and was not anesthetized yet, if they suddenly heard the sound of an orthopedic chainsaw next door, one after another, they might get out of bed in a hurry and run out. Chen Song suddenly asked curiously, "Director Su, how did you deal with your patent in the end?" Su Ziming coughed without batting an eyelid. "I didn't deal with it much. It was just bought by a pharmaceutical company." When the people around heard this, they immediately pricked up their ears. Buying and selling patents, was this easily reaching the peak of life? When he heard that there was money, Chen Song immediately became happy. "Director Su. Your patent. How much did you sell it for?" Su Ziming coughed, and his face was slightly bright. "Well, it's not much. It's only about 20 million yuan. However, the price of patents varies. The high ones are 1 million yuan, and the cheap ones are 100,000 yuan. It mainly depends on the evaluation of the pharmaceutical company." Everyone immediately began to murmur. More than 20 million yuan, this was not a small amount no matter where it was. How many houses could he buy in capital city? No one realized that this low-key director Su was really hiding his strength. Su Ziming looked at everyone's admiring eyes and felt very comfortable in his heart. However, the others were just background. The most important thing was Chen Song's shocked eyes. This was too good. Many years later, when he recalled it, Su Ziming would definitely admit that this was the highlight of his life. When Chen Song heard that it could be sold for so much money, he was also very happy. Recently, he had been in contact with Howard from Xpri Company. Xpri technology was a heart valve surgery that was similar to interventional methods. Chen Song was still very optimistic about it. However, Chen Song was definitely not the only shareholder of Xpri because Chen Song would definitely not be able to do well. If one did not have enough ability to run a company, it was best to find a few reliable partners. However, Chen Song's current money was obviously not even enough to buy 10% of the shares. Now that Howard's matter in the United States was basically over, and the location of China was about to be chosen, the shares needed to be discussed soon. As for earning money, Chen Song was not greedy. It was because more money was better than less money. Money could solve many problems, and these problems happened to be the most common problems in this society. As for his elephant trunk stent technology, Chen Song did not want to sell it to Xpri Company because the other party's research on blood vessel materials was not reliable. Chen Song put away the piece of paper in his hand and put it in his pocket. At this moment, Su Ziming became the focus. After all, he had more than 50 patents, which was enough to be proud of. This net worth might even be able to enter the Forbes list of China's richest doctors. As for whether there was such a list, Chen Song did not know. Su Ziming sighed and said, "Actually, it's not as simple as you think. Those small patents require creativity, so it's definitely not laborious. However, you have to think about it this way. If you can think of it, can't others think of it? If others know about this idea, can't they do it themselves? As for those good patents that can make money, it's really impossible to come up with them without a long period of research. Our retired director Li from the traditional Chinese medicine department only bought less than 500,000 yuan in patent fees with his decades of experience. Capitalists are not fools." After saying that, Su Ziming glanced at Chen Song. Just like Professor Chen's elephant trunk stent technology, ordinary people can't come up with it. It's indeed profitable, but don't you see how much effort Professor Chen has put in? At first, everyone thought that Su Ziming's words made sense. However, everyone fell silent when they heard the last sentence. He turned around and looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. Is it tiring to hate? Did he really put in a lot of effort? Could it be that it wasn't because of this fellow's extraordinary talent? Su Ziming looked at everyone's expression, as if he was an experienced person. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "You guys, don't have such an expression. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Chen how much effort he put into this." "How much effort did you put in?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, it's indeed quite tough." Everyone had doubtful looks on their faces. It was obvious that they didn't believe him. Chen Song couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. "Really? At least, a week. No, 2 weeks. Ever since I came up with this technique, I've been thinking about this material. From start to finish. 2 weeks. Chen Song felt that it should be a lot. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately felt relieved and had an expression of "I knew it. I knew it." It had only been 2 weeks. When Su Ziming heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he understood one thing. When he acted tough in the future, he couldn't have acted tough Qingchen present. Otherwise, he would be smashed. Su Ziming took a deep breath. Su Ziming was very responsible. He ran around for the patent. The queue time to apply for a patent was much longer than the time to publish a thesis. When it was time to queue up, there were even cases of patents being stolen. If the time to publish a thesis was calculated in months, then the time to apply for a patent was calculated in years. After all, there was only one patent office in the country, and there were so many people who applied for patents every day. Su Ziming was very experienced. He really treated Chen Song's matter as his own and personally paid for it. Chen Song cancelled the competition on Saturday and Sunday. He followed Director Su around and was afraid of the consequences. He remembered this kindness in his heart. People get along with each other. On Monday, Su Ziming came to Chen Song with a glowing face. He said with a smile, "There are no problems. I will send a recheck to the Science and Technology Department today. If there are no problems, we will review it in advance." Chen Song thanked him immediately. Su Ziming suddenly thought of something and said quickly, "But Professor Chen, I think there will be many pharmaceutical companies coming to us soon." Chen Song was stunned. "What do you mean?" Su Ziming said directly, "The patent office will announce the news. The most important thing is that when I submitted the application, many people were already paying attention to it. I think there will be many people coming to us in the near future. And the most important thing is that your hotspot is still there." Chen Song heard this and said, "That's good news." Su Ziming smiled. "Yes, it is. I'm telling you in advance. Be prepared to be robbed of your money." Chen Song couldn't help but laugh excitedly when he thought of this good news. In the morning, Gao Ronghua called. "Professor Chen, Wang Dong is awake." Gao Ronghua said excitedly. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard this. "He is awake? I will go up now." Wang Dong really made Chen Song and the others anxious. After the surgery last Sunday, he was supposed to wake up the next day. However, he didn't wake up for 3 or 4 days. This caused everyone to be worried sick. Obviously, Wang Dong had fallen into a coma after the liver surgery. Chen Song also came to see him a few times. The patient's condition made Chen Song very difficult. Wang Dong's wife was also very anxious these days. Her mood was in the sky and then in the ground. She was about to sell the house when she suddenly found out that her husband had bought insurance. She didn't have time to be happy because her husband didn't wake up after the surgery. Every day, after the wife sent the children to school, she would come to the hospital and wait for Wang Dong to wake up through the door of the intensive care unit. However, there was no news day after day. A week passed in the blink of an eye. She began to worry. Would her husband become a vegetable? After Wang Dong woke up, he opened his eyes and looked at the world. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had slept for a long time and had many nightmares. However, he couldn't wake up. However, there was a thought that kept reminding him that he couldn't sleep anymore. His wife and children were still waiting for him to wake up. He began to struggle desperately. After an unknown period of time, Wang Dong finally opened his eyes. He didn't die. "Doctor, am I okay?" This was the first sentence Wang Dong said after he woke up. Gao Ronghua looked at Wang Dong. "Your current situation is more dangerous. You just came out of a liver coma. The car accident caused serious liver damage. The surgery removed most of your liver. Your liver is not enough to support your daily activities for a long time. You need a liver transplant as soon as possible." "Honey, I'm sorry. The doctor said that I can't work." When Chen Song entered the intensive care unit, he heard this sentence. He saw Wang Dong hugging his wife and crying very sadly. When Wang Dong spoke, his heart was really filled with despair. For a man who was trying to survive in the cracks of the capital, surviving was already very difficult, let alone living. The sudden crisis made him unable to work. This was worse than killing him. How high was the monthly mortgage? How much was the daily expenses? How much pressure was the work? How much did the surgery cost? These were all a man's psychological pressure, and it was eating away at his will. "They said that I still need a liver transplant. I won't be able to earn money this year." At this moment, he completely let go of his past strength. He was just a boy who shouldered the burden of his family, donning the armor to support his family and fighting for a living. One day, when he took off his armor, he realized that he was already covered in wounds. Under this armor, a boy was still a boy. The woman was very strong. When she saw Wang Dong wake up, she suddenly felt that nothing in this life was important. Cars and houses, as long as there were people, life was life. She bent down, took out a tissue from her bag, and wiped Wang Dong's tears. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. You always like to flaunt your superiority. Have you forgotten who introduced you to the student union? It was me. Don't be afraid, I'm here." At this point, the woman held Wang Dong's head and kissed him on the forehead. "Hubby, thank you for taking care of me for so many years. I'm very happy to have met you. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. At most, we won't stay in the capital. When you're discharged, we'll leave the capital and return to your hometown. Haven't you always wanted to open a shop? I'll accompany you. As soon as these words were said, the surrounding patients were touched. The intensive care unit was filled with seriously ill patients. They were really exhausted by the torture of the disease. However, they could endure the pain of the disease, but they could not endure the anxiety in their hearts. Just like cancer, the first thing it attacked was not your body, but your heart. It made you unable to even muster the courage to fight it. The disease slowly destroyed a person's body, broke their will, tortured their soul, and finally, slowly destroyed a family. This was the scariest part about him. At this time, if you had a loved one to accompany you through the most difficult days of your life, you would be able to break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly for the rest of your life. Wang Dong and his wife's words made everyone in the intensive care unit cry silently. Chen Song slowly walked forward and stood beside Gao Ronghua. After seeing Chen Song, Wang Dong felt as if he had seen his savior. I remember you. You saved me. Wang Dong looked at Chen Song gratefully. Doctor, can I beg you? Save me, please? At this moment, Chen Song received a system notification. Ding. Triggered mission, complete 10 liver transplantation surgeries. After the mission is completed, your liver transplantation skill will be upgraded to perfect level. After Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. Without any hesitation, he accepted the mission. Chen Song nodded. Yes, we will do our best. Wang Dong laughed when he heard that. In the following time, Chen Song and Gao Ronghua gave the two of them time to whisper and began to discuss the next surgery. Wang Dong's wife whispered to Wang Dong, "Hubby, do you still remember the insurance you bought? It will be of great use this time." I was going to sell the house, but, your insurance. Wang Dong was stunned when he heard his wife's words. He lay on the bed and recalled those things. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was said that a kind person would not bully the heavens. As expected, he had never thought that the matter of being bullied by the manager would save him at a critical moment. He was filled with emotions. After chatting for an hour, the two of them separated. Wang Dong's worries were lifted. His wife's uneasy thoughts were put to rest. She could go back and have a good sleep. She could not sleep for the past few days. For liver transplantation, they needed to find and match a suitable liver source. This was the most troublesome. Most of the time, the most troublesome thing about organ transplantation was to find a suitable organ. The real surgery was not that difficult. Work went on as usual. Chen Song had just gotten off work when he saw a man following him out. Chen Song put on his power gloves without thinking. Who was this person? After leaving the hospital, the man quickened his pace and walked up. Chen Song also became alert. Professor Chen, wait. With the man's reminder, Chen Song let down his guard. Who are you? The man did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, Professor Chen is at work, so it's not convenient for me to disturb you. I'm Yang Shang, the general manager of Baotong Medical Company, Limited. I'm here today to consult Professor Chen about the materials for the elephant trunk stent. The man was frank and straightforward as he explained the reason why he had come. After Chen Song heard it, he looked at the man seriously. He was dressed in a formal shirt and trousers. He did not look like a salesman, but a leader. In fact, many people could not wear this kind of shirt, trousers, leather shoes, and tie. Younger people would look like salesmen when they wore it. However, the man was not old. He was probably less than 40 years old, but he had a temperament and could wear this outfit. Oh, hello, Manager Yang. Chen Song nodded. Yang Shang waited until after work and did not look for him in the office. This made Chen Song have a better impression of him. Yang Shang continued, Professor Chen, are you interested in sitting down and having a chat? Let me introduce our company, we. Chen Song, how much? Before Yang Shang could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Song's rude, tacky, and direct question. He did not react for a long time. This was not in line with the negotiation process at all. Don't you care about the development of our company? Don't you care about our hardware and software? How much did you ask directly? Xianxia adjusted his state of mind. How much do you want, Professor Chen? Do you have a suitable price in mind? Chen Song felt that if director Su Ziming could sell it for 20 million, he should be able to fight for a little more, then, fight for a little more. Thinking of this, Chen Song moved the decimal point back by 200 million. Chen Song stretched out 2 fingers, his index finger and middle finger. However, it felt like the gesture was a little like a scissor hand. It was not imposing enough. Therefore, Chen Song changed to his thumb and index finger. However, the gesture was a little like the number 8 in rock paper scissors. He was afraid that the other party would misunderstand and think that he was greedy. Chen Song was suddenly in a dilemma. Why was it so difficult to use his fingers to make an imposing 2 that was worth hundreds of millions? Chen Song turned to look at Xianxia and found that the other party seemed to be sick. P.S. Thank you to Roasted Laminate for the 10,000 tip. As a doctor, Chen Song naturally wouldn't talk nonsense. Well, a medical practitioner wouldn't lie. Xianxia's face at this time had a typical expression of hyperthyroidism. His eyes were wide open and his eyes were flickering. There was also some mucus and edema. His eyes were dull and his reaction was slow. Chen Song sighed. It wasn't easy to find a patent buyer, but he didn't expect it to be a fool. Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed and shook his head with some disappointment. He was ready to move forward. Xianxia grabbed Chen Song's hand. Professor Chen. Wait. Chen Song was stunned. You want to use force when the soft approach didn't work. Why don't you get a girl to talk to me? Well, these 2 sentences had nothing to do with each other. Xianxia calmed down and returned to his normal face. He smiled awkwardly and politely. Professor Chen, don't you want to build and develop this project together? Our company can give Professor Chen enough say, and we can even let you invest your technology. We can develop this project together. What do you think? Chen Song shook his head decisively. Sorry, I don't want to. Chen Song certainly didn't want to. He wasn't good at design. What if one day he was exposed? How bad would that be? Moreover, Chen Song didn't have time to worry about these things. There were quite a lot of things to do in the hospital. Chen Song didn't think his EQ was enough to deal with the intrigue of the business world. Baotong Company thought well. They pulled him into the market. He didn't need to spend money to buy the patent, and he didn't need to spend money on publicity. He just needed to make money with him. If he made money, they would share the dividends. If he lost money, it wouldn't be a big loss. Chen Song lost the patent and his energy. It was too troublesome. His energy had to be given to little Qin to raise the next generation. Naturally, he couldn't waste it. Looking at Chen Song's decisive refusal, Xianxia scratched his head. He didn't expect to meet such a simple-minded person. Are all geniuses like this? Forget it. I'll try again tomorrow, but I have to change my method. Chen Song walked forward for more than 20 meters before he suddenly stopped. Recalling Su Ziming's words, he suddenly frowned. Was he being followed? For a moment, Chen Song looked back every few steps to see if anyone was following him. But, he realized that there was no one there. Su Ziming and the others had clearly said that at that time, in order to find them, the people from the pharmaceutical company had been chasing and intercepting them every day. They had even used methods such as stalking and other methods. He just wanted to find his home. If you feel lonely sleeping alone, find someone of the opposite sex to accompany you every day. If you get married, start giving money and gifts to your wife. Even if you don't accept it, it doesn't mean that your wife won't accept it. When it came to the unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies, these directors had a lot of right to speak. Chen Song even felt that this was their way of showing off their awesomeness, but why wasn't anyone following him? Chen Song suddenly rejoiced. But, after taking a few more steps, Chen Song continued to look back and found that no one was following him. This sense of rejoicing didn't last long before it disappeared and was replaced by an inexplicable sense of loss. These pharmaceutical companies were really snobbish. Why wasn't anyone following him? Were they looking down on him? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt that he didn't have the happiness of being pursued by pharmaceutical companies at all. Chen Song sighed helplessly. He was actually a little disappointed. Why didn't the pharmaceutical company send someone to follow him? Even a beautiful young lady would be fine. Recently, Chen Song's time had been tight. In order to carry out the surgery as soon as possible, he had to complete the surgical task ahead of time according to the plan. He also told everyone not to stay up late. Chen Song decided to start the surgery at 5 o'clock in the morning. After the surgery, it would be just in time for ward rounds. This required him to wake up at 5 o'clock every day. Of course, this was not because Chen Song deliberately wanted to eat a few more meals from Old Ma. Although the crystal shrimp dumplings sent by Old Ma's chef in the morning were very delicious, the bird's nest soup was also very nourishing. The surgery was carried out as usual. Chen Song had been so busy recently that he almost forgot about Tan Xingyang from the magazine. During breakfast, Chen Song sighed. This sigh shocked the 12 people. They immediately put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands and stared at Chen Song with fear and uneasiness. Who was it that was so blind as to provoke this master? Chen Song looked at everyone like this and quickly said, "Eat. Hurry up and eat to change shifts." Everyone continued to eat. Chen Song sighed again. This time, everyone quickly put down their chopsticks again. Everyone winked at Meng Shi. After all, Teacher Meng was Chen Song's mentor on the surface. Chen Song probably wouldn't do anything. But whether or not he would touch her, they didn't know. But, they swore that even if Teacher Chen touched her, they would never talk nonsense to the young mistress. A man's friendship was still very strong. Meng Shi's expression changed when he saw this. Don't you guys know that this guy doesn't care about appearance, gender, or even seniority when he scolds people? Chen Song, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? Meng Shi still asked. Chen Song was stunned. Is that so? Everyone nodded. Of course. Chen Song coughed. Oh, maybe something's bothering me, so I'm not happy. Everyone heard that Teacher Chen was actually unhappy. Immediately, everyone looked at each other and rolled their eyes. You don't know how lucky you are. What's there to be unhappy about? Day by day, when you have surgery, the prettiest nurse will personally put on the surgical gown for you. As chief physicians, we still have to dress ourselves. When you're hungry, you eat extravagantly. We eat fast food, but you eat delicacies like a gluttonous feast. When you're in a bad mood, you can point at us and scold us. When you're in a good mood, you can show off to us. You're in a bad mood? Everyone ignored him. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Chen Song was stunned. You. As students, shouldn't you be asking me why I'm unhappy? Meng Shi snorted coldly. If you're unhappy even like this, we'll die of anger. When Chen Song heard that, it seemed to make sense. However, what he was unhappy about was why no one had come to buy the patent from him recently. However, Meng Shi thought about it and suddenly widened his eyes and asked curiously, by the way, what are you unhappy about? Tell us. Tell us and make us happy. Immediately, everyone agreed that was a good idea. Everyone nodded. Yes, Teacher Chen. We're very experienced in enlightening people. What are you unhappy about? Tell us and make us happy. No. Let us analyze it. Chen Song looked at this group of people and gritted his teeth in anger. However, Chen Song still said, analyze it for me. Why hasn't anyone come to buy the patent from me yet? End of chapter 1259. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.